Chapter 1. Through the pirates, the system activates. East Blue, Shellstown. Naval G-153 branch. Noon. The sun scorches the earth, and under the sweltering heat, the air shimmers as waves of heat rise. At this moment, on the desolate training ground, a somewhat disheveled figure is dashing forward under the blazing sun. His hair is unkempt, and with each step he takes, large beads of sweat soak through his clothes, cascading down to the ground, only to be swiftly evaporated by the seemingly burning temperature. 90 circles. Enduring the tremors of a body that has reached its limit, Leilo exhales a breath of hot air and chooses to continue his mad dash. Today, his midday goal is 100 circles. Clearly, this is not the time for rest. Leilo grits his teeth. He can feel his body teetering on the brink of exhaustion. At this moment, his posture has distorted. His legs feel unbearably heavy and unresponsive. Even the air he breathes feels like sharp knives slicing through his lungs. With each violent rise and fall of his chest comes waves of indescribable agony. Yet, even so, Leilo understands that he absolutely cannot stop now. Damn it, why must the awakening of the system require such harsh conditions? The weariness of his body causes Leilo to run with his eyes closed. At this time, a virtual blue panel appears in his mind, displaying several lines of bold text. System activation level, 99.999999. Activation conditions, body reaching the limit state 1,000 times. Today's requirements, squats 10,000 completed, push-ups 10,000 completed, run 100 circles in progress. Completed count, 999. Activation final deadline, 1 hour. Indeed, Leilo is a transmigrator. A year ago, he crossed into the world of pirates and acquired his own system. However, unlike many other transmigrators from Blue Star who started with system advantages, Leilo's system has unique activation conditions. He must push his body to the limit 1,000 times. Yes, not 10 times, not 100 times, but a full 1,000 times. Moreover, the system assigns him different objectives every day. Failure to complete them results in immediate obliteration. How easy could this be? Thus, to facilitate the activation of the system, Leilo exhausted every means to join the Navy. In the pirate world, the Navy is subordinate to the world government. It is an official organization that operates under the banner of absolute justice, tasked with maintaining order in the world. Joining the Navy was a well-considered decision for Leilo. The Navy not only boasts the most comprehensive training system, but more importantly, it ensures that he can have a full meal. Indeed, Leilo understands that in order to repeatedly push his body to the limit in this world filled with power and class disparities, he must secure access to the best mess hall, compared to the indigent who eat sporadically or the pirates who roam the seas. Becoming a member of a Navy is his best option. After all, to motivate soldiers, the Navy will never skimp on their rations. Only 10 circles remaining, and my system will be fully activated. Then I shall acquire the most extraordinary abilities. Leilo is acutely aware that the Pirate King is ultimately a world where strength reigns supreme. Here, without formidable power, one is nothing but an insect. He is merely an ordinary individual without any background or influence. If he wishes to survive in this world, refusing to surrender his fate to others, he must possess extraordinary abilities. And compared to obtaining devil fruits worth millions of berries or being born with an invincible lineage or physique, activating the system is Leilo's only choice. Of course, the fear of being obliterated for failing to meet his objectives is also one of the reasons he strives so desperately. Since I have transmigrated, I must stand at the pinnacle of this world to witness the vistas that ordinary people can never behold. Opening his weary eyes, Leilo encourages himself silently. He will not halt his steps. As long as he draws breath, he shall forge ahead. This is his conviction. His youth shall be devoid of regrets. Breathing the searing air, under the relentless sun, Leilo desperately sweats. 9 circles, 8 circles. Every joint in Leilo's body trembles incessantly. 7 circles, 6 circles. His consciousness begins to blur. 5 circles. 4 circles. His body, on the brink of collapse, renders him nearly oblivious to the existence of his legs. 3 circles. 2 circles. When only 1 circle remains, Leilo collapses onto the training ground. His body, in a state of extreme limit, finally succumbs. Even though Leilo has experienced this sensation 999 times, the agony transmitted from his flesh still overwhelms him, forcing him to lie on the ground, curling up. Is this truly how it ends? Closing his eyes, merely 20 minutes remain until the final deadline for system activation, and he has yet to complete 1 circle. Leilo knows that he simply cannot run any longer. No, my fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. I can still salvage this. Deep within Leilo, a yearning to become a powerful being ignites. He absolutely cannot forsake the system, his only choice. And so, after a struggle, Leilo begins to move. He flips over, crawling on the scorching ground, desperately kicking his legs. He chooses to crawl. Indeed, if he cannot run, then he must crawl to the finish. Time passes swiftly, and Leilo loses track of how far he has crawled. All he knows is that he resembles a tireless machine, repeating the motion of crawling. With only 2 minutes remaining until the final deadline, at this moment, Leilo's pants are already tattered, and he has completely lost sensation below his knees. The ground he crawls upon bears a long trail of blood, continuously extending. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 100 circles goal. Ding! Monitoring indicates the host body has reached the limit 1,000 times. Activation conditions for the system have been fulfilled. Ding! System activation complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Multiverse Treasure Guide system. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The rookie gift pack has been distributed. Please check promptly. Suddenly, several emotionless mechanical voices resonate in his mind. Leilo is taken aback. The system is activated successfully. Immediately, a sensation of relief floods over him. His exhausted body relaxes in an instant, feeling as pliable as a lump of clay, collapsing onto the ground. System, your timing is impeccable. Leilo closes his eyes. At this moment, the original blue panel in his mind has vanished. In its place is a brand new attribute interface. Host, Roxd Leilo. Affiliation, Navy. Talent, none. Items, none. Abilities, none. Stamina, LV050100. Martial arts, LV00100. Swordsmanship, LV00100. Hockey, LV00100. For now, disregarding the discomfort in his body, Leilo immerses himself entirely in the excitement of acquiring the system. Although he knows his base attributes are weak, Leilo still inspects the panel no less than 10 times. However, soon, Leilo discovers a problem. HM, what's going on? My name is actually Roxd. Leilo, Chapter 2, The D Clan, Life Returned. Rox, am I from the Rox clan? Leilo's brow furrows tightly. The identity of his original self is somewhat unique. He is a pirate orphan. Approximately 16 years ago, he was adrift in a wooden tub, carried by the waves to Shell's town. Inside the wooden tub, there was merely a nameplate that could hang around his neck, inscribed with the name Leilo. I never expected I would be a member of the D clan. The attribute panel cannot possibly be mistaken. Leilo speculates that he should have some connection to the legendary strongest pirate crew, the Rox. After all, according to the original storyline, decades ago, after the Battle of God Valley, the Rox pirates crumbled. Rox himself has been missing ever since. Logically, he could not have fathered the original self more than a decade later. After all, that would be quite a stretch. Thus, his most probable identity is merely that of a relative of Rox. TSK, the D clan. I never expected that behind this ordinary individual lies such an extraordinary background. Lying on the ground, Leilo feels a surge of excitement within. After all, in the world of pirates, the D clan is regarded as the natural enemy of the gods, a group that can never be overlooked. These individuals, inheritors of the D will, each bear an unknown mission, intensely formidable, and he has the blood of the D clan coursing through his veins. Perhaps his future is destined to be extraordinary. Indeed, acquiring the system is a delightful experience. After taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, Leiro decides to set aside thoughts of identity. Then, he looks down at the bottom of the attribute panel. There, 4 extraordinary icons were arranged in a row. From left to right, they were the Wanjia Baojian, the spatial backpack, and a lottery grand wheel. Among them, the grand wheel was in a gray locked state, while only the Wanjia Baojian and the spatial backpack displayed vibrant colors. Leilo focused his attention on the Wanjia Baojian. System, what is the Wanjia Baojian? As a former avid reader of online novels, Leilo was not unfamiliar with system operations. Among the 3 icons, only the one labeled Wanjia Baojian left him somewhat perplexed. Beep, the Wanjia Baojian is a specific function of the system. It contains the blueprints of all items or abilities from countless realms. Beep, the host can instantly create any desired treasure or ability using the Wanjia Baojian. Beep, crafting items requires certain special materials, which can be obtained by defeating enemies or completing specific tasks. Beep, special reminder. The stronger the enemies defeated and the higher the difficulty of the tasks completed, the more exquisite the materials obtained. The system's explanation was straightforward, and Leilo quickly grasped it. Goodness, wasn't he essentially a master craftsman? Moreover, he was a master capable of freely synthesizing items. As long as he had materials, he could create countless powerful treasures. Wow! With the Wanjia Baojian, can I not manufacture extraordinary items or abilities like Pockballs, Rinnegan, the Sword of Destruction, and Zampicut in the world of pirates? At this moment, Leilo was already brimming with excitement. This function was truly remarkable. Beep, host, the beginner's gift package has been issued. Would you like to open it? The mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. The beginner's gift package is indeed a fine treasure. I shall open it immediately. Leilo responded swiftly. Beep, congratulations host on opening the beginner's gift package. Beep, congratulations host on obtaining the Supreme Talent Life Restoration. 2 opportunities to craft treasures, 10 bottles of stamina-enhancing potion, 300,000 berries, and 1 medium-quality pirate ship. Life Restoration, the top-tier talent in the pirate world. A power that allows one to control their body freely. Crafting opportunities. 2 free crafting chances for system-designated items selected randomly by the system. Stamina-enhancing potion. A miraculous elixir that increases stamina. Each bottle adds 500 points of stamina. 300,000 berries. Berries, the designated currency in the pirate world, can be exchanged for experience points at a rate of 1,000:1. Medium-quality pirate ship. A vessel capable of sailing the seas. An essential item for any pirate crew, can be fused with other ships for upgrades. The system's mechanical voice continued to resonate in his mind. Leilo was momentarily stunned. Wow, this gift package is incredibly generous. Leilo had not anticipated that the system would provide not only a plethora of benefits, but also a top-tier talent. It is worth noting that as a seasoned fan of the pirate genre, Leilo had long coveted the talent of life restoration. With life restoration, he could swiftly digest and absorb food with just a mere thought. In the original story, every time Luffy fought until exhaustion, he could rapidly recover his stamina by devouring food, all thanks to his life restoration ability. System, immediately grant me life restoration. Beep, congratulations host. Life restoration has been successfully equipped. As a warm current surged through him, Leilo felt an intense hunger pang after extreme physical exertion. It urged him to consume food. At this moment, Leilo was certain, even if a devil fruit lay before him, he could devour it without a hint of hesitation. The overwhelming hunger revitalized his previously fatigued body. Soon, Leilo could hardly wait to explore the other rewards. He mustered his strength to rise from the ground of the training field. Then, with all his might, he dashed toward the town outside the naval base. He was reluctant to draw attention at the naval base just after awakening the system, so he decided to seek a good place to eat in town. Shears Town. On the left side of the town's main street stood a modest tavern. The tavern was not large, only 1 story, yet it housed a dozen dining tables. At this moment, it was the bustling lunchtime. The tavern was filled with the sounds of chatter, lively and boisterous, with delicious dishes adorning 7 or 8 tables. Clearly, business was thriving. Anchia, hurry, bring me something to eat. Suddenly, a figure burst through the door of the tavern. Chapter 3. Crafting Treasures Barumabur. Leilo, what have you done? How did you get your clothes in such a state? By the way, why aren't you training at the naval base? Why do you keep coming here lately? The tavern's proprietress, Aunt Shia, immediately recognized his identity upon seeing him. He was the child who had grown up as a stray in the town. Leilo had joined the town's naval base a year ago, becoming a first-class sailor under Colonel Monka. However, for some unknown reason, he had been frequenting her tavern for the past half-month. Moreover, every time he visited, he inquired whether any strangers had come by. Due to having just completed the final lap of the training field, Leilo was now covered in blood and dirt. He appeared somewhat disheveled. Seeing Leilo's grimy appearance, a flicker of concern crossed Aunt Zia's eyes.
Leilo, this child, seems to lack both wealth and influence, undoubtedly bullied at the base, which is why he resorts to dining outside every day. Ah, and Hia, please prepare a meal for me, as I am utterly famished. I would like 20 servings of snowflake steak, 30 bowls of soup noodles, 50 roasted chicken pizzas, and 100 beef burgers. Ah, do you have roasted duck and fried chicken? Please give me 10 of each. Oh, and I need 20 bottles of cola. Plopping down at a dining table, Leilo rapidly listed off his orders, nearly fainting from hunger. All right, just wait. I will have the waiter bring your food shortly. And Hia nodded promptly. As a regular patron, Leilo had a credit line at the tavern, so there was no concern about his ability to pay. She quickly instructed the kitchen to prioritize his dishes. Meanwhile, while awaiting his meal, Leilo opened his attribute panel in his mind. He directed his gaze towards the crafting opportunities for magical artifacts. System, utilized 2 crafting chances for magical artifacts. Leilo took a deep breath and silently declared, Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 2 free crafting opportunities. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have randomly drawn 6 artifact design blueprints. In his mind, the icon of the Universal Artifact Tome suddenly shimmered brightly. Leilo opened the tome, revealing 6 design blueprints of items available for crafting. The 12 Talismans of the Pig, possessing unique magic that grants the holder extraordinary power of the Zodiac Pig, notable for its piercing gaze. The 1,000-forged steel blade of Ganjiang, a divine weapon forged by a master swordsmith, characterized by its ability to slice through iron as if it were mud. A flawless blade imbued with divine strength. The demon sealing rice cooker, under the sealing waves, both gods and demons find no escape, a sealing artifact, with the unique trait that using it requires a life sacrifice. The Millennium Soul Bone of the left arm, a remnant of a soul beast after death, possessing special powers. Characterized as a power-type soul bone that can enhance the user's strength 5-fold. The Bamboo Dragonfly, simply worn upon the head, it allows for flight controlled by thought alone, requiring no additional propulsion, characterized by the ability to go wherever one desires. The 12 Talismans of the Rabbit, possessing unique magic that grants the holder extraordinary power of the Zodiac Rabbit, notable for its rapid teleportation. Oh, it appears the quality of the artifacts designated by the system is quite impressive. After perusing the craftable artifacts in the Universal Artifact Tome, Leilo fell into contemplation. Among these 6 artifacts, he deemed 4, aside from the Bamboo Dragonfly and the Demon Sealing Rice Cooker, to be quite beneficial for himself. However, post-system activation, the most pressing matter for him was to enhance his strength. Yet, according to the system panel, his physical and swordsmanship levels were both 0, indicating utter ignorance. Thus, the most effective route to rapidly increase his combat prowess lay in talismans. Leilo focused on the 2 Zodiac talismans, one for rapid teleportation and the other for a piercing gaze. If I could possess these 2 talismans, I would surely have the means to protect myself in the world of pirates. System, craft the pig and rabbit talismans. Ultimately, Leilo resolved to commence the crafting of the artifacts. Ding! Congratulations, host. The 2 talismans have been incorporated into the Universal Artifact Tome, and you may extract and utilize them at any time. Upon hearing this, Leilo's lips curled into a slight smile as he opened the Universal Artifact Tome. Indeed, the designs for the 2 talismans had transformed into tangible objects. What exquisite treasures, flawless and akin to works of art. After closely examining the talismans, Leilo could not help but inwardly exclaim, "The food is ready." At that moment, the tavern server began to present each dish before Leilo. "I shall commence my feast." Starved to the brink, Upon catching the aroma of the dishes, Leilo momentarily cast aside his excitement over the talismans. He swiftly seized a piece of steak just sautéed in butter and stuffed it into his mouth, unmindful of its temperature. Soon, he was devouring the food with fervor, his arms flailing about like windmills in a frenzy. Gradually, the din of the tavern began to fade, as nearly every patron turned to gaze in disbelief at Leilo's voracious consumption. At this moment, Leilo remained oblivious to the opinions of others, wholly absorbed in his meal, continuously channeling life restoration to replenish his expended energy. Burp. Approximately 30 minutes later, Leilo, satisfied, released a contented belch and patted his belly. He had finally satiated his hunger. Leilo, are you all right? Can your body handle such a feast? Aunt Hia, handing him a stack of napkins, looked at him with concern. It's nothing, Aunt Hia. I've just been training excessively lately. By the way, where is Li Xiang? I haven't seen her helping out today. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Leilo glanced around the tavern and inquired. Li Xiang was Aunt Hia's only daughter. The reason Leilo paid attention to her was due to her special identity in the original story as the little girl who delivered food to Zoro 3 weeks prior. While stationed at the Navy base, Leilo had discovered a man bound in the square, one who willingly agreed to be tied up for a month. It was none other than the pirate bounty hunter Roronoa Zoro, the first crew member of the Straw Hat Pirates. For nearly half a month, Leilo had frequented the tavern, eager to witness the historic moment of Zoro joining the crew through Li Xiang. Li Xiang made some rice balls today and went to the Navy base to see our benefactor. Aunt Hia whispered in his ear after hearing Leilo's question, fearful of being overheard. After all, the townsfolk were aware that Roronoa Zoro had offended the debauched son of Colonel Monka. If it became known that Li Xiang was delivering food to Zoro, someone might well report it. Leilo's heart raced. Does that mean today is the day when Luffy meets Zoro? It seems I must return to the Navy base immediately. Truth be told, Leilo did not wish to miss the historic moment of Luffy and Zoro's encounter. Damn it. I'm so hungry. Please treat us. Before Leilo could pay and leave, a harsh voice suddenly echoed from outside the tavern. Isn't that Mad Dog Leilo? What brings you here? Leilo looked up to see a golden-haired man, clad in a purple suit, striding in with an air of arrogance, flanked by 2 Navy soldiers. Balloon Bar. Leilo's gaze sharpened. This fellow was none other than the son of Colonel Monka from the G-153 branch of the Navy, in the town of Shells. Barumbor has long relied on the authority of his father, Colonel Monka, to wield power unjustly and act as a scoundrel. Chapter 4. Barumbor, you are nothing but a waste. Alas, the moment Aunt Shia laid eyes on Barumbor in the tavern, her heart sank. Do not be deceived by this slender young man in a purple suit, for he is notorious in the town as a notorious wastrel. He exploits his father's position as the leader of the G-153 naval base, often dining in Shells without paying, and extorting protection fees in his father's name. Furthermore, he has even harassed some of the young women in town. It is fair to say that he epitomizes the local ruffians. Moreover, Aunt Shia felt a sense of dread. Most alarmingly, she had heard that after young Leilo joined the naval base, he had clashed with this nefarious scoundrel. Oh dear, isn't that Master Barumbor? Without a moment's hesitation, Aunt Shia stepped forward, positioning herself between Barumbor and Leilo, a menu in hand, smilingly engaging. Master Barumbor, it has indeed been a while. You look rather famished. Pray, what would you like to eat today? It's on the house. To be honest, Aunt Shia held a deep disdain for this villain. After all, it was Barumbor's dog that had caused a ruckus in her establishment, leading pirate hunter Zoro to intervene on behalf of Li Xiang, ultimately resulting in a wager that bound him to the naval base. In Aunt Shia's heart, her loathing for this scoundrel was palpable. However, Barumbor was always accompanied by 2 burly officers, their muscular arms bulging, each thicker than a man's head. If Leilo were to confront them today, he would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Therefore, in order to spare Leilo from trouble, she had no choice but to suppress her disgust and feign a smile. What you say is true. Master Barumbor, your absence has been deeply felt in town. It is already noon. Why not dine with us common folk? Aunt Shia's voice boomed, dispelling the tense atmosphere that had settled over the tavern. The once silent patrons began to stir once more. It was essential to flatter this rogue, lest all present suffer misfortune. Did I permit you, lowly peasants, to speak? I am inquiring about my father's mad dog. Leilo, today marks the day of my father's great statue unveiling. Why are you not at the base? Barumbor sneered, his gaze fixed intently on Leilo. Having risen from humble beginnings, Leilo held a particular disdain for Barumbor's nefarious lifestyle. To provide a voice for the townsfolk, he had reported several of Barumbor's transgressions to Colonel Monka. Although Monka may have ignored Barumbor's daily misdeeds, he could not tolerate a decrease in the town's tributes. Consequently, Monka had dealt with Barumbor rather sternly on several occasions. Thus, the animosity between Leilo and Barumbor was firmly established. In retaliation, Barumbor continuously referred to Leilo as his father's mad dog, a creature obedient to commands and subjected to rigorous training. What do I need to report to you, a worthless fool, about where I choose to dine? Besides, the statue unveiling begins in the afternoon. I shall return in due time. Feeling the repeated jabs directed at him, Leilo chose not to retreat. Instead, he met Barumbor's gaze, slowly rising from his seat, and responded, "You dare speak to me like that, you mad dog?" Listening to Leilo's response, Barumab was utterly infuriated. "Leilo, what did you just call me? Repeat that." Barumab furrowed his brow and swaggered over to Leilo's side. With a disdainful glare, he slammed his hand down on the table before him. "If you enjoy hearing it so much, I'll say it again. Barumab, you are nothing but a worthless fool. A fool, a fool." Leilo's eyes shone brightly as he regarded Barumab, speaking calmly and deliberately. He was no longer the person he once was. Before acquiring the system, he had to occasionally feign civility with the Monka father and son at the naval base. Now, he possessed unimaginable power, rendering him fearless. How dare Leilo speak in such a manner? This was exceedingly audacious. Alas, Leilo was merely a lowly naval private. By saying such things, he was courting disaster with Barumab. Oh, this child, Leilo, was still too young. He might soon find himself imprisoned in the naval brig. As soon as Leilo finished speaking, all eyes in the tavern were drawn to him and Barumab. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, with patrons sighing, lamenting that Leilo should have held his tongue. "Leilo, what nonsense are you spouting? Quickly, apologize to Master Barumab." Aunt Shia's face had turned pale as she spoke. Hearing the whispers among the patrons, she was now thoroughly panicked. After speaking, Aunt Shia hurried to Leilo's side, grasping his arm as she bowed deeply to Barumab. "Master Barumab, this child, Leilo, can be rather hot-headed at times. I implore you, for the sake of his status as a Navy member, please pardon his rudeness this once." Aunt Shia's voice trembled as she spoke. Though Leilo was not her child, she had watched him grow over the years in the small town. The naval brig was a place for pirates, a realm where one entered with little hope of return. She could not bear to see him face such a fate. "What? You wish to plead for this wretched scoundrel? Do you wish to perish alongside him?" Barumab's ire only intensified at the sight before him. Who was he? After all, he was the sole heir of Colonel Monka. After enduring such an insult, he was expected to show mercy on Leilo, this insolent brat. Simply because of a plea? Who did this contemptible woman think she was? Did she possess such influence? "You vile woman, get away from me." The more Barumab looked at Aunt Shia, the more obstructive she seemed. As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped her face with great force. Chapter 5. My name is Luffy, and I aim to be the Pirate King. Hey, I say, are you out of your mind? Just as Barumab's hand was about to strike Aunt Shia, a resounding voice suddenly echoed through the air. Immediately, a dish flew from a distance, forcefully knocking Barumab's hand aside. "Ah!" Barumab cried out in agony as the dish struck him. "Who is it?" At that moment, the two naval soldiers accompanying Barumab rushed forward, shielding him protectively. After all, Barumab was the son of Colonel Monka. If he were harmed, they would undoubtedly be reduced to mere fragments. "Oh, you mean me? I'm a pirate." The loud voice resonated again, and the tavern fell into an instant hush. A pirate. A pirate had actually landed in Shellstown. Was he seeking death? Did he not know there was a naval base here? All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, only to discover it emerged from the back door. At the same time, hearing the voice, Leilo furrowed his brow. Had the owner of that voice not intervened, he would have stepped in to pull Aunt Shia away himself. After all, Aunt Shia had incurred Barumab's wrath because of him. Yet, the tone and manner of the speaker felt strangely familiar. Just then, the back door swung open, revealing three figures. Upon seeing the lead figure, Leilo was momentarily stunned. Instantly, goosebumps erupted across his body. It was none other than him, clad in a red vest, washed-out blue shorts, and a pair of straw sandals, topped off with that iconic straw hat. This person was someone Leilo knew all too well. The protagonist of the world of One Piece, the bearer of the Hito Hito no Mi, mythical Zoan type, Nika form. The future liberator, Joy Boy, the sun god, Nika. Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy. In that moment, Leilo could no longer contain his astonishment and exclaimed, "Huh, you know me." Luffy tilted his head. puzzled as to how this stranger knew his name. He did not recognize this person at all. Kobe, do you know him? Luffy turned to the short, chubby boy with pink hair beside him. Luffy, sir. I don't know him either. Kobe stammered, having been with the Alrita pirates for the past 2 years. Though he wished to join the Navy, he had yet to meet a single Navy officer. I've admired Luffy, sir, for a long time. As for how I know your name, that's a little secret. Leilo was at a loss for how to explain, so he concocted an excuse. Oh, okay. Luffy was not one to pry into matters. After all, he had already witnessed Leilo's attitude towards Barumab upon entering. He's a good guy. Leilo, Mom. At that moment, a petite girl dashed out from behind Luffy and Kobe. It was Li Xiang, having just entered the tavern through the back door with Luffy and the others. She had witnessed the confrontation between Barumab and her brother Leilo, who was about to strike their mother. Fortunately, Luffy had intervened. Li Xiang, seeing her daughter return safely, Aunt Xia bent down, arms outstretched to embrace her. Who are you? At this moment, the sharp pain in Barumab's hand had dulled slightly. He finally regained his composure and asked, somewhat blusterously, how can you not understand? I already said it. My name is Luffy, and I aim to be the Pirate King. Pirate. Barumab's eyes widened in shock, his heart pounding. A pirate had dared to come to Shell's town. This was utterly inconceivable. Did they not know who his father, the infamous Axe-Hand Monka, was? He was the very Navy colonel who apprehended Captain Kuro. Are they here to seek their demise? And is this pirate merely a jester? To aspire to become the Pirate King? How absurd. Yet, suddenly, Bilumber began to sense that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. This pirate dared to disregard the naval base. His arrival in town must signify some important undertaking. This was an opportunity to earn merit in front of the old man. If he could acquire intelligence, he would surely elevate his standing in the old man's eyes. What brings you here? Bilumber inquired, his eyes twinkling with mischief. I am here to seek Roronoa Zoro. I wish for him to join my crew, Luffy declared, unhesitatingly revealing his intentions. Meanwhile, Kaby, standing nearby, was nearly paralyzed with fear. Mr. Luffy, is this truly wise? Are you really seeking that monster? Bilumber gasped in astonishment. However, his thoughts quickly shifted, and he suddenly had a revelation. Raylo, I have received reports of your frequent loitering in the square. Since you know this pirate, and he wishes to recruit Zoro as a pirate. Raylo, you must be in cahoots. At that moment, a brazen grin spread across Bilumber's face. Even the pain in his hand faded upon discovering Raylo's secret. Your reasoning is quite peculiar. Do you have excrement for brains? Raylo sighed, witnessing Bilumber's uproarious laughter. Do you not understand the consequences of the Navy colluding with pirates? How dare you insult me? Bilumber retorted. Very well. I shall have all of you arrested and thrown into the naval prison. And since you desire Zoro, how unfortunate. I shall call my father and have him executed. With that, Bilumber produced a din-din mushi from his pocket. What? You intend to breach the agreement? Execute him prematurely. A sharp sound rang out in the tavern as Raylo slammed his hand on the table, causing a deep crack to form. Bilumber, what utter nonsense are you spouting? Raylo glared at him, an unmistakable fury igniting in his eyes. This man needed a lesson. You are an absolute scoundrel. At this moment, even Luffy could no longer contain himself. What do you intend to do? Though startled by Raylo's sudden movement, Bilumber felt no fear. I warn you, if you lay a finger on me, I will ensure Zoro becomes a lifeless corpse. As he spoke, Bilumber was about to press the din-din mushi. You seek death. Luffy lunged forward, but Raylo swiftly positioned himself in front of him. Mr. Luffy, allow me to handle this scoundrel. I wish to teach him a lesson. Bilumber's actions had completely ignited Raylo's wrath, and he lunged at him without hesitation. The patrons of the tavern were taken aback by the unfolding events, holding their breath. Raylo dared to attack the notorious Bilumber. Did he think the two towering men beside him were inconsequential? In contrast to Bilumber's imposing physique, Raylo appeared rather frail. Since that is the case, I shall leave it to you. Luffy stepped aside. You wish to strike me? Raylo, it seems you are tired of living. Bilumber commanded. You too, seize him and teach this mad dog a lesson. And afterward, capture those two pirates as well. At this point, Bilumber was no longer in a hurry to press the din-din mushi. He wanted to witness how a mad dog transformed into a dead one. Chapter 6. The Power of Talismans, the Speed of the Rabbit. Indeed, as if to affirm the patron's thoughts, the two naval officers beside Bilumber stepped forward simultaneously, their robust bodies blocking Raylo's path. Raylo, surrender. We will go easy on you. Raylo was quite well known in the naval base for his relentless training and challenges to his limits. The two soldiers were not entirely malicious. They simply could not defy Belumber's orders. Enough talk, let's get to it. I am determined to teach this fool a lesson. Leilo stood his ground as the two naval soldiers approached. Then I am afraid it will be unfortunate for you. The soldiers ceased their pleas and simultaneously launched their attack, their muscular arms tightening as they aimed powerful blows at Leilo. Whoosh. Navy straight punch. Their strikes were devoid of flair, merely the result of honed muscles delivering a direct hit. In contrast, Leilo appeared exceedingly frail before the impending punches. At that moment, nearly everyone present believed there would be no surprise. Leilo would inevitably be knocked down by the soldiers' fists. System, extract 2 talismans. However, just then, a virtual panel appeared in Leilo's mind. The universal treasure tome opened, and 2 talismans materialized, transforming into beams of light that surged from the tome and infused into Leilo's hands, becoming special markings. Leilo could choose to either materialize or internalize items from the universal treasure tome. As the 2 fists bore down upon him, Leilo smirked slightly. Rabbit talisman, instant speed. A whisper, inaudible to all, echoed in Leilo's heart. In the next moment, he felt warmth radiating from his left hand, emanating from the talisman mark. An invisible force surged through his entire being, the essence of the purple rabbit mark coursing through him. Before the 2 massive fists struck, Leilo embraced his body now imbued with the rabbit's divine power. Speed has arrived. A flash of purple light darted from Leilo's eyes. In an instant, he perceived the 2 incoming iron fists. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. Leilo was acutely aware that in his previous state, despite engaging in daily strength training, he would have been powerless against the 2 robust fists that struck his face. However, the present moment was markedly different. A radiant smile of unwavering confidence illuminated Leilo's face. He crouched low and took a swift step, effortlessly slipping through the oncoming punches of the 2 burly officers. Almost immediately, the patrons of the tavern sensed an extraordinary flash of light. In an instant, Leilo vanished. By the time everyone regained their composure, he had already positioned himself behind the 2 naval soldiers. Swift as lightning, he turned back, observing the 2 still in the act of throwing punches, and shrugged his shoulders in mild exasperation. With a gentle push towards them, a resounding crash echoed through the tavern. Before the crowd could comprehend what had transpired, the 2 naval soldiers' bodies were propelled as if struck by cannonballs. They crashed violently against the tavern's wall, creating 2 large human-shaped holes, before plummeting to the ground outside, motionless and oblivious to their fate. What just happened? Why were the 2 soldiers sent flying? Could it be Leilo's doing? Did he truly possess such formidable strength? At that moment, the entire tavern was engulfed in astonishment, including Luffy. He realized Leilo was a wielder of powers. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the first ability user he had encountered since embarking on his voyage. Goodness, this was getting intense. Simultaneously, Leilo, witnessing the 2 massive holes in the tavern created by his actions, couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. He had not anticipated the sheer potency of this rabbit spirit power. The extreme velocity had endowed Leilo with an unexpected kinetic force. He had initially intended only a light push, yet he had not only rendered the 2 naval soldiers unconscious but had also caused significant damage to Aunt Sia's tavern. The might of this charm was truly terrifying. One could only wonder how formidable the pig charm, known for its destructive capabilities, must be. The anticipation for its dazzling display was palpable. After all, there was no need to deploy the pig's spirit against the likes of Belumeb. Everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. What manner of monster are you? Belumeb, clutching his transponder snail, finally registered the scene, only to find Leilo standing directly before him. At that moment, Belumeb was utterly bewildered. He had expected Leilo to receive a thorough thrashing, possibly even death. Yet, this individual had effortlessly dispatched 2 imposing naval soldiers in the blink of an eye. What did you just do? Belumeb was now engulfed in terror. What a jest. Those 2 were his hand-picked, formidable warriors from the Navy, each capable of taking on 10 adversaries single-handedly. Their presence had allowed him to act with impunity in this town, striking anyone who displeased him. And now, in an instant, they had been neutralized by this boy. Did this mean he had lost his long-standing reliance? Gazing into Leilo's eyes, Belumeb felt an unmistakable air of disdain directed at him. It was as though Leilo regarded him with utter indifference. Under the immense pressure, Belumeb suddenly felt his legs weaken. Wait a moment. This was not right. In that instant of weakness, he recalled that his father was the axe-wielding Monka. Leilo was merely a dog in his father's domain. Even if those incompetent soldiers had fallen, as long as his father was present, no one would dare to bully him. What was there to fear? Within the span of a second, Balumeb drew an indescribable courage from the thought of his father. He straightened up, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Leilo, what kind of look is that? Is this your attitude towards me? Let me remind you. My father is the great Colonel Monka. If you dare to lay a finger on me today, I will ensure your suffering is unimaginable. Come on, strike me. Leilo, do you have the guts to hit me? Come on. At this moment, having grasped the entirety of the situation, Balumeb roared boastfully. His purple suit, contrasting with his golden hair, made his expression grotesquely twisted amidst his overwhelming fear and excitement. He pointed at his own face, incessantly shouting at Leilo. He was convinced that as long as Leilo wished to remain in the Navy, he would never dare to touch him. Are you scared? Do you dare not? Ha. Let me tell you, but just as Balumeb was about to continue, Leilo denied him that opportunity. Balumeb merely perceived a shadow darting past his vision, followed by a flurry of golden stars and a wave of dizziness. Ugh! Balumeb let out a muffled groan before collapsing straight to the ground. His nose was clearly askew, gushing blood. Under Leilo's powerful punch, half of his teeth had loosened and fallen out. It was indeed the first time he had encountered such an absurd demand. Yet since it had been posed, he would have to deliver a fitting response. Subsequently, Leilo flexed his knuckles and, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, discarded Balumeb like refuse, tossing him out of the tavern. Chapter 7. Leilo, be my companion. As Leilo exited the tavern, Balumeb had already fled, disappearing at an alarming speed. Observing this, Leilo scoffed lightly. Hey, what is your name? Are you an ability user? At that moment, Luffy also emerged from the tavern, his expression brimming with excitement as he scrutinized Leilo. Gazing at this remarkably familiar figure, Leilo was filled with profound sentiments. He had never anticipated that he would meet Luffy in such a manner. I am Rox D. Leilo, a sort of toolmaker, I suppose. A toolmaker. Luffy exclaimed, astonished to find another person bearing the D in their name. What a serendipitous connection. However, he was puzzled by this peculiar profession. Luffy tilted his head, gazing curiously at Leilo. That is such an unusual occupation. Are you, the props master, eh? Leilo chuckled and replied, I am not yet, eh? What you witnessed earlier was merely the result of my props in action. Incredible! Luffy exclaimed, raising both hands in excitement. Then, he revealed his signature grin, gazing at Leilo as he proclaimed, Leilo, let us embark on an adventure together. Join my crew, and let us become pirates. Upon hearing Luffy's invitation, Leilo was momentarily taken aback. Luffy, I am clad in naval attire. You want me to become a pirate? Suddenly, a notification chimed. Host has triggered a plot event. Activating task. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Accept Luffy's invitation to gain 100 experience points in all attributes and receive a blueprint for the sword Regine Jacka. Option 2. Decline Luffy's invitation to gain 300 experience points in all attributes. What? Leilo was stunned. Is this a quest already? And the rewards are unexpectedly generous. Although I'm uncertain how much 100 experience points will enhance my capabilities, I am well aware of the significance of Regine Jacka. It is the mightiest fire-type Zanpakuto from my past life in the Soul Society, wielded by the Captain Commander of the Godai 13, Yamamoto Jeanri Sai Shigekuni. It is said that Regine Jacka can even reach the temperature of the sun. This is indeed comparable to the supreme grade swords of this world, the 12 supreme blades. Leilo, what are you pondering? Luffy, noticing Leilo's prolonged silence, stepped closer, startling him into retreat. You are quite an intriguing individual. I accept your offer, Captain Luffy. Leilo declared with unwavering resolve. The prospect of obtaining Regine Jackafar outweighed the 300 experience points. After all, experience points can be exchanged for belly. Ding. Task activated. Defeat Navy Colonel Axe Hand Morgan and rescue Roronoa Zoro. Rewards, crafting materials and experience points. Leilo's eyes lit up. The system is indeed generous. According to the narrative, Zoro is a character that must be saved. This is a reward delivered to us. Although he had endured significant hardships to activate the system, it seemed that the tide was finally turning in his favor. Luffy, I have one more request. Leilo turned to Luffy. What is it? Luffy's expression turned serious. There is a person imprisoned at the naval base. Are you aware of him? Luffy slapped his forehead. Oh right, I went to see him with Kobe. He's quite formidable. I initially wanted him to be my crew member, but now that I have you, should I still extend the invitation? Luffy appeared conflicted. We must. Leilo exclaimed. Roronoa Zoro is destined to become a great swordsman. Moreover, he is fated to be a top-tier fighter in the Straw Hat crew. Now that I am part of the Straw Hats, how could I let such a person slip away? Since you insist, let us rescue him. Kobe, who had been listening, trembled. Luffy, are we really going to save that person? That is a naval base. You are pirates. Moreover, that man is known as a bounty hunter. Rescuing him could lead to our demise. In response, Luffy chuckled. No worries. We're just rescuing someone. It won't be too difficult. Without further ado, Luffy set off towards the naval base as if returning home. Leilo followed closely, reassuring Kobe with a smile. Don't worry, Kobe. Luffy is incredibly strong. Gritting his teeth, Kobe wrestled with his fears but ultimately resolved to accompany Luffy and Leilo towards the naval base. Before long, the trio arrived at the naval base. After scaling the walls, they finally laid eyes on the man, Roronoa. He was bound with ropes, secured to a wooden cross. Having gone a long time without water, his lips were cracked and parched. Yet, even in such dire straits, Zoro's eyes remained resolute. Is it you again? What a leisurely fellow. Luffy ignored Zoro's remark and smiled. I'll untie you, so you can become my companion. Zoro stared in disbelief. What are you rambling about? I am a bounty hunter. Once you free me, I will kill you and claim your head for the reward. However, Luffy seemed unperturbed. I am searching for companions to become pirates. You are the first companion I have found, so join us on our pirate journey. Luffy's face radiated with joy. I refuse, Zoro flatly rejected. Pirates are scoundrels. I will survive and accomplish my own goals. At that moment, Leilo stepped forward, his gaze intense as he addressed Zoro. But you are about to die. Barumabur will not honor his agreement. He plans to execute you tomorrow. Zoro's expression shifted from shock to confusion. Stop rambling. You are a swordsman, right? Where is your sword? It was taken by that guy Barumabur, Zoro sighed. If I retrieve your sword, you must join us, Luffy declared. Gum Gum Rocket. Luffy wasted no time, stretching his arms to propel himself into the naval base. Leilo smiled faintly, knowing that if the narrative held true, Axe-Hand Morgan would be in the midst of erecting a grand statue of himself at that moment. That statue was destined to be split in two by Luffy's arrival. Before Leilo could finish his thought, a commotion erupted as the statue toppled from above, crashing heavily to the ground. Leilo looked up just in time to lock eyes with Morgan, whose face was dark with fury, veins bulging from his arms and forehead, resembling a lion on the verge of madness. Morgan glared at Leilo and Kobe for several seconds before turning away in haste. Leilo understood that Morgan was summoning the Navy. After all, in the original plot, Morgan had ordered Zoro's execution when Luffy suddenly appeared in their path. Sure enough, shortly after, Morgan arrived with the Navy. Leilo, why weren't you helping me build the statue? What are you doing here? Have you seen a guy wearing a straw hat? Morgan's face flushed with rage as he confronted the destruction of his statue. Oh, Colonel Morgan, my apologies, but I have left the Navy and joined the pirates. Therefore, I am no longer obliged to follow your orders. Leilo chuckled softly. What do you mean, Leilo? You have become a traitor. I am utterly disappointed. Monka's gaze was cold and menacing, as if he could devour Leilo whole. Leilo was the most ambitious marine in the base, and until now, Monka had seen him as the most loyal and powerful dog in his future command. Huh, what does it matter to be a traitor? By the way, that straw-hatted kid you were looking for is my captain. Leilo smiled. Leilo, are you willing to abandon the noble identity of a marine to consort with traitors? Are you not afraid of death? Upon hearing that Leilo was allied with those who would tarnish his own statue, Monka's fury intensified. Your threats are truly juvenile. By the way, you often proclaim yourself the greatest man in this town. How laughable. Are you not aware that your atrocities have bred hatred among all the marines and residents of this town towards you? Leilo replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Monka's body trembled with rage. Fire. Eliminate that damned rebel. In an instant, Monka raised the hand that clutched the axe and roared. Chapter 8. Roronoa, join us. The dark muzzles of the guns were all aimed at Leilo and his companions. Witnessing this, KB was paralyzed with fear, his legs shaking, desperate to flee. Yet his body refused to obey. Meanwhile, Leilo remained composed, fully aware that the moment Monka pulled the trigger, Luffy would arrive to shield them from the bullets. Bang, bang, bang. A torrent of gunfire erupted, with bullets raining down upon them. Just as anticipated, in this critical moment, a shadow suddenly appeared before Leilo and the others. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Luffy. A multitude of bullets pierced Luffy's body, stretching his form, only to rebound due to their elasticity, accompanied by a series of groans. A large number of Navy soldiers fell to the ground, some narrowly missing Monka's head. Hey, bullets are dangerous. How can you fire them recklessly? Luffy stood before Leilo, scratching his head. You scoundrel. Monka fumed at the ever-appearing rebels. But Luffy ignored him, brandishing several swords and striding directly towards Zaro. "Who are you, exactly?" Zaro exclaimed, astonished that Luffy could block bullets with his body. "I am Monkey D. Luffy, a man with dreams of becoming the Pirate King. By the way, I brought all the swords you might need." Upon hearing this, Zaro grinned, exuding an aura of decisiveness. "The Pirate King, huh? What an impressive dream. These 3 swords are mine. I am a practitioner of the 3-sword style." Luffy's disregard for Monka was nothing short of an insult. In an instant, Monka was consumed with rage. He commanded the navy behind him, "If bullets won't suffice, use swords. Everyone, attack. Cut down these rebels." Upon hearing this, the navy drew their swords and charged forward. "Quick, pass me a sword," Zaro shouted to Luffy. Although he was bound to a post, once the swords reached Zaro's hands, they seemed to come alive. Swish, swish, swish. With a gust of wind, Zaro sliced through the ropes binding him. Immediately, he parried the simultaneous strikes from several navy soldiers. Glancing at the soldiers behind him, Zaro emanated an aura of murderous intent. Anyone who dares to move will meet their end. This single declaration sent shivers down the spines of several navy soldiers. There was no denying it. Zaro's legendary title as a fearsome beast had long been known throughout the East Blue. "You're Luffy, right? Since I've already engaged the navy. Being a pirate doesn't seem too bad after all. But let me make this clear. I will pursue my ambition to the very end, to become the world's greatest swordsman. If you impede my ambition, be prepared to atone with your life." Zaro looked at Luffy, a wicked smile forming on his face, resembling a fierce, untamed wolf. Luffy's eyes lit up, and he chuckled. "The world's greatest swordsman, huh? A companion of the Pirate King must at least reach that level." Zoro grinned. "You really dare to say that? If that's the case, whether it's infamy or fame, I will make my name known across the world." Monka, seething with fury at the sight of so many navy soldiers thwarted by Zaro, shouted, "What are you doing? Kill them!" Under Monka's fierce command, the navy soldiers had no choice but to redirect their attacks towards Zoro. Zoro crouched down. Rubber, rubber, whip. Luffy's legs suddenly elongated, delivering a powerful kick that sent several navy soldiers flying behind Zaro. Zaro stared at the fallen soldiers, recalling Luffy's incredible abilities. "What on earth are you?" Zaro asked. Luffy grinned. "I ate the gum-gum fruit. I am a user of its powers." Nearby, Monka overheard Luffy's words and murmured, "So he is indeed a user of a devil fruit?" The navy soldiers, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of terror. "Colonel Monka, we can hardly deal with just Zaro. And now there's a rubber man. This is utter chaos. That short, stout fellow with pink hair may not seem strong, but Leilo beside him is formidable. He hasn't even made a move yet." Monka's face darkened. "Those who spoke of despair, raise your guns and end your own lives. I do not need subordinates like you." The navy soldiers were left in a state of indignation, unable to voice their anger. Luffy, with a serious demeanor, leaped over the navy soldiers, charging towards Monka. Bang! Monka blocked Luffy's advance with his axe. "Someone like you, without any status, is unworthy to engage with me," Monka taunted. Boom! No sooner had he spoken, a shadow darted past Monka's right side. In an instant, with a swift kick, Monka was sent crashing into a wall. "Leilo?" Luffy gazed at Leilo, astonished. "This guy is incredibly fast. I could hardly see it happen." "Luffy, leave that guy to me. I endured plenty of his insults and mistreatment while under his command. This is my chance for revenge," Leilo said, glancing at the distance where Monka lay. Luffy paused, then smiled. "All right. In that case, it's all yours. Make sure to teach him a lesson." Leilo nodded and strode towards Monka, who was now struggling to rise from the wall. Upon realizing that Leilo had injured him, Monka's fury intensified. "Leilo, you wretch. How dare you strike me? You must be tired of living." Leilo smiled slightly. "Colonel Monka, I'm merely reclaiming the interest from these years. Now, you will be my opponent." Monka blinked in surprise, then burst into laughter. "You think you are worthy of being my opponent? Leilo, you are no special ability user. It would be a mere child's play for me to deal with you." Upon hearing these words, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Leilo's mouth. "By the way, Colonel Monka, have you ever heard of the phrase laser eyes?" Monka furrowed his brow, pondering what this fellow was talking about. Laser eyes? Is Leilo also an ability user? But that can't be right. Over the years, he has merely been an ordinary marine at the base. If he were an ability user, it should have been revealed by now. Before Monka could finish his thoughts, 2 beams of laser suddenly shot forth from Leilo's eyes, aimed directly at Monka's chest. Monka was taken aback, quickly raising his axe to shield his torso. The lasers struck the axe, heating it to a blazing red. "Wow, that's so cool, Leilo. I didn't expect your eyes to emit lasers. exclaimed Luffy, who watched in awe, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Raylo smiled faintly at Luffy. What's this, Raylo? When did you become an ability user? Monka asked, his expression darkening. Raylo turned to Monka and responded, I am not an ability user. I am a tool master. Humph. No matter what you are, you shall all perish here today. With that declaration, Monka charged towards Raylo, wielding his glowing red axe, intent on delivering a fatal blow. His massive physique created gusts of wind as he aimed the axe at Raylo's head, ready to cleave him in two. Yet, Raylo remained remarkably calm, standing still as Monka's mind raced with confusion. Why isn't he running? Does he have confidence to withstand my strike? Or is it that this fool has been frightened into a stupor? It seemed he indeed was dazed. Otherwise, why would he be grinning at me? Just as the axe was a mere centimeter from Raylo's head, with a swift whoosh, Raylo vanished from sight. How is this possible? Monka looked around in panic and bewilderment, unable to locate Raylo. Where are you looking, you fool? Raylo's voice echoed from behind him. Monka quickly turned around, only to see two lasers hurtling toward him, piercing through his chest. Gasp! Monka felt a sweetness in his throat, and, in an instant, his body weakened, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 9. The Pirate Ship. I have it the Mary. How could this happen? Just before losing consciousness, Monka summoned the last remnants of his strength to utter those few words, after which he fell heavily to the ground. No way. Colonel Monka has been defeated. It's hard to believe. These fellows are incredibly strong. Yet, we have finally escaped Monka's tyranny. This is magnificent. To Luffy and the others' astonishment, Monka's subordinates, the Marines, began tossing their weapons into the air, cheering joyously. This group of Marines is truly odd. How can they be so happy now that Colonel Monka has been defeated? Luffy scratched his head in confusion. Luffy, they were merely afraid of Monka. Raylo understood Monka's nature well, cruel, arrogant, and tyrannical. Had he not held the position of colonel and possessed slightly greater strength, he would have long been overthrown by the Marines. Mr. Luffy, now that Monka has been defeated, his reign of terror has finally ended. KB exclaimed excitedly, looking at Luffy. Luffy turned to Raylo and said, Raylo, you truly are incredible. Is this the power of your tools? When Raylo had just demonstrated the power of his talisman, Luffy had seen him clutching a talisman in each hand. From the myriad treasures of the world, Raylo could manifest them into reality or integrate them within himself at will. Just now, he had intentionally shown them in physical form to exhibit his power to Luffy. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Ding. Reward. Forging materials and 300 experience points in all attributes. The mechanical voice of the system echoed. Raylo nodded, pleased. Ever since meeting Luffy, he had accumulated 400 experience points in all attributes. Well, you'll find out shortly. Raylo smiled mysteriously as he gazed at the forging materials he had just obtained within the virtual panel's inventory. What is it? Tell me now. Luffy sensed that Raylo possessed more extraordinary tools, crowding around him, clamoring incessantly. Luffy and the others noisily returned to the tavern, where Aunt Shia and the others awaited. Upon hearing that Monka had been defeated, an overwhelming sense of joy flooded over them. Aunt Shia promptly prepared an extravagant feast for Luffy and his companions. Luffy, didn't you say you wanted to be the Pirate King? You must have gathered quite a number of people by now, right? And how can the two of you eat so much? Zoro exclaimed in astonishment, eyeing the mountains of dishes before Luffy and Rayleigh. There are only 3 of us in the crew now. Luffy replied. Zoro, I tell you, the more you eat, the stronger you become. Rayleigh quipped, stuffing a piece of meat into his mouth. Upon hearing this, Luffy eagerly called for Aunt Shia to bring another table of food. Hey, do you really have that much money? Zoro replied, exasperated. No need to be polite. Aunt Shia approached with a mountain of food, declaring, you all defeated that Monka and ended his tyranny, so today, your meals are on me. Yay. Luffy cheered, shoveling a plate of meat into his mouth. Auntie, you're truly a wonderful person. Kobe, what about you? Although you were just doing chores on the pirate ship, you've technically boarded one now. The Navy's scrutiny is quite rigorous. Suddenly, Zoro shifted his gaze to the anxious Kobe. Kobe lowered his head, clearly troubled by the matter. Don't wear that kind of expression, Luffy said with a grin, popping a piece of fish into his mouth. There will always be a way, right, Rayleigh? Rayleigh nodded with a smile. Kobe, despite appearing frail now, would eventually become a strong wielder of observation haki as Garp's disciple. However, the prerequisite was that Kobe must join the Navy, a matter Rayleigh chose not to interfere with. As anticipated, events unfolded as Rayleigh had foreseen. The Navy barged into the tavern, questioning whether Luffy and the others were pirates. Later, Luffy pummeled Kobe, dispelling the Navy's doubts about his identity. Once the trio left the tavern and beheld Luffy's shabby little ship, Rayleigh finally spoke up. Luffy, Zoro, aren't you curious about the gadgets I have? Now, allow me to present you with a surprise. A surprise, the two exclaimed in unison. But then, Luffy nervously stuttered, Rayleigh, you're not a woman, are you? Idiot. How could I possibly be a woman? Do women possess a physique as handsome and perfect as mine? Rayleigh retorted, playfully knocking Luffy on the head and sighing. Luffy seemed even more unreliable than the character in the comics. Zoro, gazing at the small wooden boat docked at the harbor, sighed, feeling as though he had been deceived. What kind of surprise could you possibly give us with such a shabby boat? It's not like it's a ship, right? Zoro remarked. Haha, you've guessed correctly. Zoro. Rayleigh laughed heartily. Meanwhile, he silently commanded, System, extract a medium-quality pirate ship. A virtual panel materialized in Rayleigh's mind, revealing a gleaming pirate ship that transformed into a beam of light and shot into Rayleigh's hands, resembling a mere toy. Zoro and Luffy stared in shock. A toy ship? Rayleigh, do you think we are easily deceived? Zoro lamented, covering his eyes in disappointment. What is so surprising about a toy ship? It's even worse than Luffy's old boat. Haha, just wait and see. Rayleigh, aware of Zoro's misunderstanding, refrained from further explanation and tossed the toy ship onto the surface of the sea. With a resounding roar, before Luffy and Zoro could voice their grievances, the ship began to enlarge dramatically, ultimately transforming into a magnificent two-masted sailing vessel, approximately 25 meters long and 19 meters high. This ship was twice the size of the Mary, which the Straw Hat crew would eventually acquire, yet smaller than the Thousand Sunny. Whoa! Zoro and Luffy were utterly astounded. Is this some kind of magic? This is incredible. Listen up. This ship has 4 decks. The first deck from the top is the kitchen and dining area. The second is the lounge. The third is the training room. Zoro, you might particularly enjoy this one. The bottom deck is still undecided. We'll fill in the gaps as needed. What do you think? Rayleigh said, suppressing his laughter at their astonished expressions. Rayleigh, you're an amazing artificer. We have our own ship now, Luffy exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. He wrapped an arm around Rayleigh and Zoro while stretching his other arm toward the ship's railing. Zoro appeared puzzled by Luffy's actions, while Rayleigh was taken aback. Wait. This can't be. Before Rayleigh could fully process his thoughts, Luffy shouted, Gum Gum Whip. Instantly, Rayleigh felt the scenery around him whirl in a dizzying blur. And after spinning numerous times in the air, he and Zoro landed heavily on the deck. You idiot! Do you want to kill us? Zoro exclaimed, brandishing his sword and glaring at Luffy, who immediately sported several bumps on his head. Sorry, I want to do it again, Luffy replied, looking sheepish. Rayleigh, on the other hand, was laughing so hard he clutched his stomach, marveling at how the events from the comic were now unfolding in reality. Well, Captain, can we set sail now? Rayleigh asked, standing at the helm of the ship. Let us go. Luffy nodded, raising his arms above his head. Zoro hoisted the 2 sails, and with Rayleigh steering, the ship glided slowly toward the vast ocean. Whether in this life or the last, it was Rayleigh's first seafaring adventure, filled with endless novelty. The salty, damp sea breeze brushing against his face and the sensation of the ship rising and falling with the waves exhilarated him. Hey, Rayleigh, did you build this ship? What are you planning to name it? Luffy called out from the bow, turning to Rayleigh with a grin. Rayleigh pondered for a moment. In the future, Luffy would have 2 ships, the Mary, which he would acquire after meeting Usopp, and the Thousand Sunny, received in Water 7. However, since the Mary would ultimately be destroyed, he decided, let us name it Mary. Suddenly, Relo recalled the sorrowful feelings he experienced in his previous life when he saw the Going Mary being destroyed in an anime. He couldn't help but exclaim that this pirate ship had the potential to merge with other vessels for upgrades. In the future, if they encountered the Going Mary, they could simply integrate it. Ah, the Going Mary. Luffy pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, saying, if you think that name is good, then let it be so. Chapter 10. Hockey, Buggy Pirates. The Going Mary glided slowly across the sea, with Relo at the helm and Zoro on lookout duty. Zoro had previously suggested taking the helm himself, but Relo dismissed the idea outright. What a joke. That guy was a notorious direction-only challenged individual. If he were to steer, the ship would surely veer off course. Having consumed the stamina-enhancing potion awarded by the system, Relo's stamina surged 2 levels instantly. He then exchanged 300,000 berries for experience points at a ratio of 1,000, investing it in enhancing his hockey, thereby elevating it by 1 level. Leilo was acutely aware that soon they would encounter a Logia fruit user, and he believed that mastering Haki would be paramount at that moment. Opening his attribute interface, he examined his status: Host, Leilo D. Rocks faction, Pirate talent, none items, none abilities, none stamina. LV5 40540, Martial arts, LV3 40540, Swordsmanship, LV3 40540, Haki, LV4 40540. Satisfied with his attributes, Leilo nodded approvingly. However, two questions lingered in his mind. Firstly, did the Haki in the interface refer solely to Conqueror's Haki, or did it encompass all three types? Secondly, how to unleash Haki. Luffy had trained under the legendary Rayleigh for 2 full years to master all 3 forms of Haki, honing his observation Haki during his battle with Katakuri, which allowed him to foresee the future. He even learned Flowing Cherry Blossom in Wano and mastered Conqueror's Haki during his confrontation with Kaido. All of this indicated that only through relentless battles could one truly harness the power of Haki. Zoro, shall we spar a bit? Leilo said with a mischievous grin. Eyeing Zoro, who was dozing nearby, he intended to experiment with Haki in their duel. Spar? Zoro chuckled as he unsheathed his sword. I saw how strong you were in your fight against Monka. I'm eager to experience what battling a strong opponent feels like. Leilo beckoned Zoro with a gesture. Come on then. With one sword clenched in his teeth, Zoro assumed his stance and shot towards Leilo like a cannonball. The 3 sword strikes were executed seamlessly. Leilo integrated the stone talisman into his body, activating the rabbit god's power just in time to evade one strike. But the other 2 were aimed at him from remarkably acute angles. As expected of Zoro, Leilo dared not take this lightly. He retreated while dodging Zoro's relentless onslaught. What's the matter? Don't hold back just because we're comrades. Be serious, or you might get hurt, Zoro remarked, slightly irked by Leilo's evasiveness, feeling underestimated. Leilo smiled calmly. I know you're the man who aims to defeat Mihawk and become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro was taken aback. Leilo knew of Mihawk. In that brief moment of surprise, Leilo had already retreated several steps, creating distance. Seeing this, Zoro's muscles tensed, his eyes radiating fierce intent. That very aura seemed to coalesce around him, forming a palpable pressure. Onigiri. In an instant, 3 blades were poised before Leilo. How swift. Leilo hurriedly gathered all his strength in his arms while simultaneously activating his Haki, turning his arms a deep purple-black. Before Leilo could register his astonishment, Zoro's 3 swords struck his arms. Clang. The sound echoed as if the swords had struck steel. What is going on? Zoro stared at Leilo in astonishment, unaware that Leilo was equally surprised. Is this the power of armament Haki? At that moment, Leilo could perceive a Haki meter in his vision, slowly depleting. The current value hovered around 180, diminishing at a rate of 20 per second, indicating that Leilo could sustain the use of armament Haki for 9 seconds. However, he had already wasted 5 seconds in that moment of distraction. Without hesitation, Leilo activated the Rabbit Talisman's ability, vanishing from his position and reappearing behind Zoro. Zoro sensed the deadly intent emanating from behind and swiftly turned to attack, but his 3 swords met Leilo's arms once more. Leilo's fist halted inches from Zoro's face, the force of his movement stirring the air and tousling Zoro's hair. You're truly formidable, Zoro sheathed his sword. Why have your arms become so resilient? That is armament Haki, Leilo replied with a smile. Armament Haki? Zoro clearly did not yet grasp its essence. Can you teach me? Leilo shook his head with a wry smile. This is something I discovered through trial and error. Whether I can utilize it again next time is uncertain, let alone teach someone else. However, this sparring session has granted me a better understanding of my Haki. When we encounter a Logia fruit user in the future, I will be prepared to face them. Hey, Leilo, I'm starving. Luffy's voice interrupted Leilo's thoughts. We have fishing rods on the ship. We can catch some fish to eat, Leilo suggested as he turned toward the cabin. That's too much trouble. Let us eat this, Luffy exclaimed, stretching his arm out. Goma Goma no. Rocket. With a whoosh, Luffy soared into the air. Leilo looked up to see an enormous pink bird flying overhead. To Leilo's dismay, Luffy, in his folly, was caught by the bird, his head firmly in its beak. Leilo. Zoro. Help. Luffy cried out. What a fool, Zoro remarked, hastily unfurling the sail and adjusting the ship's direction. Leilo quickly grasped the helm, steering the vessel in pursuit of the giant bird. According to the trajectory of events, Luffy was destined to encounter his navigator Nami in a town led by a mayor named Brooke, and he would also meet the luckiest man in the world from the tale of the Pirate King, one of the future emperors of the sea, the Clown Buggy. As Law and Zoro arrived in the town, it was no surprise that Luffy had already been trapped in a cage under Nami's deceitful ploy. Meanwhile, Buggy was hosting a welcoming banquet for Nami's arrival. However, when Law and Zoro appeared at the banquet, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd as all eyes turned toward them. "Who are you two? This is my banquet. How dare you intrude? Do you wish to perish?" Buggy emerged slowly from his tent, radiating fury. Ha ha ha. Although Law had seen Buggy's image in the manga and had prepared himself mentally, he couldn't help but laugh upon seeing him in person. "I apologize. I couldn't hold it in. Your red nose is much larger than I imagined." Angered, Buggy's teeth ground together, his expression dark enough to conjure rain. "Who do you think you are, daring to mock me? Minions, prepare the special Buggy bomb. I shall obliterate them." At Buggy's command, several lackeys swiftly wheeled in a cannon. Subsequently, a red cannonball adorned with a clown design was loaded into it. Buggy let out a chilling chuckle. "Boy, even if you beg for mercy now, it will be futile. You'll experience the might of the special Buggy bomb." Chapter 11. The 3 types of hockey. I want her. Ding. The system detected the host triggering a plot and activated a mission. The host must make the following choices. Choice 1. Defeat the clown Buggy to gain 300 points of all attribute experience and a blueprint for forging the bull talisman. Choice 2. Surrender to the clown Buggy to receive 800 points of all attribute experience. Law was taken aback. The system's mission surely favored choice 1. He scanned the Buggy pirates and spotted someone both familiar and foreign, the navigator Nami. She appeared even more stunning than in the manga, with her orange hair and exquisite features. Law whispered to Zoro, "Among these individuals, only 3 seem somewhat formidable. The one wearing a blue and white scarf is the acrobat Kabaji. He wields a sword. I believe he would be a fitting opponent for you." Zoro followed Law's gaze. "Are you planning to take on Buggy and that lion tamer?" Law nodded. "Since Luffy is caged, let us handle these foes." Zoro grinned, adjusting his green bandana. "Perfect. Let Luffy remain in that cage." No sooner had he spoken than Zoro dashed like the wind toward Kabaji. "Hey, if you're not using that eye, donate it to someone who can. Can you see clearly with only one eye?" Zoro taunted while unleashing a flurry of strikes from his 3 swords at Kabaji. The acrobat, balancing on a unicycle, swiftly retreated beyond Zoro's reach. "Your words are stronger than your skills. Let's see how long you can endure." Kabaji spat fire from his mouth. Zoro, charging forward, couldn't halt his momentum and was soon engulfed in flames. He quickly dropped to the ground, rolling to extinguish the fire. Kabaji sneered, launching himself into the air with his unicycle. In that moment, Zoro regained his senses just in time to evade Kabaji's downward thrust. Thud. Kabaji crashed heavily to the ground, his blade embedding itself several inches deep. Observing from the sidelines, Law felt a surge of anxiety for Zoro. In the narrative, Zoro had previously defeated Kabaji in a single strike after being wounded by Buggy. Now, in peak condition and aware of Kabaji's tricks, victory seemed assured. Zoro rose from the ground, a cold smile gracing his lips. "I expected more strength. Instead, it's all child's play." "How bold." Kabaji charged at Zoro on his unicycle. "Watch me finish you off." Zoro remained unfazed, poised for battle. "Onigiri." With a flash of motion, Zoro appeared behind Kabaji. Before he could react, Zoro struck him 6 times across the chest. Blood gushed from the wounds as Kabaji collapsed, his eyes rolling back. Zoro cast a dismissive glance at the fallen Kabaji before sheathing his sword. "Law, the rest is yours." Law nodded, turning his gaze towards Buggy. After Kabaji's defeat, Buggy's already grim expression darkened further, resembling frost. "It seems you are determined to oppose me, Buggy the Clown. I am an ability user." Law smiled enigmatically, activating the power of the rabbit talisman. In an instant, he stood before the beast tamer Machi. With a swift motion, Law coated his fist in haki and struck Machi squarely in the face. In that moment, Machi flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing through several buildings before finally coming to a halt. As Machi's lion prepared to pounce, Law's gaze sharpened, and he uttered a single word, "Scram." The immense pressure instantly subdued the lion, reducing it to a trembling kitten hiding beneath the ruins. Law strolled towards Buggy, a smile still gracing his face. "Now, it's our turn, Buggy." At that moment, Buggy's heart nearly shattered. Who is this guy? How can he be so powerful? After all these years sailing with the Pirate King, I never learned hockey. He is so young yet has mastered both armament and conqueror's hockey. Perhaps he even possesses observation hockey. Such a person should be in the New World. What is the point of slaughtering weaklings in the beginner village? Now, the once defiant Buggy felt a twinge of fear. Let me tell you, I am a renowned pirate. Out of respect for your inexperience, I can let this slide. Take your captain and leave at once. Law. Hearing this, felt indignant. No. In my eyes, you are not a pirate, but merely a walking bull talisman. If I do not defeat you, how can I obtain the forging blueprint? Red Nose, stop with the nonsense and come at me. Law provocatively beckoned Buggy with his finger. Buggy loathed being called Red Nose. And his inner fury ignited. Both of Buggy's hands with unwavering determination, he charged directly towards Leilo, the glint of his dagger evident in his grip. Leilo swiftly activated his rabbit charm, vanishing from his original position and reappearing before Buggy. He unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Buggy. In response, Buggy immediately utilized his chop-chop fruit ability, disassembling his body into numerous fragments, thus evading Leilo's strike. In that instant, two daggers pivoted sharply, aiming for Leilo's back. Suddenly, Leilo experienced an unusual sensation. The surroundings became astonishingly clear. Although Buggy's daggers were behind him, he could distinctly perceive their trajectory. Was this the power of observation hockey? Leilo sidestepped nimbly, activating his armament hockey and delivering a swift blow to Buggy, who flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into his tent and reducing it to ruins. This cannot stand. This man is far too formidable. Buggy, rising from the wreckage, was overwhelmed with shock. I surrender. He fully understood his precarious situation. If he did not capitulate, he might very well meet his demise at Leilo's hands. Speak your demands, and I shall comply. Without hesitation. Leilo pointed towards a woman with orange hair among Buggy's crew. First, release our captain, and secondly, I want her. Chapter 12. Buggy and Usopp launched away. Huh? You want me? Nami gazed at Leilo, her fair complexion flushed with both embarrassment and astonishment. What is this? He boldly professes his desire for me in front of everyone. Did he defeat Buggy just to claim me? But I believe this is our first encounter, is it not? Nevertheless, he is undeniably strong and somewhat handsome. Though I wonder if he possesses wealth. His strength seems formidable. If it is him, he should be capable of defeating that man. As this thought crossed her mind, Nami's cheeks reddened further. Buggy glanced between Nami and Leilo, realizing that the young man was smitten with her. Why not say so earlier? I would have happily obliged. This could be an opportunity for us to become friends. How about it? Humph, you are not worthy. Leilo shot Buggy a disdainful glance before turning his attention back to Nami. Hey, Nami, come over here. Huh? How does he know my name? And he seems quite fierce. Yet, there is an irresistible charm about him. Nami hurried to stand behind Leilo, her face growing even warmer. With Nami now at his back, Leilo felt no lingering apprehension. He activated his rabbit charm once more, instantly appearing before Buggy. Buggy, fly away. As Leilo's fist descended, Buggy soared into the air like a kite severed from its string, spinning wildly before ultimately vanishing into a distant point of light. Meanwhile, Zoro and Nami regarded Leilo as though he were a monster. Leilo, how can you be this strong? Zoro's expression was filled with envy. Since embarking on his journey, nearly everyone he encountered had succumbed to his three-sword style. Even against Luffy, he felt confident in a duel. Yet before him stood Leilo, a rival he believed he could never defeat. Damn it, I am still too weak. Leilo recognized Zoro as someone who thrived in the presence of strong opponents. His unwillingness to accept defeat meant that as long as Zoro harbored the desire to grow stronger, he would dedicate himself completely. With your current strength, it is utterly impossible for you to challenge the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, Leilo remarked, approaching the iron cage that imprisoned Luffy. Utilizing his armament hockey, he effortlessly crushed the cage, which shattered like tofu. Even I must exert my utmost strength to contend with Mihawk. With a thud, Zoro dramatically sank to the ground. His eyes filled with despair. I never imagined I could be so weak. Leilo paid no heed to Zoro's plight. He understood that Zoro would not succumb to despair from this setback, but would instead train even harder. Nami, we need to find some companions. Would you like to join us? Leilo regarded Nami with a smile. Nami hesitated, initially eager to agree, but something seemed to dim in her gaze. She shook her head and replied, No, I have my own matters to attend to. Leilo perceived her intentions and turned his gaze to Luffy. This man is destined to become the strongest navigator in the world. If you wish to become the Pirate King and reach the final island, she is indispensable. Upon hearing this, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Incredible! You're Nami, right? I'm Luffy, the man destined to be the Pirate King. Join us on our adventure. I will absolutely not become a pirate. Nami's eyes and tone were resolute. Thank you for rescuing me, but I must depart. With that, Nami picked up 2 bags of treasure from Buggy's crew and headed towards the port. Leilo watched her retreating figure without attempting to detain her. Even if Nami stayed now, she would inevitably leave alone to confront Arlong in the near future. Leilo, is it all right that she has left? Luffy's expression showed a hint of disappointment as he observed Nami's departure. It is fine. One day, we shall meet again. When that time comes, Nami will willingly join us. Luffy chuckled in response. Then it's settled. Let us prepare to set sail for our next destination. As they journeyed towards the next locale, Leilo gazed at the forging diagram of the Ox Charm within the infinite treasure tome, excitement coursing through him. The Ox Charm grants immense strength. If I can combine it with the Rabbit Charm, my power will ascend to new heights with unparalleled speed. I only need the forging diagram to create the Ox Charm. Even against more formidable foes, I will be able to contend with them. Opening the attributes interface, Leilo silently mused. Host, Roxd. Leilo faction. Pirate talent. None items, none abilities, none stamina. LV5, 340720. Martial arts. LV4, 160540. Swordsmanship. LV4, 180540. Hockey. LV5, 60720. Satisfied with his attributes, Leilo nodded approvingly. Although 300 experience points is not substantial, it has elevated my martial arts, swordsmanship, and even hockey by a level. Now, I can hardly contain my eagerness to witness what lies ahead. The next adversary on the Straw Hat Crew's journey is the Black Cat Pirates. In the village of Syrup, there is but one path leading from the port into the village. As Luffy and his companions disembark, they encounter Usopp's pirates. You lot. If you wish to attack this village, you must first seek my approval. Usopp boasts, my crew consists of 80 million members. If you are wise, you will depart at once. Rayleigh, recognizing the familiar voice, turns to see a long-nosed individual standing triumphantly on a slope, glaring at them. What? 80 million? Luffy exclaims in astonishment. Such a number is indeed staggering. A pirate crew of this magnitude could dominate the East Blue. Beside him, Zoro sighs in exasperation. Luffy, what are you thinking? This guy is surely exaggerating. Rayleigh can see it too. Beads of sweat have begun to form on Usopp's forehead. Hey, we are legitimate pirates. If you truly have 80 million members, summon them forth. Usopp is taken aback by their challenge, his confidence diminishing significantly. Are you certain? That is 80 million people. No matter how strong you are, you cannot possibly defeat 80 million. He warns them, I advise you to leave while I am still in a good mood. At that moment, Rayleigh discreetly unleashes his conqueror's haki. What if we choose not to leave? The haki spreads outward like a sharp blade, causing Usopp to feel an icy chill run through him, an overwhelming urge to kneel washing over him. Incredible! Is this what true piracy entails? Chapter 13, Conspiracy. The 100 Schemes of Kuro. Utterly terrifying, Usopp nearly soils himself, astonished that such ruthless pirates exist in the East Blue. Don't kill me. I was merely boasting. Please spare my life. Usopp cries out, kneeling in supplication. Meanwhile, Luffy seems to recognize Usopp. Hey, are you Usopp, the son of Yasopp? He speaks of you often. Upon hearing these words, Usopp initially appeared somewhat dazed, but soon his gaze turned to Luffy, his expression brimming with excitement. How do you know him? Where is he? System, congratulations, host, on triggering a new task. Invite Usopp aboard the ship. Upon successful completion, you will earn 500 points of all attribute experience. Upon seeing the new system task, Leilo was quite pleased. There was no need for further deliberation. It was excellent. With this thought, Leilo turned his attention to Usopp. In that instant, Usopp, who had just begun conversing with Luffy, suddenly tensed, his face reflecting sheer horror. The immense aura inadvertently emanating from Leilo left him trembling. Unbeknownst to him, this formidable presence stemmed from haki. After all, in the East Blue, the concept of haki had yet to gain traction. It was understandable that Usopp remained oblivious. Although Leilo wished not to linger unnecessarily, the prospect of whisking Usopp away seemed ideal. Yet, he recalled there was another individual present that required attention. Once that person was dealt with, he was certain substantial rewards would follow. With this in mind, Leilo resolved not to waste more time and approached Usopp directly. Please, don't come any closer, Usopp exclaimed, flailing his arms and collapsing backward in a panic. Hey, Usopp, don't be so frightened. Leilo isn't that terrifying. Luffy chimed in cheerfully. However, Usopp was unconvinced. The powerful aura Leilo had exuded lingered in his mind, instilling a profound fear that had seeped into his very bones. Just then, Leilo extended his right hand towards Usopp. Paralyzed by trepidation, Usopp hesitated to move. Yet, after Leilo's persistent encouragement, he finally placed his hand atop Raylo's. "Let us be friends, Usopp," Raylo asserted, pulling him up with a firm grip. Witnessing this, Zoro's eyes widened in surprise, as if he had come to a realization. He then chuckled, "I never expected you had such a side to you." Unfazed by Zoro's unabashed mockery, Raylo observed the joyful scene unfold. Usopp's apprehension dissipated, allowing him to lead Raylo and the others to his dwelling. After a simple meal, Raylo turned to Usopp, whose face bore a melancholic expression, and inquired, "Usopp, you seem to have something on your mind?" Upon hearing this, Usopp hastily concealed his intentions, exclaiming, "Oh no. By the way, I have some matters to attend to. So please excuse me." With that, he dashed out without a backward glance. Observing this, Raylo let out a sigh before rising to his feet. He understood that Usopp was undoubtedly heading to find Kaya. If his assumptions were correct, Kaya was likely in grave danger. After all, it seemed that Crocodile, the captain of the Rock's pirates, had his eyes set on her fortune, since he had come this far and wished to recruit Usopp into their ranks. This predicament could not be overlooked. As the saying goes, one should escort a Buddha all the way to the west. Thus, he resolved to address this matter promptly. With these thoughts in mind, Raylo strode out of the room. Meanwhile, Zoro exchanged a knowing smile with Luffy, fully aware of their resourceful carpenter's tendencies. Shortly thereafter, they too followed suit and ventured outside. Following Raylo's lead, it was indeed true that Usopp was on his way to find Kaya. Usopp climbed to the treetops and knocked on Kaya's window. The ailing Kaya, upon hearing the sound, instantly brightened up and rose to open the window. As she revealed herself halfway, Raylo could not help but raise an eyebrow. Before him stood a golden-haired, enchanting young lady, her fair complexion and delicate features evoking a sense of clarity within him. No wonder Usopp felt compelled to protect her. Such a fragile beauty undeniably incites an overwhelming desire for guardianship. "Usopp, what brings you here? Did we not agree to meet tomorrow? You must leave quickly. If the butler sees you, he will surely be furious." Upon hearing these words, a flicker of concern appeared in Usopp's eyes. He yearned to articulate his thoughts, yet found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, summoning his courage, Usopp clenched his teeth and spoke. "Miss Kaya, you must not place your trust in that butler. He is, in fact," just as he uttered these words, Kuro, clad in a black suit, slowly emerged. With his slick back hair and glasses, Kuro exuded an imposing aura that startled Usopp. The words that had nearly escaped his lips were abruptly swallowed. "Miss Kaya, I have warned you before. Do not associate with this man. He is notoriously known as a master deceiver." Upon hearing these words, Usopp's eyes narrowed slightly. After such a prelude, whatever he said would no longer be believed by Kaya. Nonetheless, he had indeed heard that this man intended to covet Lady Kaya's inheritance and was plotting to unite with his former pirate crew to launch an attack on the entire village. Once he seized the wealth, he might even resort to slaughtering the villagers. This matter was too grave. He could not afford to conceal it. Despite the overwhelming pressure from Kuro, Usopp pressed on. "Listen to me. This man intends to annihilate the entire village and seize all your wealth. Kaya, we must flee at once. Otherwise, it may be too late." As he spoke, Usopp grasped Kaya's hand, attempting to make their escape. However, at that moment, Kaya's eyes widened in shock. "Let go of me," she exclaimed, slapping Usopp's hand away. She could not possibly believe that Kuro would be that kind of person. "Stop lying. The butler has been by my side for so many years. How could he covet our family's fortune? If he truly intended to do so, would I still be living in peace until now?" Kaya's retort left Usopp at a loss for words. However, Riley, unable to bear the unfolding situation, stepped forward. "Then allow me to prove that Usopp speaks the truth." He approached Usopp in a few strides. "Riley," Usopp gasped, astonished that Riley was present. "Usopp, you can't keep your troubles to yourself. You don't consider me a friend." With that, Riley emanated an aura of dominance. "Who do you think you are?" Kuro's expression turned to one of terror as he instinctively recoiled. Meanwhile, Riley clenched his fists, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he coolly addressed Kuro. "I am merely one who cannot abide deceit. If I recall correctly, your moniker is 100 Plans, is it not? I intend to demonstrate that Usopp's claims are true. By the way, if you do not evade my next move, you might very well meet your end." As his words echoed, Riley launched himself upward, landing before Kuro with a burst of speed. With his arm enveloped in an aura of power, he struck fiercely at Kuro. In that instant, Kuro's eyes widened in horror. He felt an immense pressure emanating from this young boy. Indeed, if he did not evade, his demise was certain. Realizing this, he activated silent steps, a stealthy assassination technique that mimicked a cat's swift movements. narrowly dodging the lethal blow. Witnessing this, Kaya's expression grew grave. Chapter 14. Agreed to board the ship. The Black Cat arrives. Logically, the butler should not possess such formidable abilities. After all, it was only when the butler was on the brink of starvation at their doorstep that her father took him in. All this time, he had shown no signs of strength. Could it be that Usopp's earlier claims were indeed true? The butler, whom she had always trusted, was actually a villain intent on her demise and coveting their fortune. Overcome with a surge of anger, Kaya fainted. At that moment, Kuro, sensing the dire situation, leaped out of the window and fled to the sea. Upon seeing Kaya collapse, Usopp jumped through the window, cradling her and laying her on the bed. Riley. Someone just escaped. We must capture him. Luffy and Zoro, who had been following Riley, caught sight of the battle between Riley and Kuro and saw Kuro fleeing. They attempted to pursue but were halted by Riley. He's a pirate. No need to chase him down. Let him gather his crew. Don't you all long for an exhilarating battle? Then we can experience the thrill of combat against a pirate crew. At this, Luffy and Zoro's faces lit up with excitement. Meanwhile, Usopp, within the room, rolled his eyes in exasperation. What on earth was wrong with these three? They had just crossed paths with a pirate crew, and yet they could still laugh. Usopp sighed in resignation. He then stepped out of Kaya's room, his expression tinged with disappointment. At that moment, Riley approached him slowly, gazing at Usopp as he spoke. Usopp, I know you wish to protect Kaya, but your strength is insufficient. Would you consider joining our ship as my crew member? Upon hearing this proposal, Luffy's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Indeed. Usopp, come aboard my ship. Let us grow stronger together. At that moment, Usopp, who had been feeling quite despondent, upon hearing Luffy and Rayleigh's words, Usopp was taken aback, exclaiming, Is it true? Can I truly become one of your crew? Usopp had witnessed Rayleigh's formidable presence, a force that could only belong to a great pirate. To be invited by such a legendary figure to join his crew was indeed an immense honor. However, as he pondered the proposition, Usopp's expression shifted to one of hesitation. He gazed towards the distant village, where wisps of smoke rose into the air. He could not allow those pirates to harm his fellow villagers, who had once led tranquil and harmonious lives. With the butler having fled, there was a real threat of retribution against the village. If their actions had offended the pirate crew, it could very well bring about their doom, a fate he could not accept. At that moment, Luffy seemed to sense Usopp's concerns. He placed a reassuring hand on Usopp's shoulder, affirming, Since I am inviting you to become my crew member, I will not let you face this alone. We will take care of this matter together. Rayleigh added, Trust in our captain. He is destined to become the Pirate King. Upon hearing these words, Usopp lifted his gaze towards Luffy and Rayleigh, tears glistening in his eyes. His gratitude was overwhelming. Usopp expressed his heartfelt thanks to Luffy and Rayleigh profusely. After a moment of contemplation, he wiped his tears and said to them, As long as we can drive away those pirates, I shall set sail with you. However, before that, I must inform the villagers to seek refuge quickly. We are yet to comprehend the ferocity of those ruthless pirates. Upon hearing those words, Leilo did not intervene. This might be Usopp's only opportunity to connect with the villagers in the future. Thus, let him engage to his heart's content. Once they set sail, such chances would vanish. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Ding. Rewarding the host with 500 points of all attribute experience. The mechanical voice of the system resonated. Go, Usopp. We three shall handle those pirates. Zoro remarked from the side. Seeing that Luffy and the others did not oppose, Usopp took off running. Upon reaching the village, Usopp shouted as he ran, Everyone, flee. The pirates are coming. Let us quickly seek refuge. He continued to cry out. Yet, the villagers paid little heed. After all, Usopp's erratic behavior and nonsensical ramblings were not a novelty. It had become a daily occurrence. Some even took delight in mocking him. Ultimately, after shouting until his voice nearly gave out, Usopp found himself coughing violently, his heart racing. He could not fathom why the villagers remained unmoved by the news of the pirates' approach. Deep down, Usopp understood. Perhaps he had lost their trust. Therefore, he needed to confront the pirates outside the village entirely. Otherwise, the villagers would indeed be in peril. With this thought in mind, Usopp sprinted towards the direction where Luffy and the others were. Soon enough, he found himself before Leilo and his companions. At that moment, a pirate ship appeared on the horizon. It was the Black Cat Pirates. Before long, several pirates had already disembarked. Among them was the hypnotist Usopp had seen that day. As he watched the band of pirates approach, Usopp felt a surge of trepidation. He contemplated fleeing, but was swiftly seized by Leilo, who stated, As our crew member, Such cowardice is unacceptable. Usopp, if you wish to grow stronger, you must conquer your fears and stay here. Furthermore, our future journey promises to be exceedingly thrilling. Upon hearing these words, Usopp's confidence solidified. Though his legs still trembled, his fear had considerably lessened. At that moment, Kuro led a band of pirates, advancing relentlessly. When he encountered Luffy and his companions, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he remarked, "What a pity. You have lost your last chance to escape. Next, I shall tear you apart." With that, Kuro produced a pair of claw-like weapons from his bosom, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Leilo, as if regarding mere corpses. Meanwhile, upon seeing the throng of pirates, Zoro and Luffy were filled with exhilaration. This would be their first opportunity for a truly spirited battle since setting sail. However, Usopp's legs quaked uncontrollably as he silently wished for the pirates to refrain from approaching. Slowly retreating in fear. "Leilo, let us engage. Shall we start with this fellow?" Zoro and Luffy were eager to commence. "Do not interfere. This one is mine," Leilo asserted, placing a hand before them. In an instant, infused with 2 talismans, he leaped into the air, activating the power of the rabbit god. Observing this, the members of the Black Cat Pirates frowned in disbelief. Such remarkable leaping ability seemed almost excessive. They soon sensed something amiss. At that moment, Leilo was seemingly bouncing in midair, alternating his feet with no intention of descending. The likes of Zong and others displayed expressions of shock. "Why can this fellow fly? Captain, this man is no ordinary adversary. Perhaps we should retreat." "Indeed, Captain, revenge is a dish best served cold. There is no need to rush." Just as those words left their lips, a scream pierced the air, followed by the spray of blood. The speaker was instantly clawed across the chest by Kuro, leaving 4 deep gashes. Witnessing this, silence fell over the group. Kuro adjusted his glasses, a cold glimmer in his eyes. "You lot, do not utter such feeble words again. This is merely a demonstration of some physical techniques to utilize the air, and yet you cower in fright." With that, Kuro executed the moonwalk, propelling himself into the air. Mirroring Leilo's feat to their astonishment, their captain had also mastered the Marine 6 styles. This revelation was utterly unbelievable. Usopp's eyes widened in disbelief. Are these 2 truly human? How can they fly? Simultaneously, upon witnessing Kuro's aerial prowess, Leilo furrowed his brow. Chapter 15. Elimination of Kuro, the Master of Schemes. This fellow was stronger than he had anticipated. According to the original storyline, Kuro had not formally demonstrated the Marine 6 styles. This world was indeed a tangible realm, and everything here might diverge from what he had previously known. Suddenly, a notification rang. Detected host triggering storyline. Task activated. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Eliminate Kuro to obtain the final forging materials for the Bull Talisman. Option 2. Surrender to Kuro to gain 800 attribute experience points. To contend with such a foe, must he surrender? System. I choose option 1. Leilo declared without hesitation. If he could eliminate this individual, the Bull Talisman would be successfully crafted. The thought of its formidable power brought a smile to his face. Kuro was it. I prefer our battle not to disturb the villagers. How about we engage in a grand duel up in the air? With that, Leilo channeled his strength, launching an attack towards Kuro. This strike was imbued with a hint of haki, the black armor wrapping around his arm, nearly causing Kuro to plummet from the sky in fright. Though Kuro managed to evade the initial strike, the pressure generated by the air caused internal damage. At this moment, Kuro finally grasped the vast chasm in strength between himself and Leilo. In an instant, he leaped downward, realizing that he could not afford to treat this adversary lightly. Even 10 of them would stand no chance. Upon landing, Kuro adjusted his glasses, coldly declaring, "This one, I shall leave to you. I will handle the rest alone." Upon hearing these words, the crew was momentarily taken aback. Yet, as realization dawned upon them, their eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. They glanced at the formidable figure before them, a true force to be reckoned with. To their disbelief, their captain had entrusted them to such a powerful individual. "Hey, Captain, this is hardly fair. You've thrown us to the strongest of them all." Before they could finish their protest, Klo cast a cold, piercing gaze in their direction, radiating an aura of menace. "What have I nurtured you for all these years? Are you unable to contend with even a single adversary?" Upon hearing these words, all the crew members of the pirate ship recoiled, their expressions grim. They found themselves caught in a predicament, unable to provoke either Leilo or their captain. Without uttering a word, Kuro advanced directly towards Zoro and Luffy, leaving the formidable Leilo to contend with his incompetent crew. At that moment, Leilo hovered in the air, a trace of derision flickering in his eyes. He then emanated an aura of dominance, though it was not the kind that would render them unconscious. Nonetheless, the crew members felt a pang of suffocation. They were too intimidated to strike at Leilo and could only pray he would spare them. Meanwhile, Kuro had reached Zoro and Luffy's side. Zoro had already drawn his swords, sensing that the individual before them was no ordinary foe. Luffy, harnessing the power of his rubber fruit, launched a punch, but Kuro effortlessly evaded it. In a swift movement, Kuro appeared before Luffy, his 10-blade cat claws tearing 3 gashes into Luffy's red attire. Witnessing this, Luffy's expression grew serious. He too recognized Kuro's formidable nature. At that moment, sensing Luffy's peril, Zoro attacked Kuro with his dual swords. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, clashing dozens of times without a clear victor. Seizing an opportunity, Luffy grasped Zoro's head and propelled himself towards Kuro, delivering a punch to Kuro's chest. However, this strike inflicted minimal damage, instead knocking Luffy's head askew. Realizing this, Zoro's eyes flared with anger. He felt his prey had been snatched away. He vowed that one day he would defeat Luffy. Subsequently, the two launched a simultaneous assault on Kuro. Yet Kuro, utilizing his eerie silent steps, deftly dodged their attacks and countered with ease. From his vantage point in the sky, Leilo observed their struggle and acknowledged Kuro's strength. He pondered that perhaps it would indeed be necessary for him to intervene. With this thought in mind, Leilo soared towards Zoro, while Kuro, noticing this, bellowed at his crew, "What are you all doing? Hurry and stop him. Otherwise, none of you will survive." Hearing these words, Zhang and the others displayed grave expressions. Soon after, Zhang descended to the ground and attempted to cast a hypnotic spell on Leilo. As Leilo gazed at the hypnotic pocket watch, he felt a sudden dizziness engulf him. He shook his head vigorously. The Conqueror's haki erupted within him. In an instant, an overwhelming aura surged forth from Leilo, rendering all the crew members unconscious. Witnessing his crew incapacitated in an instant, Kuro's eyes widened in terror. "You? Could it be that you wield the legendary Conqueror's haki? How is this possible?" The Conqueror's haki is one of the rarest powers at sea. Every possessor is undeniably a formidable warrior. How could such a person appear in the East Blue? Seizing the moment of Kuro's distraction, Luffy landed a punch squarely on Kuro's face, sending him flying. However, Kuro quickly regained his footing. At that moment, Zoro, ready to charge in, was intercepted by Leilo, who descended from above and landed with a forceful stomp on Zoro's sword, using it to propel himself forward. In that instant, he attacked Kuro. Zoro seethed with anger, thinking, "These two scoundrels. One day, I will make them pay for this." As Leilo rushed towards him, Kuro attempted to flee, but it was too late. With immense force, Leilo's armed haki enveloped his fist and struck directly at Kuro's heart. This blow sent Kuro reeling, blood spewing from his mouth, demonstrating the sheer strength of Leilo's assault. At that moment, some of Kuro's crew began to awaken from the shock of the Conqueror's haki. However, upon witnessing their captain's injury, they feigned unconsciousness, too afraid to rise. Ignoring them, Leilo made his way towards the sea, knowing that Kuro would not perish so easily. Sure enough, as Leilo approached the water's edge, Kuro, who had been lurking beneath the surface, emerged and launched an attack with his claw. Leilo, not wishing to end Kuro's life just yet, blocked the assault with his armed haki. He then retaliated with a powerful punch to Kuro's abdomen, followed by 3 brutal strikes to his face, leaving him in a pitiful state. Kuro was no innocent. During his years as a pirate, he had committed countless atrocities. Thus, Leilo carefully controlled his strength, ensuring that he did not deliver a fatal blow. At this moment, Kuro was utterly defenseless, his eyes filled with terror as he struggled to rise, only to be kicked back into the sea by Leilo. This cycle continued until, finally, Kuro could no longer endure. He collapsed beside Leilo, his head hitting the ground as he lost consciousness. Witnessing this, the crew of the Black Cat pirates trembled in fear. How could such a powerful monster exist in the East Blue? Even Kuro could not withstand him. Faced with the crew feigning death, Leilo executed a flying kick, sending them tumbling into the sea. The hypnotist Zhang, wearing heart-shaped glasses, drowned in the depths. This village is under the protection of the Straw Hat Pirates. Should anyone dare to cause trouble again, they will meet the same fate as this fellow, Leilo declared, casting a glance at the unconscious Kuro. With a fierce glare, he unleashed a laser from his eyes, instantly burning 2 holes into Kuro's chest, ensuring he was beyond saving. In an instant, upon witnessing the demise of their leaders, all remaining crew members of the Black Cat Pirates swam desperately away, no longer daring to look back. System, congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated the captain of the Black Cat pirates and obtained the final forging materials for the bull charm. Upon hearing this, Leilo could not help but feel immense joy. The materials for the bull talisman had been gathered. This was truly marvelous. Meanwhile, Usopp, despite not having engaged in many battles, sat on the ground, drenched in sweat, appearing utterly exhausted. Chapter 16. The upgrading of the Mary and the departure. How fortunate. I thought I was doomed. At this moment, Usopp's legs were still trembling. Upon hearing those words, Zoro and Usopp exchanged glances of exasperation. It seemed as though he had merely witnessed a battle. Yet he appeared utterly exhausted for no apparent reason. Soon, Usopp's breath steadied, and he resolutely gazed at the sky. He hoped that in the future, no pirate crew would dare to invade this village again. He found himself torn, contemplating whether to set sail with Rayleigh and the others. If he ventured out to sea, there would be no one to safeguard the village. Conversely, if he remained, he would feel indebted and unable to repay his gratitude. Rayleigh, unfazed by their sentiments, acknowledged that he had acquired the forging materials and was now ready to commence his work. This was the moment he had been waiting for. With that thought, he silently commanded the system to begin forging the bull talisman. Ding! Congratulations, host. The bull talisman has been incorporated into the Universal Treasure Guide, and the host can extract and utilize it at any time. Rayleigh opened the Universal Treasure Guide, and indeed, the design of the bull talisman had transformed into a tangible object. A subtle smile graced Rayleigh's lips. Among the 12 talismans, the bull talisman was the sole one that could enhance physical strength. The bull symbolizes power, bestowing the bearer with immense brute force and significantly augmenting their stamina. Not only would it amplify overall strength, but it would also develop the user's muscles. If wielded by a robust individual, its effects would be even more formidable. With the bull talisman, Rayleigh would gain boundless strength, which would greatly impact his future growth and power. After inspecting the bull talisman, Rayleigh promptly strode toward Usopp. Since the task of inviting Usopp aboard had been accomplished, it was time for them to prepare for departure. At that moment, Usopp, utterly fatigued, sprang to his feet upon seeing Rayleigh approach. Though he had not actively fought, he had witnessed firsthand how Rayleigh had dealt with the two leaders of the Black Cat pirates. Rayleigh, thank you, Usopp expressed with deep reverence, bowing respectfully. Observing this, Rayleigh couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation wash over him. There was no need for such grand gestures. He patted Usopp's shoulder and said, "Now that the greatest threat to your village has been resolved, are you ready to set sail with us?" Upon hearing these words, Usopp's eyes brimmed with tears once more. And after a long pause, he replied, "Of course I am willing." At this exclamation, everyone burst into joyous laughter. They held great admiration for Usopp, a person who valued loyalty and deep connections. Subsequently, they accompanied Usopp back home, where they resided for a period. During this time, Leilo and the others stayed with Usopp, assisting in the treatment of Kaya. The bond between Usopp and Kaya flourished rapidly, and Kaya had begun to rely on Usopp more and more. However, Leilo was reluctant to allow Usopp to remain by her side indefinitely. After all, his system issued tasks in a triggered manner, necessitating the advancement of the plot. Once they had healed Kaya, they would need to depart and set sail once more. After Kaya had regained her health, she promptly instructed her new steward, Mary, to construct a ship for the Straw Hat crew, also named the Mary. A few days later, they arrived at the seaside dock. In addition to their old Mary, there was a sturdy new Mary waiting for them. Luffy's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. As the captain, he held a deep fascination for ships. Upon seeing the new Mary, Raylo felt that their old vessel was rather small in comparison. "System, can we merge our current ship with this new one?" Raylo silently inquired. "Beep. Certainly. Would you like to merge the old ship with the new one immediately?" "Merge, do it at once." Raylo had been anticipating this moment. He aimed to strengthen the Mary. Not only did he want to merge here, but he also intended to incorporate other ships they encountered in the future. His ship would henceforth be known as the Golden Mary. In an instant, accompanied by a burst of light, the system swiftly merged the Mary with the old ship. Soon after, the hull of the old Mary expanded significantly. "Raylo, did you use some kind of tool for this? It's incredible!" Seeing the upgrade of the Mary, Luffy was overwhelmed with excitement. "Of course. After all, I am an item master," Raylo replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Mary gazed at the suddenly merged vessels with a hint of confusion. "These pirates are truly remarkable. I hope Usopp returns safely after boarding the ship." Before long, the members of the Straw Hat crew prepared to embark. Just as they were about to board, Kaya slowly emerged from the village. Upon facing Usopp's departure, she appeared somewhat uncomfortable. Can't you stay with me for a while longer? I feel as though my body is still not quite well. Upon hearing these words, Usopp immediately replied, of course. However, before he could finish his sentence, Raylo delivered a swift punch to his head. Usopp, clutching the large bump on his head, shed tears and dared not utter another word. I sincerely apologize, Miss Kaya. We have already delayed here for quite some time. I possess a considerable understanding of your condition. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you should have recovered by now. Should any issues arise, we shall continue your treatment upon our return from the sea. Upon hearing those words, Kia's expression turned somewhat melancholic. Though reluctant, she did not wish to burden Usopp. Ultimately, she sighed and said, "Promise me that you will return. When you do, I shall welcome you with open arms." Raylo and the others readily agreed. Then, with a motion reminiscent of dragging a lifeless dog, Raylo pulled Usopp aboard the Mary. Once aboard the considerably larger Mary, Luffy could hardly contain his excitement, rolling left and right across the deck. He dreamt fervently of possessing such a grand vessel. Zoro felt a sense of satisfaction as well. His training room would soon be much more spacious. Without delay, he made his way to the training room on the 3rd level. Raylo's strength was formidable, and he was eager to develop several new techniques in the limited time available. Meanwhile, after boarding, Usopp found tears streaming down his face. It was unclear whether he wept for leaving his former home or if the pain from Raylo's earlier action had simply been too intense. Usopp understood that when the time for farewells arrived, one must say goodbye to avoid future awkwardness. At that moment, Raylo approached Usopp from behind and placed a comforting hand on his back. Upon hearing these words, Usopp's tears finally ceased. He then vigorously waved in Kaya's direction. And so, as Luffy commanded the ship to set sail, the upgraded Going Merry slowly departed from the small island. Yet, they would forever cherish the memories of this place. Chapter 17, The Floating Restaurant, Bartai. A few days later, the system activated, revealing the attribute interface. As the words faded, the interface gradually materialized in Rairo's mind. Host, Roxd. Rairo affiliation, pirate talent, none items, cow talisman abilities, none stamina, LV6, 120,900, martial arts, LV5, 140720, swordsmanship, LV5, 140720, hockey, LV5, 560720, gazing at the system interface. Rairo felt a profound sense of satisfaction. His total attribute experience points had been credited. His strength had once again increased. Look quickly, Luffy exclaimed. Immediately, Rairo and the others turned their gazes toward the distance where they beheld an enormous vessel. This magnificent ship loomed over the sea, presenting a striking spectacle. Rairo nodded. If he was not mistaken, this must be the floating restaurant, Bartai, Sanji's domain. They were in need of a cook, and inviting Sanji aboard would ensure they enjoyed delectable meals daily. As the aroma of food wafted down from the ship, both Zoro and Luffy's mouths watered in anticipation. It had been far too long since they had feasted. This time, they vowed to devour all the meals they had missed over the past few days. Upon hearing this, Zoro couldn't help but retort, "Luffy, have you ever missed a meal? In my opinion, we should indulge in more sake. Without it during our journey, we would surely face considerable distress." Upon hearing the words exchanged between the two, Leilo could not help but let out a sigh. Establishments such as this maritime restaurant are not readily available at all times. Upon hearing these words, Zoro was left in bewilderment. He turned his gaze towards Riley who, with a sense of pride, proclaimed, "Why don't we find a chef here to accompany us? That way, we shall have an endless supply of delectable cuisine." Upon hearing these words, Zoro could not help but chuckle. At that moment, Luffy's eyes sparkled with admiration for Rayleigh's cleverness. How had I not conceived of this strategy? Simply find a chef. Rayleigh, you are remarkably astute. The others concurred, agreeing that they should indeed seek out a cook. This way, they would no longer have to endure such unpalatable fare. As they contemplated this, Luffy's arms elongated as he grasped the railing of the floating restaurant, executing a swift motion that propelled him onto the sails of the enemy ship. In an instant, he crashed onto the rooftop, creating a substantial hole in the structure. Seeing this, both Rayleigh and Zoro sighed in resignation. It seemed they too had no choice but to act. With this thought, Rayleigh swiftly propelled himself through the air towards the floating restaurant, followed closely by Zoro, who leapt into action as well. Thus, aboard the Mary, only Usopp remained. Initially, Usopp had not grasped the gravity of the situation, but as he realized he was left alone on the ship, a look of terror spread across his face. If a ruthless pirate were to appear suddenly, he would be doomed. How could this happen? Please, take me with you. Usopp cried out in despair. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the Baratai, Rayleigh and Zoro were greeted by the sounds of Luffy being reprimanded, alongside his desperate pleas for mercy. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh sighed alongside Zoro. It seemed that they could no longer rely on Luffy. The two exchanged glances and resolved to part ways. Rayleigh's objective was crystal clear. He intended to seek out Sanji and bring him aboard his ship to serve as his cook. However, Zoro's path was far less defined. He wandered east and west, yet he could not find the right direction. Rayleigh, disinterested, dismissed him and promptly headed towards the kitchen. After all, his sole purpose this time was to locate Sanji. Everything else was of no concern to him. As long as he could successfully recruit Sanji, he was willing to do whatever it took. System, congratulations, host. You have triggered a new mission. Invite Sanji aboard. Successful completion will reward you with 800 points of all attribute experience and various forging materials. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Rayleigh could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of joy. His initial invitation to Sanji stemmed from a deep respect for the original work and an appreciation for Sanji's intriguing character. Little did he anticipate that the system would present him with such a task. It truly echoed the old adage, if one wishes to dine, one must approach the chef. With this newfound motivation, Rayleigh was eager to proceed. However, just as he was about to step into the kitchen, a burly chef barred his way. This is the domain of our esteemed Zeph. Not just anyone is allowed entry, the stout man declared, brandishing a spiked club and weighing it in his hands. Yet, in the next moment, Rayleigh unleashed a hint of his imposing presence, causing the hefty chef to stagger back 3 paces. With a bold stride, Rayleigh entered the kitchen, leaving the chef too astonished to obstruct him. A look of disbelief crossed the chef's face. The formidable aura he had just encountered. If he were not mistaken, it could only be the Conqueror's haki found in the Grand Line. But what business did a pirate wielding such power have in the East Blue? Could it be that he sought trouble? As Rayleigh entered the bustling kitchen, the gathered staff, puzzled, mistook him for a new cook. Soon, he spotted a blonde-haired chef, cigarette dangling from his lips, skillfully chopping vegetables. It was none other than Sanji. Without hesitation, Rayleigh approached and patted Sanji on the shoulder. At that moment, Sanji shot him a wary glance. Rayleigh, unfazed, directly proposed, "How about joining us as our chef, Sanji?" Upon hearing these words, Sanji was immediately engulfed in confusion. Who exactly was this individual, demanding that he serve as a chef? Such insolence. With this thought in mind, Sanji resolutely turned his back, summoning his strength to launch an attack on Rayleigh. He believed this move would surely put Rayleigh in his place. However, in the next moment, Rayleigh merely shifted his foot slightly and decisively stepped down on Sanji's raised right leg. Perceiving Rayleigh's extraordinary nature, a grave expression appeared in Sanji's eyes. He promptly relinquished the kitchen knife from his grasp and unleashed a powerful kick with his left leg, its force magnified tenfold compared to before. Nevertheless, Rayleigh effortlessly countered with a single move. At this point, Sanji was thoroughly incensed, alternating his attacks between left and right legs. Yet, to Rayleigh, these strikes were nothing more than mere tickles. Although Rayleigh was not exerting his full strength, he still left Sanji in a state of utter disarray. Both combatants disregarded the chaos unfolding in the kitchen, transforming it into a battleground between Rayleigh and Sanji. Chapter 18, The Battle of the Legless Chef and His Disciple. But now, facing Rayleigh, Sanji's attempts were utterly futile. Rayleigh had not even employed his full strength, yet Sanji was already panting heavily. In truth, Sanji's leg techniques were indeed formidable. However, they were no match for Rayleigh's mystical charms. In a state of panic, Sanji cast a glance at Rayleigh, bewildered by the purpose of this unexpected visitor. With such prowess, if Rayleigh intended to cause trouble for the floating restaurant, they might indeed be powerless to stop him. Meanwhile, a trembling Usopp cautiously approached the floating restaurant, stealthily climbing aboard. He needed to locate Rayleigh and Zoro. The area was teeming with pirate ships. If one were to ambush them, he would stand no chance of retaliation. As Usopp ascended, he searched diligently and soon spotted a group of individuals clad in chef's attire standing outside a cabin, accompanied by the sounds of a fierce struggle within. A glance confirmed his suspicion. Luffy and the others were undoubtedly inside, as only they possessed the talent to engage in combat so swiftly. With determination, Usopp strode forward. "Hey, how long are you all going to cause a ruckus? Hurry up and gather some supplies so we can set sail." However, before Usopp could finish, he opened his eyes to find only Rayleigh and a man with yellow hair present. Confused, Usopp wondered who this person was, given that the other two were absent. Just then, a commotion erupted from the kitchen's upper level as a large hole suddenly formed. Luffy, entangled with Zeph, plummeted from the ceiling. Upon witnessing this, Leilo was left speechless. How on earth did this fellow manage to ascend to the cabin's roof, and why had he brought Zeph down with him? At that moment, Zeph was using his wooden leg to strike Luffy's head rhythmically, akin to a wooden fish drum. You stubborn fool! How much more destruction do you intend to inflict upon my restaurant before you relent? In response, Luffy, tugging at Zeph's beard, retorted loudly, I told you, I will compensate. But I can't just stay here. Upon hearing these words, Zeph became even more ferocious in his strikes. So do you have the money to compensate now? Since you are not working here, what do you intend to repay with? Luffy, filled with indignation, puffed up with anger. I have already stated that once we acquire the great treasure, we will repay you tenfold, so please allow me to leave. The two continued their fierce confrontation, leaving Riley and Sanji somewhat perplexed. However, Usopp appeared to be fully aware of the situation. He had long anticipated that things would unfold this way. It was the only logical outcome. Through several days of interaction, he had come to deeply sense the unreliability of the Straw Hat crew members. At that moment, Riley, tired of their bickering, realized that they must swiftly advance the main storyline. Suddenly, a formidable aura emanated from Riley's being. Although he did not unleash the full extent of his conqueror's haki, it was sufficient to instill a sense of trepidation in Zeph, an old pirate who had spent time in the New World. Zeph instantly distanced himself from Luffy, a grave expression crossing his face as he turned to Riley. This man possessed an overwhelming haki that could rival the kings of the sea. Zeph harbored doubts about Riley's identity. Nevertheless, he was certain that Riley was undoubtedly a formidable pirate hailing from the New World. But what could such a pirate possibly seek at their oceanic restaurant? Regardless, one thing was clear. He must extend a warm welcome to such a distinguished pirate. Otherwise, if Riley were to feel displeased, he could easily obliterate their establishment. Having roamed the New World himself, Zeph, despite his defeat, was no stranger to the ways of the world. The power that Riley possessed was beyond his reach. As Zeph pondered the situation, he suddenly noticed Riley approaching him directly. Riley then spoke. I wish to extend an invitation to your beloved disciple to join our pirate crew as a chef. I would like to know if you, as his master, consent to this. Upon hearing these words, Zhifu was instantly overwhelmed with joy. He then turned towards Sanji, gently patting him on the shoulder. Sanji, you have truly made a name for yourself. To have such a formidable pirate seek your invitation to join their crew fills me with immense pride. Upon hearing these words, Sanji's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He had anticipated a scolding from Zeph, yet to his astonishment, Zeph not only refrained from reprimanding him, but also expressed his agreement. This was quite uncharacteristic of his obstinate mentor. However, Sanji could not embark on a voyage with Rayleigh, as he was still bound to this place. Hey, stop the nonsense. I will not leave the Baratai, he asserted, for here lies my unfulfilled dream. Before Sanji could finish his statement, Zeph struck his forehead sharply with his broken leg. Are you willing to forsake your modest dream for the sake of a grander one that lies far beyond? He questioned. Only by joining such a formidable pirate crew can you hope to reach the ultimate sea. Upon hearing this, Sanji hesitated momentarily, yet considering the aged Zeph, he resolutely shook his head. No matter what, I will not set sail. You can give up on that thought, old man. Upon hearing those words, Zeph was utterly incensed. The remaining foot, still relatively intact, swiftly directed a kick towards Sanji. In response, Sanji reciprocated without hesitation, launching a strike of his own. The 2 feet collided, generating a subtle shockwave that radiated outward. Witnessing this, Riley couldn't help but furrow his brow. Although Zeph had lost 1 foot, his prowess remained formidable. Had his foot remained unscathed, he might have posed a significant challenge. Alas, the once great hero was now in the twilight of his strength, unable to reclaim his former glory. As he pondered this, Zeph retaliated with his other severed foot. Sanji, undeterred, engaged in a fierce battle within the confines of the kitchen. Though Zeph appeared to be at a disadvantage, his vast experience allowed him to seek opportunities for counterattacks. You stubborn brat, why won't you heed the wisdom of your elders? Zeph exclaimed. With that, he executed a swift kick, catching Sanji off guard. Meanwhile, Sanji was also on the lookout for Zeph's vulnerabilities. You obstinate old man. Are you incapable of listening to others? I've already stated that I have no intention of leaving just yet. Before long, their skirmish escalated from a battle of feet to an all-encompassing clash of bodies, culminating in a wrestling match where they grappled tightly. It took a great deal to encounter such a formidable pirate crew. Entrusting you to another crew makes me uneasy. Upon hearing these words, Sanji felt a surge of emotion within, yet he remained obstinately defiant. Chapter 19. Refusal to board, the Demon Mannequin. There are plenty of pirate crews out there. And even if I am not accepted by a formidable crew in the end, I can always form my own. In any case, I simply do not wish to leave this place. As the two continued to argue without resolution, Rayleigh unleashed a powerful burst of Conqueror's Haki. This overwhelming force instantly enveloped the entire floating restaurant, causing Sanji and Zeph to recoil in shock, their eyes wide with astonishment. For the first time, Rayleigh had held back. Hence Sanji did not perceive the full extent of his strength. However, this time, the intensity was unmistakable, and Sanji's complexion paled. Rayleigh was the most formidable pirate he had ever encountered, without exception. It was no wonder Zeph insisted so adamantly on Sanji joining Rayleigh. He had clearly recognized Rayleigh's immense power. Nonetheless, despite this revelation, Sanji remained resolute. Rayleigh understood that continuing in this manner was futile. Thus, he stepped forward to mediate, stating, "Let us cease this argument for now. Since Sanji is unwilling at present, we shall not force him. Let us first satisfy our hunger." As he spoke, Rayleigh instinctively patted his own growling stomach. Upon hearing the mention of food, Luffy's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. At this moment, Zeph felt a sense of relief. As long as he was assured that Rayleigh bore no ill intentions, that was sufficient. With this thought in mind, Zeph hastily prepared an entire pot of meat-filled dumplings. Upon seeing the abundant feast, Luffy's eyes gleamed with delight as he eagerly lifted the pot to devour its contents. Just then, Rayleigh and Usopp chorused in unison, "Do not eat directly from the pot." Soon after, the group shared a joyful meal together. Throughout the meal, Rayleigh extended multiple invitations to Sanji, all of which were firmly declined. Even Luffy resorted to persistent coaxing, yet Sanji remained unmoved. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from outside the restaurant. Rayleigh and Sanji rushed out to investigate the commotion. They found a stout chef standing over a gaunt, pallid man, asserting, "Do you know where you are? You dare to trespass here? If you wish to dine for free, you ought to consult with me first." Rayleigh's gaze fell upon the emaciated figure beneath the chef's foot, and he was taken aback to recognize Akin. The demon man Rayleigh harbored no disdain for Akin. On the contrary, he admired his loyalty and sense of justice. Willing to rescue even a rogue captain, this alone earned Rayleigh's respect. Were it not for the constraints of the main storyline, he would have considered bringing Akin aboard. With this thought, Rayleigh exchanged a glance that prompted the stout chef to step back, mindful of the Conqueror's Haki Rayleigh had just exhibited. Akin, too, noticed Rayleigh, his eyes betraying a tremor of apprehension. If he was not mistaken, the aura Rayleigh had displayed was indeed Conqueror's Haki, a power known only to the elite of the East Blue, unique to the Grand Line and the New World. It was astonishing that Rayleigh possessed such mastery. Curiously, one wondered why such a powerful pirate would venture to the East Blue. The hefty chef removed his foot, and Rayleigh then offered a plate of dumplings to Akin, saying, "Here, eat. Once you have finished, you must leave swiftly. We will not assist you in any matters." Upon hearing these words, Ajin was momentarily taken aback. Yet, driven by his hunger, he swiftly began to devour the food before him. Meanwhile, Rayleigh turned and walked away, no longer paying heed to Ajin. Standing beside them, Sanji furrowed his brow, feeling a stirring within his heart. Throughout his life, he has been unable to bear witnessing others endure hunger. Rayleigh's actions, however, brought a sense of relief to Sanji's heart. He hesitated, contemplating whether to follow Rayleigh. A figure as formidable as Rayleigh could undoubtedly accompany him to the very end, perhaps even leading him to the ocean of his dreams. Yet, upon reflection, Sanji shook his head. He could not abandon Zeph at this critical moment. Zeph was in dire need of support. He resolved to remain until Zeph could depart safely, allowing him to leave with peace of mind. He was still young, with ample time to wait, but Zeph might not have many years left. With this thought, Sanji prepared a large plate of fried rice for Ajin. Just as he intended to leave, Ajin suddenly grasped Sanji's ankle. As Sanji contemplated retaliating, he saw Ajin's tear-streaked face and heard his desperate plea, "Please, save our leader. If you can rescue him, take all our gold and treasures. They are yours." Upon hearing these words, Sanji promptly kicked Akin aside. "Riches and treasures hold no value for me. I am unable to save you. After finishing your meal, it would be best for you to depart swiftly." Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of despair appeared in Akin's eyes. "Yet, our leader is on the brink of starvation. Can you truly bear to stand idly by and witness such a tragedy?" Upon hearing those words, Sanji halted his steps. A string deep within him was plucked, and he turned back, coldly stating, "Since there are those on the verge of starvation at sea, we cannot turn a blind eye. Let us bring them here." At this, Akin's eyes brimmed with tears. Meanwhile, Rayleigh, standing at the doorway, could not help but coldly remark, Sanji, you must keep your eyes wide open when assessing people. As for this fellow before us, I will refrain from judgment for now. However, I have heard tales of their leader. He is notorious within a 100-mile radius. A veritable scoundrel. Do you truly believe they will express gratitude? Upon hearing these words, Akin was immediately flustered, fearing that Sanji might reconsider. He promptly bowed his head, striking it heavily against the deck. It cannot be. We shall never repay kindness with malice. I implore you, save us. However, Sanji paid no heed to Reilu's words. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he slowly replied, in this world, there are far too many good and bad people. I am too weary to discern between them. All I know is that when one is hungry, it is truly unbearable. With that, Sanji walked inside. Meanwhile, Akin continued to bow fervently behind him. Observing this, Rayla sighed but thought it of little consequence. After all, Cleek was merely a wretched pirate. Should he dare to cause trouble, they could easily dispatch him. Contemplating this, Rayla turned away, no longer concerning himself with Akin. During this time, he extended an invitation to Sanji to board the ship. However, after careful consideration, Sanji ultimately decided against it. This decision left both Raylu and Luffy feeling a tinge of frustration. It seemed that their attempt to invite Sanji might end in failure. They could only hope that Cleek's upcoming appearance might salvage the situation. Judging by Sanji's current demeanor, the likelihood of him joining the crew appeared almost non-existent. After enjoying a hearty meal, the group passed the time idly. Suddenly, a chef approached with urgent news. Boss Zeph, trouble is brewing. A ship is approaching us. And the pirates on board seem to be the notorious Cleek. Upon hearing these words, Zeph furrowed his brow. It appeared that the individual invited earlier was none other than Captain Click. Although Click was merely a pirate of the East Sea, upon reaching the Grand Line, he would essentially be a mere target. However, if a commotion were to arise here, it could indeed become a troublesome affair. Nevertheless, with Raylo present, he did not believe Click could stir up any significant trouble. After all, Raylo was a genuine pirate, a formidable being endowed with the Conqueror's haki. He must find a way to persuade Raylo to take Sanji along, as this was the only path to fulfilling Sanji's dream. Soon, the ghoul-like Akin escorted Click before them. At that moment, Click, having been reduced to a state of hunger, knelt before them with a sullen expression and bowed his head, pleading, "Please grant me a morsel to eat. You may take all the gold and silver treasures on my ship. If you save me, you shall be my greatest benefactors." As he spoke, Click bowed 3 times deeply in reverence. Without a moment's hesitation, Sanji entered the kitchen and prepared a generous bowl of fried rice for Click. Raylo observed coolly from the sidelines. If Sanji did not learn a lesson, he would remain oblivious to the treachery of human nature. Zeph, standing nearby, was unconvinced. Yet he supported Sanji's actions, for they had long sworn not to allow anyone to suffer from hunger. As Click beheld the steaming bowl of fried rice, he disregarded all decorum and devoured it hungrily. Within mere moments, the entire bowl was consumed. However, upon receiving sustenance, a glimmer of malice flickered in Click's eyes as he kicked Sanji away, causing him to spit blood. Witnessing this, Zeph was filled with anguish and immediately retaliated with a kick directed at Click. Yet, Click's armor was too sturdy, and Zeph's right leg, having been broken, lacked the necessary force. In an instant, Click retaliated, sending Zeph hurtling away with a powerful kick. At this sight, a surge of anger ignited within Luffy. Though he often appeared foolish and carefree, he was particularly sensitive to acts of ingratitude. "Hey, what are you doing? He just fed you. Why repay kindness with malice?" Upon hearing these words, Cleek smashed his fist into the deck, shattering it to pieces. He then rose to his feet, glaring furiously. "Do you think I, the great Cleek, would express gratitude to others for the mere favor of a meal?" With that, Cleek shouted to his group of subordinates outside, "What are you all waiting for? Remove all the supplies from here. I shall reorganize my crew and set forth towards the Grand Line once more." Upon hearing these words, the crew, equally satiated, erupted into cheers and began to pillage the provisions. Fortunately, the chef here was no ordinary foe. He was more than capable of standing his ground against these common pirates. Soon, the chef found himself embroiled in a fierce brawl with the marauders. Yet, ultimately, they proved to be no match, and he was swiftly overpowered. At that moment, Sanji emerged from the ruins, launching a flurry of kicks that sent the assailants flying. "If you are hungry, I have ample food to offer. However, should you dare to squander the fruits of my labor, I cannot allow you to leave here unscathed." With these words, tensions escalated on both sides. Just then, Akin stepped forward. "Captain Click, they saved our lives earlier. We should not repay kindness with enmity. We can easily barter gold and silver for their provisions. There is no need for conflict. Upon hearing these words, a fierce glint appeared in Cleeky's eyes. In an instant, he delivered a swift kick that sent Akin flying. When did you become so merciful? The infamous specter, Akin, who instilled terror in the hearts of many, where has he disappeared to? Surely, he hasn't truly been swayed by a mere meal. Observing this, Sanji furrowed his brow and retaliated with a kick directed at Cleeky. However, Cleeky remained utterly unfazed, effortlessly countering by sending Sanji flying as well. You bunch of worthless fools, you are wasting my time. Clear this place out immediately, Cleeky proclaimed, preparing to stomp towards Sanji. Yet, before his foot could descend, Leilo unleashed a surge of overwhelming energy, startling Cleeky, who stumbled back several steps and fell onto the deck. The sheer force of this presence caused Cleeky to tremble. At that moment, Leilo slowly rose to his feet. Even pirates must adhere to some principles. While you may choose not to repay the life of the one who saved you, it is universally unacceptable to repay kindness with malice. Upon hearing these words, Click furrowed his brow, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. Who are you to dare point fingers at me? With that, Click swung his fist forward. Yet, upon making contact with Leilo, his arm felt as if it had struck solid steel, twisting in an instant. Clutching his arm, Click recoiled, bewildered by the unyielding hardness of Leilo's arm. Frowning deeply, he retreated. At that moment, Luffy's arm elongated, swiftly reaching Click and delivering a powerful blow to his chest. This strike was far more formidable than Click had anticipated. Coupled with his earlier attack on Leilo, Click was sent hurtling backward, having lost his momentum. Observing this, Leilo realized that his intervention was unnecessary, and he stepped back. Click, clutching his abdomen, struggled to rise from the ground, casting a malevolent glare at Luffy. Luffy, now filled with unbridled fury, wasted no time, unleashing a flurry of punches. Click steadied himself, allowing the blows to land, though they inflicted considerable damage. A filthy monkey thinks it can defeat me? How laughable. With that, Click seized his trident and launched an attack towards Luffy. Instantly, the air thickened with tension. Just as the trident was about to pierce Luffy, Leilo darted forward, pointing a finger that effortlessly punctured Click's chest. Click was propelled backward, and in the next moment, Luffy extended his arm backward and thrust forward, sending Click flying into the sea. The fluidity of their movements left Akin and the crew of Click's pirate ship astonished. Chapter 21. The Mouse Talisman, Hawkeye. In the East Sea, how could such a formidable foe exist here? The armor worn by their captain should have been impenetrable. Yet that man pierced through it with ease. And that one who could stretch his arm, how peculiar. Could they be the legendary devil fruit users? Why would such powerful beings appear in this mere East Sea? It was utterly unreasonable. The crew of Click's pirate band hurried to retrieve their captain from the depths. Meanwhile, the demon Akin stood bewildered on the deck. Leilo cast a cold glance at Akin and slowly remarked, "What's the matter? Are you not leaving? Do you wish for us to send you to the sea as well?" Upon hearing these words, the specter known as Akin could not help but grit his teeth. Soon after, he plunged into the sea to confront Click. After all, they were at fault initially, and it was only natural for the other party to retaliate. Witnessing this, Sanji felt a stir within his heart. These two individuals were willing to offend a formidable pirate like Click to protect the floating restaurant. Sanji found himself wavering. He hesitated, contemplating whether to venture out to sea alongside Leilo. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task of assisting Luffy in defeating Click, thereby earning a collection of forging materials, along with the chance to draw a design blueprint. Ding! Would you like to draw immediately? Upon hearing these words, Leilo did not hesitate and stated directly, extracted, immediately. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully extracted a design blueprint for the Mouse Talisman. Would you like to forge it immediately? Without a moment's pause, Leilo chose to forge. Soon, a vivid scene of crafting the Mouse Talisman unfolded in his mind. However, this time was distinct from the previous instance of instantaneous success. The first attempt at forging the Mouse Talisman ended in failure. Subsequently, a significant amount of forging materials from the system space mysteriously vanished. The Mouse Talisman proceeded to undergo a second forging attempt. This time, success was achieved. At the moment he held the Mouse Talisman, Leilo's heart surged with excitement. This was the Mouse Talisman, imbued with the power of life, capable of bestowing life upon inanimate objects. Eagerly, Leilo stowed the talisman away. When he turned around, he found Gifu gazing at him in astonishment. Leilo then glanced at Gifu's severed leg and was struck by an idea. The Mouse Talisman could impart the essence of life to beings. If he could apply this life force to Gifu's prosthetic leg, Would that not effectively restore his limb? Contemplating this, Leilo addressed Sanji, saying, Sanji, I understand your reluctance to board the ship because of old man Jafu's condition. However, if I can restore his leg, would you not be free of any concerns? Upon hearing these words, not only Sanji but also Zeph displayed expressions of deep emotion. The formidable strength of Leilo had already been witnessed moments ago, leaving no room for doubt in their minds regarding his extraordinary capabilities. Having lost his leg for over a decade, Zeph had longed for its restoration. Consequently, he knelt on one leg before Leilo to express his respect. Observing this, Leilo promptly assisted him to his feet, stating, Old man, my willingness to heal your leg is entirely in consideration of Sanji. If Sanji agrees to join us on the ship, that would be your greatest gratitude. Zeph's eyes brimmed with tears, while Sanji, after a moment's hesitation, proclaimed, If you can truly restore the old man's leg, I am willing to board your ship. Upon hearing these words, both Leilo and Luffy were filled with delight. From now on, they would no longer worry about food while at sea. Luffy joyfully patted Leilo on the shoulder and exclaimed, Leilo, you truly are remarkable. You managed to bring a chef aboard the ship with such ease. Upon hearing the words of that foolish captain, Leilo could not help but let out a sigh. If it were not for the fortunate acquisition of the mouse talisman design, such a feat would not have been so easily achieved. Subsequently, Leilo retrieved the mouse talisman from the Wanjia Baojian and affixed it to Jafu's foot. In an instant, Jafu's foot transformed to resemble that of a human. In a heartbeat, Jafu regained his former self, able to move freely once more. After Leilo tucked the mouse talisman away, all present were left in a state of astonishment, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of disbelief. Jafu, too, felt a sense of wonder. Could there truly exist such extraordinary fruit abilities in this world? It was simply astonishing. Jafu tentatively kicked his foot, finding it indistinguishable from a real leg. Immediately, he knelt once more, bowing deeply to Leilo and expressing, Your immense kindness and virtue I shall forever hold in my heart. Upon hearing these words, Leilo assisted him to his feet and said, Do not speak so. We have yet to express our gratitude for gifting us such an excellent crew member as Sanji. As he spoke, both of them shared a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, Luffy, standing behind Leilo, quietly remarked, Leilo, it seems I am the captain. This is a sentiment I should express. Upon hearing this, Leilo offered a resigned smile. Look at the sea. What is that? Is it a person? Just then, a wave of astonishment echoed from outside the door. Upon hearing these words, Leilo furrowed his brow and promptly exited. Meanwhile, Zoro stood on the deck, gazing intently at a distant point in the sea. Luffy emerged as well, bounding about like an excited monkey. Once he discerned the object of his attention, he could not help but exclaim, Incredible! That person can float upon the water. At the same moment, the three of them focused on the distant figure. A man, bearing a large sword and sporting a small mustache, was drifting slowly towards the floating restaurant. At that instant, the last remaining ship of Click appeared before him, blocking his path. Suddenly, the man drew his sword with a deliberate slowness. With a mere flick, Click's massive vessel was split asunder. Witnessing this, both Zoro and Luffy displayed expressions of astonishment. How is this possible? It's astounding, Luffy marveled, while Zoro clenched his teeth in frustration. The individual before them was none other than the world's renowned greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, the very man Zoro had longed to challenge throughout his life. However, upon witnessing this display, Zoro came to a stark realization of the vast chasm that lay between them. His hands trembled with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Leilo could discern Zoro's fervent desire to confront Mihawk, yet he was acutely aware of the disparity in their abilities. Zoro stood no chance of victory. Having encountered the world's greatest swordsman, he felt compelled to seize the opportunity for a challenge, for he knew such chances were rare in a lifetime. With this thought in mind, Zoro swiftly made his way towards Mihawk. Observing this, Leilo refrained from intervening, remaining silently in place. Although he understood that Zoro would inevitably face defeat, he recognized that this was a necessary experience for Zoro's growth. After all, comprehending the gap between oneself and a master is an indispensable facet of development. As Zoro approached, Mihawk did not even cast a glance in his direction, continuing on his path with unwavering focus. Zoro, however, did not launch an immediate attack. Among men, a direct confrontation was essential. Mihawk, I have sought you for a long time. Accept my challenge. I aim to defeat you and become the world's greatest swordsman. At that moment, Zoro halted on a floating deck, pointing his sword menacingly at Dracul Mihawk. Chapter 22, Mihawk vs. Zoro. Upon hearing these words, Mihawk finally cast a glance at Zoro. In an instant, he swiftly moved to the deck where Zoro stood. Steadying himself, Hawkeye surveyed Zoro with a glimmer of delight in his eyes. Yet his expression remained as indifferent as ever. "My great sword does not strike nameless foes. A mere dagger suffices for you." As he spoke, Mihawk produced a small pencil-sharpening knife from his pocket. Zoro, however, was engulfed by a sense of grave humiliation at being challenged with such a diminutive weapon. After a moment of contemplation, he leaped into action, unleashing a trio of strikes towards Mihawk. Yet, Mihawk merely parried each blow with his small knife, rendering Zoro's utmost efforts futile against him. "I had hoped you might surprise me, but it seems you are nothing exceptional." With that, Mihawk adjusted the trajectory of his small knife, and in an instant, he pierced 3 holes into Zoro's chest, causing blood to surge forth. Zoro staggered back, clutching his chest and spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes reflecting a newfound seriousness. He had unleashed his 3-sword style, only to find his defenses shattered by Mihawk wielding but a simple knife. Was this truly the world's most renowned swordsman? The disparity was monumental. With this thought, Zoro braced himself with his sword, rising to his feet, determination gleaming in his eyes. He addressed Mihawk, "Perhaps I have disappointed you, but I shall give my all in facing you." With that declaration, Zoro assumed his 3-sword stance, his muscles rippling as he summoned all his strength and charged towards Mihawk. From the sidelines, both Rayleigh and Luffy observed with grave expressions, fully aware that this was Zoro's decisive strike, a gamble of his convictions. Even if he could not defeat his adversary, he was resolved to fight to the death, for that was his lifelong ambition. Mihawk sensed Zoro's earnestness and adjusted the position of his small knife, a sign of his own seriousness. In the next moment, Zoro's attack arrived. 3-sword style, 3,000 worlds. As the words left his lips, a formidable slash was unleashed, splintering the surrounding planks with a deafening crack, as if they would shatter entirely in the next instant. At that moment, Mihawk's expression grew serious. This man appeared to be far stronger than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, he had no intention of drawing the black blade from his back. Instead, with a swift motion, he slashed forward with his small knife. Instantly, a wave of white light radiated outward, causing the surrounding waters to boil and blood to splatter beneath the knife's gleam. As the light dissipated, Zoro was left with a deep gash across his chest, blood seeping out and dripping onto the deck. Meanwhile, Mihawk remained unscathed, not even a speck of dust upon him. A stark testament to the vast gulf between them. After all, he was the world's greatest swordsman, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Every swordsman who roamed these waters aspired to best him, yet for 20 years, no one had succeeded in challenging him. And those who could force him to draw his sword were few and far between. Witnessing this, Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief as he gripped the railing tightly, veins bulging with tension. This was the first time he had seen a swordsman capable of overwhelming Zoro to such an extent. A suffocating sensation reminiscent of his grandfather during training sessions, where he felt the weight of fate held firmly in another's grasp. At this moment, although Zoro's final desperate strike had been effortlessly countered by Mihawk, he remained undeterred. He assumed his 1-sword stance, panting heavily, and gazed at Mihawk. "Hawkeye, you truly are formidable. Worthy of being my lifelong rival." As he spoke, Zoro's arms swelled with strength, and the surrounding waters began to swirl. Then, Zoro moved with purpose, 1-sword style, lion's song. In a flash, a powerful gust of wind arose, swirling the waters skyward. In an instant, Zoro surged past Mihawk. The arena fell silent as Luffy watched, wide-eyed, wondering if Zoro had succeeded. However, after several breaths, Mihawk remained unmoved, while Zoro, having passed through, suddenly coughed up blood. Turning around, astonishment filled his gaze. Zoro's legs quivered, as though they might give way at any moment. Mihawk had not moved. Rather, Zoro had inadvertently thrust his chest against Mihawk's small knife. How could this be? Had Mihawk anticipated Zoro's every move? Had he deliberately assumed that position to lure him in? Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. Was this truly the strength of the world's greatest swordsman? Had Zoro overestimated his own abilities? Breathing heavily, Zoro's chest heaved as he struggled to maintain his composure. Ultimately, he could not withstand the pressure. He half knelt on the ground, gritting his teeth. "I concede. Do with me as you will." Upon hearing these words, Dracula Mihawk sheathed his sword, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. "In this world, there exist far too many swordsmen who flaunt their bravado. I respect your aspirations. You may choose any individual as your target. However, should you deem me as your quarry, I must inform you that this path leads to naught." As he spoke, Mihawk's body shifted slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Zoro. "Why do you not flee? I have never shown mercy to my adversaries. Yet, I do not slay those who have already conceded. If you take your leave now, I may grant you reprieve." Upon hearing this, Zoro forcefully propped himself up, his voice trembling with pain as he declared, "I never turn my back on enemies. The wounds on my back are a swordsman's disgrace." At these words, a flicker of movement crossed Mihawk's eyes. He straightened his posture and gazed at Zoro, an unintentional smile gracing his lips. He held a certain disdain for every swordsman daring enough to challenge him, for they merely sought to display their prowess, only to grovel like beaten dogs afterward. Yet, this particular swordsman seemed to embody a different essence. Reflecting on this, Mihawk took a deep breath, then unsheathed the cursed blade, Yoru, from behind him. He regarded Zoro with solemnity, his tone infused with a hint of grandeur as he remarked, "This is the path you have chosen. Do not harbor regrets." Upon hearing these words, Zoro's lips curled into a proud smile. He gazed at Mihawk, then spread his arms wide, prepared to embrace his fate. Witnessing this scene, Mihawk furrowed his brow, though a broader smile graced his lips. This was the resolve befitting a swordsman. Subsequently, Mihawk raised his cursed sword high above his head. A swirling mass of black energy enveloped the blade, causing the surrounding waters to churn violently. At this sight, both Luffy and Usopp wore expressions of horror. If that strike landed, Zoro would undoubtedly perish. "Hurry, someone save Zoro. If not, he will surely die," Usopp cried, frantic, tears streaming down his face as he jumped about. He alternated between kneeling in prayer and standing to beseech the heavens. This display was profoundly stirring for Luffy, although he understood that this was Zoro's choice. He could not allow his comrade to perish so easily. Resolute, Luffy prepared to use his rubber powers to pull Zoro back. Yet, before Luffy could extend his arm, Rayleigh swiftly pressed his hand down on Luffy's head, forcefully driving him into the deck, leaving a dent in the wood. "Rayleigh, what are you doing? Let me go? If you don't, Zoro will die." Luffy squirmed on the deck, but no matter how hard he struggled, Rayleigh remained unmoved, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on Zoro. Finally, he spoke. "Luffy, do you wish for Zoro to bear a lifetime of humiliation? Do not carelessly trample upon another's dreams." At these words, Luffy's eyes dimmed, and gradually, his struggling body relaxed. Seeing Luffy cease his struggles, Rayleigh slowly released him. In the next moment, Luffy forcefully pulled his head free but refrained from attempting to retrieve Zoro. Instead, he grasped the railing tightly. Fixated on Mihawk and the slowly rising cursed sword, Luffy's heart raced in his throat. Meanwhile, the chefs aboard the Baratai watched the unfolding drama with bated breath, paralyzed by fear. Only Usopp continued to shout in desperation, perplexed as to why no one was rushing to save Zoro. "Hey, you lot, hurry and save him. If you don't act quickly, Zoro will truly die. Are you just going to watch a comrade perish?" Rayleigh, momentarily annoyed by Usopp's incessant cries, delivered a punch that left a painful bump on Usopp's head. The impact sent Usopp crouching to the ground, clutching his head and weeping. "Enough, Usopp." Quietly witnessed this momentous occasion in history. As Rayleigh's words faded, Mihawk's cursed sword descended in an instant, carving a deep gash across Zoro's chest. Blood sprayed forth, and Zoro fell backward, his body arcing as if caught in the petals of cherry blossoms falling from the sky. Zoro's eyes dimmed. Perhaps being slain by the world's greatest swordsman was his ultimate fate. With this thought, Zoro peacefully closed his eyes and sank into the sea, not even causing a ripple. Upon witnessing this, Usopp's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. In an instant, Luffy leaped into the water, intent on rescuing Zoro. However, before he could reach Zoro, he found himself floundering, gradually sinking and bubbling to the surface. Rayleigh, face-palming, sighed at Luffy's naivety. Usopp, seeing this, was in a frenzy, ready to jump in as well, but stumbled, striking his head against the railing and losing consciousness. Rayleigh, observing this, felt a wave of exasperation. Having boarded the ship, he truly felt he had fallen into an abyss of misfortune. From captain to crew, none seemed quite normal. With a resigned sigh, Rayleigh accepted his fate. He had boarded a pirate ship and could not disembark. He could only hope they would learn wisdom in the future. With that thought, Rayleigh leaped into the sea, rescuing them one by one. After expelling the water from Luffy's lungs, Rayleigh slapped Usopp awake and proceeded to bandage Zoro's wounds. Fortunately, the salt water had prevented any infection, and with proper care, Zoro would soon recover. After a short while, Zoro gradually opened his eyes, the humiliation evident on his face as he gritted his teeth in anguish. Covering his face with his hand, he declared loudly, "Before I become the world's greatest swordsman, I will never lose again." "Do you agree, Captain?" Upon hearing these words, Luffy, who had been in a semi-conscious state, instantly awoke. After a prolonged silence, he bellowed towards the sky. "All right." Luffy's thunderous shout reverberated through the air, causing the chefs behind him to tremble inwardly. Meanwhile, from a distance, Mihawk observed this scene, a look of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Adjusting his attire, he turned towards Zoro and remarked, "Strive diligently, swordsman. Your future achievements will surpass mine." With that, Mihawk tipped his hat and began to depart. However, at that moment, Riley's cold voice pierced the air. "Is it appropriate to leave so easily after injuring another's comrade?" Mihawk narrowed his gaze, casting a displeased glance at Riley. "What? Do you intend to betray your companion's will?" he inquired. In response, a glimmer of Conqueror's haki manifested within Riley. The moment Mihawk sensed this aura, his pupils constricted, and the look of bewilderment on his face was unmistakable. To his astonishment, he discovered that a user of Conqueror's haki existed in this small East Blue. Conqueror's haki is one of the most formidable abilities in the world, even surpassing the powers of devil fruits. Those capable of awakening such power are invariably the supreme beings of these seas, with Conqueror's haki users predominantly congregating in the New World. Even among the elite of the Grand Line, those who wield this power are few and far between. The existence of a user of Conqueror's haki in the relatively weak East Blue was indeed surprising. Nevertheless, having such a formidable ally could be beneficial for that audacious fellow. Perhaps he should offer a word of counsel to this fearless novice. With this thought, a slight smile graced Mihawk's lips as he addressed Riley. "You must have witnessed the fate of your comrade earlier. One should learn from history." Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Riley's eyes. He placed his foot upon the railing and fixed his gaze directly on Mihawk, declaring, "Mihawk, enough of your idle chatter. Are you afraid?" As he spoke, an air of arrogance radiated from Riley. Observing this, Mihawk's expression shifted slightly. Riley continued, "Today, your legend may very well come to an end." At this proclamation, the patrons of the floating restaurant were left astounded. The audacity of Riley to speak thus to the world's greatest swordsman was unprecedented. If he were to provoke this maritime powerhouse, the fate of Kuro's crew would surely mirror their own. Instantly, panic ensued among the chefs. Hey, stop saying such things. What if he decides to slice our ship in half?" they exclaimed in a frenzy, huddling together for safety. Chapter 24. Flowing blade like fire, master of the sword. In no time, the chefs began to scatter, some fleeing while others succumbed to despair. At that moment, Zeph and Sanji too turned their attention towards Riley. However, no trace of fear was evident in their eyes, for they believed wholeheartedly that Riley would deliver on his words. Under the gaze of the multitude, Riley boldly stepped onto the railing and leapt onto the deck where Mihawk stood. Ding! The system detected that the host had triggered a plot event and unlocked a new mission. Please make a choice, host. Option 1. Kneel before Mihawk and plead for mercy, gaining 1,000 points of all attribute experience. Option 2. Wound Mihawk, gaining 800 points of all attribute experience and a forging blueprint for the Supreme Blade, Cloud Cutter. Upon hearing this, Leilo faced no dilemma. The disparity of 200 points in all attributes was trivial when compared to the forging blueprint of Kanji Unki. Without hesitation, Leilo chose to challenge the formidable Eyebrow. However, defeating Eyebrow, the world's greatest swordsman, would not be a simple task. Yet, it was certainly a challenge worth undertaking. At present, he lacked a sword of unparalleled quality to rival the great swordsman. System commenced the forging of the soul-cutting blade, flowing blade like fire. After completing numerous quests, Leilo had amassed a considerable collection of forging materials in his spatial backpack. Furthermore, he had previously obtained the design blueprint for flowing blade like fire. Leilo was confident that with this weapon in hand, injuring Eyebrow would pose no significant challenge, for it was the most potent and ancient of all fire-type soul-cutting blades, boasting the highest attack power among them. Ding! Forging of flowing blade like fire has commenced. The soul-cutting blade blueprint has been successfully extracted. Ding! The materials required for the soul-cutting blade are prepared. Melting process begins. Ding! The forging of the soul-cutting blade is successful. It has been placed into the Universal Treasure Book. The mechanical voice of the system resonated continuously. Soon, the flowing blade like fire was successfully forged. With a reliable weapon now at his disposal, Leilo felt a surge of confidence. He slowly raised his gaze towards Eyebrow and declared, "Eyebrow, I believe I mentioned that your legend is about to come to an end. If you can accept defeat, feel free to make your move." Witnessing Leilo's calm demeanor, a rare look of seriousness crossed Eyebrow's face. He promptly drew the small knife he had previously used against Zoro. "To compel me to use my cursed blade, You must possess the requisite skill. In response, Leilo wasted no time. System, extract the soul-cutting blade. Instantly, a dark red blade materialized in Leilo's hand, flames dancing around its edge. Upon its summoning, it appeared as if a fiery beast was contained within, imprisoning countless vengeful spirits. Leilo then made a swift downward motion, causing the flames to dissipate, revealing an ordinary katana. Eyebrow's eyes widened in shock. Although the blade appeared to be a mere samurai sword, he could discern at a glance that it was far from ordinary. Its quality was on par with the supreme great swords, possibly even surpassing the cursed blade, knight, that hung behind him by a level. Upon this realization, Eyebrow's expression darkened. That blade is impressive. However, I wonder if its wielder can do it justice. No sooner had he spoken than Eyebrow assumed a stance with his small knife. Leilo positioned the blade before him and activated his rabbit god speed. In an instant, he appeared before Eyebrow. Eyebrow was stunned. He could scarcely perceive Leilo's movements. Leilo struck with his blade, forcing Eyebrow to muster all his strength to block, yet the small knife was sent flying. At that moment, Eyebrow understood that he had underestimated his opponent. He swiftly retreated, but Leilo offered him no respite. The speed at which Leilo moved left spectators on another deck. Zoro and Luffy, utterly astonished. They could hardly believe that Leilo was engaging the world's greatest swordsman in such a fierce exchange, or rather dominating the encounter, leaving Eyebrow with no opportunity to retaliate. Eyebrow attempted to draw his cursed blade, knight, but found no opening. Just then, Leilo deftly maneuvered behind Eyebrow, and with a flick of his wrist, the soul-cutting blade carved a path of flames. Your initial miscalculation, Eyebrow, may haunt you for a lifetime. Upon hearing those words, Hawkeye's pupils constricted, and he swiftly propelled himself backward, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Meanwhile, Rayleigh's blow cleaved the deck beneath Hawkeye's feet in twain. The two combatants found themselves compelled to engage in battle atop the water's surface, affording Hawkeye a fleeting moment to catch his breath. In an instant, Hawkeye deftly skimmed across the water, retreating while drawing the cursed blade, Yuru. With a resounding clash, Yuru met Rayleigh's sword, the Shigure. In that split second, two spheres of crimson and ebony energy erupted, sending the surrounding seawater soaring to a height of 1,000 meters. This magnificent force propelled the Baratai restaurant several hundred meters away, nearly causing all aboard to tumble into the abyss below. The spectators were rendered speechless, astonished by Rayleigh's formidable strength, which allowed him to match the world's greatest swordsman. However, those merely observing could only grasp the surface of their encounter. Zoro and Luffy, on the other hand, discerned the complexity of the skirmish. It was still insufficient. This level of engagement was inadequate, and Rayleigh was in peril. A flicker of concern lingered in Zoro's eyes. Upon hearing those words, Usopp was somewhat perplexed. It seemed evident that Rayleigh was the one overpowering Mihawk. How could one assert that Rayleigh was in danger? Contemplating this, Usopp cast a glance at Luffy, whose expression was also grave, with both hands gripping the railing. Luffy intently observed the clash between the two warriors. He then calmly stated, "Zoro is correct. This level of skill is utterly insufficient." As soon as he finished speaking, Mihawk swiftly retreated, revealing a sinister smile, and then unleashed his sword, Yuru, with a sudden surge of energy. The two opponents, who had appeared evenly matched moments before, were instantly separated. In the next heartbeat, Mihawk swung Yuru, delivering a formidable black slash aimed directly at Rayleigh. Reacting quickly, Rayleigh attempted to counter with his sword. Flowing blade, rupture. The surrounding waters surged, erupting to heights unimaginable. In the next instant, Mihawk's form loomed above Rayleigh, swinging Yuru down with tremendous force. Rayleigh braced himself for the blow, but it was evident that he was struggling. Mihawk's speed of attack only intensified, leaving Rayleigh in a defensive position. The contrast was stark. After all, his opponent was the world-renowned swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. It would indeed be lamentable if he were easily subdued by a mere pirate from the East Blue. The clash of blades echoed as Mihawk pressed down with all his might. Rayleigh's ankles sank into the water as he strained to hold his ground. "I acknowledge your strength. Young man, given time, you will surely surpass me. However, I must caution you. Rigidity leads to breakage." As Mihawk's words faded, an imperceptible shift occurred in his gaze, and he exerted force with his wrist. Yoru became enveloped in dark energy, and in an instant, Rayleigh was driven beneath the waves. Yet at that moment, Rayleigh swiftly wielded his sword, the soul-cutting blade, slicing sideways. A powerful torrent of water surged upwards, creating waves that forced Mihawk to retreat rapidly. Chapter 25, A Battle. Unrestrained and exhilarating. At this moment, Rayleigh finally found a brief respite, allowing him to maneuver flowing blade, rupture against Myhawk. Once more, their blades clashed, and within mere exchanges, the balance of power continuously shifted, leaving Zoro and Luffy agape in astonishment. This was the first time Zoro had witnessed such an extraordinary duel. It was imperative to remember that his opponent was none other than the world's preeminent swordsman, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Yet, remarkably, Rayleigh was holding his own against him. Though Luffy was not well versed in swordplay, he could sense the intensity of the confrontation. He had previously witnessed the formidable presence during his grandfather's training sessions with the Navy, and the overwhelming aura remained vivid in his memory. Now, the energy radiating from Rayleigh and Myhawk was strikingly reminiscent of his grandfather's. Overwhelmed with astonishment, Luffy's expression shifted to one of delight. He had not anticipated his crew member to be this formidable. It was simply astounding. The duel between Rayleigh and Myhawk escalated in fervor. Soon, beads of sweat appeared on Myhawk's brow, yet his demeanor grew increasingly jubilant. With Rayleigh's prowess, he could easily become a lifelong rival. This young man, while not deeply versed in swordsmanship, possessed an extraordinary strength that likely surpassed that of his contemporaries. If he were to inherit Myhawk's legacy, he could potentially become the next great swordsman. Although Myhawk was willing to wait for Zoro's growth, he realized that Zoro would require several more years to reach such heights. Yet Rayleigh had already achieved it ahead of time. This proximity in swordsmanship exhilarated Myhawk, uplifting his spirits considerably. Just then, their blades collided once more. A deafening roar erupted, and a massive whirlpool materialized upon the sea. The crew of the Krieg pirates found themselves spinning helplessly in the tumultuous waters, crying out for salvation. The clash of their blades resonated through the air, creating ripples that echoed with each strike. Rayleigh was now panting heavily. Indeed, the great swordsman was no trivial foe. However, this exhilarating battle was precisely what he needed. Engaging with the weak would only serve to diminish his own strength. In the face of a swordsman of Myhawk's caliber, he had to give his all. Otherwise, he risked suffering the same fate as Zoro. With this thought in mind, a flash of resolve crossed Rayleigh's eyes. System, extract the bull talisman. As soon as he uttered the command, a talisman appeared in his hand, shifting the atmosphere around him. Myhawk's brow twitched slightly. Rayleigh's wrist thickened, and in an instant, an overwhelming force propelled Myhawk backward. Clenching his teeth, Myhawk felt a jolt of pain in his palm, his wrist weakened, and he inadvertently released Yoro, which slipped from his grasp. Seizing this opportunity, Rayleigh surged forward, snatching Yoro from the air. In the next moment, he swung it toward Myhawk with ferocity. Yet Myhawk's speed was remarkable. His eyes narrowed as he swiftly analyzed Rayleigh's trajectory and evaded the strike. Yoru sliced through the air, parting the waves as if cleaving the ocean itself in two. Witnessing this, Zoro, Luffy, and even the crew of chefs stood in stunned silence. In the East Blue, how could such a formidable warrior exist? Was he a pirate defeated from the New World? Do not speak carelessly. He is a formidable force capable of going toe-to-toe with Myhawk, the likes of which even the most powerful pirates of the New World would struggle to contend with. Zoro's eyes widened in disbelief. He had always held Myhawk in the highest regard, but now, Rayleigh occupied an even more significant place in his esteem. The fact that Rayleigh could hold his own against the world's greatest swordsman was astounding. Although Myhawk may have underestimated him, it was a testament to Rayleigh's potential. If he were to truly grow, could he even surpass the world's strongest swordsman? Meanwhile, Usopp sat on the ground, dazed, his eyes vacant. What kind of monsters had he aligned himself with? Was this truly the extent of human power? At this moment, the waves began to coalesce once more. However, the previous surge had propelled their massive ship several thousand meters away. Now, all they could see of Rayleigh and Myhawk was but a distant speck. Luffy instantly extended his arm, grasping a distant pillar, and then soared through the air. In the process, he did not forget to bring Zoro along with him. Caught off guard, Zoro's head collided with the railing, nearly rendering him unconscious. He couldn't help but think to himself that one day, he would definitely take down Luffy. Luffy halted just under 100 meters away from Rayleigh, landing steadily. Meanwhile, Zoro crashed headfirst onto the deck. With a glare filled with resentment, Zoro looked up at Rayleigh. He vowed once more that he must eliminate Luffy. At that moment, the battle between Myhawk and Rayleigh had escalated from a mere swordsmanship contest to a clash of hockey. Although neither of them unleashed their full potential, the shockwaves generated by their hockey left both Luffy and Zoro in awe. This was a combat style they had never witnessed before. Was this truly the might of the world's greatest swordsman? It was utterly terrifying. At this juncture, the expressions on Rayleigh and Myhawk's faces grew increasingly exhilarated. It had been a long time since they had encountered such formidable opponents. Their hockey radiated outward, causing the sea surface to bulge ominously. Luffy and Zoro furrowed their brows, perplexed by the sight. The next moment, a colossal manatee slowly emerged from the depths of the ocean, its enormous jaws gaping wide as it lunged toward the two of them. Seeing the mountain-sized beast, Luffy's eyes widened in shock, utterly dumbfounded. He thought Rayleigh was about to be devoured by the creature. From a distance, Sanji also witnessed this scene and frowned in concern for Rayleigh. This sea beast was significantly larger than any they had encountered before, rivaling even the Sea Kings. They were truly in peril now. At that moment, sensing the approaching threat, Rayleigh and Mihawk cast cold gazes at the manatee, initially believing it was to be their meal. The manatee trembled at their stare. In unison, Rayleigh and Mihawk exclaimed, "Get lost!" as soon as the words left their mouths. The giant manatee emitted a terrified cry and swiftly retreated into the depths of the sea. Upon witnessing this, Rayleigh's brow furrowed slightly. If he was not mistaken, that had to be the manatee under Arlong's command. Chapter 26. The Power of the Rat Talisman Bestowed with Life. It was astonishing that their battle had drawn the manatee from such a distance. The collision of Haki could even influence creatures dwelling in the deep sea. It was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. They had never witnessed the clash of Haki before. Today, the rumors were indeed proven true. Spectacular ripples of black streaks appeared in the air, and the surrounding waters transitioned from boiling to gushing skyward. This magnificent spectacle left the chefs of the floating restaurant aghast. Was this truly the extent of human power? It was utterly terrifying. How could these two monsters have come to the East Blue? Enough chatter. We should think about how to escape. Gifu and Sanji wore grave expressions. Sanji took a step forward, his brows knitted in thought. Today, they truly encountered significant figures. Joining them on this voyage should prove thrilling. Upon hearing this, Gifu's eyes flickered. Indeed. Only by accompanying such a pirate crew could one hope to traverse the new world and reach the ultimate sea. Their seemingly casual conversation sounded like sheer madness to the chefs. They believed they had lost their minds. After all, they had offended the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. If they boarded such a ship, they would likely be exterminated before even leaving the East Blue. They should strive to distance themselves from them, lest they suffer Mihawk's wrath. Meanwhile, the clash of Haki between Rayleigh and Mihawk continued unabated. The earlier incident had no effect on their duel. The Haki radiated outward, overwhelming the smaller sea beasts, which succumbed and floated to the surface, frothing at the mouth. The confrontation escalated to a fever pitch. If it persisted, it would likely last for 3 days and 3 nights without conclusion. Realizing this, Rayleigh thrust his sword, the soul-cutting blade, forward alongside the demon sword Yuru. While Mihawk met both blades with his small knife, refusing to yield an inch. Rayleigh swiftly adjusted the positioning of his blades, evading Mihawk's knife. Yet, Mihawk's reflexes proved even swifter. His armed Haki enveloped him entirely as he grasped the demon's sword Yuru, attempting to reclaim it. In the next moment, Rayleigh utilized his observation Haki to narrowly evade the grasp. Although Mihawk felt he had secured his hold, he grasped nothing but air, his pupils constricting in surprise. Could it be that this young man possessed not only the innate talent for Conqueror's Haki, but also the hard-earned mastery of observation Haki? If Conqueror's Haki could awaken naturally, then observation Haki required rigorous training to mature. Rayleigh's speed had been astonishing, yet he had easily sidestepped it. Mihawk's eyes widened, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. How many more hidden talents did this young man possess? His anticipation grew. At that moment, Mihawk fixed his gaze on Rayleigh, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. He could hardly wait to witness Rayleigh's remaining cards. Stop dawdling and unleash your full power. As a user of Haki, you must possess more than this. As the words left his lips, Mihawk's Conqueror's Haki intensified, manifesting chaotic black lightning in the surrounding area. From a distance, Luffy and Zoro felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. Had it not been for their superior willpower, they would have likely collapsed into the sea. As Mihawk escalated his Conqueror's Haki, he enveloped himself in armed Haki. Did you not hear me? If you do not unleash your full strength, you will truly perish. Upon hearing these words, Rayleigh could not help but chuckle, remarking, "Truly, this is Zoro's lifelong aspiration. He appears composed, yet he bears a striking resemblance to our foolish captain. However, I must remind you, we are not merely sparring." As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of energy enveloped Rayleigh, and his gaze suddenly turned icy. System. Activate the mouse charm. Hardly had he uttered these words when a medal appeared on his arm. The sudden transformation caused Hawkeye to furrow his brow. In the next moment, the patterns on the mouse charm began to stir. A green light radiated outward, cascading onto the blade in Rayleigh's hand. Subsequently, The soul-cutting sword in the demon blade Yoro began to writhe as if infused with life, resembling aquatic plants. At this sight, Hawkeye's pupils constricted. Is this the boy's ability? To bestow life upon his sword? What manner of power is this? If such a capability exists, it is indeed extraordinary. Just then, an aura of malevolence emanated from the soul-cutting sword, not from Leilo, but from the sword itself. A blade that could autonomously exude killing intent? How could this be? Instinctively, Hawkeye attempted to retreat, sensing an overwhelming peril. If he did not escape swiftly, he might very well perish, a feeling he had never before encountered. Not even during his duels with Shanks. Hawkeye hastily withdrew, yet it was too late. The killing intent intensified, accompanied by a chilling specter that sent shivers down his spine. At that moment, the soul-cutting sword appeared almost alive. Initially undulating like aquatic vegetation, it gradually began to morph in shape, developing contours akin to a new life form rapidly evolving. Ultimately, the soul-cutting sword transformed, taking on a humanoid shape. Upon witnessing this, Hawkeye's eyes widened in disbelief. Before him stood a bandaged figure conjured by the soul-cutting sword, leaving him momentarily stunned. Was this truly Leilo's innate ability to anthropomorphize his weapons? One could hardly underestimate the sheer power of such a gift. Should swords be capable of becoming sentient, it would undoubtedly provide an additional formidable ally. As he pondered this, the soul-cutting sword seized the opportunity, launching a swift attack toward Hawkeye. In a flash, it grazed Hawkeye's cheek, drawing blood. Just as Hawkeye turned to retaliate, the demon blade Yoru, seemingly revitalized, began to twist and writhe. Though it did not take shape, it exhibited a newfound vitality. Chapter 27. Hawkeye, severely wounded. Leilo commanded the demon blade Yoru to swiftly assault Hawkeye. However, the black blade appeared to lack vigor, struggling vehemently to resist approaching Hawkeye. This peculiar behavior was understandable. Considering it had been under the control of its master for nearly 2 decades, some emotional attachment was to be expected. Now, with the mouse charm endowing it with life, its resistance was entirely natural. Subsequently, Leilo stripped the demon blade Yoru of its vitality, reverting it to a cold, unfeeling weapon. Once Yoru was devoid of life, Leilo could manipulate it without restraint. He swung his sword, unleashing a powerful slash aimed at Hawkeye. Hawkeye evaded just in time, narrowly dodging the blow. The strike, imbued with Conqueror's haki, cleaved through the sea with ease. Observing this, Hawkeye's brow furrowed. Is that Conqueror's haki? How is that possible? This is the new world. Only a monarch could wield the strongest form of Conqueror's haki. To his astonishment, the seemingly 17 or 18-year-old boy before him possessed such prowess. Was he truly a born king, or an extraordinary hidden powerhouse? The mystery was perplexing. As he contemplated this, Leilo's onslaught continued. Hawkeye desperately dodged, but to his side, the anthropomorphized soul-cutting sword launched a strike at his flank. They formed a pincer attack. After several exchanges, Leilo resolved to unleash his full strength. Ox Charm. In an instant, a talisman appeared in Leilo's hand. Suddenly, his arm thickened, and with a single stroke, the heavens darkened. The sword energy, already formidable, intensified under the influence of the Ox Charm, unleashing a cataclysmic force. Before the strike was even executed, the surrounding waters began to boil. As the sword was swung, the entire ocean surged skyward. Not far away, Luffy and Zoro, standing on the deck, were nearly thrown from their feet. Before they could comprehend the situation, the towering wave engulfed them. Had Luffy not clung desperately to a nearby pole, they would have surely been swept away. Straining against his weakened body, Luffy seized Zoro and leaped onto the pole. Unfortunately for Zoro, he collided with it, nearly losing consciousness. Clutching his throbbing head, Zoro vowed for the 3rd time that day to sever ties with their foolish captain. The two quickly found a floating piece of debris and leapt onto it, finally securing a momentary refuge. Meanwhile, the tumultuous sea began to stabilize. Leilo's sword technique, initially defined by raw power, had now evolved into unparalleled speed. With the extraordinary might of the rabbit charm, Leilo's sword-swinging speed multiplied severfold. Hawkeye evaded with all his might, his form becoming a blur, yet he could only barely escape. His brow furrowed deeply. The speed of Leilo's strikes was astonishing. Despite pushing his observation haki to its limits, he found evasion increasingly taxing, just as Hawkeye maneuvered to evade. The soul-cutting sword, now behind him, pierced his back directly. This strike rendered Hawkeye's observation haki ineffective. In a flash, Leilo swung the demon blade Yoru, leaving a deep gash across Hawkeye's chest. The wound instantly erupted with a fountain of blood, nearly causing Hawkeye to lose his footing and tumble into the sea. A sight of utter disarray. With this blow, Leilo had avenged Zoro, a moment he could savor, though not as gratifying as Zoro's own vengeance. Nevertheless, it offered a measure of solace to Zoro. Upon witnessing this scene, Zoro was left speechless. After all, it was the world's greatest swordsman. To think he had been wounded by Rayleigh. If word of this spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire New World. At that very moment, Luffy also let out a gasp of astonishment. Such an attack, even against his grandfather, was something he had never witnessed before. It was simply extraordinary. From a distance, Sanji and the others, though unable to see clearly, could still make out Hawkeye being sent flying backward by Rayleigh's strike. The cigarette dangling from Sanji's mouth fell to the ground in disbelief. What on earth was happening? This was the legendary swordsman, Hawkeye. How could he possibly be defeated by a pirate who appeared to be around his age? Zeph's expression turned grave. If Rayleigh were merely a pirate of equal strength to Hawkeye, he would still be concerned about leaving Sanji in his care. But now, Rayleigh had effortlessly sent Hawkeye flying with a single blow, which unmistakably placed him above Hawkeye in terms of power. What sort of tempest would such a formidable being unleash upon their journey across the seas? Zeph understood that Rayleigh was incredibly powerful, likely a notorious pirate from the New World, yet he never anticipated that he could engage Hawkeye in such a fierce battle. With this revelation, entrusting Sanji to him no longer filled him with dread. No matter how formidable the pirate crew, even those of the Emperor-level, it seemed Rayleigh possessed the capability to safeguard himself. At that moment, Sanji beheld visions of the ultimate sea before him. Perhaps by joining this pirate crew, he could truly realize his dreams. Sanji was now thoroughly shaken. The chefs at the Baratai were in a state of utter disbelief. How could this be possible? The world's greatest swordsman had been defeated by a mere East Blue pirate. It was simply unfathomable. How could such a powerful individual exist in the East Blue? It must be a trick, a dream. Someone please wake me. Just then, the injured Hawkeye stood upon a piece of driftwood, blood streaming from his wounds, his gaze vacant. The level of shock he felt was beyond measure. This was the first time he had suffered such a severe defeat. From the very beginning, he had been labeled a genius of swordsmanship. Throughout his life, he had rarely encountered failure in sword duels. After becoming a grand swordsman, he had encountered no rivals. Save for Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, who could match him. All others wielding swords were no match for him. Some lamented their fate, while others pursued him relentlessly. Yet, he never expected to fall to Rayleigh's blade today. Although it was not a defeat in a contest of swordsmanship but rather one of abilities. A loss was still a loss. He held no grievances, save for one lingering question. What was Rayleigh's ability that granted life to inanimate objects? Had Rayleigh not shown mercy in retracting his blade, he might have already been submerged in the depths of the sea. Realizing this, a serious expression crossed Hawkeye's face. He never anticipated encountering such a powerful adversary in the East Blue. If the world government caught wind of this, it would surely cause an uproar. To flaunt such strength before even reaching the Grand Line was far from wise. Chapter 28. Sanji, board the ship. Yet this young man seemed to possess the potential to do just that. Not only the Grand Line, but even the New World would likely struggle to contain his ambitions. With this thought, Hawkeye turned his gaze to Rayleigh and remarked, I must admit, you are one of the most promising swordsmen I have ever encountered. In response, a faint smile graced Rayleigh's lips as he looked back at Hawkeye. As I have said, your legend will come to an end here. Upon hearing these words, Hawkeye fell silent, quietly suspended above the floating timber, gazing at Raylo as if pondering something profound. At that moment, the system's rewards were dispensed. Ding. Congratulations, host. For injuring Hawkeye, you have gained 800 points of all attribute experience and a forging blueprint for the cloud-cutting blade. As Raylo beheld the rewards bestowed by the system, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Although the effort to obtain this reward was not trivial, the cloud-cutting blade was Whitebeard's cherished weapon, one of the supreme greatswords. Should he succeed in forging it, his prestige would soar. In that eventuality, not even the 7 warlords or the highest-ranking admirals would warrant his regard. After a considerable pause, Hawkeye finally reacted, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. He then addressed Raylo, saying, You are quite impressive. Had I not matters to attend to, I would have genuinely liked to further test your prowess. In response, Raylo casually waved the black sword, Yoru, back to him. Take this back. I disdain to keep the weapon of a loser. Hawkeye was unperturbed. He smiled as he deftly caught the thrown Yoru. Sharpen your sword, intent well. I hope that one day you can defeat me with your swordsmanship rather than your devil fruit abilities. In the future, I shall introduce you to the true essence of swordsmanship. With that, a mysterious smile played on Hawkeye's lips as he sheathed Yoru behind him. He then turned. stepping onto a plank and heading in the direction of the Navy headquarters. Witnessing this, Leilo couldn't help but furrow his brow. Why was Hawkeye heading towards the Navy headquarters? Could it be that the Navy was planning some significant action? However, recalling the progression of the original storyline, it seemed the next meeting of the 7 warlords was imminent. Not dwelling on it further, Leilo swiftly darted to the deck where Luffy and Zoro stood. He positioned himself directly beside Zoro. Upon noticing Leilo's arrival, Zoro's eyes reflected a tremor of astonishment. They were supposed to be comrades, yet Zoro now felt a trace of trepidation. He had witnessed the earlier confrontation between Leilo and Hawkeye, a battle of such earth-shattering magnitude that he knew he could not yet aspire to such heights. Yet, Leilo, who was of similar age, had accomplished it with apparent ease. How could he not feel uneasy? Zoro scrutinized Leilo from head to toe, wondering about the enigmatic man who proclaimed himself a craftsman of tools. Why had he suddenly appeared in the East Blue? It was utterly unfathomable. As his gaze fell upon the soul-cutting blade in Leilo's hand, a flicker of intrigue sparked in Zoro's eyes. That blade undoubtedly surpassed even the finest great swords. Even Hawkeye's cursed blade, Yoru, could not rival it. If only he could possess a blade of such caliber. Noticing the eager glint in Zoro's eyes, Leilo smiled and proposed. Zoro, how about I forge you a supreme greatsword? Those rusty relics you wield seem unworthy of your future achievements. Zoro's eyes widened in astonishment. Could Leilo truly forge blades? Considering the battle he had with Hawkeye, it seemed entirely plausible. Zoro hesitated, resting his hand atop Wadakamanji, furrowing his brow. He indeed desired a blade of supreme quality, for a fine sword could elevate a swordsman to unparalleled heights. After much contemplation, Zoro finally met Leilo's gaze, asking earnestly, "Can you really do that?" His eyes quivered with anticipation, a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor. Generally, Zoro was composed, often the clearest-headed member of the crew. Yet, upon hearing Leilo's offer to forge him a supreme greatsword, he nearly lost his composure. In response to Zoro's query, Leilo regarded him with a mischievous smile. That depends on whether you agree. If you decline, then I am powerless to assist. Upon hearing these words, Zoro unexpectedly knelt down. He solemnly bowed his head to Rayleigh. Of course, I am willing. Then I shall entrust this to you. Seeing this, Rayleigh hurriedly helped Zoro to his feet. After listening to their conversation, Luffy, filled with curiosity, exclaimed with bright eyes, Rayleigh, I too desire the supreme blade. Please assist me in forging one as well. Upon hearing those words, Zoro and Rayleigh exchanged glances, both adorned with expressions of disbelief, and spoke in unison, you don't need to. Following this, they erupted into laughter, dissipating the slight tension that had lingered moments before. Their camaraderie was restored, and at that moment, the ship approached, piloted by Zeph. Luffy swiftly wrapped his arm around Rayleigh and the others, eager to return to the vessel. However, Rayleigh, with remarkable agility, evaded Luffy's grasp and landed deftly on the gangway. Unfortunately, Zoro was not as fortunate. His seaweed-like hair collided with the railing, nearly causing him to roll his eyes in exasperation. At this moment, Zoro found himself devoid of the strength to curse his captain, resigned to his misfortune. As Rayleigh boarded the ship, the chefs of Baratai huddled together in trepidation. After all, this was a formidable individual capable of defeating Hawkeye. They feared the consequences of provoking him could be dire. Ignoring the apprehensive chefs, Rayleigh approached Sanji directly, saying nothing yet conveying his message clearly. Moments later, Rayleigh stepped aside, prompting Luffy to understand the cue and stride forward. With a serious expression, he locked eyes with Sanji and solemnly asked, Sanji, would you be willing to be our cook? Upon hearing these words, Sanji instinctively glanced at Rayleigh and then exclaimed, of course I am willing. Rayleigh and Luffy both burst into laughter. Usopp, seemingly from nowhere, produced a small gong and began to strike it around Sanji, only to be sent flying by a swift kick from Sanji. The trio then chimed in unison, "You're so noisy," and continued their hearty laughter. Gifu wore a contented smile, knowing that Sanji had finally found a pirate crew that would allow him to navigate the seas. As long as Rayleigh was with him, Sanji would not repeat his past mistakes. However, sensing Gifu's thoughts, Sanji's laughter abruptly ceased. He turned to Gifu with a serious expression and, in the next moment, knelt down, bowing his head heavily against the deck. Boss Gifu, thank you for your care all these years. Please, take good care of yourself. Upon hearing these words, tears shimmered in Zeph's eyes. He bit his lip tightly and said, you must take care of your health. Do not catch a cold. Chapter 29, The Grand Gathering at Cocoa Village. At Zeph's remark, Sanji immediately broke down in tears, his sorrowful droplets cascading onto the deck. His body trembled slightly, and he was momentarily choked with emotion, unable to utter a word. Then, Sanji forcefully bowed his head against the deck, and soon, he was weeping uncontrollably. Witnessing this, Leilo and Zoro, along with others, burst into joyous laughter, while the chefs who had previously opposed Leilo were also moved to tears. Seeing this scene, although Zeph maintained a composed demeanor, he could not conceal the moisture at the tip of his nose. By this time, evening was approaching, and the sky was adorned with crimson clouds. Today, dealing with Hawkeye had indeed consumed an excessive amount of time. It seemed the Straw Hat cruise journey would be delayed. However, it mattered little. After all, it was inevitable. Leilo gazed towards the east, a look of gravity crossing his face. He had made up his mind. The next destination would be Cocoa Village. He was determined to bring Nami aboard. Without such a navigator, their aspirations of traversing the Grand Line would be significantly hindered. Although he had awakened his conqueror's haki and possessed various tools, facing the peculiar natural phenomena of the Grand Line still posed a challenge. While he could ensure his own safety, the security of his companions was not guaranteed. As he pondered, the system's notification echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and successfully inviting Sanji onto the ship. You have gained 800 experience points in all attributes and several forging materials. Gazing at the system rewards, Leilo's lips curled into a smile. This venture had proven to be immensely rewarding. He then opened the system interface for review. Host, Roxty. Leilo faction. Pirate talent. None items. Ox talisman. Rat talisman abilities. None physical skills. LV7, 280, 1080. Swordsmanship. LV7, 120, 1080. Haki. LV8, 360, 1350. After examining the system panel, Leilo found himself in disbelief. He had not anticipated that following a single battle, his haki would rise 2 levels, directly reaching the 8th level. It appeared that he would need to engage in more duels with formidable opponents like Hawkeye to facilitate his level advancement. However, truth be told, Leilo was aware that his ability to inflict damage upon Hawkeye had been purely fortuitous. It was largely thanks to the formidable enhancements of the rabbit, ox, and rat talismans. After all, even an ordinary individual like Jackie Chan, upon obtaining a talisman, could contend with deities like the Holy Master. This underscored the extraordinary power contained within the talismans. Moreover, it was precisely due to his haki advancing 2 levels, achieving the 6th level of haki, that he could now engage in a modest contest against Hawkeye. Had it been the previous 4th level, he would have likely lacked even the time to unleash the powers of the rat talisman before Hawkeye. He chuckled at the thought of his 8th level haki, pondering to what extent it might enhance his abilities. Just as he was lost in thought, Zeph spoke directly. The hour is late. Why not stay for dinner before you depart? Consider it a farewell banquet we are hosting. Upon hearing those words, Luffy danced with exuberance, while Usopp seemed to have completely forgotten their previous affront to the greatest swordsman of the sea. Instantly, he joined hands with Luffy and began to leap joyfully. The atmosphere aboard the ship was entirely invigorated by their enthusiasm. Soon, the ship's cooks also began to join in the merriment. Laughter and cheer resonated throughout the vessel. Had it not been for Zeph's swift reprimands, they might have danced until dawn. Before long, a sumptuous feast was prepared. Luffy and his companions gazed upon the array of delectable dishes and meats, their eyes gleaming with delight. They then commenced to indulge heartily. Both Luffy and Rayleigh possessed an insatiable appetite, nearly depleting the entire stock of provisions aboard the floating restaurant. The astonished chefs could hardly believe their eyes as the plates were polished clean within mere moments of being served. They mused that next time, there might be no need to wash the dishes. Despite their astonishment, had it not been for Rayleigh's prior demeanor, they might have considered casting him and Luffy overboard. Their anticipated provisions for the month were rapidly dwindling. If this continued, they would soon be left with nothing but dust to eat. Fortunately, aside from Luffy and Rayleigh, the others maintained a more reasonable appetite. After the grand feast, Rayleigh and the others promptly succumbed to slumber. It was only then that the chefs breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that the remaining rations would suffice until the following day. Early the next morning, Rayleigh and his companions roused themselves from the dining table. Sanji had already awoken, smoking on the deck. The atmosphere of parting always carries a tinge of melancholy. Rayleigh approached and leaned against the railing, softly saying, "It's time to depart. Let us bid farewell to the old man." At this, Sanji took a deep drag from his cigarette. "We already said our goodbyes yesterday. Saying it again today would feel rather awkward, wouldn't it?" Upon hearing these words, Rayleigh ceased to speak further. Soon, Luffy and his companions arrived at the scene, having already overheard Sanji's earlier remarks. He boldly declared, "We're setting sail." Upon hearing this, the crew of the Straw Hat Pirates, including Sanji, boarded the Mary and departed from the location. Meanwhile, Zhifu watched from the ship, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Before the Mary set sail, Leilo did not forget to salvage the treasures of Captain Click, gathering the gold and silver to take with them. Having soaked in the water for an entire night, Click felt a surge of murderous intent upon witnessing the scene. However, the sheer terror of Leilo's formidable strength, capable of contending with the world's greatest swordsman, rendered him incapable of resistance. He could only watch helplessly as Leilo swept away the fruits of his labor amassed over many years. Click trembled with fury, soon spitting out a mouthful of blood as he leaned back in despair. Not far from him, Akin maintained an unusually calm demeanor, a strange smile creeping across his face. "Let us meet again in the Grand Line," he mused. Thus, Leilo boarded the ship, laden with Click's treasures. After a cursory inventory, he couldn't help but scoff. According to the original narrative, the gold they had acquired from Skypiea could be exchanged for 300 million berries. Yet, these treasures would barely fetch 10 million berries at best. They were worth less than their captain. Having secured the treasures, Leilo settled down. Once all were accounted for, Luffy announced the continuation of their voyage. The sails unfurled, and the Mary gently set forth. Leilo glanced at Click, then towards the floating restaurant, Baratai. Here, Zhifu, with his intact legs, posed a threat Click could not hope to challenge. Zhifu, a pirate from the New World, would undoubtedly prevail over a third-rate pirate like Click. The Mary continued its course, and barring unforeseen circumstances, their next destination would be Kokoyasi Village, where they could take Nami aboard. They would then set their sights directly on the Grand Line. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task triggered. Invite Nami aboard. Invitation successful. You will receive 1,000 experience points across all attributes, several forging materials, and a blueprint for the Origin handgun. Upon hearing the system's reward notification, Leilo felt invigorated. The Mary sailed smoothly onward, soon arriving at a small island. Curiously, all the buildings on this island faced away from the front. It was their first encounter with such an unusual architectural style. At the center of the island stood a large windmill. If Leilo's deduction was accurate, this must be Kokosha Village, the place that had caused Nami countless tears. They had finally arrived. Chapter 30, The Journey to Kokosha Village. Leilo resolved to eradicate Arlong and his crew, seeking vengeance for Nami. Upon reaching the new island, Luffy began clamoring for meat, rallying the crew to prepare for disembarkation. Leilo and the others could only shake their heads in resignation after last night's banquet. Even he felt utterly stuffed. It was a mystery how Luffy's appetite could be so insatiable. As they set foot on the island, they looked around in astonishment. It was peculiar. The island was utterly devoid of inhabitants. What, then, was the fate of these dilapidated structures? Were they remnants of a deserted isle? The atmosphere was dreary and devoid of the promise of meat, leaving Luffy somewhat disheartened. Usopp, standing behind Sanji with his slingshot at the ready, remained on high alert, wary of any lurking monsters that might suddenly emerge. At Usopp's words, Leilo couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, Usopp's tall tales often held a grain of truth. There were, after all, monsters in Kokosha Village. Meanwhile, Sanji lit a cigarette, displaying a subtle vigilance, a habit cultivated from years of outsmarting the rodents in the kitchen. In contrast, Zoro appeared remarkably composed, merely picking his nose with his pinky before yawning. The injuries he sustained from Mihawk had been quite severe, leaving him with little time to recuperate. Though Leilo possessed the ability to heal Zoro's wounds entirely with a rodent charm, he refrained from doing so. It would be an affront to Zoro's honor as a swordsman. He would never accept pity from others. As the group ambled forward leisurely, a fishman suddenly emerged from around the corner. They confronted each other, the fishman's eyes betraying a hint of seriousness. It seemed he had never encountered these individuals in Kokosha Village before. Were they pirates from the outer seas? Why had no reports been made? Hey, you lot, stop right there. Do you know whose territory this is? I'm giving you one chance, get out of here. Upon hearing this, Usopp's eyes nearly popped out in fright, and he immediately began to hop about, exclaiming, "We should leave quickly, or we might lose our lives." At his words, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji simultaneously raised their gazes towards the suddenly appearing mermaid. She was rather large, though it remained uncertain whether she would be palatable. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Sanji chimed in, "Indeed, cooking can be quite a troublesome affair." After their exchange, Zoro added, "Then I shall assist you by chopping the ingredients smaller." The peculiar dialogue among the three nearly drove Usopp to madness. "Hey, I say, Could you refrain from being so terrifying? Upon overhearing their conversation, a tremor flickered in the depths of the giant mermaid's eyes. Typically, upon encountering a fishman, ordinary individuals would hastily flee. Yet, why did these beings appear so leisurely in her presence? Contemplating this, a serious expression emerged in the mermaid's gaze. "You lot seem to hold me in rather low regard," she remarked, extending her hand forward, causing a droplet of water to fall. In the next instant, the fishman struck with a powerful punch, sending a wave rippling through the air. Leilo could foresee it. This was indeed the fishman's unarmed combat technique, one of their most adept forms of attack. However, this particular mermaid was neither an officer nor a notably strong member of her kind, merely a mere weakling. Thus, her strike lacked any real impact. Immediately, Leilo retaliated with a punch of his own, unleashing a gust of energy that sent the fishman hurtling away. Struggling to rise, the fishman looked at Leilo with trembling acknowledgement. In the East Sea, how could there be such formidable individuals? Isn't the East Sea supposed to be the weakest of all? One would assume that any fishman could reign supreme here, especially since the Navy has dispatched numerous fleets, all of which were effortlessly dealt with. What on earth is going on? He felt compelled to report this matter to Arlong without delay, for the situation was escalating. With this thought, the fishman painfully stood and sprinted towards Arlong Park. Seeing this, Usopp let out a sigh of relief, but his expression turned to one of dread the very next moment. Luffy had elongated his arm, ensnaring the fishman's neck and pulling him back with force. The fishman tumbled to the ground, gradually lifting his head, rage evident in his eyes. He retaliated with a punch, but Luffy's rubber fruit enabled him to absorb the blow, countering with a forceful strike that sent the fishman crashing to the ground. Witnessing this, Usopp panicked, exclaiming, "Hey, Luffy, what have you done? Why provoke this monster? We will be slaughtered by his comrades." The downed fishman glared, bloodlust igniting within him. Rising from the ground, he seethed. "Who are you to dare harm a fishman?" With that, he lunged towards Sanji. Sanji's eyes flashed coldly as he delivered a swift kick, sending the fishman hurtling away, directly towards Zoro. Without hesitation, Zoro unsheathed his sword, slicing open the fishman's chest, blood gushing forth. He cast a frigid glance at Sanji, questioning, "What was that all about?" Sanji shrugged, nonchalantly replying, "My apologies. I thought there was a tree over there." The two then locked eyes, their gazes intensifying. Leilo, observing the scene, could not help but facepalm. These two were at it again, and he genuinely felt concern for their future. Meanwhile, the fishman, knocked down by Luffy and his companions, stared blankly, perplexed. He could not fathom why these individuals were so strong. This was not the East Sea, he remembered. These beings were of a monstrous caliber, especially the first one. Although he had suffered the least harm from him, the impact was far more profound. The fishman continued to struggle, but Leilo swiftly bound him with rope, casting a cold gaze at the alleyway and remarking, "Haven't you tired of watching all this?" Upon hearing those words, Nami, who had been stealthily observing from the shadows, could not help but feel a tremor in her heart. She had believed she was well concealed. Yet she had still been discovered. Moments ago, she had witnessed how they had vanquished the merman. A sense of despair washed over her. Their strength was indeed formidable. Chapter 31, The Instant Defeat of the Merman and the Misunderstood Nami. Emerging from the alley, Nami had been closely monitoring Luffy and his companions ever since they entered Kokushia village. She harbored a lingering suspicion towards the Straw Hat crew. It was not that they were particularly vicious. Rather, they seemed different from ordinary pirates. Only after they defeated the merman did she feel a flicker of hope within her. Perhaps they truly could be her salvation. Shaking her head, she chastised herself for such a foolish thought. They were pirates, akin to Arlong. At that moment, upon seeing Nami, Luffy was filled with uncontainable joy while Sanji transformed into a wave of excitement. He had never expected to encounter such a stunning beauty in this village. Sanji circled around Nami, swaying back and forth. Nami, observing the frantic yellow-haired man beside her, furrowed her brow and said, "What are you doing here? If you dare to harm the villagers, I will not let you off easily." Upon hearing this, Sanji immediately regained his composure, casting a glance at the merman. His pupils constricted slightly, and he pointed at Zoro, shouting, "Hey, Mosshead, how dare you injure the villagers of this beautiful lady?" At those words, Nami could no longer contain herself. She delivered a punch that sent Sanji flying. "You fool, he could never be my villager." Sanji, clutching the bump on his head, still sported heart-shaped eyes. Meanwhile, Rayleigh stepped forward, glancing at the battered merman, and addressed Nami directly. "Nami, how about joining our pirate crew? Do you like this declaration of allegiance?" As he spoke, Rayleigh kicked the half-dead merman, pinning it beneath his foot. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of disdain crossed Nami's eyes. You pirates are all cut from the same cloth. Even if you were to eliminate the dragon pirates, you would not spare the villagers here. As soon as she uttered these remarks, even Sanji's expression shifted to one of calm seriousness. Reflecting on the fishman, he began to piece together the situation. He was aware of the rumors surrounding a village not far from Baratai, which was under the control of fishmen. Sanji lit a cigarette and approached the already severely injured fishman, delivering a series of powerful kicks. It was only when the fishman began to foam at the mouth that Sanji remarked, "How dare you bully such a lovely lady? You deserve to perish." Witnessing this, Nami averted her gaze. Moreover, you cannot possibly contend with Arlong. He is a notorious pirate who descended from Fishman Island, the closest land to the New World. A superhuman capable of toppling naval ships with his bare hands, boasting a bounty of 30 million. His subordinates are equally formidable, if you value your lives. It would be wise to leave this place. Upon hearing the bounty of 30 million, Usopp was nearly driven to madness. 30 million. Luffy, let us depart at once. Usopp trembled all over, clutching Luffy's clothing with an iron grip, unwilling to let go. Upon hearing these words, Luffy's expression turned grave as he waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "Silence. No matter how formidable the pirate, I shall certainly defeat him." At this proclamation, Usopp seemed to have completely lost his spirit, collapsing onto the ground like a lifeless dog. Meanwhile, a faint smile graced Zoro's face. Although he had just sustained severe injuries in his battle against Hawkeye, he understood that if he refrained from fighting, his swordsmanship would inevitably decline. He would rather face death on the battlefield than languish in a state of inaction. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Nami's eyes reddened, and she erupted in anger. "Did you even comprehend what I just said? Arlong is a formidable pirate from the New World. He is not someone you lowly scoundrels can easily defeat. You may be unafraid of death, but do not drag the villagers here into your recklessness." Nami gasped for breath, trembling all over. Although she longed to join them, she knew she must remain behind, for she bore the heavy responsibility of saving Kokoyashi village. Riley, understanding the turmoil within Nami, felt a shadow flicker in his gaze. He subtly lifted his foot, causing the fishman beneath him to shudder as if poised to speak. However, before any words could escape his lips, Riley's foot descended, piercing the fishman's heart. A spray of blood erupted forth, and the fishman fell, leaving this world in silence. This shocking scene left Nami utterly astonished. Did they truly grasp the weight of their actions? Had they really just killed a member of Arlong's pirate crew? The consequences of Arlong's wrath would be dire indeed. "Do you even realize what you are doing?" Nami's protest was left unfinished as Riley interjected. "Isn't it just a mere 30 million for a small-time pirate? Our captain will surely send him flying, won't he, Captain?" Upon hearing these words, Luffy wore a proud expression. "Oh, undoubtedly." At this, Nami furrowed her brow. She could no longer remain among these madmen. They had slain the fishmen. Arlong would surely be enraged. She had to inform the villagers, to make them aware of this event, so they could take refuge. Otherwise, they would face Arlong's wrath. With this thought in mind, Nami wasted no time and dashed towards the village. Just as Usopp had once warned those villagers, she went from house to house, explaining the situation to them. Yet, upon hearing her words, the villagers coldly shut their doors. Nami felt a surge of panic. Indeed, they still misunderstood her. It was true in the villagers' eyes. She was merely a traitorous errand runner for Arlong. Silent tears streamed down her face. At that moment, a woman with violet hair and an alluring figure approached. Observing the weeping Nami, she remained silent for a long while. Then, placing a hand gently on Nami's shoulder, she said, "Do not weep. We will not leave. If we were to depart, we would have done so long ago. Why wait until today?" Upon hearing those words, Nami turned around, her eyes trembling. For standing behind her was none other than her sister, Nojiko, the only one who had been by her side during this time. Nami collapsed into Nojiko's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luffy and the others looked on in confusion. Why was Nami running away? They had come to confront the scoundrels who had bullied her. At that moment, Rayleigh lowered his voice and said, "Let us go take a look." With that, he strode towards the village, followed closely by Luffy. Zoro, meanwhile, dragged the sullen Usopp along as they made their way toward Kokushiya village. Usopp, tears flowing, exclaimed, "Don't touch me. I've come down with a sickness that makes me dizzy the moment I step onto the island." Upon entering the village, they found it eerily deserted, with every door firmly shut. Luffy, momentarily taken aback, wondered aloud, how strange. Why would these people lock themselves in during the day? Chapter 32. Nami's Despair, the Villagers' Uprising. At that moment, Sanji lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply, but there was no aroma of food. No one was dining. Zoro glanced at the sword in his hand, lifted his gaze, and remarked, "There's a murderous intent in the air." Usopp hurriedly urged, "Please, let us move quickly." In a darkened room, Nami sat with swollen eyes, holding her forehead, while Nojiko tended to her with utmost care. After a short while, Nami slowly rose from her seat. Although her head throbbed painfully, her gaze was resolute. "No, I cannot just sit here and wait. Even if I must plead with Arlong, I will save the villagers." Upon hearing these words, Noki grasped Nami's shoulders firmly, pressing her down once more. It was futile. Arlong was a notoriously ruthless pirate. Now that his companion had been slain, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance without mercy. Upon hearing these words, tears streamed down Nami's cheeks. What am I to do? Have all my years of effort been in vain? At this, a trace of sorrow also flickered in Naki's eyes, for she was at a loss as to how to console Nami. Just then, a sudden cacophony erupted from outside, filling the air with a tumultuous clamor. Upon hearing the sound, Nami initially believed that the fishmen were attacking and hurried outside to ascertain the situation. However, what she discovered left her even more astounded. There stood the village chief, a Jin, brandishing a hoe and raising his arm in fervent proclamation. "Let us unite and confront those fishmen with all our might. How dare they subject our Nami to such indignities? We have endured enough. For Nami, for our village, we must expel Arlong." Upon hearing these words, Nami's pupils constricted. Could it be that the villagers had known all along? Tears streamed down Nami's face, uncontrollable and relentless. She was about to rush forward to stop them when she was intercepted by Nojiko. "Enough, Nami. There is no longer any justification for inaction. Do you have any idea how much we have endured over the years? This path is one we should have embarked upon a decade ago." As she spoke, a shadow flickered in Nojiko's eyes, and with a resolute expression, she declared, "It may be cruel to you, but we truly have had enough." Grasping a stick, Nojiko joined the throng, moving forward with unwavering determination, while Nami knelt on the ground, her eyes vacant and lost. At this moment, in Arlong Park, Arlong was reclining on a deck chair, basking in the sun. Suddenly, a merman dashed in with haste. "Bad news, brother? The villagers are rising up against us and are heading straight for the park." Upon hearing these words, Arlong squinted slightly yet did not take them to heart. Has it finally become unbearable? To endure for a decade is indeed a remarkable feat. It is time to seek a new village. Not a single villager shall be spared. And let us not forget to take Nami as well. With that, Arlong burst into laughter. Just then, another fishman came rushing over. "Brother Arlong, it is terrible. At the village entrance, we have discovered a Ching's corpse." Upon hearing these words, Aaron's expression changed drastically. His laughter abruptly ceased. His demeanor gradually turned icy. "What did you say?" Upon hearing Aaron's inquiry, the fishman, with a pallid complexion, continued, "A Ching, he was murdered." Upon hearing those words, Arlong gritted his teeth and stood up abruptly. "Who did this? I shall make them pay in blood." Arlong seethed with fury. The audacity of someone to harm his kin in the East Sea, a place he deemed the weakest of seas, was beyond his comprehension. He had no doubts. It was undoubtedly the rebellious villagers who had committed this atrocity. There was no conceivable creature that could defeat the fishmen in these waters, not even the sea beasts, all of which had been subdued by them. And yet, these villagers, seemingly powerless, must have been invaded by an outsider who slaughtered the fishmen, igniting their rebellious spirits. Clenching his teeth so hard they threatened to crack, Arlong bellowed, "Rally all the brothers. Search every corner of the village. We must unearth the invader." As soon as he finished speaking, all the fishmen had gathered, raising their arms in fervent cries, ready to unleash a bloody vengeance upon the village of Kokoyashi. Meanwhile, Leilo and his companions arrived at Nami's doorstep and were met with the sight of her weeping. Luffy's brow furrowed with concern, while Usopp opened his mouth as if to speak, but remained silent. Nonetheless, he no longer trembled as he once did. Sanji extinguished the cigarette in his hand, his expression grave. Zoro and Leilo wore indifferent looks. Leilo, aware of Nami's plight, felt no tumult within him, only a deep sense of compassion. Zoro's mind was devoid of thoughts. His focus was solely on whom to confront next. In an instant, all eyes turned to their captain, Luffy. His demeanor grew more serious as he strode forward. He extended his hand, not using his powers to lift Nami, who rebuffed him with a slap, exclaiming, "Go away. I detest pirates like you." Nami sobbed incessantly, but Luffy remained unfazed, silently observing her. Gradually, Nami's emotional defenses began to crumble. She turned, her tear-streaked face pleading with Luffy. "Help me, Luffy." Without uttering a word, Luffy removed his straw hat and placed it upon Nami's head. He then walked aside and let out a loud howl towards the heavens. Of course, at this declaration, the Straw Hat crew beamed with joy, although Usopp still felt fear. The sight of Nami's tears stirred something within him, a resonance of sorrow and pain he could relate to. Relo chose not to engage Nami further and instead turned to head towards Arlong Park. Luffy and the others followed suit without question, even Usopp, who walked with unwavering resolve. Despite the tremors in his legs, observing their determined retreat, tears surged anew in Nami's eyes, yet she quickly wiped them away, grabbing a stick and joining them. She could not allow her comrades to bear this burden alone. In her heart, she had already embraced Relo and the others as allies. The villagers and her companions were prepared to confront Arlong together. How could she, being directly involved, refrain from participating? With this thought, Nami quickened her pace. Soon, Relo and his companions arrived at Arlong Park, where the villagers were already clashing with the fishmen. The outcome of the battle seemed inevitable. The villagers could barely inflict any harm on the fishmen, their tools of rebellion failing to leave even a scratch. The fishmen, with a mere flick of their hands, sent the villagers flying several meters away. Chapter 33, Arlong's Shock. Luffy takes action. The disparity in strength was staggering. If the fight continued, the consequences would be dire. At this moment, the villagers of Kokoyasi had already sustained significant injuries. If this continued, blood would surely flow like rivers, delivering yet another blow to Nami. As the future navigator and financial officer, Relo resolved to offer his assistance. With this in mind, Relo unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, the violet aura rapidly expanding around him, forming a web-like pattern. At that moment, the Haki gauge above Relo's head began to diminish, consuming 20 points per second, quite a hefty toll. However, against these fishmen, a mere second would suffice. Relo's Haki swiftly enveloped the area outside Arlong Park. The fishmen, their expressions frozen in shock, rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground. Frothing at the mouth, Relo retracted his Haki. Although some villagers were inadvertently affected, allowing them to rest was preferable, as they would only complicate matters during the ensuing conflict. Inside Arlong Park, Arlong observed the unfolding scene, his eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment. His body trembled involuntarily as he slowly rose from his reclining position. If he was not mistaken, the sensation he felt was the unique Conqueror's Haki of the New World, a power so rare that even he had only heard tales of it. He could hardly fathom that a user of Conqueror's Haki stood before him. How could this be? After all, such power was typically reserved for the most formidable beings of the Grand Line. Who was this young man, wielding the mightiest of the three forms of Haki? Could he be a notorious pirate from the New World? Yet, what would compel a pirate of that caliber to venture to the East Sea? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Arlong suddenly realized something. His eyes darkened as he glared menacingly at Relo. It was clear to him, the one who had slaughtered their fishmen brethren must be this very individual before him. No one else in the East Sea possessed the capability to slay fishmen. Rage flared in Arlong's eyes, tinged with a hint of trepidation, prompting him to take a step back. Though he was regarded as a king in the East Sea, facing a pirate from the New World instilled uncertainty within him. If this individual chose to strike, Arlong knew he stood no chance. At that moment, Luffy adjusted his straw hat and confidently strode into Arlong Park. Relo and the others followed closely behind, exuding an aura of determination. The fishmen stationed at the edge of Arlong Park momentarily forgot to obstruct their path. Xiaoba and his cadre took positions on either side, ready for battle. The atmosphere crackled with tension as all the fishmen drew their weapons, preparing for a fierce confrontation with the Straw Hat crew. "This scoundrel has harmed so many of our brothers, we cannot let him escape," Xiaoba exclaimed. His cheeks puffed with indignation. Crow clenched his teeth and declared, "Indeed, I shall tear them to shreds in vengeance for my brothers." The cadre exuded an air of determination, and Arlong's confidence was somewhat restored. Upon hearing these words, Luffy revealed an excited smile. He then clapped his fists together. "All right. I shall transform all of you into Odin." Sanji chimed in from behind. "Indeed, with so many ingredients, it will take quite a while to prepare." Zoro glanced at the similarly armed chopper and unsheathed his sword, Wadakamanji. "Then I shall assist you in preparing some takoyaki." Usopp added, I've developed a condition where I get dizzy at the sight of fish." Rayleigh, dragging Usopp along like a lifeless dog, entered Arlong Park. Upon their arrival, a tense atmosphere enveloped as the fishmen drew their weapons. The two sides formed ranks, exuding an overwhelming murderous intent. At that moment, Luffy pointed forward and addressed Rayleigh. "Hey." Rayleigh, Go defeat them. This statement nearly caused Zaro and Sanji to stumble, almost leading to a fall. Rayleigh furrowed his brow. Come on, you're the captain, naturally. You should take the lead. Upon hearing this, Luffy's expression grew awkward. After witnessing Rayleigh's formidable prowess on several occasions, Luffy had begun to rely on his strength. This was a concerning development. Each time a battle arose, Rayleigh was his first thought. Although Rayleigh's victories brought ample rewards, if the crew's strength did not elevate, his solitary growth would ultimately become a burden. He needed to ensure that Luffy, Zaro, and the others also grew stronger. Only then could they become a pirate crew worthy of recognition. After contemplating for a moment, Luffy struck his forehead with his palm. Oh, I am the captain. The strongest should be reserved for me. With that, Luffy displayed a proud grin and stepped forward first, eagerly eyeing Arlong. Hey, you long-nosed fellow, your opponent is me. Upon hearing these words, Arlong felt an unexpected sense of relief. Since it was not Luffy he would be facing, his confidence surged anew. Just as he was about to speak, Luffy extended his arm, catching him off guard. Luffy's fist struck directly at Arlong's eye, causing him to stagger backward in pain. Clutching his eye, he glared fiercely at Luffy, gritting his teeth and proclaiming, a devil fruit user? Just a petty trickster. Before Arlong could finish his retort, Luffy's other fist was already hurtling toward him. A powerful gust of wind accompanied it, even more ferocious than the first blow. Yet, Arlong effortlessly caught this punch. A look of disdain flickering in his eyes. He then grinned and remarked, Hey, don't underestimate me, you filthy monkey. However, scarcely had he spoken when Luffy delivered a swift kick straight into Arlong's mouth, sending him flying 10 meters away. Arlong nearly rolled his eyes in disbelief. Anger welled within him. No one had ever dared to treat him this way. As he contemplated his next move, Luffy, quick as lightning, retracted his foot and followed up with a roundhouse kick, landing squarely on Arlong's left cheek. A large bump immediately formed on Arlong's face as he covered it, his teeth grinding in fury. This filthy monkey had the audacity to humiliate him repeatedly. Just then, Luffy's fist came crashing down onto Arlong's abdomen, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of bile. As he attempted to raise his gaze, Luffy struck him again, this time on the nose. Luffy unleashed a barrage of punches like a rubber machine gun, leaving Arlong no opportunity to retaliate. After a series of relentless attacks, Luffy, feeling a bit fatigued, finally ceased his assault, commenting, Wow, this guy is surprisingly tough. Chapter 34. Tensions rise, each showcasing their skills. Upon hearing these words, Arlong slowly raised his head, revealing a flicker of resentment in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Young man, you have provoked my wrath. Do you truly wish to stand against the Arlong pirate crew? At this, Luffy's gaze remained steadfast, showing no sign of fear. Zaro and Sanji stepped forward, ready for battle, while Usopp also gathered courage to move closer to Luffy, as if bolstered by an immense resolve, even if he retreated quickly thereafter. Leilo stood silently behind Luffy, casting a watchful glance at Arlong. The moment Arlong felt Leilo's gaze, a flicker of dread crossed his face. Since arriving in the East Blue, he had never experienced such a chilling sensation before. In that instant, a bloodthirsty glint appeared in Luffy's eyes as he responded to Arlong, and what of it? Who allowed you to bully our navigator? This statement, overheard by Nami as she hurried onto the scene, brought tears to her eyes. Reminded of her previous treatment of Luffy and Leilo, she felt a wave of regret wash over her. Determined, she resolved to stand shoulder to shoulder with Luffy in battle. Thus, Luffy, along with Leilo and the others, advanced a few steps forward. The cadre surrounding Arlong closed in, declaring, You are the first to dare speak to our captain in such a manner. Crocodile clenched his fists in fury, striding forward with long strides. Dealing with you rabble requires no effort from Captain Arlong. We can easily take you down ourselves, chimed in the brutish Hachi. The tension in the air grew thick with animosity. Finally, at a decisive moment, the fishmen of Arlong Park brandished their swords and charged toward Leilo and his companions, their fierce demeanor reminiscent of impending doom. Yet, before they could reach Leilo, Zaro slowly donned his bandana and unsheathed his sword. Gradually, he assumed a stance, a shadow flickering in his eyes. One sword style, lion's song, he proclaimed. The moment the words left his lips, a roar akin to a lion echoed forth, and a chilling gust swept through the air. The charging fishmen were sent sprawling, their cries of despair resonating as they fell to the ground. Zaro's strike had effectively dispatched a third of their numbers. Witnessing this scene, Arlong's brow furrowed in disbelief. How could this be possible? It is already remarkable for the East Blue to harbor even a few strong individuals. Why can anyone here stand against us fishmen? At that moment, Sanji took a deep drag from his cigarette, his expression cold as he extinguished the ember. He then raised his right leg and unleashed a flurry of kicks at the approaching fishmen. His speed was such that even Leilo could only catch a glimpse of his shadow. Clearly, Sanji's diable jam was beginning to reveal its prowess. With a series of kicks, he sent another third of the fishmen flying, resembling petals falling in a gentle breeze, landing in the pool with blank stares. Seeing this unfold, Arlong's subordinates were left speechless. Is this truly the level of combat one expects in the East Blue? Crocodile exclaimed in shock. Although the East Blue contained its share of pirate factions, most had ventured to the Grand Line, leaving behind only the inept. How could such formidable opponents remain here? For years, Arlong had terrorized the East Blue without challenge. Even Navy warships had fallen before him. They had never endured such humiliation. In that moment, the remaining third of the fishmen stood paralyzed, unsure of how to proceed. Advancing would surely lead to a fate akin to their fallen comrades. Yet retreat would result in Arlong's ruthless abandonment, for the Arlong pirates did not tolerate weakness. Just as they were ensnared in their dilemma, Luffy stepped forward, fist clenched, eager to vanquish the fishmen all at once. However, just as he was about to act, Leilo intervened. Stepping forward, he exhaled a breath of resolve and stated, "A captain should not engage with mere subordinates. Your true opponent is that man." He gestured towards Arlong. Arlong, instinctively recoiling at Leilo's gesture, felt a wave of self-reproach for his cowardice. Yet, his fear was not unfounded. He had witnessed the sheer power of Leilo's conqueror's haki, capable of incapacitating a multitude of fishmen in an instant. The overwhelming aura made even him feel a sense of trepidation. He was uncertain whether he could withstand it. If Leilo were to confront him, the outcome was far from certain. Yet, if it were merely an ordinary devil fruit user, the situation would differ. While devil fruits could enhance an individual's basic combat abilities, without rigorous training to augment physical prowess or to unlock the fruit's potential, consuming a devil fruit could become a burden. Observing that Rubberman with his spindly limbs, it was evident he had neglected his training, unlike Arlong, who had honed his skills through years of brawling. Although he lacked the innate talent of Jinbei, his decades of combat experience ensured he would not easily be outmatched by any pirate in the East Blue. However, it was Leilo, the wielder of haki, who instilled the most apprehension in him. Arlong regarded Leilo and Luffy with caution, particularly focusing on Leilo, who, at that moment, met Arlong's gaze with unwavering determination. Leilo was correct. Luffy should not engage with the minions. His target was the true mastermind behind Nami's torment. With this thought in mind, Luffy flexed his wrists and stepped forward, declaring, "Then I shall leave these fellows to you, Leilo." Upon hearing these words, Leilo offered no reply, instead revealing a sinister smile. Dealing with this motley crew was exceedingly simple. Contemplating, Leilo stepped forward. The remaining third of the fishmen had yet to utter a word. Without hesitation, Leilo unleashed the Conqueror's haki from his tricolor haki. Waves of purple energy surged forth. The haki gauge above his head diminished by 20 points. In the mere span of a second, the fishmen pirates met their demise at his hands. The fishmen rolled their eyes, collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Some were in such grave condition that they had already succumbed to despair. Only at this moment did the haki gauge above Leilo's head decrease by 40. A mere 2 seconds had elapsed. Confronting these inferior pirates posed no challenge for him whatsoever. Were he to release his haki for another second, it was likely that Arlong's subordinates would also submit to his overwhelming presence. After all, his haki was a force to be reckoned with, capable of rivaling that of Mihawk. Although Mihawk undoubtedly held back, this thought still filled Leilo with a sense of pride. Chapter 35. Captain Usopp, the Provocation Technique. At merely level 6, he could stand toe-to-toe with Mihawk. Now at level 8, he faced the fishmen with effortless ease. With the upgrade of his haki level, his current haki gauge had reached a storage capacity of 500. He had only utilized 40 thus far, leaving him with 460 to spare. While such a level of haki might prove taxing against the 4 emperors and the 3 admirals, it was more than sufficient to deal with these lowly pirates without breaking a sweat. Witnessing this scene, Arlong's eyes darkened with fury. In an instant, he exerted force into his hands, launching an attack towards Leilo without hesitation. No longer did he regard whether Leilo was a user of haki. Anger had clouded his judgment. If he feared these lowly pirates, they would never establish their dominance in the East Blue. As Arlong's form drew ever closer, Leilo remained unfazed. Before Arlong could reach him, Luffy's fist had already met his own. The 2 fists clashed. The surrounding air quivered as their strikes compressed the atmosphere, creating a powerful force. For a moment, the 2 appeared evenly matched. Arlong's fist contorted while Luffy's rubbery arm bit. Both retreated simultaneously. Luffy's fist was now stained with blood, droplets cascading to the ground. Arlong fared no better, his knuckles fractured in several places, gritting his teeth in pain. A resolute gleam appeared in Arlong's eyes. He took it upon himself to realign his broken joints. "You have thoroughly enraged me." Gazing at the countless injured fishmen in his domain, Arlong could no longer contain himself. He loosened his muscles and turned his gaze towards Luffy. "Today, we shall engage in a grand battle." Upon uttering these words, the robust Kuro stepped forward first, flexing his wrists. "How dare you provoke the Arlong pirates? You truly seek your own demise." Upon hearing these words, Shio stepped forward, pouting his elongated lips and declared, "It has been a long time since I last stretched my limbs. With these individuals around, it would be splendid to practice some boxing." Meanwhile, the naive little Ba also came to realize the situation. Clutching 6 knives in his hands, he feigned a fierce glare at Luffy and his companions, warning them that having provoked Brother Arlong, they should consider themselves unfortunate, and that he, Xiao Ba, would assist in their demise. At that moment, the sky was cloaked in dark clouds, as if heralding the approach of a grand battle. A gentle drizzle began to fall, pattering against the faces of Arlong and Luffy, both exuding an air of impending confrontation. Now, Zoro had found his opponent, none other than the knife-wielding Xiao Ba. Although the stance of his adversary appeared somewhat peculiar, Zoro did not underestimate him. It is often the case that masters of the sword exhibit a certain disregard for convention. With determination, Zoro drew his sword, Wado Ikamanji, his expression brimming with excitement, though the persistent drizzle cast a shadow of concern upon him. He hoped fervently that it would not affect his wounds. As Zoro's opponent was established, Sanji, with a look of disdain, made his way toward Kuro, the cigarette still smoldering in hand. He extinguished it without hesitation, bracing himself for battle. Observing Sanji's demeanor, Kuro's expression turned grave. He did not dare to underestimate his opponent simply because he was a lowly pirate. After all, he had witnessed Sanji's prowess moments ago. To underestimate him would likely result in a fate akin to that of his fellow fishmen. Thus, Kuro prepared himself to give it his all from the very start. Meanwhile, Usopp, watching the unfolding scene, wore a self-satisfied expression, exuding an air of someone ready to command the world. Now, every warrior had found their match. Luffy faced Arlong, Zoro squared off against the giant octopus. Sanji confronted the muscular fish, and the long-beaked fish was naturally the prey of Riley. With the shrimp and crab soldiers dealt with, Usopp merely needed to observe from the sidelines. As Usopp basked in his moment of pride, Riley suddenly patted him on the shoulder and pointed towards Shio, saying, "Hey, Usopp, that fellow is your responsibility." Upon hearing those words, Usopp confidently patted his chest. "Ah, you can rest assured to leave it to me." At this moment, Usopp seemed to realize something and turned towards Leilo, exclaiming, "What? It's to be entrusted to me? Shouldn't it be the 3 of you who handle this?" In response, Leilo patted Usopp's back and, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "Don't be foolish. This is a rare opportunity for training, so it must be entrusted to you." As he spoke, Leilo slightly lifted his head, gazing at Usopp with a look of curiosity, and asked, "You're not afraid, are you, Captain Usopp?" Leilo's provocation struck Usopp like a heavy weight, rendering him momentarily speechless. "And no, that is absolutely impossible. I, Captain Usopp, can accomplish anything. It's merely a fish." With that declaration, Usopp strode towards the target, initially displaying an air of confidence, but as he progressed, his legs began to tremble. Upon reaching the fish, he suddenly buckled at the knees and knelt before it. Leilo slapped his forehead in exasperation. Indeed, a hopeless case. At this sight, the fish appeared utterly bewildered, staring at Usopp, unsure how to react. Seizing the opportunity, Usopp quickly pulled out his slingshot and launched a wasabi bean into the fish's elongated mouth. At that moment, the fish was caught off guard, mistaking it for a bomb. Just as it attempted to spit it out, it sensed something amiss. A wave of intense spiciness erupted within its mouth, akin to a volcanic explosion. The fish nearly breathed fire, diving headfirst into the swimming pool, tears streaming down its face. It took a long while for it to emerge from the water, glaring fiercely at Usopp, wishing to tear him to shreds. Observing the fish's ferocious demeanor, Usopp turned on his heels and fled, sprinting hundreds of meters in an instant. The fish, relentless, pursued him with vengeance, determined to reclaim its lost dignity in front of its companions. Witnessing the spectacle, Leilo paid no heed, confident in Usopp's luck to evade harm. He then turned away. But upon noticing the fish's frenzied chase, he realized that while Usopp was swift, the fish was even more relentless. With each step, the fish expelled saliva like nails, creating pits in the trees it struck. At this sight, Usopp's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, pushing him to run even faster. He occasionally glanced back, only to be met with increasing dread as the fish's figure drew closer. Chapter 36. Luffy versus Arlong. If he continued to flee, it was only a matter of time before he was caught. With this thought, Usopp scanned his surroundings for a place to hide. Soon, he discovered a thicket not far away and dove into it. The fish arrived, halting and scanning the area, yet it could not locate Usopp, growing increasingly frantic. Meanwhile, Usopp had settled down, and Zoro was engaged in battle with Xiaoba. Although Xiaoba was the weakest in terms of combat prowess, Zoro, having recently sustained an injury from Mihawk, found himself in an arduous struggle against Xiaoba's onslaught. The clash of 3-sword style versus 8-sword style created an atmosphere of chaotic dance. Zoro had initially assumed Xiaoba was a naive swordsman, but it became apparent that he wielded his blades with reckless abandon. However, due to his injury, Zoro could not exert full strength and relied on his elegant swordsmanship to fend off the chaotic barrage from Xiaoba's 8 blades. Xiaoba's speed had reached the point of leaving afterimages, while Zoro, forced to contend with his wounded body, observed the lack of technique in Xiaoba's attacks, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. "Hey, could you please fight properly? Stop flailing around like an octopus." Upon hearing those words, Xiaoba felt a surge of anger. It was clearly your lack of diligence that led to this situation, yet you dare to blame others. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoba's attack speed intensified. Zoro was compelled to match his pace, but the frequent strain on his wounds inflicted excruciating pain. He was uncertain when his injuries would give way and burst open. Zoro struggled to fend off Xiaoba's relentless assault, while Sanji's battle with Kuro had only just commenced, resulting in a relatively slower pace of combat. Sanji delivered swift kicks, yet such attacks failed to inflict any damage on Kuro. However, Sanji's technique grew increasingly rapid, almost leaving behind an afterimage. Witnessing this, Rayleigh rested his chin on his thumb, a smile creeping onto his face. At this moment, Sanji was in his prime. He should fare well. Sanji's leg techniques were razor-sharp, rendering Kuro unable to retaliate. Nonetheless, Kuro's physique was remarkably resilient. Despite Sanji's incessant attacks, Kuro sustained no injuries. In contrast, Sanji was beginning to breathe heavily. In the next moment, Kuro seized the opportunity, gripping Sanji's ankle. "Humph. A mere trash pirate from the East Blue thinks himself extraordinary just because he's slightly stronger than the average man. Today, I shall send you to hell." With that declaration, Kuro hoisted Sanji into the air. Sanji furrowed his brow, his other leg kicking wildly at Kuro. However, with his pivot too weak, he could not unleash the full power of his diable jam. His kicks merely grazed Kuro, inflicting neither pain nor discomfort. Suddenly, Kuro hurled Sanji into the sky, droplets of water cascading from his hands. He then unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Sanji's descending figure. A formidable shockwave erupted, accompanied by the ominous sound of air bursting. If Sanji were to fall directly into that strike, it would surely end in either death or grave injury. Rayleigh's gaze flickered with concern at this sight. It seemed he would need to intervene. But in the next instant, Sanji executed a perfect 360-degree turn mid-air, using the explosive shockwave to propel himself towards Kuro. He delivered a decisive kick that sent Kuro flying, blood erupting from Kuro's mouth. As Sanji landed gracefully and scathed, he lit a cigarette and elegantly exhaled a smoke ring. Kuro struggled to rise, adjusting his appearance before adopting a serious stance. "I acknowledge your strength, but this is where it ends." As soon as he finished speaking, Kuro's eyes widened, and he lunged towards Sanji. Unfazed, Sanji utilized his diable jam to continuously block, resulting in an evenly matched exchange. The battles on both sides had reached a fever pitch. However, Luffy and Arlong remained at a standstill, merely observing one another. On Arlong's end, he remained wary of Rayleigh, who stood behind Luffy. Should Rayleigh join the fray, Arlong knew he would stand no chance. He should have made a decision to withdraw from Kokoyashi village earlier. Yet the tragic events at Arlong Park fueled his rage, making it impossible to suppress. As the elder brother, he could not bear to see his kin suffer such calamity. What face did he have left to lead the Arlong pirates? He must avenge his comrades. With this thought in mind, Arlong gathered several droplets of rainwater, propelling them forward with immense force, hardening them beyond steel. In an instant, the 3 droplets pierced Luffy's body, causing blood to erupt forth. Luffy gritted his teeth, a grave expression clouding his eyes. Immediately, he extended his arm backward and swung it forward, generating a powerful force that caused the air to screech in protest. If Arlong were to take that punch directly, it would result in either death or severe injury. However, this ferocious strike was anticipated by Arlong, who deftly evaded it. He swiftly maneuvered to Luffy's front, his fist clenched tightly. One punch landed squarely in Luffy's abdomen, sending him hurtling several meters away. Luffy coughed up blood, nearly losing consciousness. Yet, after this strike, Arlong too was not unscathed. His complexion reddened, and he gasped for breath. He readied himself, revealing the prominent mark of the Sun Pirates on his chest. Observing this, Rayleigh furrowed his brow. Indeed, a pirate descending from the New World could not be underestimated. In the original narrative, Arlong's defeat at Luffy's hands was due to his underestimation of the situation. Now, with Rayleigh present, every fiber of Arlong's being warned him of the potential danger, keeping him on high alert. It appeared that Luffy's battle would prove to be considerably challenging. After a brief respite, Arlong launched himself backward, fearful of a sudden attack from Rayleigh, aware that he could never match the power of a hockey user. Meanwhile, Luffy lay on the ground, gasping for breath, yet his eyes reflected an unwavering determination. At that moment, Nami approached and helped Luffy to his feet. As she observed Luffy coughing blood, her eyes revealed a hint of worry. She wished to say something but found herself at a loss for words. After all, everything happening was for her sake. Despite Rayleigh and the others being formidable, Arlong was a seasoned pirate from the New World, not someone who could be dealt with easily by ordinary pirates. This battle was exceedingly precarious. If things continued this way, not only would Luffy and his companions perish, but Arlong would also spare no one, putting even the villagers of Kokoyasi in grave danger. Chapter 37, Destruction, the Source of Suffering. On the other side, the battle between Zoro and Xiaoba raged on. Due to the overcast weather and rain, Zoro's injuries had worsened. Blood seeped through the bandages, trickling down his clothing. If left untreated, he risked severe inflammation and potential life-threatening consequences. Witnessing this, Xiaoba could not help but laugh with pride, brandishing his weapon with malice as he glared at Zoro. What a resilient swordsman you are, but alas, I shall show no mercy. The fishmen you dispatched were my kin, and I will exact vengeance for them, one cut at a time. As he spoke, Little 8 unleashed all 8 of his tentacles, scattering them chaotically as they spun rapidly towards Zoro in a fierce assault. Witnessing this, Zoro gritted his teeth and swiftly retreated. Such a disordered swordplay is an affront to swordsmen. With that exclamation, Zoro donned his bandana and, in an instant, unleashed 3 swords simultaneously, enveloping the surroundings in a dark violet aura that expanded outward. 3-sword style, Great Thousand Worlds. No sooner had he uttered the words than his figure flashed forward, darting through the rapidly spinning Little 8. In that moment, Little 8 trembled violently before abruptly halting his furious rotation. He stood there, dazed and bewildered. Had it not been for the rise and fall of his breath, one might have believed him to be deceased. Though Zoro, hindered by his injuries, could muster only a fraction of his former strength, less than a tenth of what he had wielded against Mihawk, he still managed to inflict 2 deep gashes upon Little 8. Initially, these wounds went unnoticed, but as Little 8's breathing quickened, the ghastly marks became increasingly apparent. Blood gushed forth, and Little 8 rolled his eyes back, collapsing to the ground, the 8 blades in his hands scattering across the floor in disarray. Though he had triumphed over Little 8, Zoro too succumbed to his injuries, fainting from the significant blood loss. Observing the dire situation with Zoro, Luffy's eye upon hearing those words, Nami dared not hesitate and rushed directly towards Zoro. She quickly reached Zoro's side and applied a simple bandage, thus rescuing him from peril. Once she confirmed Zoro was safe, Nami turned her gaze back towards Luffy. At that moment, Luffy was already engaged in battle with Arlong. Arlong's fishman karate surged forward with such speed that the direction of his strikes became indistinguishable. Yet their force remained undiminished. The air around them crackled with friction as Luffy, now more cautious than before, desperately evaded the relentless barrage. Remarkably, he emerged unscathed amidst Arlong's fierce onslaught. Seizing an opening, Luffy unleashed a kick aimed at Arlong's head. Arlong furrowed his brow and swiftly dodged the attack, causing Luffy's foot to graze the side of Arlong's face and fly towards the tall tower of Arlong Park. Alarmed, Arlong attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Luffy's kick shattered the tower behind Arlong, cleaving it in 2. Witnessing this, Arlong's expression shifted from concern to near madness as he exclaimed, "You wretched little monkey. Do you know what that place is? It holds the key to our dominance over the East Blue." With gritted teeth, Arlong bared his teeth and lunged at Luffy. In response, Luffy's expression turned grave. He retracted his foot just in time, causing Arlong to snap at empty air, the force of his bite causing his teeth to clack together. Arlong then opted to extract his embedded teeth, only for them to regenerate anew. Luffy looked on with envy, while Rayleigh sighed, pondering what was there to envy. As Arlong opened his mouth once more to attack, Luffy steeled himself and aimed a precise kick at Arlong's chin. However, the strike failed to inflict any damage. Arlong seized Luffy's ankle and flung him away. In the next instant, Arlong conjured 3 drops of rainwater, launching them towards Luffy. Mid-air, Luffy spun and retaliated with a kick, sending Arlong flying. Arlong wiped the blood from his mouth, fury igniting in his eyes. His muscles bulged as he threw a powerful punch at Luffy's head. Just as Luffy landed, he was unable to brace himself and took the full force of the blow, sending him hurtling backward and painting the air with fresh blood. Elated, Arlong prepared to taunt Luffy, but was taken aback as he witnessed Luffy's trajectory directly towards the place where he stored his precious blueprints, essential for his reign over the East Blue. This could not be allowed to be destroyed. Yet, Luffy had already crashed into the tower, creating a massive hole and exacerbating the already ravaged structure. Struggling to free his head from a large rock, Luffy surveyed his surroundings, which were littered with an assortment of nautical charts. His expression turned serious upon realizing these were the strategic maps of the East Blue. Although Luffy was not adept at drawing, he recalled the route they had navigated through the East Blue with clarity. Among the charts lay a letter, scrawled in a haphazard manner, detailing Nami's indignation as she painstakingly crafted these maps. Luffy's expression hardened as he grasped the significance of this place. It was the source of Nami's anguish. Meanwhile, Arlong raced towards the tower, fearful that his charts might be obliterated by the reckless intruder. Just then, a foot emerged from the tower's apex, causing Arlong's eyes to widen in horror. In the next heartbeat, the entire structure collapsed, and from the rubble, Luffy sprang forth, scattering the charts into the air, which fluttered down into the sea. Nami's eyes welled with tears as she beheld the scene before her. Unable to believe that her years of torment were disintegrating before her eyes, she wept inconsolably while Zoro awoke, anxiously glancing towards the tower. At that moment, Luffy leaped into the air, his expression resolute as he faced the stunned Arlong. From this day forth, Nami will no longer draw maps for anyone. She will be my navigator, and no one shall force her to do anything against her will. Do you understand, Longnose? With those words, everyone turned their attention to Luffy. Some of the more resolute villagers struggled to rise, their eyes reflecting a newfound determination. Let's take down Arlong, someone shouted, and the crowd echoed the sentiment, placing all their hopes in Luffy. Emerging from the debris, Luffy declared with unwavering conviction, "Oh, rest assured." Upon hearing this, Arlong seethed. "You filthy monkey. You've destroyed years of my hard work. Unforgivable." Clenching his fists, Arlong prepared to retaliate, but in an instant, Luffy's punch landed with such swiftness that Arlong had no time to react. The blow struck him squarely in the chest, where the Jolly Roger of the Sun Pirates lay. Arlong's muscles caved in, and he was sent hurtling backward, spitting blood as he crashed to the ground, eyes rolling back. Yet, the exertion from that punch had drained Luffy considerably, leaving him breathless and coughing as he struggled to support himself on the ground. The onlookers were left in disbelief. They had never imagined someone could vanquish Arlong in the East Blue. They had all witnessed Arlong's might, capable of overturning warships with bare hands, far beyond the limits of human strength. Yet, that straw-hatted boy had seemingly defeated Arlong with a single punch. It was utterly astonishing. After a brief moment, Luffy rose to his feet, cracking his knuckles and eyeing Arlong with a challenging gaze. "Hey, is that all you've got?" he taunted, tilting his head and preparing for battle. A long moment passed before Arlong's fingers twitched slightly. With great effort, he sat up, revealing a glint of coldness in his eyes. Without hesitation, he plunged his left hand into the rubble, and after a brief search, he swiftly extracted an enormous, serrated weapon. With a sweeping motion, he addressed Luffy, declaring, "Do you truly believe I would be so easily defeated by you? Do not harbor such foolish illusions. No matter how powerful your allies may be, today, you shall not escape from Arlong Park." As his words fell, Arlong's form surged upward, launching an attack toward Luffy. Luffy barely managed to evade. The jagged weapon sliced through the air, narrowly missing Luffy's abdomen and cleaving the debris in two. Luffy gasped, drawing in a breath, "Phew, that was truly perilous." In response, Arlong gritted his teeth and scoffed, "Humph, merely a monkey that can jump around." With that, he unleashed another strike, a powerful slash surging forward. Yet Luffy adeptly dodged once more. Arlong, undeterred, continued his onslaught. Each attack grazed Luffy's form, infuriating Arlong further. His strikes accelerated, and the villagers, witnessing the unfolding struggle, felt a surge of anxiety for Luffy's safety. They silently prayed for his well-being. Observing from a distance, Rayleigh's expression grew grave. Luffy's rate of growth appeared alarmingly rapid. Mere moments ago, he could have been easily dispatched by Arlong, Yet now, in just a few brief minutes, he was nearly on par with Arlong in his prime. It seemed imperative that they engage in more battles henceforth. With combat experience, the Straw Hat crew would undoubtedly progress swiftly. As Rayleigh continued to watch, he noted that Arlong's assault intensified, while Luffy, having expended considerable energy, could hardly muster his full strength and was left to absorb the blows. In stark contrast, Arlong radiated an aura of confidence, a green glow emanating from his being. With each swing of his weapon, the surrounding air was stirred, creating formidable gusts of power. Luffy found himself at a disadvantage, for without the mastery of armament haki, his rubber fruit was particularly vulnerable to sharp blades. A direct hit would indisputably result in dire consequences for Luffy, given his current physical resilience. At this juncture, Arlong was consumed by rage, fixated solely on one objective, to eliminate Luffy. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, Usopp was left gasping for breath. Barely clinging to life as a figure named Sha seized him with a single hand. Upon witnessing Usopp's battered and bloodied visage, Sha couldn't help but spit in disdain. I had expected a formidable opponent, yet you proved to be so feeble. Indeed, pirates of the East Blue are nothing but garbage. With a careless flick of his wrist, he discarded Usopp as if he were mere refuse, and then turned to stride toward Arlong Park. Just then, a resolute voice rang out from behind him. Wait. Upon hearing those words, Shio paused momentarily before turning around, casting a disdainful glance at Usopp. At that instant, Usopp, bloodied and trembling, raised his slingshot and promptly launched a marble towards Shio. Mistaking it for wasabi, Shio quickly covered his elongated mouth, yet the true target of the projectile was his eyes. In an instant, the marble exploded before Shio, enveloping the area in a cloud of red powder, pure chili powder, to be precise. Shio immediately shielded his eyes and frantically searched for water, but in his blinded state, he was oblivious to its location and could only flail about. Meanwhile, Usopp scattered pushpins around him. As Shio stumbled about, he inadvertently stepped on the sharp pins, causing him immense pain. Although the fishman possessed tenfold the resilience of an ordinary human, the agony from being punctured was equally magnified. Shio, writhing in pain, fell to the ground, his posterior now riddled with pushpins. Fortunately, he managed to locate a puddle of water and washed away the chili powder from his eyes. Just as Shio seethed with rage, intent on confronting Usopp, he suddenly saw Usopp drawing back his slingshot once more. Instinctively, Shio covered his eyes. A wicked grin spread across Usopp's face as he shouted, "Ultimate technique, Super Wasabi." No sooner had he spoken than two green projectiles shot straight into Shio's mouth. The concentrated wasabi surged wildly between Shio's lips, causing him to spew flames before he was rendered unconscious from the heat. Ultimately, Usopp coughed twice and collapsed to the ground, succumbing to the effects as well. On a separate front, Sanji's battle against Kuro had reached a fever pitch. Despite Kuro's formidable physique, Sanji's Diable Jam possessed the power to shatter iron. With a powerful kick, Kuro was sent flying, spitting blood as he plunged into the water. Seizing the opportunity, Sanji executed a flying kick, the sheer force creating a sonic boom in the air. It was utterly detestable that someone would dare to bully a beautiful woman to such an extent. Just as those words left his lips, Sanji's Diable Jam struck Kuro's head with tremendous force, bending his body at an unnatural angle. The ground beneath Kuro collapsed, and he gritted his teeth, nearly losing consciousness. Yet, his indomitable will kept him alert. Grasping the last chance, he seized Sanji's ankle. Sanji, refusing to be subdued, retaliated with a swift kick, propelling Kuro backward into the depths of the ocean. Nevertheless, Kuro refused to relinquish his hold on Sanji, pulling him down into the depths as well. No matter how fiercely Sanji struggled, Kuro would not let go. Underwater, Kuro struck Sanji's chest with a devastating chop, causing a noticeable dent. Blood erupted from Sanji's mouth as he instinctively inhaled, flooding his lungs with seawater. A wave of dizziness overcame him, and he frantically swam upward, his sole thought being the desperate need for air. Kuro seized the opportunity, dragging Sanji down, determined to prevent him from surfacing. "Stop struggling. You stand no chance against a fishman underwater," Kuro declared, tightening his grip further, rendering Sanji's movements increasingly laborious. Overwhelmed by suffocation, Sanji felt his vision fading. He knew that if he lost consciousness here, he would descend into an abyss of darkness. His dreams had only just begun. He could not afford to fail now. Yet, no matter how hard he fought, it proved futile. On the shore, Riley observed the scene with growing concern. If this continued, Sanji would surely perish. Competing against a fishman in a test of strength underwater was a futile endeavor. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Riley's expression darkened. He had no choice but to intervene. After all, a ship could not operate without a cook. With that thought, he strode towards the water's edge. A whirlwind erupted around him as he reached the pool's brink, silently invoking, "System, extract the soul-cutting blade." As his words echoed, flames danced along the blade, readying itself for action. At that moment, Zaro, who had been quietly recuperating, lifted his gaze, a look of grave intensity crossing his features. A formidable heat enveloped the entirety of Arlong Park. Not just Zaro, but the villagers of Kokoyasi also felt the intensity, breaking into a cold sweat as if a malevolent spirit were rising from the depths of the underworld. Suddenly, Riley elevated the soul-cutting blade above his head, a wave of scorching heat surging towards it. All eyes turned towards Riley, their pupils dilating in awe. A ripple of flames began to form around him, a powerful aura pulsating through the atmosphere. Even Arlong was drawn in by this overwhelming presence, his eyes betraying astonishment. In the next heartbeat, Riley swung the blade downward, unleashing a colossal wave of flames that erupted violently. The force of the strike cleaved Arlong Park in two, flames roaring amidst the downpour. The explosive sound of fire reverberated through the air, leaving the villagers of Kokoyasi utterly speechless. Though Zaro had braced himself, he was still taken aback by Riley's display. Ignoring his own injuries, he struggled to rise. Arlong Park began to part, revealing the ocean beyond, with the swimming pool retreating like a cascading waterfall. As the seawater receded, Sanji seized the moment to expel the seawater that had filled his lungs. A glimmer of fierce determination flashed in his eyes. The strength in his feet coalesced into a singular point before he delivered a downward kick, striking directly atop Crocodile's head. This blow unleashed all of Sanji's might, sending Crocodile reeling with eyes rolling back, succumbing to unconsciousness. At that moment, Sanji, deprived of oxygen, felt his body succumbing as he too fainted. Nami, witnessing the scene, hurried over to assess the situation, cradling Sanji in her arms, shaking him vigorously, fearing he had sustained severe injuries. Noticing a trickle of blood from his nose, her expression darkened. She immediately dropped Sanji and kicked him on the head to rouse him from his stupor. Meanwhile, the entirety of Arlong Park lay in ruins. Observing the devastation around him, Rayleigh could not help but feel a pang of regret. At long last, the place that had been a source of Nami's loathing for over a decade was utterly obliterated. His gaze shifted to Luffy. Now, aside from Luffy and Arlong's confrontation, the other battles had concluded, with winners declared. If they could just defeat Arlong, everything would come to a resolution. Yet Rayleigh harbored concerns. Could Luffy truly vanquish Arlong at his peak strength? Arlong, trembling with rage at the annihilation of his subordinates, cracked the knuckles of his fingers. What a bunch of worthless fools, you've brought shame upon the fishmen. With that, his fangs elongated ominously, as if he were about to reveal his true form. His nails began to grow, and he lunged at Luffy with frenzied ferocity. Luffy dodged left and right, but his weakened state rendered him unable to evade completely. Arlong's claws raked across Luffy's body, leaving behind crimson trails. In that instant, Luffy brought his hands together, twisting his arms into a spiral shape, and launched an attack towards Arlong. The sheer force generated a tempest in the air. Witnessing this, Arlong's expression turned grave. He prepared to counter, his serrated knife aimed at Luffy, hoping to instill fear. However, in the next moment, Luffy's fists collided with Arlong's chest, causing a deep indentation and forcing a spray of blood from Arlong's mouth. The knife slipped from Arlong's grasp as he staggered backward, blood raining down from him. Rayleigh could hardly believe his eyes. Luffy's performance seemed overwhelmingly powerful. Had he misjudged Arlong's strength? Surely, Arlong should possess more prowess than this. Or perhaps, fueled by rage, Luffy had become even more formidable? Truly, a man blessed by fate. The villagers watched in astonishment. As Arlong sustained injuries, the ominous cloud that loomed overhead began to dissipate. However, just as they prepared to celebrate, the seemingly incapacitated Arlong stirred, trembling as he sat up. This rekindled despair among the villagers. Before Luffy could retract his arm, Arlong seized it, sinking his teeth into Luffy's flesh. Blood gushed forth, and Luffy screamed in agony, his cries echoing in despair. Rayleigh furrowed his brow, poised to intervene. But Luffy swiftly delivered a kick to Arlong's head, freeing himself from the grip of Arlong's teeth. Luffy's arms were now mangled and bloody. Had he not reacted quickly, his arms would have likely been severed. Gasping for breath, Luffy locked eyes with Arlong, who showed no signs of backing down. The tension in the air escalated. Yet both were too injured to strike first. After a brief respite, Arlong suddenly vanished from sight. As Luffy struggled to regain his composure, Arlong appeared behind him, biting down on his shoulder. The excruciating pain elicited a harrowing scream from Luffy, drawing the attention and concern of all present. Blood streamed from his shoulder, If he did not retaliate soon, he would face dire consequences. With this thought in mind, Luffy extended his arm and struck Arlong's abdomen, aiming to send him flying. Yet this time, Arlong would not relent, refusing to release his grip. Luffy, weakened by pain, was at Arlong's mercy. You, a mere monkey from the East Blue. Think you can challenge me just because you possess some skill? You are far too inexperienced, Arlong taunted. Luffy's fists continued to rain down upon Arlong. Yet no matter how fiercely he attacked, Arlong clung on, determined to outlast Luffy. Rayleigh's expression darkened. If this continued, Luffy would inevitably bleed out. He recognized that Luffy had reached his limit. Just then, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a storyline task. You may choose from the following options. 1. Abandon Luffy and ally with Arlong to gain 1,300 attribute experience points. 2. Assist Luffy in defeating Arlong to earn 1,000 attribute experience points and a random forging blueprint. Upon hearing these words, Leilo furrowed his brow. Are rewards now shrouded in mystery? Setting aside the rewards, it is utterly impossible for him to ally with that worthless Arlong. Thus, without hesitation, Leilo opted for option 2. Once the task was confirmed, Leilo cast a cold glance at a long and silently intoned system, extract the bull talisman. No sooner had he uttered these words than a frigid talisman materialized in his hand. At that moment, Leilo coldly declared, Luffy, I have something good for you. Catch it. Upon hearing these words, Luffy was momentarily stunned, only to see a stone-like object hurled towards him. Though perplexed, he placed his trust in Rayleigh. Extending his arm to grasp the bull talisman, in an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, invigorating his previously weak body. This newfound energy, seeking an outlet, compelled Luffy to clench his fists tightly and let out a roar towards the heavens. In that moment, his muscles swelled dramatically, causing the ground beneath him to cave in. Witnessing this, Arlong's pupils constricted. He could not fathom why this gaunt monkey, whom he was on the verge of defeating, suddenly radiated such vitality. Could it be the work of that kid wielding haki? Before Arlong could fully comprehend the situation, Luffy launched a punch. Seemingly ordinary yet imbued with terrifying strength. Arlong's body twisted as he was propelled backward, the force of Luffy's blow exceeding his capacity to endure. Blood spewed from Arlong's mouth as he collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Yet, Luffy had no intention of sparing Arlong. He unleashed a series of hooks that struck Arlong's face with brutal force, nearly severing his head. At that moment, Luffy pried open Arlong's mouth and, with his other hand, yanked out his teeth. Blood flowed profusely from Arlong's mouth, fear evident in his eyes. This scene evoked a twinge of sympathy even from the villagers who had suffered under Arlong's tyranny. Such cruelty seemed excessively harsh. However, to everyone's astonishment, Luffy donned the false teeth, biting down on them as if to add insult to injury. Arlong wept tears of pain in response. At that moment, Rayleigh and the others were left speechless, realizing he was indeed a vengeful individual. Arlong's anger flickered in his gaze as he seized Luffy's face, attempting to pull him down. Yet, in the next instant, fueled by the power of the bull talisman, Luffy delivered a punch that sent Arlong flying. When Arlong landed by the seaside, his expression was grave, rage evident in his eyes. Under the potent influence of the bull talisman, Luffy strode purposefully towards Arlong. At this moment, Arlong's teeth began to chatter in fear as he failed to understand why this adversary had suddenly grown so formidable. As Luffy approached, Arlong gritted his teeth and declared, You don't think that's all I have, do you? With that, a sinister smile crept upon Arlong's face. Suddenly, a roar from a sea beast resonated from the depths below. The sound sent shivers down everyone's spine as they gazed into the abyss. Before them, a vortex formed in the ocean, immense as a small mountain. The intense vibrations roused Sanji from his stupor, his face filled with astonishment. Even Zoro cast a worried glance towards the surface. At that moment, a colossal sea cow emerged from the depths, its massive form looming over the onlookers. A malevolent grin spread across Arlong's face. Mumu, show them a bit of color. The villagers here need not worry any longer. Eliminate anyone who stands in our way. Upon hearing Aaron's command, the manatee emanated an overwhelming aura, causing the surrounding waters to tremble and sway incessantly. With its mouth agape, it prepared to unleash indiscriminate attacks upon them. However, at that moment, Raylo slowly turned, casting a cold gaze upon the manatee. This mere glance left the creature momentarily paralyzed. Subsequently, the manatee retracted its imposing presence, its body quivering in the water, and gradually, 2 tears fell as it retreated into the depths of the sea. Chapter 41. The Defeat of Aaron's Pirate Crew. Aaron, who had been laughing maniacally, suddenly fell silent. Hey, Your enemy is over here. Where do you think you're going? He roared in anger. Yet, the manatee paid him no heed and dove into the ocean, vanishing without a trace. Panic engulfed Aaron as even the sea beast fled in terror. How could he possibly turn the tide? Continuously retreating, Aaron found himself pursued relentlessly by Luffy, who was closing in with every step. Sensing the imminent threat, Aaron retreated further. Hey, kid, don't you want treasure? I have plenty to spare. Take whatever you want. He shouted desperately. Yet Luffy remained unfazed, advancing steadily while cracking his knuckles, the sharp sounds echoing ominously in Aaron's ears, akin to a death knell. You must have your eye on Nami's drawing skills, right? Feel free to take her. She has already provided me with numerous blueprints and is of no further use. Despite this, Luffy continued to remain unperturbed, his joints cracking with the foreboding clarity of impending doom. At this point, Aaron was thoroughly rattled, his heart racing as he retreated, baring his teeth and exclaiming, "Who do you think you are? A filthy human. Do you truly believe I am an easy target?" Though Aaron attempted to appear defiant, fear consumed him. In that moment, under the power of the bull talisman, Luffy launched a punch with astonishing force. The impact resonated through the air, causing Aaron's abdomen to cave inward as he was sent crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. This strike left onlookers in sheer terror. Aaron fell heavily to the ground, attempting to lift his head, but soon his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. Witnessing this, the villagers of Kokasia erupted in jubilant cheers. At that moment, the dark clouds that had shrouded the sky parted, allowing a beam of light to illuminate Kokasia village. Crow and Chob were propped up, gazing at their elder brother, their eyes trembling in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that their brother had been vanquished by the so-called refuse of the East Sea. Instantaneously, both struggled to crawl towards Aaron's fallen form. But their grievous injuries proved too burdensome, and they soon succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of assisting Luffy in defeating Aaron, earning 1,000 experience points across all attributes and a Sharingan forging blueprint. Upon hearing the system's alert, Leilo furrowed his brow, momentarily taken aback. The existence of the Sharingan. Could it truly be forged anew? If that were the case, might it also be possible to create the Rinnegan, a power capable of altering fate and defying destiny itself? Meanwhile, Luffy gasped for breath, just beginning to comprehend the overwhelming strength he had just experienced. His gaze fell upon the ox talisman clutched in his hand. Could it be that this stone was the source of such power? Luffy approached Leilo, despite the immense energy contained within the talisman. He recognized it ultimately did not belong to him. He tossed the ox talisman back to Leilo and patted him on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude with a simple, "Thank you." Leilo accepted the talisman without a word. At that moment, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a quest to plunder all treasures from the Arlong pirates. Upon completion, the gold coin roulette will be unlocked. Upon hearing this sudden task, Leilo furrowed his brows. It was the first time he had heard that plundering treasure could trigger a mission. The Arlong pirates had ravaged the East Sea for many years, undoubtedly amassing a considerable fortune. However, the question remained, where had they concealed it? It seemed imperative to interrogate these fishmen thoroughly. At that moment, the villagers had already bound a group of fishmen. Most of them were severely injured, lacking the strength to resist. The villagers struck at them with hoes and shovels, venting their fury. "You wretched pirates, who have tormented us for so long, today you shall finally face retribution. Indeed, your days are numbered." The villagers were fervently expressing their anger. Yet, Nami, who should have harbored the greatest resentment, appeared unusually calm. She was grappling with an internal decision, whether to remain and assist in the village's revival or to join Luffy and the others in their seafaring adventures. Logically, this should not have posed a dilemma. However, given the current state of the village, she felt compelled to make this choice. Luffy stood nearby, seemingly aware of Nami's inner turmoil, yet he refrained from verbal interference, merely observing in silence. Soon, darkness enveloped the sky. The villagers of Kokayashi village constructed a cage, confining all the fishmen within. To celebrate the annihilation of Arlong's crew, the villagers prepared a lavish feast, intending to treat the Straw Hat crew. However, Leilo found himself devoid of the inclination to partake. His thoughts were consumed with the whereabouts of Arlong's treasure. The system had indicated that the reward was to uncover all the treasure belonging to the Arlong pirates. Even a slight deficiency would not suffice. This predicament posed a significant challenge. Furthermore, he remained uncertain whether the 100 million berries that Nami had saved counted as Arlong's treasure. After all, according to the original narrative, that money was meant for the villagers. Moreover, Nami intended to pilfer their wallets. If he were to take that money as well, would it not be somewhat inhumane? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Leilo chose to dismiss them and joined Luffy in a hearty feast. Although he had not exerted himself extensively in the battle, he was indeed famished after a day's ordeal. The villagers, observing Luffy and Leilo devouring their meal with wild abandon, were struck with fear. If they were to eat freely, the entire food supply of Kokoyasi village would likely be depleted. Luffy, taking advantage of the resilience granted by the gum-gum fruit, cleared half of the food in a single sweep, leaving not even the plates untouched, and eventually swelled into a large sphere. While Leilo did not indulge as voraciously as Luffy, he nonetheless consumed a third of the food and drink. Yet, his stomach remained remarkably unremarkable. The food he ingested was entirely returned to his body through the essence of life, so it did not occupy space in his stomach. Ultimately, the villagers of Kokoyasi could no longer afford the lavish consumption of the two. They could only offer oranges as a makeshift accompaniment to their drinks, which alleviated the immediate crisis. Chapter 42, Colonel Mouse and the Treasure. In an instant, the village was draped in a layer of peace and joy, resembling a festive celebration. The villagers embraced one another, weeping loudly, exclaiming, "At last, tranquility has returned." For a full decade, they had lived in the nightmare of Arlong's reign. Nami, in particular, had sacrificed countless years of her youth for this cause. Regardless of the circumstances, this nightmare had finally come to an end. The villagers joyfully celebrated through the night. But come the dawn of the next day, they received alarming reports. "Look, several warships are approaching our direction." Upon hearing these words, the villagers could not help but assume grave expressions. A Jian swiftly approached and inquired, "From which direction did the warship come?" Upon hearing these words, the villager delivering the news displayed a hint of trepidation. "Yes, it is coming from the east, the direction of Along's paradise." Upon hearing these words, a Jian clenched his fists, trembling with fury. Observing this scene, Leilo surmised the situation. The naval ship, brazenly approaching from the direction of Arlong Park, undoubtedly belonged to the corrupt faction of the navy allied with Arlong. Beside Leilo, Nami's eyes reflected a glimmer of indignation. In the next moment, Leilo placed his hand reassuringly on Nami's shoulder. "Fear not, we have already defeated Arlong. These insignificant navy officers shall pose no challenge." With that, Leilo rose to his feet. However, Luffy and Zoro remained in deep slumber, and Leilo lacked the inclination to rouse them. If all proceeded as anticipated, the incoming vessel was likely commanded by Captain Mouse. Having colluded with Arlong for years, Captain Mouse was a notoriously avaricious individual, perhaps privy to the whereabouts of Arlong's treasure. Contemplating this, Leilo set forth towards Arlong Park. At that moment, Captain Mouse had already disembarked in Koko Village. Observing the devastation wrought upon Arlong Park, his brow furrowed in concern. Although he had received word of a pirate invasion in Koko Village, he had not anticipated the extent of the destruction inflicted upon Arlong Park, nor the disappearance of Arlong himself. The bloodstains on the ground indicated a fierce clash between the pirates, suggesting that Arlong had either fled or met his demise. Initially shocked, Captain Mouse soon donned a sinister grin. "I never thought I would witness your downfall. However, considering the years of tribute you have offered me, I shall assist you by unearthing your riches." Over the years, Captain Mouse had been well acquainted with the location of Arlong's treasures. He had not received any reports indicating that Arlong's crew had escaped Koko Village, likely having been obliterated by the invading pirates. Although he was unaware of the identity of those with such formidable strength to vanquish Arlong's crew, he presumed they had yet to discover the treasure. With this thought in mind, Captain Mouse promptly summoned several naval soldiers and disclosed the treasure's location, instructing them to commence excavation. Captain Mouse assumed that the pirates had vacated the area, oblivious to the fact that a shadowy figure was observing them from the darkness. Soon enough, Captain Mouse, accompanied by a contingent of Navy officers, arrived at the swimming pool location of Arlong Park. He commanded his soldiers to begin digging. Approximately half an hour later, the weary soldiers were panting and exhausted, yet they had unearthed nothing of value. Observing from the shadows, Leilo's expression grew grave. They had already excavated over 20 meters without revealing any treasure. Could it be that Arlong had relocated his riches? Deciding to wait a little longer, Leilo remained patient. After another 10 minutes, the soldiers were drenched in sweat from their exertions. At that moment, Captain Mouse leaped into the pit and began to sift through the surrounding soil. Suddenly, a lever appeared before him. With all his might, Captain Mouse turned the lever, causing the entire Arlong Park to tremble as it began to shift apart. In the crevice that formed in the center of Arlong Park lay a bounty of gold, silver, and berries. Leilo estimated that if all of this were converted into berries, it would amount to a staggering 1 billion berries. It seemed implausible that such wealth could be amassed solely through collecting rents from Cocoa Village. This treasure must have been seized by Arlong during his retreat from Fishman Island. These riches were indeed cumbersome to transport. It remained uncertain whether the Mary could bear the weight of such a load. However, contemplating this was futile. The priority was to secure the treasure first. With this resolved, Leilo swiftly positioned himself above the deep pit. You have truly worked hard. Henceforth, these treasures shall belong to me. Upon hearing this, Colonel Mouse furrowed his brow. Startled as he glanced backward, he nearly forgot that he was ensconced within a pit several dozen meters deep. By the time Colonel Mouse regained his composure and looked upwards, he beheld a handsome youth gazing down at him. A flicker of terror manifested in Colonel Mouse's eyes, as if he had come to a dreadful realization. He yearned to ascend the rope ladder in haste, but at that moment, Leilo effortlessly swiped his hand, causing the rope above to snap instantaneously. Colonel Mouse's eyes widened in disbelief, while the surrounding Navy personnel scattered in sheer panic. Overwhelmed by fear and the stifling air below, several sailors fainted outright. Colonel Mouse, paralyzed with fright, found himself momentarily speechless. This height, though merely 20 or 30 meters, posed an insurmountable challenge for him to scale without assistance. The individual before him could very well be the one responsible for the downfall of the fearsome dragon pirates. If such a formidable adversary stood above to thwart their ascent, it would be nothing short of an impossible feat. Furthermore, the Navy above would undoubtedly have fallen victim to this formidable foe. Amidst his internal dread, Colonel Mouse's eyes darted about. If you spare me, all this wealth shall be yours. Upon hearing those words, a trace of disdain flickered in Leilo's eyes. Foolishness. I shall not spare you. This wealth belongs to me as well. At this proclamation, Colonel Mouse was engulfed in a tempest of despair and fury. He swiftly drew his pistol, unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards Leilo. Despite the rapidity of his shots, he found himself utterly incapable of hitting his mark. Leilo appeared motionless. Yet each bullet whizzed past him with uncanny precision, casting doubt upon Colonel Mouse's marksmanship. Was it truly so abysmal? After a brief moment, Leilo grew weary of this futile game. With a decisive leap, he descended into the fray. Chapter 43, Plundering Treasures, Duplicating Fruits. At this juncture, terror etched itself across Colonel Mouse's visage. In the next instant, Leilo placed his foot squarely upon the colonel's head, trapped beneath Leilo's weight. Colonel Mouse struggled momentarily before succumbing to unconsciousness. With a powerful kick, Leilo sent the colonel sprawling, then turned his attention to the gleaming hoard of gold and silver before him. While the precious metals posed no issue, the piles of belly notes were in a state of decay. Leilo pondered the rationale behind a long and his crew's decision to bury the currency underground, resulting in an overpowering stench emanating from the bills. He shook his head in dismay, attempting to console himself with the notion that perhaps this was merely the foul odor of money, likely a consequence of the paper currency's mold. Gazing at the treasures, Leilo found himself uncertain whether he had fulfilled his task and how he might transport these riches. Just as he hesitated, the system's notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Plunder all treasures from along. The gold coin roulette has been activated. Each spin requires the expenditure of 10 million belly. Excess belly can be stored within the system space. Would you like to proceed with the lottery? Upon hearing the system prompt, Leilo did not hesitate to participate in the lottery. After all, these treasures. It was uncertain when he would exhaust them. Spending 10 million berries on a lottery may seem extravagant, but it is undoubtedly worthwhile. After all, money is meant to be spent. With this thought in mind, Leilo first stored these treasures in the system space and then commenced the lottery. Ding. The host has successfully entered the lottery. The first draw activates the absolute luck probability. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the copy fruit. Would you like to acquire its abilities? Upon hearing the phrase devil fruit, a jolt of excitement surged through Leilo. Since the inception of his system, he had possessed a fruit interface, yet today, he was finally on the verge of consuming a devil fruit. What's more, it was the extraordinarily powerful duplication fruit. Did this mean that by consuming the duplication fruit, he could replicate anything at will? If that were the case, this fruit would indeed be overwhelmingly formidable. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Leilo hesitated not a moment longer and chose to acquire it. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have gained the ability of the duplication fruit, and the fruit interface has been successfully unlocked. The host may consume 3 fruits, and upon the awakening of these 3 fruits, the limit may be increased to 7. Upon hearing this, Leilo could not help but feel a surge of joy. He had initially believed that merely obtaining the duplication fruit, a power of such caliber, would be a significant achievement. Yet, he was astonished to discover that the system could store the abilities of 3 fruits. Moreover, once these 3 fruits fully awakened, he could potentially increase his capacity to 7. It is well known that Blackbeard wielded 2 fruits and ascended to the position of the foremost among the 4 emperors. If he could indeed consume 7 fruits, then in the vast realm of pirates, not even the likes of Mihawk or the 7 warlords would pose a threat. He would regard even the 3 admirals and the 4 emperors with indifference. Before long, Leilo felt a subtle transformation occurring within him. The duplication fruit began to ferment in his body. It is said that the devil fruits are exceedingly unpalatable. However, now the system has directly infused their powers into my body, rendering the taste completely imperceptible. I can distinctly feel the fruit's abilities coursing through me. Leilo, brimming with anticipation, yearned to experiment with the efficacy of these powers. He promptly fixed his gaze upon a rock beneath his feet, lifting it with intent to replicate it into 2 identical pieces. Despite his repeated efforts, exhaustion took its toll, and he found himself gasping for breath without success. Furrowing his brow in frustration, Leilo pondered whether the recent consumption of the fruit meant he had not yet fully mastered its abilities. Just as doubt crept in, the stone unexpectedly split into 2 identical fragments. At this moment, a wave of relief washed over him. He had not anticipated that the ability required a preliminary activation period, and the duration of this delay seemed excessively lengthy. In a combat scenario, such a sluggish response could easily lead to his demise at the hands of an opponent. Yet, it was a new power he had just ingested. With time and familiarity, he believed he could achieve instantaneous replication. Moreover, such abilities would likely prove most beneficial during preparatory endeavors rather than direct confrontation. With this in mind, Leilo discarded the 2 stones and approached Colonel Mouse. Retrieving the snail phone from his pocket, he had been troubled by the absence of a safe haven for Long and his band of pirates. Thus, he resolved to summon the naval base to send assistance. Dialing the nearest naval station, he soon heard the sound of a pair of spectacles materializing on the snail screen, accompanied by a woman's voice that conveyed a touch of coldness mingled with warmth. "Hello, this is the naval base. How may I assist you?" Hark to that sound. Leilo furrowed his brow. If he was not mistaken, it must be the bespectacled girl, Dasky. To his astonishment, the nearby naval base was under the control of Smoker in Log Town. It was truly perplexing that such a matter involving Arlong occurred within the territory of the Smoke Man. He could hardly fathom what was transpiring. Initially, Leilo had intended to jest with Dasky, the bespectacled girl he was soon to meet. However, he soon heard a multitude of footsteps approaching from a distance. It was likely Nami leading the villagers. Considering this, Leilo promptly stated, "Hurry to Cocoa Village to retrieve the people. Under your very noses. A band of notorious pirates has emerged, and you remain oblivious. Smoker is no better. By the way, your conniving Captain Mouse, who consorts with pirates, is also under my control. I kindly urge you, Navy, to refrain from such willful blindness in the future." With that, Leilo set down the transponder snail, placing the receiver aside, allowing them to easily pinpoint this location at any time. In truth, it was not entirely Smoker's fault for failing to detect the rampant piracy in this area. After all, the East Blue is neither vast nor trivial. A single misstep in the chain of information could easily lead to ignorance. It was commendable enough that the Smoke Man managed to maintain order in Log Town. Just as Leilo set down the transponder snail, he heard Luffy's booming voice call out, "Hey, Leilo, where are you? Is there an enemy? Don't keep all the fun to yourself." Upon hearing those words, Leilo immediately bent his leg and soared into the air. As the villagers witnessed Leilo emerging from the deep pit, they collectively exhaled in relief. Thankfully, this fellow was unharmed. Otherwise, they would bear the weight of guilt for a lifetime. How splendid it is. Let us behold the true visage of that detestable Captain Mouse. With that, they retrieved the rope ladder and descended, capturing the remaining Navy personnel, bringing them together with Arlong and his crew. Chapter 44, Nami's Final Decision. The villagers did not inquire about the purpose of the pit. Naturally, Leilo would not disclose anything, as there was no profit to be shared with them. After all, the 100 million berries that Nami had amassed was not included in Arlong's treasure, and they were grateful for that. The villagers hoisted Leilo high in celebration of their victory. However, no one noticed that Nami was sorrowfully leaning against a tree, silently crying. Leilo, with his keen observation, detected this. Of course, Luffy noticed as well. Yet, none of them approached Nami to utter a word. They understood that she was grappling with a profoundly difficult decision. After the festivities, the villagers set Leilo down, and soon it was midday. At that moment, they realized someone was missing. Luffy furrowed his brow. Sanji lit a cigarette, while Zoro tended to his beloved sword. After a moment, they all widened their eyes. Usopp. It dawned on them that they had not seen Usopp since the previous night. They pondered whether he had faced a fishman officer alone, and if anything had gone awry. With this thought, everyone rushed out to search. The villagers also scoured the area. After an entire hour of searching, they finally discovered Usopp, sound asleep in a hollow. Beside him lay Chu, who was either unconscious or worse. The villagers bound Chu tightly and placed him in a cage. Then, Leilo delivered a resounding slap to awaken Usopp. As Usopp stirred, he flailed about like a drowning man, exclaiming, "No, no, don't kill me. I am Captain Usopp, the immortal ghost." Upon hearing these words, a chorus of laughter erupted from the villagers, while Leilo and his companions felt an acute sense of embarrassment. At noon, the villagers prepared a grand feast to honor these heroes who had eradicated the source of their troubles. However, at that moment, Nami could no longer contain herself. She approached Leilo hesitantly. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Nami finally spoke. "I am truly sorry, but I cannot forsake my homeland to embark on a voyage with you." Upon hearing those words, the previously joyous atmosphere shifted to one of solemnity. Leilo and Luffy had long anticipated such a situation. Although their expressions were grave, they chose to remain silent. Zoro, ever composed, displayed no signs of disturbance. However, Sanji exhibited considerable disappointment. "If Miss Nami isn't going, then," he began, only to realize that such jesting was inappropriate in this context, prompting him to fall silent. Usopp, despite having spent little time with Nami, could empathize with her feelings. "I understand your concerns, but what about your dreams?" This statement seemed to resonate deeply with Nami, causing her brows to furrow and tears to cascade down her cheeks. Yet, she lamented, "But the villagers cannot do without me." Upon hearing these words, Usopp felt an inner turmoil, momentarily rendered speechless. He stood there, frozen in place. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. The villagers, too, did not wish for Nami to leave, thus refraining from voicing their thoughts. However, at that moment, Aegean suddenly stepped forward. "Hey, Nami, what are you doing? This village cannot harbor pirates. Those who have been pirates are not allowed to remain here. Do you understand?" At these words, Nami could no longer hold back her tears. "No matter what you say, I will not leave until I have completely emerged from the shadows in this village. I absolutely refuse to depart." Hearing this, Aegean furrowed his brow, feeling a pang of sympathy. Just then, Noki approached and gently patted Nami on the shoulder. Though his expression was one of compassion, he still said, "But if you choose to stay, we will never escape the shadow. You must also pursue your dreams. Such a wonderful crew may never come your way again." Upon hearing these words, Nami fell into silence, as if 1,000 needles pierced her heart. She understood that the villagers did not intend to label her a pirate to provoke her. They merely wished to compel her to accompany Luffy and his companions. Observing the turmoil within Nami, Aegean stepped forward. There was no need for further discussion. The village of Kokushia did not welcome pirates. "Depart now, and return when we no longer harbor disdain for your kind." Upon hearing these words, Nami fell to her knees, weeping uncontrollably. She had never anticipated that the villagers would compel her to leave in such a manner. Deep down, she understood that this was their way of expressing kindness towards her. They, too, were reluctant to see her go, yet they were willing to sacrifice for the sake of her dreams. Just as the atmosphere thickened with sorrow, a villager rushed in to deliver alarming news. A fleet of warships was approaching Koko Village from the south, claiming to be on a mission to eradicate the pirates. Upon hearing these words, Usopp was the first to panic, swaying from side to side, nearly fainting once more. "This is bad. This is dire. The Navy has arrived. Luffy, we must flee at once." Upon hearing these words, Luffy and his companions remained unmoved. Rayleigh, indifferent as ever, knew that as long as he was present, no one could sway them. Zoro embodied calmness, standing resolutely. Luffy made no statement. He was determined not to leave. Sanji, equally composed, lit a cigarette, taking a moment to reflect. It would be quite impolite to leave abruptly while a lady was making a decision. Sanji's words struck a chord within Nami's heart. Gritting her teeth, she seemed to solidify her resolve. In an instant, she drew a dagger from her bosom and violently stabbed at the emblem of the Arlong pirates on her left arm. At this moment, everyone was left in stunned silence. Sanji attempted to intervene, but hesitated. Luffy and Zoro were also moved, yet they refrained from acting. Nami's right arm bore the marks of a tattoo. now obscured by the wound. Gritting her teeth, she looked at Luffy and asked, "May I join your pirate crew, Captain?" At this declaration, tears welled in everyone's eyes. Luffy clenched his fists and exclaimed, "Oh, absolutely." Upon hearing these words, Aegean, whose heart was already in turmoil, swiftly sought assistance to bandage Nami. He admonished, "Hey, could you refrain from engaging in such perilous activities in the future? Others are quite worried." As soon as these words were uttered, Nami playfully stuck out her tongue and laughed. Subsequently, she solemnly nodded in agreement. Soon after, Nami completed her bandaging. Meanwhile, the Navy had commenced a large-scale landing at Cocoa Village. Aegean dispatched someone to observe their movements. It appeared they were primarily operating in the southern waters and had not recklessly entered the village. Upon receiving the report, Aegean swiftly led Luffy and his crew to the northern sea region. This location was also where the Straw Hat Pirates had docked their ship. Chapter 45, Departure from Rogue Town. In Nami's eyes, a glimmer of despair emerged as she gazed upon her soon-to-be abandoned homeland, feeling an overwhelming reluctance to leave. However, if she did not depart promptly, Luffy and the others would be captured by the Navy, leaving her with a lifetime of regret. Observing Luffy and the crew standing resolutely before the Mary, Nami made a difficult decision. In an instant, she danced among them, causing Luffy to look on in confusion. With a swift turn, she leaped onto the Mary, discarding the hundreds of stolen wallets she had concealed within her clothing. The villagers soon realized that their belongings had been pilfered by the girl. Aegean and the other villagers exchanged furious glances, while Nami merely stuck out her tongue, addressing Noki Gao. "From this day forth, you shall hold the reins of their finances." She then turned to the villagers, warning, "You must not bully Noki Gao. Should anyone dare to do so, there will be no money left for you." With a mischievous smile, she bid them farewell, turning to sit on the ship's deck, her earlier joy now replaced by sorrow. Luffy and his companions were at a loss for words, unable to comfort Nami, and simply allowed her tears to flow. As the Navy drew near, Luffy hastily commanded the sails to be raised. Thus, the Mary embarked on a new journey. At that moment, Nami, who had been engulfed in sadness, looked up to find her spirits lifted upon seeing the orange tree she had previously planted. In disbelief, she recalled that Noki Gao had indeed brought it aboard. Joy filled her eyes as she clutched the orange tree tightly, treating it as a cherished token of hope. Even when Luffy attempted to pluck an orange, Nami's fierce glare nearly caused him to stumble. Amidst playful banter, the crew departed from Kokosia Village, just as they had when leaving the Baratai restaurant. The sky was painted with vibrant hues of sunset, casting a fiery red glow reminiscent of galloping steeds, guiding the Straw Hat Pirates onward. Along the journey, the crew was filled with laughter and cheer, while Leilo studied the forging diagram of the Sharingan. He pondered how soon he might create the bloodline eye, envisioning perfection. As Leilo contemplated, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of inviting Nami aboard. You have gained 1,000 experience points, various forging materials, and a design for the origin pistol." Glancing at the data, Leilo felt a surge of joy and nodded thoughtfully. With the blueprint for the origin pistol, he could craft a weapon perfectly suited for Usopp's sharpshooting skills. After receiving the new rewards, Leilo opened his system interface to review his statistics. Host, Rox D. Leilo. Affiliation, Pirate, Talent, None, Items, Ox Talisman, Rat Talisman, Rabbit Talisman, Pig Talisman, Flowing Blade of Fire, Ability, Copy Fruit, Body Technique, LV9, 280, 1080, Swordsmanship, LV9, 120, 1080, Hockey, LV10, 360, 1350. Seeing these figures, Leilo furrowed his brow, astonished at his rapid upgrade speed. However, considering the cumulative experience he had amassed, such progress seemed reasonable. After reviewing his system panel, he promptly closed it. At that moment, the Mary approached an island bustling with life. If he was not mistaken, it was Rogue Town. As they beheld the lively town, Luffy and the others erupted in cheers. Where there are people, there is food. Having drifted at sea for a day and a night, their supplies had been entirely depleted. Luffy grinned widely, exclaiming, "Let us hurry ashore to procure some food." Upon hearing these words, Zoro cast a cold gaze upon the sword in his hand, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. Sanji lit a cigarette, indulging in silence as well. Usopp glanced around, appearing equally troubled. When Nami discerned the architecture of the island, her eyes reddened instantly, and she vehemently opposed allowing Luffy to set foot on the island. "Hey, are you insane? This is Rogue Town, the domain of Captain Smoker. At her words, Luffy scratched his head, bewildered. Witnessing Luffy's perplexity, Nami trembled, curling up in response. This is the infamous Log Town of the East Blue, the very place where the Pirate King Gold Roger was executed. This declaration struck the crew like a thunderbolt. Even Luffy displaying a rare expression of fear. What? The place where the Pirate King was executed? Though a flicker of surprise crossed Luffy's eyes. He seemed more drawn to the island than ever. If that is the case, we must go and see it. With that, Luffy seized the moment as the Mary approached the shore, extending his arms to grasp a distant railing and swiftly soaring toward the heart of Log Town. Initially, the crew was taken aback, but as the realization dawned upon them, they found themselves dismayed by the recklessness of their captain. In unison, they exclaimed, "That fool." Observing this spectacle, Riley couldn't help but chuckle. We must indeed explore Log Town. There's a good chance we might encounter Smoker. I can hardly wait to mock him. The fact that such a significant event transpired right under Smoker's nose, unnoticed, was amusing to him. With that thought, Riley stepped onto the railing of the Mary and jumped down. Well, since the captain has taken the lead, we crew members have no choice but to follow. He swaggered toward the center of Log Town. Zoro then stood up, contemplating Riley's words. Perhaps he is right. Since I'm following a fool for a captain, I might as well indulge in this foolish adventure. With that, Zoro bent down and leaped off the ship. Sanji took a puff from his cigarette. Choosing not to follow Zoro's lead, he glanced at Nami, his eyes transforming into heart shapes. Indeed, I alone am truly devoted to Miss Nami. I shall follow her wherever she goes. Witnessing this, Nami was left exasperated, sighing as she chased after them. Sanji immediately fell to his knees, as if bereft of his spirit. Chapter 46, The First Encounter with Smoker the Smoke Man. Ahead, Riley was the first to catch up with Luffy, who was currently leaping from building to building. Riley, however, strolled leisurely on the ground below. All around Log Town, Navy soldiers patrolled diligently, likely on high alert due to the previous incidents involving the Arlong pirates. At this moment, the Navy was more vigilant than ever, scanning the surroundings meticulously. Before long, several soldiers spotted Luffy, who was bounding across rooftops. One soldier suddenly pointed at Luffy, exclaiming, "That person looks familiar." The others chimed in, stroking their chins. Indeed, we've seen him somewhere, just recently. As the sailors were puzzled, a pigeon unexpectedly flew overhead, dropping wanted posters like raindrops across Log Town. The sailors eagerly picked them up. And lo and behold, the face on the poster was none other than Luffy's. In an instant, the sailors were left agog mouths agape. Quickly, capture him. He is the one who defeated Kuro, and is the main culprit behind the Arlong pirates, Monkey D. Luffy. Upon hearing this, the sailors were taken aback. As they beheld the bounty on the wanted poster, their eyes nearly bulged out of their heads. Luffy's bounty was an astonishing 30 million berries. This sum was exceedingly high in the East Blue. Generally, a pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million would dare to venture into the Grand Line. Therefore, to have a pirate with a bounty of 30 million remaining in the East Blue was a rarity indeed. This bounty, even in the Grand Line, would be an uncommon sight. In a frenzy, the Navy began to scramble, all pursuing Monkey D. Luffy. Gunfire erupted. Meanwhile, Riley feigned ignorance, strolling leisurely along the ground. After all, these bullets posed no threat to Luffy, and involving himself was unnecessary. Oddly enough, while he refrained from intervening during the confrontation with Arlong, he had witnessed the Mouse Admiral being thoroughly trounced. It was perplexing that the Navy had not issued a wanted poster for him. Could it be that the Mouse Admiral had not divulged his identity? As Riley reached a crossroads, suddenly, a Navy soldier tapped him on the shoulder. Riley frowned slightly and turned to face the soldier, who held a nameless wanted poster. Riley glanced at the bounty listed on it, which astonishingly read 10 million berries. It appeared that the Navy was unaware of his identity, hence his wanted poster had not been widely circulated. "You are under arrest, pirate of the Straw Hat Crew." Upon hearing those words, Leilo disregarded the Navy officer and strode directly into the alley. The Navy officer, incensed by Leilo's indifference, drew his weapon and aimed it at him. "Hey, don't try any tricks. Surrender at once, or I will shoot." Before he could finish his sentence, Leilo merely tilted his head slightly. In less than half a second, he unleashed his conqueror's haki. In an instant, the Navy officer rolled his eyes and collapsed backward. Leilo meticulously folded the wanted poster and tucked it into his inner pocket. Since he was already a fugitive, venturing out with such a visage would undoubtedly attract trouble. With this in mind, Leilo glanced at the unconscious soldier and swiftly stripped him of his uniform, donning it himself. Thus, a makeshift Navy officer emerged from the alley, meandering through the bustling streets. In this guise, he was no longer apprehensive about being harassed by those foolish Navy personnel. Clad in Navy attire, Leilo ambled along, unconcerned as he observed Luffy being ineffectively pursued, all the while indulging in sumptuous feasts and sipping beer. The journey was undeniably joyous. At that moment, Luffy was merrily evading attacks atop a rooftop. His sole objective was to visit the site where the Pirate King was executed. He held no regard for anyone else. But for Pirate King Roger, who was the father of his brother Ace and the man he aspired to surpass, this pilgrimage was essential. If he did not pay homage to the place of Roger's demise, this voyage would surely lack significance. Meanwhile, Nami and the others had just entered the heart of Lobe Town. Upon hearing the sound of gunfire, a wave of tension washed over me. It was evident without a doubt that their foolish captain had been discovered. There was no choice but to embark on a mission to rescue that imbecile captain. After all, who could blame them for their misfortune in having such a simpleton at the helm? I pondered the whereabouts of Riley. Was he perhaps in the company of Luffy? Nami and the others scoured the area, ultimately pinpointing Luffy's location. Yet, Riley's presence eluded them completely. Little did they know that Riley was donning a naval uniform, indulging in a feast. At that moment, Riley stood in front of a bun shop, haggling with the proprietor. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye. It was Smoker, the colonel from the Marine base in Lobe Town. Instinctively, Riley tugged at the brim of his hat. Smoker approached the bun shop, oblivious to Riley's true identity. And as he stood beside him, Riley relaxed and enjoyed his bun. At that instant, Smoker exhaled a thick plume of smoke and remarked, "How daring of you to impersonate a Marine right under my nose." Upon hearing these words, Leilo's lips, which had been in motion, abruptly ceased. In the next moment, he tossed his hat upward, revealing a wicked grin. Ah, it turns out to be Colonel Smoker, the ineffectual officer who has remained indifferent for a decade while pirates have ravaged the nearby seas. Upon hearing those words, Smoker's expression instantly turned grave. Such events transpired right beneath his very eyelids. His disdain was palpable. Although he was merely an ordinary Marine when Arlong invaded Cocoa Village, he had only recently assumed command of the naval base and attained the rank of colonel. Yet, this did not absolve him of the negligence regarding the pirate incursion in Cocoa Village. Contemplating this, Smoker's demeanor hardened as he stated, "It seems that call was indeed made by you. I appreciate it, but I shall never express gratitude towards a pirate. The only fate that awaits you in my custody is a one-way trip to the undersea prison for rehabilitation." As he spoke, Smoker's hand began to transform into smoke. However, Riley remained unfazed, the movements of his mouth eliciting Smoker's irritation. What an arrogant young man. Almost immediately, Smoker's elementalized right hand surged towards Riley. Yet, in the next instant, Riley exerted a slight force, effortlessly grasping Smoker's elemental hand. Chapter 47, Riley versus Smoker. Witnessing this unfold, Smoker's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that this individual could seize his elemental arm. Such a feat should only be achievable through the use of haki. As he glanced at Riley's hand, he noticed tendrils of black energy emanating from it. This revelation left Smoker utterly astonished. Could this be the legendary armament haki? How is it possible? Such a talent is exceedingly rare on the sea. With this thought, a grave expression settled upon Smoker's face. He could hardly believe that a user of haki would emerge in the East Blue. Could this individual be a pirate who had descended from the New World? Yet, if that were the case, why venture into the East Blue, a region notoriously devoid of resources and strong adversaries? While it is indeed easy to become a ruler here, the resources available are exceedingly limited. Reflecting on this, Smoker swiftly elementalized his other hand and threw a punch towards Riley. However, to Riley, this strike was as feeble as a child's attempt. With a mere flick of his strength, Riley effortlessly countered the blow. In the next moment, Smoker fully transformed his entire body into smoke, enveloping Riley entirely. Riley's vision was obscured, and he soon felt a constriction in his breathing. A hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. It seemed that Smoker possessed some remarkable capabilities. Feeling a wave of suffocation, Riley retreated. Although he could directly force Smoker to revert from his elemental form using haki, doing so would place Smoker in a precarious situation. Despite being a Marine, Smoker was a significant character within the world of pirates. Allowing him to exit the scene now would be premature. Standing opposite Riley, Smoker's gaze remained resolute. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a storyline mission. You may choose one of the following tasks. 1. Plead for mercy from Smoker and seek his forgiveness to gain 1,500 experience points. 2. escape from Smoker's grasp to earn 1,200 experience points, and a design blueprint for a talisman. Upon reviewing the options presented by the system, Riley couldn't help but smile. Indeed, this character was pivotal. However, the choices provided were not particularly enticing. Without hesitation, Riley opted for the second option, to escape from Smoker's clutches. After all, it would be more challenging than merely overpowering Smoker. Defeating Smoker would only entail knocking him down, while escaping would prove considerably more difficult, especially given Smoker's Logia powers. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Smoker's expression twisted. Observing Riley's nonchalant demeanor ignited a fire of rage within him. He lunged towards Riley, his smoke billowing violently upwards. Yet, Riley stood motionless, exuding an air of calm. Seeing this, Smoker's brows furrowed deeper, his fury escalating. Such arrogance. None of you shall leave here today. As his words fell, the smoke constricted around Riley's neck. After a prolonged moment, Riley slowly opened his eyes, unleashing a burst of Conqueror's haki that radiated outward. Initially, Riley believed he could swiftly subdue the Smoke Man. However, he noticed his energy bar had diminished by 600 points. 3 seconds passed, and Smoker remained conscious. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Riley quickly retreated. In response, Smoker's staff pressed against Riley's throat, eliciting a fleeting sensation of suffocation. Truly, Smoker proved to be a formidable opponent. Riley recalled how effortlessly he had dealt with Mihawk, only to find himself struggling against Smoker. The extent of Mihawk's leniency was becoming increasingly apparent. In light of this, Riley resolved to summon his true strength. Otherwise, he might very well remain here. With determination, he silently commanded, "System, extract the bull talisman." No sooner had he spoken than a bull talisman appeared in his hand, amplifying his muscle power exponentially. Enveloped in armament haki, he hurled a punch towards Smoker. This singular blow sent Smoker soaring 100 meters away, blood spraying from his mouth, nearly dispersing his smoke. Upon encountering armament haki, Smoker's elemental form dissipated, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Coldly, Smoker glared at Riley, astonished that Riley not only wielded Conqueror's haki but also possessed such formidable armament haki. Was this truly a pirate cultivated in the East Blue? He had never encountered such a pirate in these waters. After being struck by Riley's punch, Smoker knelt on the ground, blood seeping from his lips, gasping for breath. For a moment, he dared not move. Meanwhile, Riley, having stowed away the bull talisman, displayed a hint of disdain in his eyes. "If this is all you can muster, it will be quite difficult for you to keep us here." With that, Riley turned and strode away, vanishing from Smoker's sight. Smoker slowly rose to his feet, harboring no doubt that if Verlo wished him harm, he would not witness the dawn of another day. Yet, he could not allow any pirate to escape. Even if it cost him his own life, he would resolutely prevent any pirate from fleeing beneath his very gaze. At that moment, the Navy troops pursuing Luffy, upon witnessing Smoker's dire state, hurried over to assess his condition. "Colonel, how are you faring?" Upon hearing the soldier's cries, Smog, with a resolute expression, clutched his abdomen and declared, "Do not mind me. Ensure that none of these pirates escape. Capture them all, swiftly." Upon hearing these words, the naval officers promptly retraced their steps, setting out in pursuit of the Straw Hat, Luffy. However, not a single one dared to alter their course towards the formidable Rayleigh. They were acutely aware of the prowess of Captain Smoker, even someone as powerful as he had been severely injured by Rayleigh. Therefore, their venture towards him would essentially be tantamount to courting death. Naturally, Smoker had no intention of sending his soldiers to their demise. After adjusting his appearance, Smoker grasped his cane and swiftly moved in the direction Rayleigh had taken. Meanwhile, Rayleigh, although not following the same path as Luffy, had turned a corner and was still making his way towards Roger's execution platform. After all, Roger was the previous Pirate King, one of the mentors to Luffy, and also the father of Ace. Failing to pay a visit would undoubtedly be a significant regret during his travels. Chapter 48. Onward to the execution platform. With renewed speed, Rayleigh hastened towards Luffy's direction. His pace was astonishing, and within mere moments, he caught sight of Luffy. At that moment, Luffy was fervently advancing, deftly dodging the surrounding bullets. In an instant, he recognized a man clad in navy attire who, despite the uniform, seemed strikingly familiar. Luffy strained to identify him, his expression contorted like an old eggplant. It was none other than Rayleigh in that naval garb. Without hesitation, Luffy extended his arm, ensnaring Rayleigh's neck. Rayleigh, taken aback by this unexpected maneuver, was momentarily bewildered. Before he could react, Luffy exclaimed, "Hey, Rayleigh, hold on tight." Throughout this ordeal, Rayleigh remained flabbergasted, and in that fleeting moment, he could almost feel Zoro's despair. The next instant, Luffy's arm had propelled Rayleigh forward, nearly choking him in the process. The left side of Rayleigh's head collided with a railing, finally stabilizing him. Once they reached the elevated platform, Luffy did not release his grip on Rayleigh's neck. Instead, he continued to drag Rayleigh swiftly towards the execution platform. A flicker of anger sparked in Rayleigh's eyes. If this were Zoro, he would likely have drawn his sword by now. In a decisive move, Rayleigh seized Luffy's hair, halting his advance. He then freed himself from Luffy's constricting arm. It was at this moment that Luffy finally registered the situation, offering an awkward smile as he apologized. "Ah, my bad. I wasn't paying attention." Upon hearing this, Ryro let out a helpless sigh. After all, he was their captain. Just then, a throng of Navy soldiers pursued them from below. Spotting Luffy's halt, they raised their weapons, ready to fire. However, at that moment, a voice interrupted, declaring, "Hold on. Straw Hat Luffy seems to have taken a Navy officer hostage." With those words, the Navy soldiers noticed Ryro and immediately issued a command to refrain from firing. A wave of indignation washed over them. What a despicable pirate, to hold a Navy officer captive. "Fear not. We shall surely rescue you from the clutches of this vile pirate." Upon hearing their words, Raylo could not help but feel a sense of exasperation. It truly was a case of nurturing flowers that fail to bloom while unintentionally planting willows that thrive in abundance. Nevertheless, he chose to disregard it and directly pursued Luffy. Both of them hastening towards the execution platform. A contingent of Navy officers closely trailed behind, not daring to fire a single shot. Through the obstacles, they could already glimpse the location of the execution platform. Now, they were drawing ever closer to it. Luffy's smile remained radiant. Yet the corners of his mouth seemed to dip slightly. Ahead lay not only the execution platform for the Pirate King, but also that of Ace's father. One could not help but wonder if Ace had ever set foot here. With this thought in mind, Luffy quickened his pace even further, and Raylo, without hesitation, followed suit. In the West Sea region, a small boat steadily made its way towards Rogue Town. At that moment, a tall figure ascended onto the shores of Rogue Town. Basking in the glow of the sunlight, the striking striped shirt he wore accentuated his formidable presence, accompanied by 2 men, a woman, and a lion that followed him onto the land. The sea breeze swept through, and the crashing waves resonated with a cacophony of sound. The man who had landed first on the island then seized the collar of his subordinate, bellowing loudly, "Ah, who are you calling a red-nosed?" Upon hearing this, Simon hastily waved his hands. "Captain Buggy, I haven't said anything." The clown Buggy, releasing Simon's collar, maintained a resolute gaze. They had gathered intelligence that Luffy and his crew had already landed in Rogue Town, the very place where his former captain had met his demise. Today, it was opportune to commemorate Roger by claiming the head of the Straw Hat Luffy. With this thought in mind, Clown Buggy led his band of pirates into Rogue Town. Upon arriving at the town's center, he halted and gestured, declaring, "The Straw Hat crew is likely hiding. You all disperse and gather information." As he spoke, Clown Buggy flashed a brilliant smile. Even in the direst circumstances, he was determined to locate them. This time, he vowed to redeem himself from past humiliations. At the command, the members of Buggy's pirate crew scattered in all directions. Just then, Clown Buggy heard a familiar voice, accompanied by a thunderous crash above. Frowning, he looked up to see Luffy, having rushed forward too swiftly, collide with a large bell. Witnessing this spectacle, Clown Buggy's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Luffy would so brazenly appear before him. As Buggy attempted to summon his companions, he realized they had already dispersed to seek news of Luffy. A cold sweat broke out on Buggy's forehead. It was utterly foolish to think he could handle the Straw Hat Luffy alone, especially with a troublesome ally by Luffy's side. With this in mind, Buggy retreated into a corner, concealing himself and preparing to wait for the right moment. Meanwhile, Luffy struggled to extricate his head from the bell. Observing this, Rayleigh couldn't help but furrow his brow. Luffy's sense of direction was likely only second to Zoro's. How could he be so oblivious as to collide with the bell despite having seen it? Once Luffy freed his head, he leapt up to stand atop the bell. He gazed at the diminutive execution platform in the distance. Though it appeared small, to Luffy, it loomed large with significance, as it was once the site of the Pirate King's fate. With excitement blooming on his face, Luffy stretched out his arm, grasped a nearby structure, and swiftly jumped onto the execution platform. Raising his arms high, he proclaimed, "I am the man destined to become the Pirate King." Upon hearing his declaration, the villagers of Rogue Town seemed to awaken from a memory, scattering in all directions. Luffy's resounding voice drew the attention of Nami, Zoro, Sanji, and the others, who were captivated by his radiant smile, their pupils contracting in surprise. Though they were separated, they simultaneously exclaimed, "That foolish captain!" In an instant, they all made their way toward the execution platform. Not only pirates, but also a throng of Navy soldiers converged on the scene. The execution platform was no ordinary gallows. It was a symbol of Logtown and the world at large. They dared not fire recklessly, for damaging the platform would render them eternal villains. "Hey, Straw Hat Kid, that place is not for you. Come down immediately," the Navy shouted. Chapter 49, Clown Buggy's Revenge. Upon hearing these words, Luffy's expression grew solemn, only to be replaced by a bright smile as he raised his arm and called out, "Let us embark on a grand adventure, shall we?" Witnessing Luffy's demeanor, Nami felt a surge of despair. After all, these were members of the Navy, specifically from Roguetown. Declaring war against them was tantamount to courting death. Yet, in stark contrast, Zoro, Sanji, and even Rayleigh revealed expressions of palpable excitement. At present, only 2 bounty notices existed, one for Luffy and the other for Rayleigh. As for them, they hadn't even garnered a bounty. At such a youthful age, how could they possibly let slip this golden opportunity to unveil their identities? With Luffy's half-joking remark, Zoro slowly drew his sword, Wado Ikamanji, while Sanji extinguished his cigarette and lifted his leg with determination. Just at this tense moment, a cold voice emerged from behind Luffy, breaking the silence. "Hey, Straw Hat Luffy, why not let us join in on the fun?" Upon hearing these words, Luffy furrowed his brow, abruptly turning around, and in astonishment, pointed at the person behind him exclaiming, "Ah, it's you, the one with the red nose." Upon hearing these words, the once pretentious clown, Buggy, immediately bellowed in anger, "Who are you calling a red-nosed fool, you wretched monkey?" At this remark, Luffy gritted his teeth and retorted, "Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and descend. This place is solely meant for my ascent." Upon hearing Luffy's inexplicable words, Buggy was nearly driven to madness. "What? Who do you think you are to command me?" The two glared at each other, tension thick in the air. Yet, unbeknownst to Luffy, one of Buggy's hands had vanished. Luffy swung his arm, preparing to knock Buggy down, but before he could strike, an overwhelming weakness suddenly enveloped him, causing his body to topple backward. Witnessing this scene, Rayleigh couldn't help but furrow his brow. Buggy had utilized the other hand, which held a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs, to affix them onto Luffy. In the next moment, Buggy secured Luffy to the execution platform. At this point, Rayleigh was perplexed. How had Buggy managed to separate his body while wielding the sea prism stone handcuffs? Realization dawned upon him as he observed the white gloves adorning Buggy's hands. It became clear that the sea prism stone could indeed be insulated. Rayleigh shook his head, contemplating his next move, but ultimately decided to hold back. According to the original plot, Luffy's father, Dragon, would come to his rescue. Dark clouds had begun to gather ominously on the horizon, indicating Dragon's arrival at Logtown. However, the timing of his intervention remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Luffy, bound to the execution platform, bore a fierce expression yet was unable to free himself from the restraints. This was not solely due to the presence of the sea prism stone. He also wished to avoid damaging anything on the platform, which had once been used by the former Pirate King. Observing this, Sanji, Zoro, and Nami revealed expressions of shock. They had not anticipated that Luffy could be so easily controlled by Buggy the Clown. Zoro was the first to draw his sword and charge forward, intent on demolishing the execution platform. However, he was swiftly obstructed by Machi. Zoro, unwilling to engage in conversation, aimed his blade at Machi. Yet, in the next instant, he was confronted by a lion blocking his path. Frowning deeply, Zoro kicked the lion away and lunged forward. Just as he was about to strike, a stunning woman appeared before him. Sanji, upon witnessing this, transformed into a wave of infatuation. However, Zoro was not swayed by such sentiments. He swung his sword decisively. Yet, as his blade met the woman's silky skin, it slid harmlessly away. Zoro attempted multiple strikes, yet none could penetrate her flawless exterior. Regardless of his strength, he could not inflict even the slightest injury upon her. Determined to bypass the woman, Zoro found himself slipping upon contact with her skin, tumbling to the ground in a disheveled heap. Nami's eyes widened, and Sanji sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. At that moment, Buggy the Clown raised his blade, poised to deliver a fatal blow. If he delayed even a second longer, Luffy would surely meet his end. Sanji's expression hardened as he hastily dusted flour onto his hands. With a leap, he soared into the air. If the opponent's skin could deflect all attacks, Then a non-slip measure would suffice. Just as Sanji, fueled by everyone's hopes, glided toward the sky to strike at Alvida, she cast him a flirtatious glance. In an instant, Sanji surrendered, collapsing to the ground in a nosebleed. Nami approached and delivered a swift reprimand to Sanji. Now, all eyes were fixed on Rayleigh, perched atop the Great Bell. If he failed to rescue Luffy, the latter would surely perish. The crowd anxiously watched Luffy, who, after a moment of struggle, gradually calmed his expression. In the next instant, he broke into a radiant smile. "I'm sorry, everyone. It seems I'm going to die." This declaration left everyone present, including the Navy, utterly stunned. What is wrong with this guy? Doesn't he realize he is about to die? Such a ruthless pirate was presumed to be cold-hearted. Allowing him to perish here seemed almost merciful. In an instant, the villagers and Navy began to rally in support of Buggy the Clown's execution of Luffy. "Hurry up and do it. Don't dawdle. Kill that pirate." The clamorous voices rose, and the sky darkened further, with a light drizzle beginning to fall. Buggy had already raised his blade high. Yet, Luffy continued to wear that brilliant smile. He had heard that the Pirate King had met his end in a similar manner. If he was destined to die, he would show his comrades his happiest side. At that moment, a glint of coldness flashed in Buggy's eyes. With a forceful swing, he was about to bring the blade down when a bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, following the arc of Buggy's sword. The clown was engulfed in electric currents, tumbling from the execution platform. The platform had been pierced by the lightning, and the shackles binding Luffy were shattered. Prepared for death, Luffy suddenly opened his eyes. Realizing he was still alive, he gasped for breath and swiftly removed the sea prism stone that Buggy had secured onto him. Chapter 50. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. Removing it was a simple task. Quickly, Luffy stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and pointed towards the sea. "Everyone, head towards the Eastern Sea. The great escape from Logue Town begins now." As the words fell, a radiant smile illuminated the faces of Nami, Zoro, and Sanji. Subsequently, everyone began to sprint towards the East Sea, toward the location where the Mary was docked in Rogue Town. Luffy brushed past a man clad in a green robe, who happened to be his father, Monkey D. Dragon. However, this moment did not escape the watchful eyes of Rayleigh. Although the system had not issued a task, he felt compelled to inquire about Dragon. Luffy continued his march toward the Mary without looking back. The surrounding villagers, startled by the thunder, scattered in fear. A cold wind caressed Rayleigh's face, accentuating the charming smile that adorned it. He descended directly from the giant clock, obstructing Dragon's path. Upon encountering this unexpected figure, a grave expression flickered in Dragon's eyes. He could discern from Rayleigh's landing stance that this individual was far from ordinary. Such agility could only be achieved through years of rigorous training. Nevertheless, Dragon remained undeterred and continued onward. At that moment, Rayleigh unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, which finally caught Dragon's attention. A look of seriousness emerged in Dragon's eyes. The power radiating from Rayleigh was remarkably potent. While there were many in the New World with greater Haki in the East Sea, only his father Garp and he could rival such formidable strength. Dragon's interest in Rayleigh piqued, and he turned to him, stating, "If you have something to say, then speak." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh's gaze steadied as he directly inquired, "Why did you not acknowledge each other when you clearly met just now?" Dragon's eyes flickered with surprise. He was perplexed by this person's knowledge of his relationship with Luffy. Was it merely a coincidence, or was there something more to it? After a lengthy pause, Dragon's emotion settled, and he lowered the brim of his hat. It was inappropriate to confess anything at such a moment, and there was no necessity for any connection between them. Acknowledging it would be a liability. "I trust this answer satisfies you," he concluded. In response, Rayleigh took a deep breath, then opened his eyes, articulating each word with precision. To claim that acknowledgement is a sin, in my view, is to overlook the true sin of bringing a life into this world without nurturing it. Upon hearing these words, Dragon fell silent, uttering not another syllable. At that moment, Rayleigh spoke up, proposing, "Let us engage in a duel. Should you be defeated, you must accompany me to meet Luffy." In response, Dragon remained non-committal. Yet an aura of formidable dominance emanated from him, pervading the entirety of Rogue Town in an instant. This overwhelming presence, though fleeting, enveloped Rayleigh in an intense feeling of suffocation. He staggered back a couple of steps, gritting his teeth. Such a potent force of will existed in this world, surpassing even that of Mihawks by 100-fold. Truly, he was worthy of being the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Had Dragon not meticulously moderated the intensity of his might, it was likely that no soul in Rogue Town would remain conscious. Rayleigh stood rooted in place, rendered immobile for a considerable time. Eventually, Dragon resumed his advance, inquiring, "Do you still wish to fight?" To this, Leilo clapped his hands, observing, "To unleash such a fierce aura right from the outset indicates your genuine reluctance to meet Luffy. Under these circumstances, I shall not impose upon you. Yet, I must pose one final trivial question." Upon hearing Leilo's words, Dragon halted his steps, but did not turn back. "It was hoped that your inquiry was indeed a trivial one." As soon as this statement was made, the atmosphere momentarily stiffened. Stealing his courage, Leilo asked, "Since we have met, why not acknowledge Luffy? Do not respond with your previous answer." The autumn breeze gently swept through, and after a long silence, Dragon turned around with a sense of melancholy and began to walk away. Just as Dragon faded from Leilo's sight, his voice echoed softly in Leilo's ear, "Fate will present choices." These words reverberated in Leilo's mind, leaving him in deep contemplation for an extended period. Eventually, he came to grips with this statement, allowing a smile to escape, and then dashed towards the merry-go. Indeed, fate offers the most favorable options. Since Luffy did not pause when brushing past Dragon, it signified that fate had yet to make its choice. As Leilo's figure receded, Dragon continued onward. Through the flashes of lightning, the naval officers discerned Dragon's true visage, their pupils constricting as panic set in. "That one. That seems to be the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon." This revelation sent not only the naval personnel but also the townsfolk of Rogue Town into a frenzy, scrambling in terror. As the #1 target on the world government's bounty list, the name Dragon was well known, with nearly every naval base plastered with his wanted posters. They never anticipated encountering him in person today. Smoker, upon hearing the news, rushed over, his eyes wide with shock. Trembling, he pointed at Dragon and exclaimed, "Dragon, why do you assist pirates? Has your revolutionary army sunk to the depths of colluding with them?" No sooner had Smoker uttered these words than a thunderbolt cleaved through the sky, aimed directly at him. A grave expression crossed Smoker's face as he instantaneously transformed, evading the strike. However, when he looked up again, Dragon was already hovering above him. His body, no longer under his control, crumpled to the ground, directly beneath Dragon's foot. Struggling to turn his head, Smoker noticed a slight movement at the corner of Dragon's mouth, as if he was saying something. Smoker's eyes widened in alarm, as if he had stumbled upon a monumental secret, his face betraying his dread. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions had reached the shore where the merry-go was docked. Luffy was the first to extend his arm, grasping the railing of the ship and leaping aboard. At this moment, Zoro felt an inexplicable sense of unease. If that guy boarded first, the subsequent steps would be. Chapter 51. Is this really the East Blue Pirates? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Luffy grabbed both Zoro and Sanji, bringing them aboard. Sanji landed safely, but Zoro collided headfirst with the railing, nearly knocking himself unconscious. Struggling to rise, Zoro muttered through gritted teeth, "One day, I will definitely chop that guy down." As everyone boarded, Luffy commanded the ship to set sail immediately. But they soon realized that Leilo had not yet made it aboard. Meanwhile, a host of naval officers surged toward the merry-go. However, Luffy chose not to wait for Leilo. They could trust no one but him. With Leilo's strength, these naval officers posed no real threat. At that moment, Leilo had reached the shore, watching the merry-go depart with a smile gracing his lips. Behind him, the naval forces were closing in. Leilo tilted his head slightly, gazing at the sky. Luffy, still on the ship, called out with a grin, "Hey, Leilo, make sure to finish up quickly." Upon hearing these words, Leilo did not respond but instead turned his gaze directly towards the group of encroaching Navy officers. Observing Leilo's complete lack of fear in the face of their presence, the Navy personnel found themselves somewhat unsettled. "Hey, despicable pirate, you can no longer escape our grasp. Surrender at once." Upon hearing these words, Rayleigh remained unfazed, while the naval officers exchanged anxious glances. In the blink of an eye, a flicker of fear appeared in their eyes, for Rayleigh had suddenly vanished before them. When he reappeared, he was already amidst their ranks. With a mere jab of his finger, he sent a lieutenant colonel flying. Recognizing the familiar technique, the naval officers furrowed their brows. However, before they could react, a gaping hole was punctured into one of their shoulders. In the next instant, a phantom-like figure swept past them, leaving the officers clutching their wounds and collapsing to the ground, rendered incapable of resistance. In a mere minute, hundreds of naval personnel lay sprawled on the floor, groaning in agony. Blood dripped incessantly, and the excruciating pain drove them to the brink of despair. Although Rayleigh refrained from delivering lethal blows, the sheer display of his formidable prowess instilled a sense of terror in Nami, who had only recently boarded the ship. She had never anticipated that the one who refrained from intervening during the battle against Arlong would turn out to be the strongest among them, aside from Nami. Neither Luffy nor Zoro exhibited any signs of surprise, for they had long witnessed Rayleigh's extraordinary might. Had he been incapable of such feats, it would have puzzled them greatly. After dispatching the naval officers, Rayleigh wiped the blood from his fingers and gracefully returned to the merry-go using the moonwalk technique, witnessing the series of astonishing maneuvers. Nami's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly a pirate from the East Blue? In response to Nami's incredulous inquiry, Rayleigh offered no reply. Instead, he turned to Luffy, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In reaction, Luffy beamed and expertly maneuvered the ship as helm, setting their course forward. The next crucial step, the journey to the Grand Line and the Upside-Down Mountain, was about to commence. Luffy exultantly howled towards the sky, "Let us set sail, everyone." Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku slammed his hand on the desk, his expression grave. "What? That dragon fellow has actually appeared in Logtown." In response to Sengoku's furious exclamation, the reporting soldier appeared somewhat apprehensive as he continued, Yes, Fleet Admiral. Additionally, the newly wanted pirate, Monkey D. Luffy, has caused a ruckus at the execution platform today. Upon hearing the name of Luffy, Sengoku's eyes narrowed sharply. This name was all too familiar to him. How infuriating. It seemed that all troublesome matters were converging at once. That fellow, he could hardly fathom what he was up to. Sengoku's frustration caused his hair to bristle. He then brought together the bounty notices for Straw Hat Luffy and Dragon. The two distinct profiles gradually overlapped, revealing a terrifying future before Sengoku's eyes, tormenting his very soul. Truly, that carp fellow was nothing but a source of incessant trouble. With a serious expression and a steady tone, Sengoku declared, "Quickly, summon the three admirals at once. I must convene an emergency meeting." Upon hearing these words, the soldier who reported immediately saluted and hurriedly exited. He could hardly bear to remain even a minute longer. Once outside, the naval soldier finally breathed a sigh of relief, as the atmosphere inside had been overwhelmingly oppressive. The soldier was drenched in sweat, genuinely fearful that Admiral Sengoku might suddenly unleash his wrath. He had witnessed the fierceness of Sengoku's temper before, though Sengoku never resorted to corporal punishment. His sheer presence was suffocating. With these thoughts in mind, the soldier did not dare to delay and rushed to the task relay department to convey the order to the three admirals. After the soldier departed, Sengoku squinted at two wanted posters, his expression growing grave. "Kapu, my patience has reached its limit." On a vast expanse of ocean, a middle-aged man clad in a white shirt was riding a bicycle atop the waves. As he pedaled, he dozed off, drooling. Occasionally, when passing islands, the residents would gasp in alarm, fearing he might tumble into the sea. It was indeed peculiar to ride a bicycle over water, let alone while sleeping. Admiral Akiji was in deep slumber when the sudden ringing of his din-din mushi jolted him awake. The shrill sound persisted, eventually rousing him from his dreams. Bewildered, he fumbled around until he retrieved a golden din-din mushi from his right pocket. This exquisite device was crafted from pure gold, a privilege bestowed upon each admiral by the world government, symbolizing their authority. With it, a mere press could unleash the most brutal command in history, the Demon Slaughter Order. Just as Akiji prepared to press the button on the golden din-din mushi, he realized the ringing was coming from the din-din mushi in his left pocket. Scratching his head and stifling a yawn, he remarked, "Thank goodness I didn't T-press it. That would have been disastrous." He then stowed away the golden din-din mushi and retrieved the ordinary one from his other pocket. Upon answering, an urgent voice came through. "Is this Admiral Akiji? The Marshal urgently summons the three admirals for an emergency meeting. Please return to Navy headquarters immediately. I repeat, the Marshal has summoned the three admirals for an emergency meeting. Please hurry back to Navy headquarters." Chapter 52, Summoning the Three Admirals for an Emergency Meeting. After the call ended, Akiji's expression shifted to one of seriousness. It was unusual for the Marshal to convene such a meeting, as they had seldom occurred over the years. The urgency suggested a significant matter at hand. He recalled that the last time such a meeting was held was during the O'Hara incident, long before he had assumed the rank of admiral. This hinted at the gravity of the current situation. With a sigh, Akiji tucked away the din-din mushi and quickened his pace, heading straight for Navy headquarters. In a certain maritime area, flames raged uncontrollably, accompanied by the anguished cries of those pleading for mercy. Admiral Akainu was pursuing a formidable pirate force. The sea was a chaotic battleground, with the enemy's fleet reduced to a single ship amidst the devastation wrought by Akainu. Flames engulfed the ocean, and the wails from the ship echoed through the air. Is that lunatic insane? We have already surrendered. One pirate cried. Yes, we surrendered. Why are you still pursuing our annihilation? Their voices contrasted sharply with the tumultuous roar of the flames. The waves hissed as they were seared, leaving the pirates as lambs to the slaughter with no escape. Seizing the moment, Akainu leaped into the air, his arm transforming into magma as he hurled it toward the enemy flagship. In an instant, the ship and all aboard were reduced to ash, not a single pirate remaining. It was hard to fathom that this pirate crew had once numbered in the thousands, now obliterated in mere days, with no survivors, young or old. The vice admirals trailing Akainu observed this scene, their expressions tinged with solemnity. Such extreme justice, despite their years of service alongside Akainu, was difficult for them to accept. Yet, they had chosen to follow him, agreeing with his ideology, having witnessed firsthand the consequences faced by lenient navies who spared pirates. As they pondered, Akainu descended slowly, a fierce glint in his eyes. Do not show any mercy, eradicate these scum pirates completely. Just then, a panicked sailor rushed over, breathlessly reporting, Admiral Sakazuki. The relay department has sent an urgent message stating that the Marshal has summoned the 3 admirals for an important meeting. Please return to Navy headquarters at once. Upon hearing these words, Akainu momentarily froze, before revealing a hint of disdain. He simply told them that he had no time. After speaking, Akainu reclined on the lounge chair and took out a cigar, indulging in its smoke. Upon hearing these words, the Marine officer appeared somewhat troubled. The Marshal had mentioned that the purpose of this meeting was the emergence of the revolutionary leader, Dragon. As soon as this was said, Akainu's eyes subtly shifted. He immediately sat up and took a vigorous puff of his cigar. He had always held a keen interest in Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, a figure so formidable that even the world's most notorious pirates, the 4 emperors, could not compare. Although he did not harbor the same disdain for Dragon as he did for pirates, he possessed an almost obsessive fascination for this world's most wanted criminal. However, the Revolutionary Army was notoriously elusive, making it difficult for him to apprehend their leader. The prospect of facing Dragon in a showdown was something he yearned for, a fulfillment of his aspirations. With this thought, Akainu smirked, feigning reluctance as he remarked, in that case, let's make a detour and return to Marine headquarters. At Marine headquarters, Marie Ford, since Kizaru was stationed there and had not gone out, he was the first admiral to arrive at the Marshal's office. Upon entering, Kizaru settled cross-legged on the sofa, wearing a look of melancholic contemplation. Hey, Marshal, you're encroaching on my rest time. If there is nothing of great importance, you'd better consider raising my salary, he said. Glancing at his watch, clearly concerned about the passage of time, he was apprehensive about whether this meeting would encroach upon his off-duty hours. Upon hearing Kizaru's inquiry, Sengoku said little and directly handed him a wanted poster. As Kizaru beheld the figure depicted on the notice, a grave expression overtook his countenance. Observing this reaction, Sengoku felt a sense of satisfaction. This was precisely the expression he had hoped to elicit from Kizaru. Seizing the moment, he continued, that scoundrel, Dragon, inexplicably made an appearance in Rotown today. Quite the coincidence. As he spoke, Sengoku produced another wanted poster, this time featuring Luffy, and promptly handed it to Kizaru, remarking, the simultaneous appearance of these two in Roguetown raises significant concerns, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Kizaru feigned ignorance and remarked, Hey, Admiral, please refrain from speaking in ambiguous terms. However, these two individuals do bear some resemblance, he added with an exaggerated expression. Sengoku glanced at Kizaru and, with a hint of exasperation, replied, Stop pretending to be clueless. You have been monitoring the Marine side all along, haven't you? Upon hearing this, Kizaru glanced at his watch. There was still half an hour left until the end of the workday, Marshal. Upon hearing these words, in the Warring States period, as the two were conversing, a languid voice suddenly resonated. The urgent convening of the 3 generals' meeting must pertain to a matter of great significance, Commander. Upon hearing these words, Sengoku cast a sidelong glance towards the door. There, a languid man sauntered in, exuding an aura of chilling coldness. He was none other than one of the admirals of the Navy headquarters, codenamed Akiji. Akiji nonchalantly sank into the sofa, splaying his legs apart and stifling a yawn, appearing on the verge of drifting into slumber. Observing Akiji's demeanor, Sengoku shot him a disapproving look and remarked, It is quite unusual for you to arrive so early. The reason for summoning you is related to Dragon's journey to Logetown. As he spoke, Sengoku handed Akiji 2 printed bounty notices. Akiji glanced at the faces on the notices, his expression turning serious. Rubbing the back of his head, he stated directly, I didn't expect that even that significant figure would be involved this time. However, I suspect the true target must be focused on that Straw Hat boy. Upon hearing these words, Sengoku nodded. Indeed, this individual is named Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of a newly emerged pirate crew. Within a mere 2 to 3 days, he has swept through the East Sea, vanquishing the largest pirate group, the Clown Pirates. Additionally, he has infiltrated the ranks of the notorious Arlong Pirates, a formidable crew of super pirates that has appeared in the East Sea. Chapter 53, A Familiar Encounter. At this revelation, Kizaru rarely furrowed his brow. So it is those ruffians of Arlong, which is rather impressive. Although Arlong is considered a rather insignificant pirate in the New World, he has nonetheless descended from that realm, indicating that this individual possesses considerable strength. Just as Kizaru finished speaking, Akiji pointed at the wanted poster and remarked, I find the fellow beside him quite intriguing as well. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's brow tightened as he scrutinized Luffy's likeness. To the left of that image was Usopp's rear profile, while to the right was a partial view of Rayleigh's face. Noticing Rayleigh's features, Sengoku couldn't help but frown. This individual seemed familiar, yet he could not recall from where. However, the aura he exuded suggested he was far from ordinary. Where had he encountered him? A terrifying image was beginning to take shape in Sengoku's mind. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled seeing that individual on a wanted poster. This individual was particularly unique, as his name had yet to be discovered. Sengoku rummaged through his documents and indeed found a wanted poster of Rayleigh tucked beneath his papers. This fellow certainly seems familiar, yet to be one of the only 2 members of the Straw Hat crew to appear, he must undoubtedly be a significant character. Nonetheless, our primary focus now is on Dragon and Monkey D. Luffy, let us set aside other matters for the time being. As Sengoku finished his statement, a coarse voice suddenly echoed from outside. Any pirate should be exterminated without mercy. Do not underestimate them simply because they are children. They are capable of unspeakable deeds. Upon hearing these words, Sengoku furrowed his brow. Indeed, the individual he both loathed and esteemed the most had arrived. With a stern expression, Sengoku turned his head away and addressed Akainu, saying, I never imagined you would actually come. I thought my position as Fleet Admiral would be insufficient to summon you. Upon hearing these words, Akainu strode in with purpose, taking a seat upon the sofa and crossing his legs in a relaxed manner. How could this be possible? Given that the Admiral has laid down such substantial stakes, would it not be a grave affront for me to abstain from appearing? Sengoku regarded Akainu, a shadow of solemnity crossing his features. In their juxtaposition, the atmosphere around them bore an unmistakable contrast, teetering between extremes of tension and ease. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew continued their leisurely journey. Suddenly, from the heavens above, a newspaper descended. Typically, a subscription to such a publication would cost 30 berries. However, there are instances when a paper might unexpectedly fall from the sky, delivered free of charge. This occurrence indicates that someone has already settled the cost. Often wealthy merchants who wish to promote an event, or more frequently, the world government, especially when issuing bounties. Nami gazed at the free newspaper that had fallen, her mind drifting into contemplation. What matter could be significant enough to warrant such a publication? Could it be that the government is planning some new initiative? Without further deliberation, she picked up the newspaper from the ground and returned to the cabin, intent on charting the sea routes and thus delaying her examination of the news. At that moment, the ever-curious Luffy seized the newspaper, inspecting it from various angles. His expression twisted in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend its contents. After some time, he pointed at his bounty notice and exclaimed, Everyone, come look. I made it to the newspaper. Upon hearing these words, Usopp and Sanji were rendered incredulous. Why had their foolish captain made it to the newspaper when neither of them had? It was utterly unforgivable. Shortly thereafter, the 3 approached, intent on seizing the newspaper from Luffy. They began to tussle among themselves. A chaotic melee ensued. Hey, let me see that. One yelled. What nonsense. I am the captain. Naturally, I should see it first. Another retorted. But you've already seen it, you idiot. Amidst their scuffle, a gust of wind lifted the newspaper, sending it fluttering directly onto Zoro's face, who was deep in meditation. Clenching his teeth, Zoro initially believed Luffy was playing a prank on him, but upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was merely a newspaper that had landed on him. With an exasperated expression, he removed the paper and glanced at it. In the next moment, Zoro's pupils constricted, and a look of terror crossed his features as he involuntarily rose to his feet. This scene captured even Reizo's attention. Luffy and the others ceased their bickering, approaching with puzzled expressions, and asked, Hey, what's the big deal, you green-haired fool? Upon hearing Sanji's words, Zoro immediately drew his sword, ready to engage in a fierce duel with the chef. What did you say? Repeat that, you foul cook. The tension between the two escalated, but was swiftly interrupted by Rayleigh. Stepping forward, Rayleigh took the newspaper in hand. However, upon reading its contents, his brow furrowed in disbelief. The situation had become rather troublesome. At that moment, Nami, hearing the commotion outside, stepped out as well. Snatching the newspaper from Rayleigh, she began to read. Instantly, her hands trembled, and the newspaper slipped from her grasp, falling to the ground as she knelt, covering her mouth, silently weeping. Witnessing this, Sanji panicked. Assuming the content of the newspaper had offended Nami, he hurriedly picked it up, intending to tear it apart. How dare they make Miss Nami cry? Unforgivable! Yet, as Sanji glanced at the newspaper for just a moment, his heart seemed to stop. His lips quivered, and the cigarette he had been holding fell from his mouth. How is this possible? The three admirals have gathered in Marineford. Upon hearing this, a flicker of fear appeared in Zoro's eyes. The power of Mihawk had already left them astounded, and now the emergence of three admirals, inexplicably connected to the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, was overwhelming. Though they did not grasp the reasons behind this alliance, it was evident that they were potentially facing annihilation at the hands of the Navy. After all, Dragon was the world's most notorious criminal, a figure of immense significance in the quest for global domination. With their association with him, it seemed there would be no respite for them. Despair clouded the eyes of Rayleigh and the others. However, Luffy remained unfazed, absent-mindedly picking his nose with his little finger. And curiously inquired, Dragon? Is he the kind that flies in the sky? Upon hearing these words, Usopp silently tapped Luffy's nape with his hand. For heaven's sake, could you refrain from making jokes at a time like this? After saying this, Usopp knelt on the ground, quietly shedding tears. The atmosphere aboard the ship was exceedingly oppressive. They were all too aware of the formidable nature of the three admirals. The mere presence of the seven warlords posed a significant challenge. Facing the three admirals would be utterly insurmountable, even with Rayleigh by their side. Rayleigh's expression was equally grave. Chapter 54. Encountering the three admirals prematurely, Nami and the others' despair. It was entirely unexpected to provoke the three admirals at such an early stage, especially considering they had yet to even set foot into the Grand Line. Ahead lay the New World and the four emperors, which they had not yet encountered. This situation had indeed become intriguing. Contemplating this, a flicker of a grave smile appeared in Rayleigh's eyes as he slowly remarked, "Perhaps we have truly stirred up a colossal hornet's nest this time." The three admirals symbolized the pinnacle of naval power, capable of rivaling the might of the Sea Emperors. Upon hearing these words, the already despairing Usopp felt his soul depart from his body. He turned pale, rendered utterly petrified. At this moment, a composed Sanji lit a cigarette. Drawing a deep breath before beginning his analysis, the newspaper reveals that we are not the only ones involved. The leader of the Don Quixote army, Don Quixote Doflamingo, is also mentioned. They are likely to focus their attention on the Don Quixote army. After all, the Don Quixote army is a colossal force we cannot contend with. In comparison, we are but a fragile leaf afloat on the sea. Upon hearing this, Nami and Usopp breathed a sigh of relief, slowly rising to their feet and giving Sanji a thumbs up. Sanji was indeed correct. With the Don Quixote army as a target ahead, we would be safe. Right. At last, we are secure, exclaimed Usopp, producing a cup of green tea from seemingly nowhere and kneeling to sip it, his demeanor one of utter contentment. However, in the face of their self-soothing, Rayleigh mercilessly shattered their optimistic illusions. The situation is likely far more complicated than it appears. The Don Quixote army's ambitions have grown so vast that they are beyond our reach. In the shadow of larger entities, the smaller ones often become the focus of attention. Soon, we may have to confront relentless bombardment from the Navy. At these words, Usopp's expression turned vacant once more, and the green tea slipped from his hands, shattering on the ground as he sank to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Nami, even paler than before, appeared as if she might transform into a zombie at any moment. In that instant, the entire crew wore solemn and serious expressions. Only Luffy, bewildered, contorted his face before suddenly finding clarity. "Oh, isn't that fantastic?" he exclaimed. Before he could finish, he was besieged by the entire crew, being playfully beaten. "Come on. As captain, can you not treat such matters so lightly? It's unforgivable to anger Miss Nami." "Exactly. Could you please be more serious?" Before long, Luffy's head was covered in bumps from the playful assault, and trembling, he could only extend a hand in apology, murmuring, "I'm sorry." Observing this scene, Rayleigh sighed, placing his hands on the railing and gazing into the distance. It seemed that the coming days would be anything but peaceful. We must hasten to enter the Grand Line. Perhaps there still remains a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing these words, Nami immediately perked up and rushed to her room to retrieve the nautical charts, meticulously comparing the maritime routes. Following Rayleigh's remarks, it seemed that traversing the reverse mountain to enter the Grand Line had become a considerably less daunting prospect. Nami swiftly extracted the navigational maps, and the group began to cross-reference their findings. However, the more they compared, the more discrepancies they perceived. Before long, everyone was left utterly astounded. Even Rayleigh felt an impulse to give Luffy a sound thrashing. Unable to contain her mounting fury, Nami delivered a forceful punch to Luffy's head, exclaiming, "How on earth do you steer the ship? This direction is completely reversed." Shortly thereafter, Luffy endured a collective beating from the others. The scene was so harrowing that even Rayleigh found it hard to bear. After administering a thorough reprimand to Luffy, Nami hurriedly instructed Sanji to adjust the ship's course. After considerable effort, they finally set the helm in the correct direction. At that moment, Luffy, seemingly unfazed, leapt onto the bow of the Mary and raised his arm in a triumphant call. "All right, everyone, let us set sail." With Luffy's rallying cry, the Mary surged forward, heading towards their ultimate destination, the reverse mountain. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, a meeting was convened by Sengoku, who summoned the fleet admirals and other high-ranking officers of the Marine Corps. The three admirals sat prominently on the far left, while on the right, the special vice admiral, Tsuru, and the legendary marine hero, Garp, were present. Surrounding them were several distinguished vice admirals and even notable government officials. At that moment, aside from Garp, who was leisurely munching on senbei, the other officers bore furrowed brows. "So, Dragon has finally made his appearance. What a mischievous child he is," Tsuru remarked sincerely. In contrast, Garp burst into hearty laughter. "Aha, that little brat isn't worth my time. I'll teach him a lesson with my flip-flops someday." At this, all eyes turned towards Garp, their faces painted with expressions of bewilderment. Sengoku smacked his forehead in exasperation at the old man, realizing he was at a loss with him. He then swiftly shifted the topic, casting a cold glance at Akainu. "Akainu, during the pursuit of the Cross Guild, you may have gone a tad too far. While I'll refrain from commenting on your extermination of pirates who surrender, why did you have to obliterate an entire town? Do you have any idea how many innocents were harmed?" Upon hearing this, Akainu tapped his ear with his pinky finger, nonchalantly remarking, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, when did you become so merciful? In the pursuit of eradicating pirates, innocent lives are inevitably at stake. Besides, I have already advised them to leave post-haste. Those who choose to ignore my words are not my concern if they meet their demise." As these words left his lips, an air of gravity enveloped the scene, and a faint golden radiance began to emanate from Sengoku. Although Sengoku, too, advocated for the complete eradication of evil, earning the admiration of the Navy government, there remained a discernible distinction between his approach and Akainu's reckless disregard for consequences in the lives of others. "Hey, you may be crossing the line. Do you truly understand what the Navy's real duty is?" Upon hearing these words, a blazing inferno ignited around Akainu, rendering the entire conference room sweltering. Were it not for the presence of Akiji, the embodiment of ice, the place might have caught fire. The vice admirals of the Navy headquarters felt a surge of trepidation as an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped them. Were it not for their concern for their status, many would have fled the scene, for the discomfort was indeed unbearable. The aura emanating from these two formidable admirals was sufficient to induce a sense of asphyxiation. Chapter 55. The Name of D. Moreover, these two were monstrous entities in the annals of naval history. Their combined presence grew increasingly oppressive, compelling some vice admirals to rise and retreat. Just as the two were on the verge of confrontation, Vice Admiral Tsuru of the Navy headquarters forcefully struck the table, interrupting the escalating tension. It was truly unbecoming for a fleet admiral and a naval admiral to behave thus before so many witnesses. Upon hearing these words, Akainu's expression grew grave as he swallowed hard. He then turned away and resumed his seat, while Sengoku, showing a semblance of deference, followed suit. After all, this elderly woman was not to be trifled with. Once seated, Sengoku's demeanor turned serious. He pressed a button on the projection device, and immediately, light illuminated a white screen. A wanted poster prominently appeared before their eyes, depicting none other than the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, who had caused a commotion in Logtown earlier that day. The mere sight of his face instilled a palpable tension amongst everyone present, an overwhelming sense of pressure descending upon them. Fortunately, before long, the image of Dragon's wanted poster began to shrink. A second wanted poster then emerged from the bottom of the screen. Upon its appearance, Carp, who had been carelessly munching on snacks, also wore a look of solemnity, though he attempted to maintain an air of nonchalance. Still, the sorrow in his eyes was unmistakable. Soon after, a third wanted poster appeared, featuring a handsome young man. The assembly expressed their confusion. For this poster bore a bounty of 10 million berries, a sum that seemed rather modest, even in the East Blue. However, what piqued their curiosity was that this particular wanted poster lacked a name. This absence was indeed perplexing. In a world governed by the world government comprised of numerous nations, there was not a single individual whose identity eluded their scrutiny, not even orphans or vagabonds. Yet, this young man's poster was conspicuously devoid of a name. A truly odd circumstance. Once all three wanted posters were displayed, Sengoku pointed at the one featuring the young man, stating, "The individual we shall primarily discuss today is this one." At this proclamation, the brows of all the marine admirals furrowed in concern. Even Carp, who had been enjoying his meal, tilted his head in curiosity. He had initially presumed that the focus of their discussion would either be his son or his grandson. So it was unexpected that it was someone entirely unrelated. After all, Dragon was the most wanted figure stirring the entire world government. While Luffy had only recently made a name for himself by defeating both Kuro and Arlong in a span of 3 days, in comparison, the young man seemed rather unremarkable. However, the mere fact that his name was untraceable was sufficient to warrant their attention. The Marine admirals all scrutinized the young man's wanted poster with furrowed brows. Meanwhile, the 3 admirals also cast curious glances in his direction. Akainu, his expression serious, was eager to ascertain what qualifications this individual possessed to overshadow Dragon and become the focal point of their discussion. Noticing the collective gaze converge upon him, Sengoku's eyes glimmered with a sharp intensity as he glanced at Carp. Based on the intelligence we gathered earlier, this individual is a crew member of the Straw Hat Pirates led by Monkey D. Luffy. After cross-referencing all available data, we have reached one conclusion. His name likely contains the initialed. Upon hearing these words, Carp's expression tightened, and a grave look appeared in his eyes. He was, of course, aware of Sengoku's implications. It seemed he too needed to exercise a degree of caution. Upon hearing the name D, a group of admirals found themselves in a state of perplexity, while the 3 commanding officers furrowed their brows. Although the surname D is not particularly rare in contemporary times, the mere mention of the name D, devoid of any further context, raises considerable suspicion. The name D is steeped in legend, dating back 8 centuries. It is said that there once existed a vast kingdom whose inhabitants all bore the surname D, and they were adversaries of the celestial dragons. Whenever the name D was uttered, it struck fear and trepidation into the hearts of the celestial dragons. Fortunately, in the present day, the number of individuals with the surname D has grown substantially, posing no tangible threat to the celestial dragons themselves, which has led them to refrain from further investigation. However, the sudden emergence of a pirate whose identity is solely linked to the name D has instigated a heightened sense of vigilance among them. Just as Sengoku was about to elaborate further, Akainu abruptly stood up, preparing to depart. Observing this, Sengoku's expression tightened in concern. "Akainu, where do you intend to go?" "I have yet to finish speaking." Upon hearing these words, Akainu's eyes revealed a chilling expression, acknowledging the significant threat posed by the other party. It would be prudent to eliminate him now. With that thought, Akainu left the conference room without a backward glance. Sengoku gritted his teeth. This man was truly insufferably arrogant. However, the Gorosei seemed rather fond of him, and Akainu's abilities were exceptionally formidable. If all went as expected, he would likely be the next fleet admiral. It was hard to fathom what kind of scenario would unfold with such a person at the helm of the Navy. As Akainu departed, the atmosphere in the room grew notably quieter. Sengoku's expression turned serious as he continued to elucidate their plans. Yet, no matter what he explained now, it was of little consequence. As long as Akainu took action, the outcome would remain unchanged. On the vast expanse of the sea, the Going Merry sailed leisurely forward, drawing ever closer to Reverse Mountain. Once they passed this landmark, they would officially enter the Grand Line. It was only upon reaching the Grand Line that they could truly embark on their quest to become the Pirate King. Rello, feeling idle, stood on the deck, gazing into the distance. From afar, a towering mountain loomed amidst the mist, but reaching it would likely require an additional 3 days of sailing. It was uncertain whether this time would suffice for the naval headquarters to make crucial decisions. Lost in thought, a cacophony of cheers erupted around him. At that moment, a lively celebration was taking place aboard the Going Merry, although their provisions consisted merely of some dried goods brought from Kozia village. it did not deter them from hosting the gathering with the grandeur of a banquet. The crew was filled with laughter and joy, as if the troubling news they had witnessed earlier had completely vanished from their minds. Leilo approached, and the faces of his companions were alight with excitement. Although they were merely guarding a wooden barrel, they engaged in spirited conversation. In Chapter 56, Straw Hat Pirates' Dreams, Luffy was the first to place his foot on the barrel, a broad smile illuminating his face as he laughed heartily skyward. "I will become the Pirate King." His declaration set the stage for the dreams of the other crew members. Nami soon followed suit, declaring, "I will chart the complete sea map." Zoro, with a stoic expression, hesitated for a moment before placing his foot atop the barrel as well. "I will become the world's greatest swordsman." Seeing their exuberance, Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, kicked up his leg, nearly shattering the barrel. "I will find the ultimate sea." With dreams now voiced, Usopp puffed out his chest and placed his foot on the barrel, proclaiming, "I will be the bravest warrior on the seas." Having shared their aspirations, everyone turned to Leilo. Under their eager gazes, he pondered, scratching his chin. "Then I shall rob every pirate crew along the way." This statement caused Luffy and the others to nearly topple over in surprise. However, Luffy promptly burst into laughter. It seemed that among them, Leilo embodied the spirit of a pirate the most. Amidst their cheerful banter, the Going Merry continued its journey, now mere moments away from Reverse Mountain, due to favorable winds. Their arrival was anticipated a day earlier than expected, likely by tomorrow morning. As the crew reveled in their excitement, fatigue eventually set in, prompting them to rest. Leilo, however, felt no inclination to sleep. He began examining the materials and blueprints within his system, realizing that they were on the brink of entering the Grand Line, making it imperative to forge some suitable weapons. Without them, facing the grueling challenges ahead would be daunting. Upon reviewing the materials and designs, he found that he could only craft the Origin handgun. Among the crew, Usopp was the weakest, so it was only fitting to create a weapon for him first. The capabilities of the Origin handgun were extraordinary. It could obliterate all forms of non-physical attacks. The victim could not employ any techniques after being struck. While it might not be universally applicable in the pirate world, it could potentially suppress non-physical attacks like hockey. It was undeniably powerful. With this in mind, Leilo decided to proceed without further delay, quietly instructing the system, forge the Origin handgun. As soon as the command was issued, a template materialized in his mind, and the crafting process commenced. Various forging materials were combined, and soon, the Origin handgun was complete. However, upon its completion, Leilo realized a serious issue. The Origin handgun required Origin bullets to function. Loading standard ammunition would render it ineffective. Unfortunately, he had yet to acquire the blueprints for the Origin bullets. Without them, he could not forge them, even though he possessed the materials. Initially intending to provide Usopp with a means to enhance his combat abilities, it appeared he would have to postpone this plan. With that thought, Leilo decided to rest. For the most formidable trials lay ahead, ascending Reverse Mountain and entering the Grand Line. Leilo settled down to sleep, yet in the latter part of the night, a furious shout jolted him awake. "Hey, Luffy, that was our food for tomorrow, and you devoured it all by yourself." Sanji's roar was accompanied by a flurry of punches and kicks, while Luffy shouted apologies, his mouth still stuffed with food. Meanwhile, Sanji and Usopp pursued him in anger. Luffy laughed boisterously. "It's just some food. Once we reach the Grand Line, we'll have as much as we want." In his exuberance, Luffy stepped on Zoro's sleeping face, nearly losing his balance. Zoro instantly awoke, drawing his sword and looking around, before joining the chase. Their antics nearly threatened to dismantle the Going Merry. At that moment, Nami, who had been drawing sea charts in her room, could no longer contain her frustration. She flung open the door and shouted at them, "Hey, can you guys keep it down?" Upon hearing these words, everyone fell silent. At that moment, Nami gazed ahead, and amidst the swirling mist, a colossal shadow suddenly emerged. Witnessing this, Nami's pupils constricted as she pointed at the enormous silhouette and exclaimed, "Look over there. What is that?" Upon hearing these words, Leilo and his companions looked up, only to behold a colossal entity, akin to a small mountain, manifesting before them. Should they advance further, a collision with this towering object was inevitable. Luffy hastily extended his arm to grasp the helm, yet it was already too late. At that moment, due to the overwhelming force of the winds, the helm was utterly unresponsive. The Merry was on the brink of crashing into this shadowy figure. Leilo furrowed his brow and resolutely declared, "System, extract the soul-cutting blade." No sooner had he spoken than the soul-cutting blade materialized in his grasp. A formidable aura surged forth, radiating outward. A powerful flame, akin to a soaring dragon, entwined around Raylo's form. This intense conflagration illuminated the obstructive entity, rendering it visible. In that instant, Luffy and the others were left speechless, for the obstacle before them was none other than a gigantic Sea King. Perplexed, Raylo pondered the anomaly. Logically, such a massive creature should reside within the Red Line, and encountering one beyond its confines was highly improbable. However, there was no time for contemplation. A collision with such a monstrous Sea King would undoubtedly reduce the myriad to mere splinters. He would not allow such a calamity to transpire. The fiery aura surrounding the soul-cutting blade intensified. Gradually, the menacing visage of the Sea King came into view. Without hesitation, Raylo raised the soul-cutting blade, leaving a brilliant scarlet flash in the night sky. In the next moment, a shocking spectacle unfolded before the Straw Hat crew, as the Crimson Strike was unleashed. The previously tranquil night transformed into a blinding day. In an instant, the Sea King was cleaved in two, not a single drop of blood spilled. The Mary glided smoothly through the newly formed gap, while Nami's expression was one of sheer terror. Sanji and Zoro, too, exhibited varying degrees of astonishment. Only Luffy displayed uncontained excitement, grinning broadly as he gave Raylo a thumbs up. "Raylo, you're truly remarkable. One day, I'll challenge you to a duel." Upon hearing these words, Raylo offered no response and proceeded to stow away the soul-cutting blade. Luffy realized that he would have to wait at least another 2 years before he could engage him in battle. Chapter 57. Entering the Grand Line. As they traversed through this narrow opening, they were greeted by the crucial pathway leading to the Grand Line, the Red Line, and Reverse Mountain. The waters of Reverse Mountain flowed upward, a sight that Nami beheld for the very first time. Due to the force exerted by Rairo's swing of the soul-cutting blade, the Mary was swiftly advancing forward. Should they collide with this rushing tide, the Mary would undoubtedly be torn apart. Witnessing this, Rairo furrowed his brow, his mind racing with thoughts on how to rescue the Mary. He had resolved to upgrade the Mary, intending to use her as his sole vessel from that point onward, vowing to ensure her safety at all costs. Just then, a system notification echoed suddenly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a storyline mission. The following task options are available for selection. 1. Persuade the Straw Hat Pirates to turn back in exchange for several forging materials, 1,000 points of all attribute experience, and a blueprint for the renowned sword, Chiyo Shui. 2. Assist the Straw Hat crew in ascending Reverse Mountain and entering the Grand Line, which would yield 1,000 points of all attribute experience, several forging materials, and a blueprint for the origin bullet. Upon hearing these words, Raylo hesitated. He had not anticipated that both options presented would contain forging blueprints. This left him in a quandary regarding which path to choose. From the perspective of rewards, the Autumn Water forging blueprint was indeed an excellent choice. However, the origin bullets were precisely the materials he required. Yet, the most crucial factor was that since they had already ventured into the Grand Line, turning back was no longer an option. Reflecting on this, Raylo resolutely opted for the latter. However, the challenge of ascending Reverse Mountain loomed large. The rushing waters surged from below, ostensibly to facilitate the upward passage of ships. Yet their current speed posed a significant threat. They would likely be torn apart upon impact, let alone be guided upward by the turbulent sea. With this in mind, Raylo pondered briefly, then stepped forward and leaped into the ocean. At that moment, he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, and instantly, a wave of black energy surged upward. In an instant, the bow of the ship elevated by 15 centimeters, allowing the vessel to ascend the first ledge of Reverse Mountain, thus avoiding collision. With the powerful currents propelling it upward, the Mary successfully surged ahead. Witnessing this scene, every onlooker's eyes flickered with trepidation, although the ship had regained its course. Raylo had yet to reboard. Sanji was already preparing to leap in to rescue him. Just as concern enveloped the crew, Raylo emerged, hoisting a severed Sea King tentacle, and leaped back onto the ship. However, due to the weight of the tentacle, the Mary began to sway dangerously. Nami's eyes nearly popped out in shock. Although the predicament was initiated by Raylo, he had rendered them significant assistance, and thus, she bore him no ill will. Raylo scratched his head, realizing that his good intentions had inadvertently caused trouble. The Mary swayed perilously close to a nearby rock, prompting Luffy to inflate his body, narrowly averting disaster. Nonetheless, Luffy's excessive force further exacerbated the ship's instability. Additionally, due to the Mary's larger size compared to its original depiction, certain rocks were unavoidable. Observing this, Raylo furrowed his brow. If this continued, their vessel would inevitably be wrecked. With no alternative, Raylo crouched down, enveloping the ship in armament Haki, which instantly fortified it like an iron shell, rendering it impervious to any collision with the rocks. However, this state could not be sustained for long. The hockey gauge above his head began to dwindle. 10 seconds had already elapsed. While the duration of his hockey had increased over the past couple of days, it had only extended to 30 seconds, with 20 seconds remaining. If the Mary could not ascend Reverse Mountain, he would be powerless, left to fate. Under the protection of Leilo's armament hockey, the Mary surged forward, unstoppable. Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement as she glanced at Leilo, her admiration for him growing immensely. Yet, she could not help but question his origins. How could such a formidable individual exist in East Blue? After some contemplation, she felt a surge of joy. Having such a powerful companion would alleviate many concerns. As the Mary barreled toward the summit, Leilo's hockey gauge was nearing its limit. In the final 3 seconds, failure to ascend would result in being crushed by the boulder above. Leilo's brow knitted in concentration, sweat streaming down his face. They were truly in peril. At the pinnacle loomed a massive rock, and Leilo surmised they would never reach it in time. Once the hockey dissipated, the Mary would be instantly dismantled. At that moment, Nami and the others spotted the looming rock. Could the Mary truly withstand it at its current speed? A sense of suffocation gripped them. Zoro had drawn his 3 swords, and Sanji raised his leg, ready to leap and destroy the boulder. Yet, given their current abilities, such a feat seemed unattainable. However, just then, Leilo relinquished his hockey release prematurely, reserving the last second of energy for himself. System, extract the bull talisman, he declared. In an instant, a stone appeared in his hand. With muscles bulging, Leilo executed a shave, arriving beside the boulder in a heartbeat. He then infused his arm with armament hockey and delivered a devastating punch, shattering the enormous rock into fragments. At that moment, the Mary surged upward, and Leilo's hockey was entirely expended. The ship soared toward the heavens, and Leilo grasped the bow. Following suit, with a spectacular splash, the Mary landed safely in the sea, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Nami braced herself on the deck, panting heavily. Thank goodness we landed safely. That was terrifying. Usopp knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his head, looking pale. We're saved. Zoro and Sanji remained stoic, having long since resigned themselves to the possibility of death. If they perished here, it would only affirm their inadequacy as pirates. In stark contrast, Luffy erupted with excitement. Shouting joyously into the sky, we arrived at the Grand Line. Upon hearing these words, everyone finally regained a semblance of vigor. After confirming their complete safety, Usopp felt rejuvenated. Chapter 58, The Mysterious Elder. He then stood up, patted his chest, and declared with a sense of pride, I always knew that nothing could hinder Captain Usopp. It seems that this is not so difficult after all. With that, Usopp erupted into hearty laughter. Upon hearing these words, laughter erupted from everyone, none choosing to mock Usopp's bravado. As they entered the Grand Line, it felt as though they had glimpsed the dawn of ultimate victory. Luffy's gaze was resolute, as if the legendary treasure lay just before them. In that moment, the dreams of all seemed to manifest vividly. Yet, only Leilo gazed into the distance with a sense of bewilderment, for he alone understood the trials that awaited them in the Grand Line and the New World. No matter how bright the dawn appeared, it remained an elusive reality. They had to advance step by step. The crew cheered exuberantly, their sights cast upon the vast expanse. However, when their eyes wandered, a chill ran through their veins. Usopp, who had been celebrating moments ago, suddenly froze, his expression turning to stone. Following their gaze, Leilo's eyes fell upon a colossal eye. Slowly lifting his head, he beheld a gigantic whale, its upper half emerging from the depths. This great leviathan seemed familiar to Leilo. It was undoubtedly Laboon, the abandoned whale from the original tale. In comparison, the Mary's vessel appeared minuscule next to Laboon's single eye. The atmosphere plummeted to an abyss of tension. Only Luffy's demeanor seemed slightly awkward before he unleashed a punch towards Laboon's eye, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Usopp was particularly taken aback, exclaiming, Hey, Luffy, what are you doing? The others echoed in unison, You fool of a captain, as Luffy's fist collided with Laboon's eye. The whale went into a frenzy, causing the surrounding waters to surge skyward. The crew was sent soaring, landing atop Laboon's back. At that moment, they noticed a massive valve on Laboon's head, with an entrance beside it, and torrents of seawater rushed them inside. Due to the force of gravity, Leilo and Luffy were expelled from the Mary. Watching their ship being drawn into Laboon's body, a grave expression crossed Luffy's face. In response, he shouted, relentlessly pounding on Laboon's head. Hey, you beast! What have you done with my friends? Spit them out this instant. Luffy continued his assault, but Leilo intervened. Pointing towards the valve, Let us enter through that valve. They must be inside. Upon hearing these words, Luffy finally calmed down and proceeded through the valve. Meanwhile, within Raylo's body, the system's notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, mission accomplished. You have obtained a blueprint for the origin bullet, along with 1,000 points of all attribute experience and several materials. As the materials in the blueprint for the origin bullet were delivered, Raylo's brows unfurled with delight. Now, he could forge the origin bullet and craft a weapon for Usopp. From the beginning to the end, Usopp had always been the weakest link in the Straw Hat crew. But with the origin pistol, his potential for growth would be unprecedentedly formidable. With this thought in mind, Raylo was eager to commence the forging of the origin bullet. However, at that moment, Lava suddenly went into a frenzy, crashing violently against the nearby mountainside. In the chaos, Raylo lost his balance and tumbled directly into the valve. With Luffy following suit, they both fell inside, only to discover the Mary, anchored not far away. The crew members aboard were unconscious, and Raylo swiftly rescued them. As they regained consciousness and surveyed their unfamiliar surroundings, a serious expression emerged in their eyes. Zoro clutched his head and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "This is infuriating. One day, I will cut you down." Though Zoro did not specify whom he intended to cut, everyone understood and turned their gazes toward Luffy. Observing Luffy's carefree laughter, Nami grasped his face and shouted, "What is there to laugh about? We're in a dire situation. Do you even realize that?" Upon hearing these words, Luffy broke into a sweat and hurriedly apologized. Nami, too exhausted to scold him further, let out a helpless sigh. At that moment, they were astonished to see that the surroundings were unexpectedly illuminated. Logically, there should be no light in this place. Moreover, the area was adorned with paintings of rapeseed flowers, and seagulls appeared to be soaring through the air. Yet, upon closer inspection, these seagulls were utterly motionless. The artwork was remarkably lifelike. The group pondered whether this location might still be inhabited. Contemplating this notion, a grave expression emerged in everyone's eyes. At that moment, Raylo spoke up, suggesting, "Let us glide forward and see. Perhaps this place holds a way out." Upon hearing these words, everyone felt a sense of discomfort. How could there possibly be an escape within the body of a whale? Yet, considering the design, it might not be entirely impossible. It remains a mystery as to who could be so cruel as to adorn the interior of a whale with such artwork, not to mention equipping it with electronic devices. At this moment, Luffy joyfully exclaimed, "Then let us set sail." Upon hearing the captain's command, the crew unfurled the sails, only to discover that the currents within could flow inward. This fortunate turn of events spared them considerable effort, and as they ventured deeper, the space within expanded. The brightness around them intensified, revealing an abundance of decaying provisions scattered about. Intriguingly, amidst these rotting supplies, there appeared to be reserves of goods, further indicating that this place must be inhabited. After all, it was unlikely that anyone would hoard such items without reason. Yet, who possessed such a peculiar sense of humor to construct a dwelling within the body of a whale? While they pondered this mystery, a flicker of light from an oil lamp ahead caught their eyes. Beside the lamp sat an elderly man, clad in a floral shirt and patterned shorts. He exuded an intimidating presence, his muscular physique suggesting formidable strength. Observing this scene, Zoro and Sanji grew wary. Anyone capable of residing within such a colossal creature surely posed a threat. The old man, upon noticing them, displayed a flicker of seriousness in his gaze and coldly warned, "I advise you not to proceed. It could be fatal." At these words, a sense of dread enveloped the group. Was this individual's true nature about to be unveiled? Nevertheless, Zoro defiantly retorted, "Who do you think will die?" Upon hearing these words, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a fierce and menacing expression. He then spoke in a calm manner, "Of course, it is I." Chapter 59, Kuroka's Astonishment. Upon hearing these words, everyone nearly lost their footing, almost tumbling down. Zoro, infuriated and embarrassed, suppressed his anger for the sake of their safe exit and promptly inquired, "Who are you? And what are you doing here?" Upon hearing these words, the elder once again displayed a grave expression, causing the hearts of those present to tighten with unease. It felt as though a latent aura of menace lingered, suggesting the presence of a formidable adversary. In that instant, the atmosphere around them plummeted to a chilling silence. Zoro and Sanji assumed a stance of readiness for combat. However, at that moment, the elder casually remarked, "I am merely residing here for the time being." Upon hearing these words, the crowd faltered momentarily. Zoro, unable to contain himself, drew his sword and pointed it at the speaker, exclaiming, "Hey, is that all you have to say, you scoundrel?" With immense effort, He restrained himself from delivering a lethal blow to the man. Witnessing this scene, Rayleigh couldn't help but slap his forehead, realizing that these individuals were still rather inexperienced. They required further honing during their upcoming voyage. As a swordsman, Zoro lacked the requisite composure, while Luffy, in the capacity of captain, was yet to mature fully. Sanji, despite his seemingly steady demeanor, was easily swayed by feminine allure, a flaw that appeared insurmountable. Nami and Usopp's weaknesses were even more apparent, marked by their cowardice and timid natures. All of these traits necessitated refinement. Otherwise, they would forever remain distant from the grand treasure, and Luffy would never ascend to the title of Pirate King. However, that elder had sailed alongside the Pirate King, a testament to his formidable caliber, regardless of the duration of his journey. Though he had not engaged in battle in the original narrative, one could reasonably infer that he possessed considerable strength. Furthermore, this elder had the capability to subdue Laboon single-handedly, constructing his dwelling within the creature, indicative of at least a warlord level of power. Rayleigh patted Zoro on the shoulder, signaling him to retreat slightly. Acknowledging this, Zoro nodded and stepped back, demonstrating his absolute trust in Rayleigh. Rayleigh then approached the gangplank and fixed his gaze upon the elder's eyes. Kurokas, if I am not mistaken, you are here to administer medication to Laboon, are you not? Upon hearing these words, Kurokas' eyes revealed a grave expression, and his entire being involuntarily rose to its feet. He meticulously searched the recesses of his memory, realizing he had never encountered the youth before him. Yet, how could this individual so calmly utter his name and even articulate his intentions concerning Laboon? The actions he had taken regarding Laboon had never been disclosed to anyone. Did this young man harbor some ulterior motive towards Laboon? With this thought, the elder stood up, his countenance stern. Who exactly are you? And what is your purpose for being here? As he spoke, an aura of armament enveloped his hand, an overwhelming presence that caused the surrounding waters to commence boiling. Witnessing this scene, Zoro and Sanji both took a step back, their eyes wide with astonishment. They had not anticipated that the elder, who had just moments ago appeared to be yielding, possessed such formidable power. At this moment, Rayleigh swallowed hard, given his current strength. Engaging in combat with this elder would likely prove exceedingly challenging. Merely relying on the armament aura had already caused the nearby sea to churn. If he wielded other forms of haki, they would surely be at a disadvantage. Moreover, he had already exhausted his armament haki while protecting the Thousand Sunny. Now, he had only just regained a modicum of strength. Should a conflict ensue, he would stand no chance. Contemplating this, a serious expression emerged in Rayleigh's eyes as he spoke. We have journeyed from the East Blue to this place, and Laboon has inadvertently swallowed us. I have heard tales of your exploits. Thus, we wish to avoid resorting to violence to exit this situation, as it would harm Laboon. We require your assistance. Upon hearing these words, Kurokas narrowed his eyes, instantly discerning the extraordinary nature of Leilo. Leilo's strides were steady, and his aura was meticulously composed. Beneath the overwhelming pressure of his formidable haki, he maintained an undeniable presence. It seemed that even in a confrontation, it would be challenging for Kurokas to gain the upper hand. Even if victory were possible, Lab would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Judging by his demeanor, this young man appeared to harbor no ill intentions, and thus, there was no need for Kurokas to rally forces. He then reclined back into his chair. Exiting was a simple endeavor. Before long, it would be time for Lab's release, and they could follow the direction of Lab's departure to make their exit. Upon hearing these words, everyone, including Leilo, was marked by a line of dark disbelief upon their foreheads. Such a statement implied that they were being treated as mere refuse, cast aside without a second thought. Were it not for the overwhelming strength displayed by the elder before them, Zoro would have surely been compelled to confront him. Just as they hesitated, Kurokas gestured towards the original direction. If you truly wish to avoid exiting through the waste outlet, then after Lab has finished his business, you may ascend in the direction of the valve. However, be forewarned that your vessel may remain here indefinitely. Upon hearing these words, a solemn expression washed over the crowd, indicating that the situation had indeed become rather complicated. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Akainu assembled the kneeling fleet, preparing to set sail from Marineford. However, just as the fleet departed from the headquarters, the ships came to an abrupt halt. A fierce glint appeared in Akainu's eyes as he refrained from inquiring with his subordinates about the unforeseen circumstances. He rose resolutely and walked toward the railing, where he was met with a sight he least desired to encounter. Monkey D. Garp. Garp stood upon the surface of the sea, with nothing beneath his feet. Yet he did not sink. Witnessing this, Akainu's expression grew somewhat grave. He then utilized the moonwalk technique to ascend onto the water, confronting Garp. The two men exchanged no words. After a prolonged silence, Akainu, unable to contain himself any longer, broke the tension. "Hey, old man, what are you trying to achieve? Are you afraid that I might pose a threat to your son once I reach the East Blue? Do not forget, you are a hero of the Navy. Do not tarnish your heroic reputation for the sake of personal desires." Upon hearing this, Garp chuckled nonchalantly. After a brief moment, his gaze turned indifferent and, with a serious expression, he remarked, "Those fellows do not appear to have committed any heinous acts, do they, Akainu?" Upon hearing these words, Akainu's eyes narrowed slightly. He was acutely aware of what Garp was about to articulate. However, in his view, the eradication of evil was paramount, and he would not spare pirates merely because they were deemed virtuous. Chapter 60. The Poachers Emerge. Nor would he grant leniency due to any peculiar associations. After a prolonged silence, Akainu opened his eyes and cast a cold glare at Garp. Innocent men may be wronged, but once they embark on the path of piracy, they are destined to abandon any claim to righteousness. Had they been mere ordinary pirates, it might have been a different matter. Yet, now their notoriety only fuels the ambitions of others, drawing more to the seas, thereby unsettling the world. Thus, it is imperative to eliminate them now, serving as a stark warning to others. Do you not agree, Mr. Garp? Upon hearing those words, Garp's expression hardened. Such a rationale was indeed difficult to refute. After much contemplation, he sighed and spoke, "You may be right, but as a blood relative, I cannot turn a blind eye to this matter. At the very least, I have resolved to intervene." With that, an aura of imposing might began to coalesce around him, causing the surrounding waters to churn violently. Witnessing this, Akainu narrowed his eyes, experiencing a surge of excitement as it was his first encounter with the legendary naval hero unleashing his power. The magma encircling Akainu began to bubble fiercely, while dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, seemingly setting the stage for the impending clash between these two titans. In an instant, the sea beneath them began to surge skyward, compelling the naval ships trailing Akainu to retreat to the Navy headquarters. However, just as the two were on the brink of battle, a radiant light appeared before them, parting the waters as it approached. Both Garp and Akainu, their expressions grave, turned their gaze toward the Navy headquarters. Indeed, it was Sengoku, transformed into his Buddha form, towering above them like a true deity. With a serious countenance, he admonished, "What are you two rascals doing? Do you wish to tarnish the Navy's reputation?" On the Red Line, the crew of the Straw Hat Pirates secured the Mary and subsequently retired for the night, enveloped in silence. At the break of dawn, Nami was the first to awaken, only to notice a shadow darting swiftly past her. Initially, she thought her eyes were deceiving her and rubbed them, only to be struck with horror as she discerned two figures preparing to strike at Laboon's innards. With her heart racing, Nami shouted, "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" Her voice instantly roused the slumbering Zaro and Luffy. The startled intruders, who had been poised to attack, hastily sheathed their blades, ready to flee. However, in the next moment, Sanji, propelled by a swift kick, struck one of them squarely. After sending one assailant flying, Sanji turned to confront the other, only to find his gaze suddenly transfixed in infatuation, his body light as seaweed. At this sight, the shadow retaliated with a kick that sent Sanji sprawling, then attempted to escape. Just as the figure neared the exit, it was blocked by a handsome young man. Leilo swiftly grasped the shadow's shoulder and brought him aboard the Mary. Once exposed to the light, the shadow revealed itself to be Vivi, with Mr. Nine by her side. Leilo then released his grip, prompting Vivi to retreat, brandishing a knife in a threatening manner. "You'd best not meddle, for I am a bounty hunter of Baroque works. Should you dare to cross me, Baroque works will not let you off lightly." Vivi's fearsome facade elicited an inward chuckle from Leilo, as this was likely her most embarrassing chapter. Yet, one could hardly blame her. Adapting her persona was a necessary means to infiltrate Baroque works. The crew gazed at Vivi, her blue hair disheveled yet undeniably beautiful, momentarily forgetting Sanji, who was still floundering in the water. Ultimately, it was Sanji who managed to climb back aboard. Nearly consumed by frustration, yet upon seeing Vivi, he revived with vigor, fetching a cup of green drink to offer her. "My dear lady, allow me to serve you." At this, Nami's expression darkened, and she delivered a punch to Sanji's head. Wincing, he clutched his head and began to bounce around the Mary in disarray. Suddenly, Mr. Nine, who had fallen into the water, erupted from the surface, brandishing a rocket launcher. With a fierce shout, he declared, "Anyone who obstructs Baroque works shall meet their demise." The crew gasped in shock, with Nami's eyes nearly popping from her head. Usopp, trembling as he readied his slingshot, found himself unable to fire. Zoro and Sanji braced themselves, prepared to intercept the incoming missile, which would surely obliterate the Mary. However, before they could act, Leilo summoned his haki, enveloping his hand before seizing the rocket and hurling it back. As the missile hurtled toward him, Mr. Nine's face drained of color, but there was no escape. In an instant, the rocket detonated, leaving Mr. Nine unconscious and adrift in the sea, swept away to an unknown fate. After neutralizing Mr. Nine, Leilo turned to Vivi. Although he was aware of her true identity, he chose not to disclose it, understanding that the narrative must unfold at its own pace. At that moment, Zoro unsheathed his sword, pointing it at Vivi's neck. Sanji, nursing his swollen head, angrily rebuked Zoro. "Hey, you green-haired fool. How dare you treat a lady so rudely?" The price for Sanji's comment was another punch from Nami. Clutching his head in pain, he fell silent, while Zoro, unwavering, demanded, "State your intentions and identity." Upon hearing these words, his expression slightly hardened. He then revealed a sinister visage and declared, "I have already stated that I am a member of the Baroque Studio. I have come here at the behest of my employer to hunt whales. Such a massive whale can fetch a substantial sum. I did not anticipate the presence of such a locale here. It would be more expedient to approach it from within." As he spoke, he erupted into a maniacal laughter, and Zoro refrained from pressing further. He sheathed his blade. Now that he understood the intent, further threats would serve no purpose. Chapter 61. Princess Vivi, hesitant. Vivi laughed boisterously. Yet in the next moment, she grimaced in pain. Nami had seized Vivi's ear with one hand, reprimanding her emphatically, "I do not care what your intentions are, but you would do well to behave yourself until we leave." After speaking, Nami released her grip, and Vivi, rubbing her already reddened and swollen ear, could not help but furrow her brow. Faced with Nami's formidable presence, Vivi dared not act out again, instead resigning herself to await her fate. The Straw Hat crew bound Vivi, and Leilo said little, perhaps recognizing that this was the trial Vivi needed to confront. Just then, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a storyline quest. Escort Vivi back to Alabasta. Upon completion, you will receive a Dragon Talisman Design Blueprint, 2,000 experience points across all attributes, and various forging materials. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Leilo furrowed his brow, surprised that such a trivial action could trigger a system task. It seemed he could no longer ignore the situation. However, escorting Vivi back to Alabasta required careful consideration. It was prudent not to alert the enemy. Should he prematurely encounter the wrath of the Baroque works, it would be detrimental to his mission, especially considering the formidable presence of Crocodile. With this thought in mind, Leilo chose to disregard Vivi, allowing her to fend for herself. Leilo glanced outside at the changing sky. Laboon had already relieved himself, and evening was approaching. With the tide about to rise, once the waters surged, he would launch the Going Merry. The ship was hindered from leaving by both the bow and stern, with the only possible exit being through the valve. Everyone was preoccupied with their tasks. Nami was charting the seas, while Zoro and Luffy were asleep. Usopp remained petrified, and only Sanji was bustling around Vivi, who cast a flirtatious glance, hoping to charm him into loosening her bonds. Without hesitation, Sanji prepared to comply. But in the next instant, he was struck and left sprawled on the ground, resembling a defeated dog. Nami seized one of Sanji's legs and dragged him back to the cabin. Witnessing this, Vivi's expression shifted subtly. She had not anticipated Nami's high standing aboard a pirate ship, suggesting she must be a formidable individual. Contemplating this, Vivi resolved to remain silent. Should she perish at the hands of these pirates, who would save Alabasta? As she pondered, Vivi drifted off to sleep. Soon, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the sea began to swell. Powerful waves surged towards Laboon. Seizing the moment, Leilo enveloped the Going Merry in his haki and forcefully propelled it upwards. The ship surged into the air with the momentum of the waves, eliciting expressions of terror from everyone aboard. Nami clung to the ship's railing, unwilling to let go. Had she known Leilo was orchestrating this, she would have preferred to escape through the waste outlet. Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy, accustomed to such chaos, displayed no astonishment, though Zoro's expression shifted to one of alarm when ensnared by Luffy's grasp. In the next moment, amidst Usopp's cries, the Going Merry landed safely. Vivi's eyes widened in surprise as she realized that Leilo had effortlessly lifted the entire ship with one hand. Although aided by the waves, Leilo's strength was astonishing. Moreover, she was intrigued by the layer of power he had cast upon the Going Merry, allowing it to withstand such formidable waves. despite the water entering the ship. The force could have easily shattered a wooden vessel. Vivi's heart trembled as she contemplated a plan. Could a being of Leilo's caliber be persuaded to save her nation? Yet, she quickly dismissed the notion, recognizing that he was a ruthless pirate. If he discovered her true identity, he could endanger Alabasta rather than rescue it. With Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, already wreaking havoc on their homeland, the arrival of another powerful pirate could spell disaster. Noticing Vivi's gaze upon him, Leilo understood her thoughts, but chose to ignore them. Such matters required a gradual approach. From his battle with Smoker, he had become acutely aware of the chasm between himself and the 7 warlords. Against someone as formidable as Crocodile, victory was uncertain. Thus, any plans must be executed discreetly and methodically, lest he find himself ensnared in a losing battle. Moreover, his current mission was solely to return Vivi to Alabasta. Confrontation with Crocodile was not part of the assignment. He could tackle that challenge once the system issued a relevant task. The Going Merry settled safely, albeit precariously near Laboon's gaping mouth. A powerful wave nearly pushed the ship back. In that instant, Leilo utilized Haki to thrust the Going Merry away successfully. The night had fully enveloped them, and further progress would need to wait until morning. However, leaving Nami and Usopp to face such a daunting creature overnight would likely drive them to madness. Nami and Usopp clamored for a swift departure. Rubbing his head in exasperation, Leilo gazed at the night sky. Although the moonlight was pleasant, the surrounding stars were dim. They could navigate, but he turned his attention back to Laboon. The creature appeared sorrowful, tears mingling with seawater. If he left now, he might miss the final opportunity to mend Laboon's heart, risking a tragic fate before reaching Redline. After careful consideration, Leilo opted for a compromise. Harnessing the last of his Haki, he gently pushed the Going Merry into the distance. Given the rising tide, any erratic movement could lead to a collision with the Red Line, risking disintegration of the ship. Only by enveloping the Going Merry in armed Haki could he safely guide it away. He applied the last 10 seconds of his Haki to the ship and struck the surface of the water, sending it soaring away on the crest of the waves. Chapter 62. Changes in Alabasta, Vivi's escape. Witnessing this, Vivi's expression turned grave as she wrestled with uncertainty. Should she implore the pirates to accompany her to Alabasta? Caught in this emotional turmoil, she succumbed to sleep once more. As the Going Merry distanced itself from Laboon's menacing maw, tears of relief streamed down Nami's face. Usopp, seemingly frozen in shock, gasped, "Thank goodness, we survived." After a long day of exertion, the crew, exhausted, shared a meal before retiring for the night. The following day, a ray of sunlight kissed the Going Merry as Vivi awoke and surveyed her surroundings. The waves had calmed, reflecting the beauty of dawn. As she admired the scenery, a newspaper fell from the sky, its front page emblazoned with her father Cobra's likeness. As she skimmed through the information, her pupils dilated in horror, tears cascading down her cheeks. The citizens of Alabasta were demanding the king's abdication, and the newly favored ruler was none other than Crocodile, the mastermind behind Baroque works. Vivi could hardly believe that her father, who had devoted his life to loving his people as his own, was treated in such a manner by those very subjects. If this continued, Alabasta would surely meet its demise at her father's hands, despite him being a wise and benevolent ruler. Should the nation perish under his reign? Her father would be unjustly maligned. Under such a grievous injustice, he would undoubtedly succumb. Contemplating this, Vivi felt a tremor within her heart. Glancing around at the slumbering pirates, she resolved that she must find a way to escape this place swiftly. If she did not return promptly, Alabasta would indeed be doomed. Vivi exerted herself in an attempt to break free from her bindings. However, the ropes were wound too tightly to loosen. In a moment of desperation, an idea struck her, and she called out, "Hey, I need a bath. Hurry and prepare the water for me." Upon hearing her words, Sanji's ears perked up as if animated. He immediately rushed to her side, exclaiming, "Yes, my lady. I shall fetch water for you at once." Upon hearing such repulsive words, Vivi's expression darkened considerably. She truly could not fathom the nature of the individuals aboard this pirate ship. Upon hearing Sanji's words, Nami awakened and immediately raised her fist, startling Sanji, who scratched his head in explanation. "Miss Nami, it's improper to deny a young lady her bath, is it not?" Upon hearing these words, a trace of disdain flickered in Nami's eyes, yet she chose to remain silent. Throughout this voyage, she had also felt the need for a bath. Thus, she spoke up, saying, "Then, Sanji, would you kindly prepare a portion for me as well? I shall bathe alongside her." Upon hearing these words, Sanji's eyes instantly transformed into heart shapes. Steam began to emanate from his ears, and this overwhelming sense of joy nearly lifted him off the ground. "I would be more than happy to miss Nami," he exclaimed. Just as Sanji was about to prepare 2 baths, he was halted by Vivi's voice. A look of hesitation appeared in her eyes. If this woman were to bathe with her, wouldn't her plans be thwarted? Aware of this, Vivi hastily declared, "No way. I have never bathed with anyone since childhood. I prefer to bathe alone." Upon hearing these words, a hint of confusion flickered in Nami's eyes as she swiftly approached and seized Vivi by the ear. "As a captive, you certainly have quite a few demands. Are you perhaps contemplating an escape?" Faced with Nami's fierce demeanor, Vivi trembled and quickly shook her head. "Of course not. It's just that I am not accustomed to bathing with others." Observing Vivi's quaking form, Nami's heart unexpectedly softened, and she let out a sigh. "Very well. I shall forego my bath for now. You may wash yourself, but the bathing facilities aboard the ship are strictly off-limits to outsiders." With that, Nami retrieved a piece of white cloth and tied a rope between the sides of the sail, draping the cloth over it. "You may only bathe behind this curtain," she declared, her expression turning mischievous. "Just remember, do not venture too close. This cloth has quite the transparency." Upon hearing these words, Sanji's ears elongated threefold. Subsequently, his entire body spun around the Mary, akin to a deflating balloon, completing 3 full circles before he knelt down and proclaimed loudly, "Long live Miss Nami." This declaration was met with Nami's merciless iron fist, nearly causing Sanji to lose consciousness. Nami untied Vivi and ushered everyone to the opposite side of the white cloth, silently threatening them with her fists to refrain from peeking. Before long, Sanji prepared the bathwater and placed it behind the white cloth, rubbing his hands in anticipation of watching. However, Nami swiftly pulled him back, inciting the crew's uproarious laughter. Through the cloth, the crew could even see Vivi removing her garments piece by piece. The sight of Vivi's slender waist and exquisite figure was a feast for the eyes. Yet, on the other side of the cloth, Vivi wore a layer of tight-fitting clothing beneath, revealing not a hint of skin. Feigning compliance with Nami's instructions, Vivi distanced herself slightly from the cloth and created sounds indicative of mixing the bathwater. All the while, she gradually submerged into the sea, seeking the speedboat they had prepared in advance, eager to return to Alabasta. Apart from Sanji, they all understood that Vivi had already fled. Riley cared little. Even if Vivi had escaped, they could still convene at the Baroque Works rendezvous point. Zara was equally indifferent, viewing her merely as an inconsequential thief. Letting her go was of no concern to him. Nami, on the other hand, had simpler motives. She did not want an unknown individual lingering aboard their vessel. The potential threat of betrayal loomed large, and while they were not merciless pirates, they opted to release her instead. At this moment, Vivi had boarded the prepared submarine, heading back to the Baroque Works. Before proceeding, she needed to locate her informant to discuss the situation. Meanwhile, Sanji exhibited a lecherous demeanor, listening intently. However, after a prolonged silence from within, a sense of unease washed over him. Under the pretense of checking, he prepared to enter but paused after just a few steps, as Nami's unusual restraint left him puzzled. Scratching his head, he hesitated, then pulled aside the cloth, instantly petrified in place. Chapter 63, The Frenzied Laboon. He subsequently knelt dejectedly on the ground, pounding the deck as if heartbroken. Why treat me this way? I don't even know your name." This lamentation elicited a collective eye roll from the others, who promptly returned to their tasks. By this time, daylight had fully emerged, and the sun shone brightly. Nami rose and began to rouse the sleeping Luffy, hoping to persuade him to set sail promptly. Luffy, caught in a state between slumber and wakefulness, responded but remained obstinately unresponsive. Frustrated, Nami delivered a punch to his head, causing a sizable purple bump to form. With a pained shout, Luffy sprang up, glancing around as if expecting an attack. "Who goes there?" he demanded, only to realize it was Nami, her fists still steaming. Immediately cowed, he scratched his head and declared, "All right, everyone, hoist the sails." Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately sprang into action. Usopp unfurled the sails, while Luffy extended his arm, grasping the helm with determination. However, this action was met with Nami's merciless fist. "You are not allowed to turn the helm in that manner. It's perilous, do you understand?" Seeing Nami's fierce expression, Luffy mimicked a salute, looking pitifully contrite. "Understood," he replied, retracting his arm and earnestly maneuvering the helm. Just as the merry-go turned onto the main route, the surrounding waters began to tremble, accompanied by a series of thundering impacts nearby. Curiosity piqued, Luffy was the first to look, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he pointed toward Laboon. "Look, That enormous whale is ramming into the mountains. Upon hearing this, the others turned their gaze towards the distant red line. Indeed, they beheld the colossal whale rhythmically colliding with the landmass. With each impact, the surrounding waters quaked. If this continued, a tsunami could very well be on the horizon. They needed to devise a plan. Rayleigh glanced into the distance, noticing Laboon, whose head was already drenched in blood. Yet, this did not hinder his frenzied behavior. Karokas hastily crawled out from the valve, his eyes wide with horror as he looked at Laboon. He had administered a sedative, yet Laboon still remained in a state of madness. Stop. You won't be able to see them like this. The Grand Line is an unforgiving realm, a place where the faint-hearted dare not tread a second time. If they truly escaped, they would never return. They have abandoned you. It's time to let go. Upon hearing these words, Labu did not cease his relentless assault. Instead, the frequency of his strikes intensified, as if he were venting the sorrow that resided within him. Observing this, Kalokas wore a grave expression, perplexed by what had triggered Labu's outburst today. Even the tranquilizers could not restore his composure. However, if Labu continued his onslaught, it could indeed pose a peril to his life. Kalokas contemplated employing force to restrain Labu, propelling himself into the air with an overwhelming surge of energy. Yet, to his astonishment, the usually docile Labu turned aggressive, launching an attack even against him. The sheer force combined with the ocean's currents rendered Kalokas unable to approach. Despite Kalokas' formidable strength, he found himself powerless against such a colossal whale without the means to inflict harm. While he pondered this, a massive wave surged forth, sweeping Kalokas away. Struggling to regain his balance, he realized he was at a complete impasse. At this moment, Leilo swiftly approached Labu using the moonwalk technique. Just as Labu was about to collide with the red Earth continent, a powerful aura of Conqueror's Haki emanated from Leilo, radiating outward. The surrounding waters began to tremble violently, effectively disrupting the flow of the sea around the red Earth. Given Labu's immense size, he found himself subdued under the might of Leilo's Haki, rendered incapable of movement. Witnessing this scene, Kalokas' eyes widened in astonishment. The youth before him possessed Haki, and remarkably, the rare Conqueror's Haki at that, a phenomenon typically witnessed only in the New World. Such power could only awaken in those destined for greatness. Who exactly was this young man? Based on their trajectory, they appeared to have come from the East Sea. Yet, as far as he knew, the pirates of the East Sea were predominantly weaklings with bounties rarely exceeding 30 million. How could such an extraordinary wielder of Conqueror's Haki emerge from there? Moreover, Leilo appeared to be merely 16 or 17. And the ability to manifest such potent Haki was truly astonishing. Kalokas glanced at Leilo, his brow furrowed. Under the suppression of Leilo's Conqueror's Haki, Labu's expression softened somewhat. Observing this, Luffy and the others were left in utter disbelief. Such a ferocious giant whale was so submissive under Leilo's influence. Yet, recalling the earlier incident where Leilo had effortlessly severed a massive sea king, this revelation seemed less astonishing. Nevertheless, due caution was warranted in the presence of such a gigantic creature. Realizing this, the group fixated their gazes on Labu, their concern for Leilo's safety palpable. Should Labu suddenly lash out, Leilo would be in grave danger. With this thought, Zoro unsheathed his 3 swords, readying himself for combat, while Sanji lifted his right leg, poised to spring into action at the slightest provocation from Labu. They understood the futility of their efforts, yet they would act nonetheless, for Leilo was their cornerstone. Losing him would equate to losing their very souls. All eyes were trained on Leilo, beads of sweat forming on their brows. At that moment, Leilo reached out, gently caressing Labu's nose, and spoke in a soothing tone. I understand your pain, but do not despair. I promise to reunite you with your companions. When we return from our voyage, I will bring them back to you. Upon hearing these words, tears welled in Labu's eyes. An anguished scream erupted, and Labu's emotions surged once more. Witnessing this, Kalokas swiftly soared above Labu, directing an irate reprimand towards Leilo. Hey, I've spent years working to help him accept that his companions are gone. By reigniting hope in his heart, you are only hastening his demise. Upon hearing these words, Leilo remained indifferent, casting a cold glance towards Kalokas. Hope is the finest remedy for the soul. Your insistence on instilling hatred towards his comrades will only exacerbate his suffering. Chapter 64. A hand to suppress Labu. At this statement, Kalokas' gaze flickered momentarily. Yet, your reckless imposition of hope will merely amplify his disappointment. He has a long life ahead of him. If his hopes are shattered, he shall lose the courage to continue living. Only through a complete renewal, allowing him to forget those individuals entirely, can he endure. As these words were uttered, The atmosphere around them became solemn. Leilo turned his gaze toward Labu's eyes, which now reflected a flicker of anger. Clearly, he was enraged by Colocas's remarks. His entire body began to thrash about, causing the surrounding waters to surge. Witnessing this, Leilo furrowed his brow. In the next moment, Labu's massive form began to rear upward. Instantly, the roaring waves propelled Leilo into the air. Earlier, in an attempt to stabilize Labu's emotions, Leilo had significantly lowered his imposing aura. Now, it was impossible to re-establish that dominance over Labu. Given Labu's colossal size, should a confrontation arise, Leilo might indeed find himself outmatched. After breaking free from Leilo's control, Labu continued to ram his head against the red earth continent. This time with even greater force, seemingly not to breach the land but rather in a reckless pursuit of death. Observing this scene, Colocas clenched his teeth in anger. Rebuking Leilo, "It is because of you that Labu is in such a fury." Before Colocas could finish his sentence, Leilo coldly interjected, "Please, do clarify. It is you who is lying, which has incited his wrath." Upon hearing these words, Colocas's chest trembled with indignation as he exclaimed, "Then were you not deceiving Labu just now? Even if Labu believes your words now, he will inevitably be heartbroken in the future. By then, it will not merely be a matter of colliding with the red earth continent." In response, Leilo's expression turned grave as he articulated each word with precision. "I have never claimed to be lying to Labu. I genuinely possess the ability to bring back his companions." Leilo's unwavering gaze stirred something within Colocas, causing his heart to quiver. He even began to entertain the notion that perhaps Leilo was not fabricating lies. Nonetheless, he ultimately shook his head. How could such a feat be accomplished? That was an affair from 50 years ago. The Grand Line is an exceedingly perilous realm. If they had not fled, they would surely have met their demise in some treacherous waters. You are destined to deceive him. Upon hearing the stubborn words of the old man, Leilo chose to disregard him. At present, Labu's head was bleeding profusely from the impact. If this continued, Labu would surely perish before any hope could arise. With this thought, Leilo silently invoked, "System, extract the Ox Talisman." Instantly, a circular stone materialized in Leilo's right hand. Almost immediately, the muscles in his arm surged, propelling him behind Labu. He grasped Labu's lips and forcefully repositioned him. Witnessing this scene, the crew members were struck with astonishment. This colossal whale could not even be measured in tons. Yet Leilo managed to reposition it with a single hand. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? Leilo pressed Labu down. But the sheer size of Labu made it challenging for the Ox Talisman's power to restrain him. Suddenly, a towering wave erupted. Labu, drawing upon his own strength, flipped his body over. In that moment, Labu seemed to perceive Leilo as an outlet for his anger. With a wide-open maw, he lunged towards Leilo. The turbulent sea surged into Labu's body, exacerbating the burden on his insides. Yet, this did not quell Labu's desire to unleash his fury. Observing this, Leilo grasped the Ox Talisman tightly, believing that only its power could ensure his survival. As Labu hurtled towards him, Zoro had already drawn his swords, and Sanji leaped into the air, preparing to attack. Even Usopp trembled as he readied his slingshot, intending to intervene, though they all knew it would likely be futile. With immense force, Labu collided with Leilo. The impact of several tons of power twisted Leilo's body, but bolstered by the formidable strength of the Ox Talisman. He ultimately absorbed the blow. The tremendous thrust displaced the surrounding water, causing waves to crash violently around them. Zoro and Sanji, who had just risen, were flung back into the Mary. Luffy's outstretched arm was also repelled, forcefully tearing through the sail. The crew stood in stunned silence. Nami intended to chastise Luffy, but she watched as he seized the mast and leaped to Labu's head, forcefully driving the mast down into it. The intense pain caused Labu to writhe uncontrollably, and the powerful waves surged outward, nearly capsizing the Mary. Nami and Usopp fell into the water, and without Sanji and Zoro's timely rescue, they would have surely met a grim fate. Seizing the opportunity, Leilo regained the upper hand, pinning Labu down. He checked his hockey meter, which had reset to 10 seconds, sufficient time to subdue Labu once more. With this in mind, Leilo unleashed his conqueror's haki. The surrounding sea began to tremble violently, and the red land quaked ominously. Labu's body fell silent again. Taking advantage of this moment, Leilo firmly grasped Labu's eyelids and declared loudly, "Listen well. Everything I just said is the truth. I shall bring your companions back. This is our pact. Until then, you must not harm yourself further, or your friends will be heartbroken." This statement struck a chord within Labu. Tears streamed from his eyes like a torrent, as if his companions had appeared before him. Though confused, Nami and the others felt a flicker of emotion. They were taken aback to witness Leilo, typically aloof and taciturn, displaying such fervor. Nami, who had always kept her distance from Leilo, found her perception beginning to shift in his favor. Seeing this unfold, Kurokas felt a tremor in his heart. He too began to believe that Leilo would indeed return with Labu's companions. Yet, he pondered why this young man was so resolutely steadfast. With a sigh, Kurokas reflected on his own age, realizing he had become too rigid in handling matters. Chapter 65. Setting Sail. Kurokas soared atop Labu's head and extracted the mast. He then proceeded to bandage Labu, whose spirits visibly lifted. No longer did he seek to batter the Red Land. He seemed rejuvenated. In gratitude, Kurokas prepared a bounty of food for the Straw Hat crew. Upon seeing the provisions, Luffy's mouth watered with emotion. Leilo noted that aside from some fresh water and grains, the majority consisted of meat. Luffy's favorite indulgence was meat, and the sight of the sea creatures made him yearn to devour them whole. However, with Nami's iron fist as a warning, Luffy refrained from overindulging. Given Luffy's gluttonous tendencies, they had to be cautious. No amount of food would last a day if Luffy were to feast unrestrained. Once all supplies were secured, Leilo and the others prepared to set forth. They had only just entered the Grand Line, and the journey ahead remained uncertain. Eager to explore new realms, they could hardly contain their excitement. Just then, Kurokas tossed a compass to Nami. She caught it and examined it closely, her heart racing. The direction indicated by the compass diverged entirely from her initial plans. Logically, they should be heading west, yet the compass pointed towards a location in the east. Would they end up retracing their steps? Noticing Nami's confusion, Kurokas coldly explained. The Grand Line does not adhere to the simplicity of external navigation. The magnetic fields here are chaotically distorted. Relying on an ordinary compass as a guide will likely lead you astray. Upon hearing these words, Nami understood, yet Kurokas continued, however. This pointer merely directs us to the next location. Upon reaching that place, if we fail to acquire a new pointer, we shall be left to wander aimlessly. At that point, the perilous destinations we may encounter remain a mystery to all. Upon hearing these words, Nami felt a twinge of anxiety within her. Nevertheless, she expressed her gratitude and tucked away the compass. She silently vowed to seek out the compass upon arriving at each new destination. Once all preparations were complete, Luffy commanded the ship to set sail. As they were about to depart, Rayleigh cast a glance at Kurokas. I have done what I needed to do, and soon I shall return to fulfill my promise. The remaining matters are entrusted to you. At these words, Kuroka's lips curled into a faint smile. I hope you can traverse the Grand Line successfully. With that, Kuroka's expression grew serious once more, and he calmly added, You must return alive. Upon hearing those words, Leilo remained silent, merely waving his hand in farewell to Kurokas. Everything was conveyed without utterance. Kurokas's intent was quite clear. Labu must not endure the loss of another companion. The Merry set sail, with Luffy grinning broadly, enthusiastically waving his hands in gratitude for the provisions bestowed by Kurokas. The others also bid farewell to Kurokas. Soon after, the Merry resumed its journey, navigating towards the direction indicated by the compass. As the Merry traversed the waters, it sailed forth with determination. Kurokas silently murmured to himself, wishing for their safe return, for they were the last hope to save Labu, and they must not encounter any misfortune. The Merry continued its voyage, encountering numerous anomalies in weather along the way. However, Nami's extensive experience adeptly managed these challenges, which enlightened everyone to the significance of a navigator. Yet, as they advanced further, the monsoon conditions intensified. Even Nami had never witnessed such severe weather. Although she had successfully evaded previous violent storms, those had merely been based on her knowledge of similar conditions in the East Blue. The weather in the Grand Line, however, was infinitely more treacherous. Occasionally, terrifying phenomena, like sea tornadoes, would manifest, events that were utterly inconceivable at sea. For such occurrences, she could only rely on the clouds above for predictions. Yet, if the severity of the disaster exceeded her forecasting capabilities, they would face total annihilation, with no chance of escape. It could only be said that they were indeed fortunate. Nami anxiously scrutinized the compass, which now pointed towards a distant small island. Excitedly, she exclaimed, We shall make our next stop at that island. Do you understand? Upon hearing these words, Luffy and Sanji raised their hands in unison, exclaiming, Understood. Witnessing this scene, Rayleigh sighed. It appeared that these individuals had been thoroughly tamed by Nami. The surrounding sea breeze was gentle, causing the Merry to progress at a leisurely pace. It was only as twilight approached that they finally docked at the island indicated by the compass. The shores were teeming with people, all fervently welcoming them. to which Luffy joyously responded with equal enthusiasm. He relished the sensation of being in the spotlight. However, Zoro seemed to have sensed something amiss, tightening his grip on his sword, ever ready for combat. Rayleigh, observing Zoro's demeanor, couldn't help but smile knowingly. After all, these individuals were bounty hunters from Baroque works, and Zoro was once a competitor in their ranks. Encountering former rivals inevitably stirred intense emotions. Zoro's display was not unwarranted. Sanji, too, appeared to have discerned the ill intentions of those around them. He took a drag from his cigarette and stated, "I believe it would be prudent for us to depart post-haste." With that, he left his warning implied. Should they insist on setting foot on the island, he would not shy away from a confrontation, relishing the opportunity to measure his strength against this green-haired foe. Upon hearing Sanji's reminder, Nami and Usopp appeared somewhat apprehensive. After all, the sudden emergence of such enthusiastic inhabitants in this locale undoubtedly raised suspicions. However, before they could articulate their concerns, the island was filled with the resonant sounds of gongs and drums, accompanied by the tantalizing aromas of food and drink. Enchantingly alluring women lingered on the shore, observing with keen interest. In an instant, the trio of formidable warriors aboard the ship surrendered unconditionally. Zoro slowly rose, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "I find this place rather appealing," he remarked. Sanji, adopting a languid demeanor, added, "I must apologize for my earlier words. This is simply paradise." Luffy let out an enthusiastic roar, declaring, "I've made up my mind. We shall stay here for the night." Witnessing their exuberance, Nami and Usopp were left in despair. Resigned to their companions' whims, they began preparing to disembark. Meanwhile, Riley was searching amidst the crowd for a faint figure, certain that Vivi would arrive here after her escape. Chapter 66, Landing on Whiskey Peak. Yet, no trace of Vivi could be found along the way. She was likely busy with preparations inside. Soon, Luffy commanded the ship to dock at the shore and led his crew onto Whiskey Peak. As they set foot on the island, a multitude of bounty hunters displayed greedy grins. Nevertheless, Luffy and his companions remained unfazed, following them directly into a modest room. The room was sparsely furnished, with several tables and benches, along with a front desk, an unmistakable hotel design, albeit somewhat dilapidated. At that moment, the table was laden with food and drink. Zoro and Luffy were salivating in anticipation. Just as they were about to dig in, a burly man with curly hair emerged, interrupting their actions. Riley recognized him immediately. He was Ikaram, the butler of Vivi's family. Ikaram, donning gloves, graciously presented a massive roasted lamb to them. Upon witnessing this, Luffy's eyes widened in delight. He was about to rush forward to devour it when Nami intervened with a swift punch. "Please, as the captain, refrain from embarrassing yourself," she admonished, her expression fierce. She then placed a foot atop the serving platter and addressed Ikaram, saying, "Let it be known, we have no money to pay you, and as a reminder, we are pirates." Upon hearing this, Ikaram, with a frosty demeanor, remarked, "Having come to our abode, you are considered our esteemed guests. All of this is our hospitality, and not a transaction for monetary gain." As he spoke, a woman with ebony skin and a muscular physique approached Ikaram and whispered something in his ear. Immediately, a shift occurred in Ikaram's gaze, revealing a fleeting glimpse of inner trepidation, which he quickly masked with composure. Upon hearing that no payment was required, Nami also relaxed her guard and withdrew her foot. Clapping her hands, she declared, "Very well, you may proceed with your meal." Upon hearing these words, Luffy and Zoro, one with a drink and the other with a piece of meat, began to indulge themselves heartily. Meanwhile, Sanji sought out the more attractive bounty hunters to engage in conversation. Showing no regard for their identities, the group feasted and drank with abandon, while the bounty hunters continually poured drinks for Zoro and Sanji. Perceiving them as possibly the strongest among them, Luffy, with his slender arms and legs, did not attract much attention, yet his appetite was nothing short of astonishing. He could even swallow plates whole and digest them effortlessly. Had it not been for spatial constraints, he might have devoured the very table itself. While indulging in a similar manner, Riley's eating habits appeared far more refined. He did not consume his food with the same ferocity as Luffy. This was largely due to his preoccupation with other matters, as he scanned the surroundings in search of Vivi's figure. If Ikaram were present, then surely Vivi would be here as well. However, despite his careful observation, he could not locate her. Perhaps she was hiding this time, remembering their last encounter. With that thought, Riley dismissed his concerns and began to eat heartily, competing with Luffy to see who could consume more meat, and then challenging Zoro to see who could drink more. This spectacle left the members of the Baroque works in a state of alarm. These two did not require assistance in drinking, and at this rate, they would deplete the entire wine cellar. Yet, in pursuit of their goal, the Baroque works had no choice but to expend their resources. As the night wore on and the wine flowed freely, Luffy, unable to eat another bite, collapsed onto the ground and fell asleep. Nami, having discerned their ulterior motives, feigned drunkenness and succumbed to slumber. It was uncertain whether Zoro was truly intoxicated, but he had begun to snore. Riley surveyed the scene. The bounty hunters were sprawled over the tables, deep in sleep. However, he could not ascertain Sanji's whereabouts. After searching in vain, he decided not to dwell on it, as these individuals posed no threat to them. Feeling weary himself, Riley soon followed suit and drifted off to sleep. Once they were all soundly asleep, the bounty hunters, who had initially pretended to be inebriated, revealed sinister smiles and rose from the tables, casting menacing glances at their unsuspecting prey. Ikaram, with an indifferent expression, remarked, "What an unfortunate group of pirates. Encountering us is indeed your misfortune." As he spoke, he produced a wanted poster featuring Luffy, with a bounty of 30 million berries, alongside Riley's, with a bounty of 10 million berries. 30 million berries may not be a fortune, but it will certainly allow us to live quite comfortably for a time. One of the henchmen declared, raising his knife towards Zoro. "Since only these two have bounties, I suppose I'll eliminate the useless ones first." Upon hearing this, Ikelam sought to intervene, but it was too late. The knife in the henchman's hand fell instantaneously. Initially believing he could swiftly eliminate Zoro, he experienced a sudden pain in his arm, causing him to relinquish his grip. In that instant, Zoro seized the hilt of his knife and, with a swift maneuver, retaliated fatally. Blood spattered everywhere. Witnessing this, the group of bounty hunters furrowed their brows, and the muscular woman immediately became alert. Soon, the other bounty hunters rushed forward, launching an assault on Zoro. Yet, before Zoro could even unveil his techniques, he dispatched them effortlessly with mere basic strikes. Seeing this, Ikelam pretended to attack Zoro with a knife, but Zoro easily deflected his feeble attempts. At that moment, the formidable Barbie swung a powerful punch, sending Zoro flying. Seizing the opportunity, Ikelam signaled for everyone to converge. Fearing that chaos might inadvertently harm Riley and the others, Zoro dashed out of the room, pursued closely by the bounty hunters. Once Zoro had lured them away, Riley slowly opened his eyes, surprised by their urgency, which prevented him from finishing his peaceful slumber. Glancing around, he noticed Luffy and Usopp were sound asleep, while Nami continued to feign sleep. Not wishing to disturb them, Riley stepped outside. He needed to locate Vivi swiftly. If his intuition was correct, an assassination attempt on her was imminent that night. If he did not find her soon, her life would be in jeopardy, thus indirectly concluding his mission. In essence, his task had now commenced. Chapter 67. The encirclement of Zoro. Pondering, Riley activated his observation haki, searching diligently. However, after a thorough search, he could not find Vivi's presence. This led him to question whether Vivi had already left the premises, which seemed inconsistent with the unfolding narrative. He scoured every corner in vain. Just as he contemplated abandoning his search for Vivi to assist Zoro, he suddenly heard a series of quacking sounds. Following the direction of the noise, he spotted a rapidly approaching giant yellow duck, carrying a blue-haired woman, Vivi. Vivi appeared much the same, albeit with a slightly fierce expression, underlined by an air of concern. Clearly, something significant had transpired in Alabasta. With this thought, Riley swiftly positioned himself in front of Vivi. As her eyes fluttered, she tumbled from the duck, and in the next moment, Riley caught her in his arms, vanishing amidst the throng of bounty hunters, leaving the duck bewildered and spinning in confusion. Observing this, Zoro, amidst a multitude of adversaries, wore a grave expression. He was perplexed by Riley's actions. Why was he not aiding him, but instead whisking away a woman? Was this not akin to the lecherous behavior of that curly-haired rogue? As Zoro pondered, a bounty hunter suddenly lunged at him with a lethal strike. Zoro deftly turned his blade, sending the 3 hunters before him flying, then swiftly countered with a decisive blow. At that moment, the dark-skinned Barbie, equipped with brass knuckles, launched a punch that even Zoro hesitated to confront. He quickly retreated, witnessing her fist demolish a nearby wall as she relentlessly targeted him. Should Zoro falter even slightly, he would surely be overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Ikelam assumed the role of commander, orchestrating the assault on Zoro while remaining an aloof observer. Zoro exerted every ounce of strength to evade the relentless Barbie. He leapt onto the rooftop, gasping for breath as he surveyed the bounty hunters below. He then assumed a 3-sword style stance, while the bounty hunters prepared a ladder for a coordinated strike against him. However, As they ascended, they beheld Zoro adopting a peculiar stance, his gaze resolute. Three-sword style, 3,000 worlds. No sooner had he uttered the words than three powerful slashes erupted forth. The bounty hunters, who had just climbed up, found their chests grievously opened, plummeting from the ladder. Blood gushing. Witnessing this, the remaining bounty hunters hesitated, daring not to advance further, their minds plagued with doubt. How could this man, who bore no bounty, possess such formidable prowess? Meanwhile, Vivi frantically pounded on Riley's chest, mistakenly believing he intended to harm her. Once they reached a secluded area, Riley gently set her down. Vivi guarded herself, twisting her body in fear, her eyes wide with terror as she regarded Riley. What do you intend to do? I am a member of Baroque Works. If you dare to lay a finger on me, Baroque Works will not let you go. Upon hearing these words, Raylo looked down at Vivi with a calm demeanor and said, I shall not harm you, Princess Vivi. As these words left his lips, Vivi's pupils constricted sharply. Instantly on guard, she replied through clenched teeth, I do not understand what you mean, but you had better not touch me. Inside, Vivi trembled. Her gaze filled with fury directed at Raylo, seemingly attempting to mask her inner fear with this rage. Her true identity was a secret that must not reach the ears of a third party, otherwise, all would be lost. Noticing Vivi's reluctance to be honest with him, Raylo straightforwardly declared, from now on, I will escort you back to Alabasta. The current state of Alabasta is likely at its wit's end. Now, the only ones you can rely on are us. Upon hearing these words, Vivi felt a twinge of hesitation within her. She had previously witnessed Riley's extraordinary prowess, a strength that was scarcely inferior to crocodiles. Perhaps they truly could offer her assistance. Just as Riley had stated, they had reached a dead end. With no one to rely upon, it was conceivable that these pirates might genuinely aid her. Yet, upon further reflection, Vivi shook her head. They were, after all, pirates. How could they possibly assist others without ulterior motives? There must be some hidden agenda at play. With this thought, Vivi retorted angrily, What is your true intention? I refuse to place my trust in pirates. Our nation has been ravaged to this extent by individuals like you. Upon hearing these words, Raylo did not refute them. For in their world, pirates were undeniably regarded as villains. This notion held true, despite Luffy and his crew committing no heinous acts throughout their journey. Countless marauding pirates wreaked havoc along the way. One could not allow this singular exception to instill a belief that all pirates in the world were virtuous. With this thought in mind, Raylo decisively pulled Vivi up. She attempted to struggle, yet a single statement from Raylo rendered her motionless. Regardless of your beliefs about pirates, I shall ensure your safe passage back to Alabasta. Entrust your life to me. Vivi stood frozen, unable to respond for an extended moment, her body trembling involuntarily. Who exactly was this man? How had he uncovered her identity? And why was he intent on escorting her back to Alabasta? If not for a share of crocodile spoils, the only remaining motive could be monetary gain. Contemplating this, Vivi's gaze hardened as she met Raylo's eyes, stating, Your assistance must surely come with ulterior motives. Let me make it clear, I will not give you a single coin. Are you still willing? Upon hearing this, Leilo nonchalantly replied, very well. At that moment, Vivi was utterly bewildered, momentarily at a loss for words. However, just as Leilo's words faded, a sudden roar erupted from the corner. I object. Upon hearing those words, Raylo furrowed his brows and turned his gaze aside. Suddenly, Nami, with a fierce expression, emerged with an imposing demeanor. The sight of Nami caused Vivi's face to pale in terror as she instinctively recoiled, fearing another ear tuck. In a swift motion, Nami appeared before Raylo and delivered a sharp blow to his head. The pain made Raylo gasp, his brows knitting together as he looked at Nami. To his recollection, this was the first time Nami had struck him. Previously, she had maintained a respectful distance from him. Chapter 68, The Furious Luffy. The thought of potentially joining the ranks of those who would be beaten left Raylo feeling somewhat apprehensive. Before he could utter a word, Nami directly confronted him, exclaiming, Hey, what were you just saying? You have a business opportunity right in front of you, and you refuse to accept payment. After speaking, Nami turned on her heel, her eyes gleaming with the shape of coins. She then seized Vivi's hand and said, So it turns out you are the esteemed princess. We were blind to your grandeur before. I implore your forgiveness, your highness. With a sinister smile, Nami leaned closer to Vivi and added, However, if you wish for us to escort you home, you must pay us a fee of at least 1 billion berries. This declaration startled both Vivi and Raylo. This audacious individual had no limits when it came to demanding money. Given the current state of Alabasta, even 1 billion berries seemed an insurmountable sum to procure. Gritting her teeth and suppressing her fear of Nami, Vivi shouted in anger, "How could we possibly afford such an exorbitant price? Furthermore, who said we wanted your escort? Don't be so presumptuous." In response, Nami promptly produced a newspaper and pointed to its contents, declaring, "Are you serious? You should be in a predicament right now." This newspaper had been retrieved from Vivi's discarded clothing. Initially, Nami had paid it no mind, but upon realizing Vivi was the princess of Alabasta, a bold idea took root in her mind. If it were a kingdom, surely it could easily produce a sum of money, couldn't it? She could hardly believe that a nation's treasury could be incapable of offering even 1 billion berries. Seeing the newspaper, coupled with Nami's remarks, successfully broke Vivi's composure. Tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Indeed, Alabasta was in dire need of salvation. Previously, Leilo's prowess had already demonstrated his capability to shoulder such a responsibility. However, the staggering sum of 1 billion berries was a monumental burden, especially at a time when Alabasta faced both internal and external strife. Even in times of peace, it would be exceedingly difficult for the kingdom to produce such a vast amount. Her father, Cobra, had always been benevolent towards his people, frequently reducing taxes and even providing funds to support the populace and cultivate barren lands. Consequently, the kingdom was perpetually short of funds. The prolonged drought of recent years had further strained the kingdom's finances, making it implausible for them to afford any payment to these pirates. It would be better to surrender the kingdom to Crocodile. Observing Vivi's despondent demeanor, Nami couldn't help but wonder if a kingdom had truly reached a point where it could not even manage to pay 1 billion berries. After a moment of contemplation, Nami hesitated, her face reflecting a difficult decision. She then extended 2 fingers. Leilo was taken aback. He had not anticipated Nami to be so generous as to wave 800 million berries in one go. This was uncharacteristic of her. Just as he was pondering this, Nami stated with utmost seriousness, 980 million berries, and not a penny less. Upon hearing this, Leilo's expression darkened. Indeed, this was the true nature of Nami. However, whether the 2 million were included or not made little difference, for Vivi would not be providing any payment regardless. Upon hearing Nami's impudent demand, Vivi certainly would not acquiesce. With an expression of indignation, she implored, "Please, do not jest any further. How could we possibly possess such a sum of money? If you are unwilling to assist me, I beseech you to leave at once. I shall rescue my country in my own way." At that moment, tears welled in Vivi's eyes. Her voice tinged with a quaver of distress, which softened Nami's heart. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Nami seemed to make a decision that contradicted her principles and extended a finger, declaring, 100 million berries, it cannot be less. Meanwhile, within the room, Luffy continued to sleep soundly, nestled atop a colossal sea creature that was thoroughly roasted, indulging in his feast. In a moment of careless biting, he accidentally nipped his own tongue, jolting him awake. Realizing it had merely been a dream, he gradually regained his composure. Yet, as he surveyed his surroundings, he was alarmed to find a multitude of bounty hunters sprawled about in disarray. His eyes widened in shock, momentarily believing they had come under attack. He sprang to his feet to assess their condition. Although their injuries were not life-threatening, they were clearly on the brink of collapse. At that juncture, a bounty hunter who still clung to a thread of life grasped Luffy's clothing, and, instinctively, he inquired, "Who did this?" The bounty hunter, almost reflexively, replied, Green hair." With those words, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon hearing the phrase green hair, Luffy's eyes widened in realization. Upon further reflection, he could think of only one person with green hair, Zoro. This meant that Zoro was responsible for this chaos. Gripping his fists tightly, Luffy, with determination, propelled himself forward, exclaiming, "Zoro, you scoundrel! How dare you treat our benefactor in such a manner?" Bursting out of the room, he was met with the sight of bounty hunters scattered about, wounded from knife wounds. His suspicions were confirmed. This was undoubtedly Zoro's handiwork. Anger surged within him as he cried out in outrage, "How despicable! How could one treat those who provide us with sustenance in such a way?" His outcry reached Zoro's ears. However, at that moment, countless bounty hunters had surrounded him, leaving no room for escape. Zoro dispatched them with swift precision, cutting them down one by one. Yet, amidst the fray, they failed to notice that one hunter was conspicuously absent. As the battle escalated, Zoro seized an opportunity to strike down a bounty hunter and was about to break through to find Luffy when, in the next instant, a black orb hurtled towards him. Instinctively, Zoro dodged, and the orb exploded before him. He quickly evaded, coughing twice, his eyes ablaze with fury as he retreated. At that moment, A figure sporting sunglasses and an explosive hairstyle appeared before him, coldly remarking, "Not bad. You managed to evade my bomb attack. But the next one will not be so easy." With that, Mr. 5 picked his nose, and in an instant, a flurry of projectiles shot forth. Zaro initially considered drawing his sword but ultimately refrained. He leaped to the side as explosions erupted around him, engulfing him in a cloud of dust, wiping his face clean. He remained stoic. Before he could fully react, a woman clad in a yellow dress descended from above, wielding an umbrella. Sensing the shift in wind pressure, Zaro recognized that he could not withstand this blow. Its force far surpassed that of the previous attacker. If he were to endure it, he would likely be left severely incapacitated. With that thought, he swiftly evaded, and the spot where he had just stood was immediately struck by the woman's descent, creating a massive crater. Zaro furrowed his brow, sensing trouble ahead. The unique abilities of these foes intrigued him. One wielded bombs from his nostrils while the other could manipulate her weight. Such peculiar powers were the most remarkable he had encountered on his journey thus far. The offensive capabilities of their abilities far surpassed those of others. If they were to unite their strengths, along with the interference from the Baroque Works members, he would indeed find himself at a disadvantage. Thus, he needed to reunite with Luffy and the others swiftly. Otherwise, facing two opponents alone would surely spell trouble. He presumed Luffy was still asleep inside, and the thought of personally rousing him felt utterly humiliating. With that in mind, Zoro scanned his surroundings. The bounty hunters, previously scattered in fear, had now regained their composure, emboldened by the presence of Mr. 5 and Valentine. They eyed Zoro with renewed confidence. At that moment, Mr. 5 stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Zoro and declaring, "Useless fool, clear the way. Our objective is not you." Upon hearing those words, Zoro, who had initially contemplated retreating, felt a surge of indignation ignited within him. He had never before been so belittled by anyone. A subtle smirk graced his lips, revealing a hint of mischief. "I care not for your objectives. Since you have provoked me, this matter now concerns me." Upon hearing those words, Valentine's Day covered her mouth partially, releasing a derisive laugh. "What a truly crass man. Since you insist on courting death, we shall show no mercy." With that, Valentine's Day twirled the umbrella in her hand and ascended into the sky. Simultaneously, Mr. 5 excavated another morsel of nasal mucus and instantly flicked it towards Zaro. This time, the projectile moved with remarkable speed, prompting a grave expression to appear in Zaro's eyes. Instinctively, he drew his sword and cleaved the mucus in two, which then erupted on either side of him. Witnessing this, Zaro's face contorted in shock. He had never imagined that his blade would sever snot. This revelation shattered Zaro's usual stoic demeanor, compelling him to hurriedly wipe his beloved sword. Just then, Valentine's Day, hovering above Zaro, plummeted with astonishing force, her weight escalating to a staggering 10,000 tons. Feeling the overwhelming gust of wind, Zoro instinctively sought to evade, yet his body remained immobilized under the immense pressure. An infernal laughter echoed above him, growing ever closer. If he did not move soon, he would surely be crushed into a pulp. Zoro struggled desperately, but to no avail. Suddenly, a thunderous shout from Luffy pierced through the chaos, imbued with a sense of fury that resonated throughout the surroundings. Zoro quickly lifted his gaze and, to his delight, spotted Luffy sprinting towards him in the distance. He promptly called out, "Hey Luffy, over here." Upon hearing Zoro's voice, Luffy abruptly halted his steps. The moment he laid eyes on Zoro, he swiftly turned around and dashed towards him. As he ran, Luffy clenched his fist tightly and extended it forward, hurling it in Zoro's direction. At this juncture, Luffy remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Zoro furrowed his brows, looking up. Given the velocity at which the woman descended, her force could be estimated at several tons. Luffy's punch would likely struggle to budge her. He needed to devise a strategy. However, just as Zoro contemplated names for a new technique, Luffy's fist propelled directly towards his face, sending Zoro flying several meters away. Valentine's Day fell once more, and he found himself embedded in the ground, barely managing to extricate himself. At that moment, Zoro had only just risen, gingerly touching his swollen right cheek, gritting his teeth. He never anticipated that Luffy's fist would strike him, yet, in a twist of fate, it inadvertently saved his life. Valentine's Day had missed its mark, and as it emerged from the ground, it cast an irate glance towards Luffy. Meanwhile, Luffy, with a noticeably expanded belly, belched contentedly while surveying the crowd. The fury in his eyes had not dissipated. Zoro, bearing a scowl, glared at Luffy. This fellow would undoubtedly be the end of him. Of course, Zoro merely vented his frustration, unaware that Luffy's anger stemmed from his own actions, mistakenly believing Luffy was incensed at Mr. 5 and the woman in yellow. With one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Zoro's eyes as he spoke slowly. Luffy, you arrived just in time. These adversaries are rather formidable. Let us each take one on and resolve this swiftly. Let us see who can defeat them first. I leave the woman to you. Upon hearing these words, Luffy did not respond directly, his eyes filled with fury as he clenched his fists tightly. Were those townspeople not the ones you had mercilessly struck down? Upon hearing these words, Zoro's expression contorted, revealing a profound sense of confusion. At this moment, he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. It seemed that Luffy had misunderstood him. With this thought in mind, Zoro promptly rose to his feet. Wait, let me explain. The truth is, these individuals, Chapter 70, Luffy's furious roar. Before Zoro could finish his statement, Luffy raised his hand and let out a thunderous cry to the heavens. I refuse to listen. How could you strike down our benefactor who so graciously welcomed us? Zoro, I must have misjudged you. Prepare to duel with me. Upon hearing these words, Zoro involuntarily narrowed his eyes, a flicker of anger igniting within him. He was taken aback by Luffy's profound distrust. His grip on the sword trembled incessantly, yet ultimately, Zoro managed to regain his composure. He chose not to continue explaining himself. At that moment, Luffy was engulfed in fury, incapable of listening to reason. No matter how he might elucidate, his words would merely be perceived as a feeble defense. It would be more prudent to engage in combat, allowing him to test the might of his swordsmanship against Luffy's martial prowess. However, two hindrances remained, and they must be dealt with first. Although he was unaware of the animosity these individuals bore towards him, their intent to kill left him no choice but to act. After a moment of careful contemplation, Zoro's lips curled into a slight smile as he turned to Luffy and proposed, "Do you see those two fellows? Let us first vanquish them, and then we shall engage in our duel." Upon hearing these words, Luffy's eyes brimmed with fury as he gazed at Mr. 5 and Valentine's Day. His expression gradually contorted. Enough of the nonsense. If you wish to fight, then let us engage directly without involving others. Upon hearing Luffy's nonsensical remarks, Zoro was utterly incensed and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Fine. If you wish to fight, I shall accompany you to the very end." With that, Zoro unsheathed his sword, Wada Ikamanji, and swiftly swung it towards Luffy. In a flash, Luffy evaded the strike. Zoro's blade met only air, and almost immediately, Luffy extended his arm and launched an attack in Zoro's direction. Realizing Luffy was serious, Zoro quickly dodged, but Luffy's punch struck with such force that it shattered a thick wall. Zoro's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment as he shouted, "Hey, you lunatic. Are you truly trying to kill me?" In response to Zoro's furious outburst, Luffy remained silent, pounding his chest with both hands, and once again charged towards Zoro. Witnessing this scene, Mr. 5 and Valentine exchanged glances, a grave expression dawning upon their faces. Have they truly begun to quarrel? What a most inopportune moment. Upon hearing the mention of Valentine's Day, Mr. 5's countenance remained indifferent as he remarked, "Humph, such lowly pirates are just as expected." With that, Mr. 5 casually picked his nose, extracting a substantial booger which he then manipulated between his fingers. "These two scoundrels dare to look down upon us. It is utterly unforgivable." After uttering this, Mr. 5 flicked the booger away, and with a resounding boom, it detonated at the point where Luffy and Zoro intersected, resulting in a fierce explosion that illuminated the sky. Shortly thereafter, dense smoke began to rise. Observing the billowing smoke before him, Valentine's Day couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Huh, what a foolish bunch. This is the consequence of crossing the Baroque works." With that, Valentine's Day turned to Mr. 5 and said, "Let us hasten to pursue Princess Vivi. We must not allow her to escape." Upon hearing these words, a grave expression appeared in Mr. 5's eyes. There was no need for haste. The matter at hand was far from resolved. The laughter of Valentine's Day abruptly ceased as two figures emerged slowly from the thick smoke, causing disbelief to cover their mouths in astonishment. How could this be? How could they still be alive after being struck by such a powerful explosion? With this realization, Mr. 5 had already readied himself for battle. These two were not ordinary individuals. One must not be deceived by their appearances. As Mr. 5's voice faded, a fierce glint surfaced in the eyes of Zoro and Luffy, who simultaneously declared, "Annoyance." With that, Zoro assumed the stance of his three-sword style, while Luffy swung his right hand. In an instant, Zoro's eyes widened, and he vanished from sight. Three-sword style, eagle slash. A wave emanated from Zoro, expanding outward. Simultaneously, Luffy's right hand shot forward, joining Zoro's dual blades in an assault on Mr. 5. Mr. Five coughed up blood and collapsed backward, losing consciousness. Witnessing this scene, Valentine's expression froze, laughter evaporating, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could this be? Please, do not deceive me. After subduing Mr. Five, Luffy and Zoro turned their cold gazes toward Valentine's. Terrified, Valentine's fell to the ground, gritting his teeth as he clutched the unconscious Mr. Five. Utilizing the powers of the float fruit, he took flight, leaving the scene. Zoro and Luffy paid him no mind, their eyes narrowing in fury once more. Zoro, are you prepared to face the consequences of your impulsive actions? Luffy's serious demeanor elicited a cold expression from Zoro. I shall impart the same words to you. With that, Zoro readied his three-sword stance, prepared to engage. Luffy also tightened his fists, and together, they sprinted forward, dust swirling beneath their feet. Just as they were about to collide, a familiar presence emerged, followed by Nami's voice ringing out. What are you two doing here? As her words fell, two merciless fists descended upon the tops of Zoro and Luffy's heads, causing instant welts to rise. Wincing in pain, they covered their heads, silently groaning. After a considerable time, Zoro mustered the strength to lift his head and glared at Nami. What on earth are you doing? Zoro's defiance was met only with another merciless strike from Nami. This time, Zoro lost all temper, while Luffy, despite the throbbing pain, managed to raise a fist and struck Zoro's face. Zoro retaliated with the hilt of his sword against Luffy's head. Thus, under Nami's admonition, they exchanged blows in a playful duel. Observing this, Nami sighed in exasperation. At that moment, Rayleigh emerged from the shadows, accompanied by a disheveled blue-haired girl, Vivi. You two should cease this commotion. We have secured a significant contract this time. Upon hearing these words, Luffy and Zoro turned their gazes towards Rayleigh. In this moment, it was only Rayleigh's words that could inspire absolute trust. Nami guided Luffy and Zoro into a secluded alley, where she meticulously unraveled the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing the truth of the matter, Luffy couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a revelation. So that's how it is, Zoro. You should have mentioned it sooner. Upon hearing these words, Zoro, disinterested, turned his gaze towards Vivi and the newly arrived Ikelim. So, are we to escort these two individuals to Alabasta and subsequently claim the bounty? Is this not a return to my former profession? I must apologize, but I find myself lacking any enthusiasm for this endeavor. Chapter 71. 90 million berries, a major contract. Upon hearing Zoro's nonchalant remarks, Nami could not help but gently tap his head. Come on, that's a staggering 90 million berries. Enough for us to enjoy for quite some time. As she spoke, a look of disdain crossed her face, and she provocatively gazed at Zoro, saying, Are you perhaps afraid? Unwilling to undertake this task? Is this what you call the dignity of a swordsman? Upon hearing these words, Zoro felt an overwhelming desire to strangle Nami. However, after some contemplation, he chose to suppress his frustration. Very well, since their journey necessitated passing through Alabasta, he might as well take the opportunity to visit. Upon hearing Zoro's agreement, Nami clapped her hands in delight and exclaimed, Then let us set sail at once. We shall reach Alabasta swiftly, and once we secure the treasure, we shall depart. Listening to their nonchalant remarks, Akalim's expression turned grave. Humph, a group of ignorant pirates. Do you truly comprehend the formidable adversaries that lie ahead? Upon hearing this, Nami's countenance also grew serious as she turned to Akalim and proudly declared, They are indeed formidable, no matter how powerful the enemy. They can triumph over them. Upon hearing this, Ikelim shook his head. The adversaries encountered this time are unlike any other. They are beings you could never hope to defeat. For their enigmatic master is, Ikelim was about to utter the words when Vivi interjected. Wait a moment, it would be prudent for us to refrain from discussing such matters, lest they become embroiled in the consequences. Upon hearing these words, Ikelim let out a sigh and chose to remain silent. The mention of the enigmatic figure behind the scenes made Nami hesitate. It seemed that this individual truly wielded considerable power. Under ordinary circumstances, she would have turned on her heel and departed without a second thought. However, faced with the tempting reward of 90 million berries, she found herself wavering. Glancing at Vivi, she suddenly beamed with a radiant smile and clapped her hands, inquiring, Might you be able to divulge just how perilous this journey truly is? Upon hearing these words, Vivi's expression immediately turned despondent. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she finally spoke. You must be familiar with the Baroque studio, I presume. Upon hearing this name, both Nami and Luffy displayed expressions of confusion, while only Zoro revealed a knowing demeanor. It is a company dedicated to supporting bounty hunters. They once extended an invitation to me, which I declined. Upon hearing this, Nami tentatively inquired. Since you have rejected their words, does that imply that the Baroque works is merely as you say? Observing Nami's expectant expression, Zoro's demeanor grew solemn. Until today, my impression of Baroque works was indeed as you described. However, the two individuals who recently arrived have instilled in me a slight shift in perspective regarding them. Upon hearing this, Vivi's expression darkened, and she promptly inquired, two individuals? May I ask what kind of people they are? Before Zoro could respond, Luffy interjected without hesitation. A woman holding an umbrella and a man picking his nose. At these words, Zoro was left utterly speechless. Though Luffy's description was rather crude, it vividly encapsulated their appearances. Upon hearing the descriptions of the two individuals, Vivi and Ikelim both exhibited expressions of astonishment. Vivi bit her lip tightly and spoke. It is Mr. 5 and Valentine's Day. I never anticipated that one of the top 5 bounty hunters within the organization would come here. It appears that our identities have been compromised. After speaking, Vivi solemnly gazed at them and even bowed respectfully. I implore you to escort me back to Alabasta at once. I assure you that the reward I promised will be provided. Upon hearing these words, Nami squinted her eyes and offered an awkward smile. Let us not dwell on that for now. Could you please elaborate on the matters concerning the Baroque works? Nami was in no mood to take risks. Unless she fully understood the situation, she would never put herself in jeopardy. After all, 90 million berries paled in comparison to her life. Upon hearing Nami's persistent inquiries, Ikelim took the opportunity to respond directly. The Baroque Works is ostensibly an organization that operates under the guise of bounty hunters, capturing pirates to earn their bounties. However, beneath the surface, they harbor a significantly grand ambition. Upon hearing these words, Nami inquired tentatively, May I ask what this grand ambition truly entails? At this, Ikelim fell silent. Revealing such information would undoubtedly incite panic. Yet, remaining mute would not appease the astute woman before him, who would surely not relent. Observing Ikelim's hesitance, Nami anxiously rubbed her hands, eagerly awaiting an answer. At that moment, Vivi slowly lifted her gaze and spoke. The Baroque Works aims to establish a fantastical ideal kingdom. Among all the members of Baroque Works, those of higher rank are destined to hold greater positions within this kingdom. The ideal nation they seek to seize is none other than my homeland, Alabasta. Upon hearing this, a heavy weight lifted from Nami's heart. Yet a flicker of terror unmistakably crossed her eyes. Are you implying that the current plight of Alabasta is entirely orchestrated by Baroque Works? Upon hearing this, Wei Wei lowered her head and, after a long pause, finally spoke. One might say so. The moment these words escaped her lips, Nami was left momentarily stunned. After a considerable silence, Nami clenched her right fist and struck her palm, then remarked, it suddenly occurred to me that our course seems to differ somewhat. Hence, we cannot escort you back. Upon hearing these words, Akirim and Vivi exhibited little surprise. Any normal pirate would be intimidated by the Baroque Works. Even if one were unaware of the shadowy figure behind the organization, their grand ambitions would be enough to instill fear. Such pirates are hardly deserving of trust. However, without their escort, Vivi would undoubtedly be unable to return to Alabasta. With this thought in mind, Akirim fixed a serious gaze upon Nami. Are you the captain? Upon hearing this, Nami was momentarily taken aback, stammering as she pointed at Luffy, saying, No, he is. At this, Akirim bypassed Nami and positioned himself directly in front of Luffy. He then spoke in a formal tone. Could I trouble you to escort Princess Vivi back to Alabasta? Upon hearing these words, Luffy did not even blink, casually responding, sure. The moment this was uttered, Nami and Zoro were left utterly astonished, exclaiming in unison, How nonchalant. Chapter 72, Baroque Works, An Absolute Secret. After a brief moment, Nami clenched her fist and pressed it against Luffy's head, admonishing, Hey, Luffy. Do you even realize what you are saying? Escorting them back could cost us our lives. Upon hearing these words, Luffy immediately expressed his impatience, saying, Stop with the nonsense. I am the captain, and my word is final. Faced with Luffy's domineering attitude, Nami felt utterly despondent and slowly knelt down. Please, would you reconsider? She pleaded. However, Luffy paid no heed to her entreaty and promptly rose to his feet. No matter how formidable the opponent, we shall send them flying. Upon hearing Luffy's words, a glimmer of excitement appeared in Zoro's eyes as he cast a sidelong glance at Rayleigh. How does it feel to have such a captain? It must be quite a headache. Upon hearing these words, Leilo remained unfazed and subsequently lifted his gaze towards the luminous moon in the sky. Now, the challenge we must confront is how to elude their relentless pursuit. Previously, the two of you have already been compromised. and it is likely that the Baroque studio will dispatch their most elite assassins to hunt you down. At this, Nami immediately placed her hands on the ground, her entire being shrouded in shadows, as if she were on the verge of vanishing with the wind. However, at that very moment, a voice suddenly echoed. "So this is where you are. I've been searching high and low for you." Upon hearing these words, Luffy and the others immediately turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. Luffy, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Oh, Sanji, you have finally arrived." In Sanji's hands were a bald eagle and a cat, which were none other than the observers of Baroque works, tasked with relaying information back to headquarters. Observing this, Riley couldn't help but smile slightly, realizing that Sanji had indeed procured some excellent ingredients. Upon hearing these words, Sanji proudly replied, "Indeed, now we have no cause for concern." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Vivi with her disheveled hair, who appeared even more enchanting than before. Instantly captivated, Sanji transformed into a wave of admiration and approached her. "Oh, beautiful princess, permit me to be your humble servant." His declaration, however, was met with the merciless fist of Nami. "Please, everyone, let's not jest. That is a workshop organized by a powerful individual capable of influencing an entire kingdom. How could we possibly stand against them?" After Nami's admonition, she began to gather their belongings in preparation to depart. At that moment, however, Akalem donned Vivi's attire and transformed to resemble her, clutching 4 puppets in hand. "Do not worry, I shall impersonate you all and divert their attention. At that time, you may proceed unimpeded, escorting the princess into Alabasta." Upon hearing these words, Nami immediately relaxed, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "So, does that mean our journey will be free from peril?" In response, Akalem turned away, saying, "Well, it all depends on your luck." Upon hearing these words, Nami shed 2 streams of tears once more, appearing utterly despondent. Akalem, cradling the doll, boarded the ship and cast a glance back at Princess Vivi, whose face was streaked with tears. "Your Highness, please take care. I hope we can reunite in Alabasta." Vivi wished to voice something, yet the words eluded her. Her heart raced, an unsettling premonition lingering in the air. Akalem set sail, and Luffy slowly rose to his feet. "In that case, let us embark as well. The journey ahead seems quite intriguing." At this, Zoro also stood up from the crate. "Indeed, it may prove to be exceedingly entertaining." Sanji, though less informed of the preceding events, lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. "I may not grasp the details, but I am more than willing to escort the beautiful princess." All had expressed their intentions, save for Riley, who fixated intently on the grand vessel that Akalem occupied. If all went as anticipated, Nico Robin was soon to make her entrance. Riley hesitated, contemplating whether to seize this opportunity to bring Robin aboard. Yet after a moment's reflection, he decided against it. The absence of a system notification inviting Robin aboard signified that the moment had not yet arrived. Meanwhile, Nami, restless, circled around Vivi, her agitation palpable. "Please, just tell us, who exactly is the mastermind behind all this?" Upon hearing these words, Wei Wei displayed a look of discomfort. "I shall not divulge this information to you. The Baroque studio has always remained oblivious to the true identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. For those who possess such knowledge have long been eradicated." Upon hearing these words, Nami felt a chill in her heart and promptly waved her hand, saying, Perhaps it's best not to pursue this. In truth, I am not so eager to know." With a sigh of relief, Nami was grateful she had refrained from asking. Meanwhile, Vivi clutched her head, shaking it incessantly. "It was precisely for this reason that I remained uncertain about who could possibly save Alabasta. For we were set to confront one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile." At that moment, the air grew thick with tension, and Vivi quickly covered her mouth. Realizing she had inadvertently let slip a critical detail, her eyes widening in terror. Upon hearing the name of the 7 warlords, Nami's mouth fell agape, her gaze vacant. The warlords of the sea are recognized by the world government as formidable pirates, forming a triangular opposition with the Navy and the 4 emperors. They are indeed superlative powers. Could it be that the terrifying adversaries we are to confront are of such caliber? Grasping Vivi's shoulders, Nami shook her vigorously, indignantly exclaiming, "Did you not say you wouldn't speak of this? Why divulge such information to us? We have no desire to become entangled in this." Observing Nami's furious visage, contorted with rage, Vivi continuously apologized. After a prolonged moment, Nami finally calmed herself and, gritting her teeth, declared, "Luffy, you heard that, right? They are the warlords of the sea. We cannot undertake this mission. We must swiftly pack our belongings and depart." With that, Nami turned to retrace her steps. only to encounter the recently awakened cat and vulture. The cat, clutching 3 portraits, meticulously completed the final stroke. It then presented the artwork to Nami, momentarily taken aback. Nami squinted and smiled. "Oh, this is truly splendid." In the next instant, the cat handed the portraits to the vulture, which then spread its wings and soared into the night, while the cat swiftly vanished into the inky darkness. Realizing the implication, Nami understood that these two were undoubtedly members of the Baroque works. The significance of the portraits struck her like a thunderbolt. Witnessing this scene, Zaro smirked slightly. "It appears we are utterly unable to escape now. Navigator, you should promptly chart a course to Alabasta," he suggested. Chapter 73. The Sound of Exploding Seas, Vivi's Tears. Zaro's taunting words naturally elicited a merciless counter from Nami's iron fist. Zaro slumped helplessly against a crate, limbs twitching. After all was said and done, Nami blew on her steaming fist and furiously stated, "For heaven's sake, do you truly grasp the gravity of the situation? Our opponents are the warlords of the sea. They are the rarest of powers upon the ocean. Confronting them can lead to dire consequences. Do you understand? We must leave here immediately." Upon hearing Nami's furious reprimand, Luffy and the others fell silent, while Rayleigh's eyes narrowed sharply. Get down. Whether it was an illusion or not, it seemed as though countless arms suddenly enveloped the colossal ship of Icolum. Trusting Rayleigh's words without hesitation, they all quickly crouched down. In the next moment, a deafening explosion erupted above the surface of the sea. Instantly, flames soared into the sky, and the waters boiled relentlessly. Soon, thick smoke began to billow up, as Icolum's ship was reduced to ashes, leaving only a smoldering pile of remnants. Witnessing this, Vivi's eyes widened in shock, and she rushed to the railing. Her expression filled with terror and despair. Tears flowed incessantly from her eyes. Vivi bit her lip tightly, a trickle of blood seeping down. Observing this, Nami's face grew grave. As if she recalled something profound, she swiftly enveloped Vivi in her embrace. At that moment, she could utter no words of refusal. To deny Vivi's plea now would be akin to pouring salt into her wounds. Her country had already endured such misfortune, and to witness her only trusted companion perish before her eyes was unbearable for anyone. Nami held Vivi tightly, gritting her teeth as she reassured, "Do not worry. We will ensure your safe passage to Alabasta. There is no need to fear the 7 warlords. They are but terrifying monsters." Upon hearing those words, Vivi finally broke down and wept unabashedly. Nami embraced Vivi, offering silent comfort. Luffy and Zaro, equally astonished by the magnitude of the recent explosion, wore expressions of grave concern. The fiery glow illuminated nearly the entire surface of the sea. Luffy clenched his teeth and, after a prolonged silence, finally spoke. "That was indeed impressive. We truly must depart." With that, he turned to seek out Usopp, while Zaro sheathed his sword and vacated the area. At this moment, a solemn expression crossed Riley's face. He had failed to discern Nico Robin's fruitability when it was unleashed. Initially, he believed he had attained a level of strength to rival that of Mihawk. However, it had become evident that he still lagged behind Robin, particularly in the application of her abilities, which she wielded with effortless finesse. Subsequently, Riley recalled that he possessed a forging blueprint for the Sharingan. Upon reviewing the requirements for its creation, he realized that he was merely lacking a few materials. These could be gathered through a single mission, except for one special material, the Byakugan. Astonishingly, the core component for forging the Sharingan was the Byakugan itself. Yet, he currently lacked the blueprint for the Byakugan's creation. Without it, he could not forge the Sharingan. With a sigh, Riley acknowledged the truth. The more formidable the item, the more challenging it was to craft. He pondered when he might acquire the Byakugan, enabling him to forge the Sharingan. Could it be that the Sharingan could also be utilized to forge the Rinnegan? The thought filled Riley with anticipation. Just then, a shadow darted across the night sky, interrupting his reverie. The figure resembled a swift seabird gliding through the darkness, disappearing in an instant. Although he could not clearly identify it, there was no doubt it was Robin. Taking note of the direction, Riley intended to follow, but at that moment, Nami's furious voice rang out from behind. "Hey, Riley, what are you doing over there? Hurry up and come on." Upon hearing these words, Leilo abandoned his intention to pursue Robin and turned away. At that moment, Nami supported Vivi's shoulder, assuring her, "Rest assured, leave everything to us. There will be no issues. Have you seen that fellow? It is said that he has defeated the formidable warlords of the sea. As for Crocodile, we do not regard him as a threat at all." Upon hearing Nami's resolute words, Vivi's gaze once again fell upon Raylo, seemingly infused with newfound confidence. Indeed, Raylo's strength had escalated to an unimaginable level. Perhaps with Leilo by their side, they might truly vanquish Crocodile. Nami's assertions did not weigh heavily on Leilo's mind as he promptly made his way towards the Going Merry. Nami and Vivi followed closely behind, fearful that should Leilo depart, they might once again fall victim to their pursuers. Meanwhile, Luffy boldly stormed into the tavern. Discovering Usopp fast asleep, without hesitation, he seized Usopp's nose and hurried toward the Going Merry. Feeling a sharp pain, Usopp jolted awake, incessantly pounding Luffy's thigh. "Hey, Luffy. What are you doing? Let me go. I'm going to suffocate." Upon hearing these words, Luffy paid them no heed. He had just witnessed the formidable power of that colossal explosion. If they lingered here any longer, they would undoubtedly meet a similar fate. They had to depart swiftly. There was no time for needless chatter or explanations. Grasping Usopp by the nose, Luffy unceremoniously tossed him onto the ship, then leaped aboard himself. Luffy waved towards Nami and the others in the distance. "Hurry up, we are about to set sail." At that moment, however, Vivi was scanning her surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Anxiously, Nami inquired, "Did something fall?" Upon hearing these words, Wei Wei nodded. "My companion, Blue, seemed to have vanished. He is my dearest friend, and I cannot abandon him." Upon hearing these words, Nami's expression turned anxious as she glanced around nervously. At that moment, Vivi pointed to a large yellow duck on the ship and exclaimed, "Ah, I've found it. It's right there." Upon hearing those words, Nami let out a weary sigh. It turned out that the so-called best companion he spoke of was, in fact, a large yellow duck. However, there was no time to waste, and Nami promptly pulled Vivi aboard the ship. Once on board, she did not forget to deliver a punch to Brook, causing him to squawk in disarray. He scurried around the ship, eliciting hearty laughter from everyone. Vivi could only watch, hesitant to intervene, for the shadow of Nami's wrath still loomed over him. Although Nami had just shared a fleeting moment of warmth, he was not yet ready to join the ranks of the trio who often faced her wrath. As the group boarded and beheld the disarray around Whiskey Peak, they couldn't help but express their astonishment. Chapter 74. Setting forth once more. Sanji lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Indeed, this place had been turned upside down, the work of some fool, it seemed. Upon hearing those words, Zoro turned, gripping the hilt of his sword with his left hand. "Hey, you filthy chef, do you want to fight?" he challenged, as the two locked foreheads, leaning into each other, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Just as it seemed they were on the brink of a brawl, it was Nami's decisive punch that brought calm. Sanji and Zoro, nursing the swelling on their heads, groaned in pain. Witnessing this, Luffy erupted into laughter, raising his hands high. "Let us set sail, everyone." With that proclamation, Nami promptly unfurled the sails. Roronoa, not idle, began to turn the ship's wheel, and thus, the Going Merry resumed its voyage. However, the full moon cast an unusual turbulence upon the sea, making it quite challenging to navigate. Luffy and Roronoa worked in tandem to steer the vessel, forcing it to turn. Soon enough, the Going Merry glided onto a calmer course, allowing Luffy and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. They then sprawled upon the deck, drifting into a deep slumber. Although they had just feasted, the earlier skirmish had drained their energy. Night had fallen, making rest entirely reasonable. While Luffy and his companions slept soundly, Roronoa leaned against the railing, gazing up at the vast expanse of the starry sky. His eyes widened in an attempt to discern every detail within the encompassing darkness. Suddenly, his observation haki activated, revealing every sea creature drifting through the currents around him. He sensed Robin was nearby, yet he could not pinpoint her exact location. If only he possessed the Sharingan now, combined with his haki, he could achieve flawless observation. Alas, such powers are rare and unattainable at present. He lacked the design for the Byakugan, rendering the creation of the Sharingan impossible. He could only wait for the future, hoping to uncover the schematics for crafting the Byakugan. In that moment, Roronoa remembered he had unlocked the lottery wheel, allowing him to draw once for 20 million berries. He had yet to commence his draws today. With this thought, Roronoa closed his eyes, silently reciting, "System, activate the lottery wheel." A chime echoed. "The lottery wheel is now active. Each draw costs 20 million berries. Shall we proceed with the draw?" Upon hearing the system prompt, Leilo did not hesitate for a moment and declared, "Lottery, commence immediately." As soon as the words left her lips, a dynamic image of the lottery appeared on the system interface, and Leilo silently recited the name of the Byakugan in her heart, hoping for a miracle. Her obsession with the Sharingan had reached an extraordinary level. Leilo silently prayed, and after approximately 10 seconds, the spinning wheel came to a halt. At that moment, an item resembling a forging blueprint leaped forth from the wheel. Initially, Leilo harbored hopes that it might be the forging blueprint for the Byakugan. However, When the system announced the name, disappointment washed over her. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a snow walk forging blueprint. The reward has been placed in the system space. You have already participated in the lottery once today, leaving you with 5 chances remaining, except for the initial cost of 20 million berries. The required amount will double with each subsequent draw. Upon hearing these words, Leilo furrowed his brow. During his time in Rogtown, Zaro did not purchase the snow walk, nor did he engage in any idle chatter. He never anticipated that he would draw it now, yet he had already promised to forge an unparalleled great sword for Zoro. A weapon like snow walk was utterly beneath him. Furthermore, it was likely to be rendered useless soon, so he decisively opted not to forge this worthless blade for Zoro. As he contemplated this, Leilo recalled the system's words. Each day allowed for 5 opportunities to draw, with each subsequent attempt requiring double the cost. Thus, the second draw would necessitate an expenditure of 40 million berries. Admittedly, it was somewhat costly. He currently possessed around 1,200,000,000 berries at his disposal. If he were to exhaust all 5 draws daily, he would scarcely last a few days. However, if he drew twice a day, he could sustain this for a considerable time. In the future, he anticipated plundering numerous pirate crews, which he believed would suffice during this period. With these thoughts in mind, Leilo tossed the design for Snow Walk into the system's repository and proceeded to initiate the second draw. He paid the 40 million berries, and the virtual wheel began to spin once more. It did not take long for the wheel to come to a halt, revealing yet another item resembling a forging blueprint. Leilo sighed. In truth, he had little expectation left. Yet, the answer provided by the system surprised him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a universal forging blueprint, allowing you to forge any item once. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Leilo's ears perked up. The ability to forge anything at will? Was this not more remarkable than the forging diagram of the Byakugan? With this versatile forging diagram, Leilo could create any weapon. However, at this moment, what Leilo desired most was still the Sharingan. Yet, to possess the Sharingan, one must first acquire the Byakugan as the essential material. Crafting the Byakugan seemed somewhat extravagant. After careful deliberation, Leilo ultimately resolved to forge the Byakugan first. With this decision in mind, he examined the conditions required for its creation. The Byakugan did not demand any special materials. A few ordinary components would suffice. Consequently, Leilo chose to commence the forging of the Byakugan. Before long, the system simulated the scene of forging the Byakugan. After a brief interlude, approximately the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, the Byakugan was successfully crafted. However, upon its completion, Leilo confronted a daunting issue. Although he had obtained the Byakugan, he still lacked some ordinary materials necessary for forging the Sharingan. This realization left him with a headache, yet the capabilities of the Byakugan were undeniably formidable, so it would be worthwhile to experiment with it for a couple of days. Moreover, the Byakugan was in its strongest form from the outset, while the Sharingan required gradual upgrades starting from its initial state. Viewed in this light, the cost-effectiveness of the Byakugan appeared quite favorable. With this thought in mind, Leilo silently commanded, "System, extract the Byakugan." No sooner had he spoken than his eyes transformed into a translucent white. He attempted to activate the Byakugan's abilities, yet the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. It seemed the Byakugan lacked the extraordinary visual prowess characteristic of the Sharingan. As he surveyed his surroundings and turned his gaze towards Luffy and Zoro, he noticed they had become transparent, leaving only the lines and points indicating their vital acupuncture points. These points represented their critical weaknesses and various acupoints. By understanding the locations of these points, one could effortlessly strike at their vulnerabilities. This was the superiority of the Byakugan over the Sharingan. However, the Sharingan could utilize positional awareness or abilities to effectively counterattack, compensating for this shortcoming. In terms of overall cost-effectiveness, the Sharingan still held a slight edge. Nonetheless, the gradual upgrading of the Sharingan could render it somewhat impractical. Yet, once it evolved into the Mangeki Sharingan, one could wield various ocular techniques, thereby enhancing one's strength. With nothing else to occupy his time, Leilo began to observe the meridian nodes of Luffy and the others. Zoro, being a powerful swordsman, had his critical acupoint located just beneath his armpit. Due to the muscular distribution in that area, it was particularly vulnerable. As for Nami and Vivi, their acupoints were akin to those of ordinary individuals, positioned at their respective vital points. Upon observing Sanji, Leilo furrowed his brow. For Sanji's fatal weakness was situated in an area that was quite obvious. It seemed that even without the Byakugan, one would recognize it as a lethal target. After surveying the area, Leilo turned his attention back to Luffy. Owing to the properties of the gum-gum fruit, Luffy's meridians appeared chaotic, sometimes veering left and at other times right. Regardless of which acupoint one might strike, it would be insufficient to deliver a fatal blow. This, perhaps, was the reason for Luffy's remarkable vitality. Indeed, devil fruits had their merits, particularly those that could alter one's physical form. At the very least, they made it more challenging to identify vital weaknesses. After observing with the Byakugan for a while, Leilo began to feel a hint of fatigue. It appeared that utilizing the Byakugan also demanded considerable effort. In the world of Naruto, the expenditure was chakra, while in the realm of One Piece, it seemed to be merely a drain on one's energy. Subsequently, Leilo retracted the Byakugan and lay down on the deck, drifting into slumber. Unbeknownst to him, dawn had broken, and Leilo was the first to awaken. He glanced around, realizing they had reached the central area. If he was not mistaken, they would soon arrive at the little garden. In truth, Leilo held little expectation for the little garden, nor did he particularly resonate with the combat philosophies of the two giants. This visit was merely a formality. With the most he could hope for being the acquisition of some ingredients. As Leilo contemplated, Vivi emerged from the cabin, only to find Leilo by the railing. Looking somewhat pensive, Vivi had thought she had risen early, only to discover that Leilo had awakened even earlier. She slowly approached and stood beside him, remarking, "I didn't expect you to be awake so early, Mr. Leilo." In response, Leilo gazed out at the tumultuous sea and replied, expressionless, as an ordinary person, "I have grown accustomed to rising early. However, for a princess of Alabasta to share this habit is indeed a rarity." Upon hearing those words, Vivi's expression instantly turned cold. Faced with Raylo's taunts, she gritted her teeth in frustration, yet found herself at a loss for words. This time, she had to rely on them to escort her back to Alabasta. If he failed to return soon, grave consequences would surely ensue. She must unveil Crocodile's true nature to the public. With this thought in mind, Vivi chose to ignore Raylo and turned away, sulking in solitude. Raylo, in turn, paid her no mind. His sole mission was to ensure Vivi's safe passage back to Alabasta. The rest of the matters were beyond his concern. Even if they were to be addressed, the system would issue tasks accordingly. Before long, Nami emerged from her quarters, still drowsy, yet this only enhanced her gentle beauty. Upon stepping out of the cabin, she immediately noticed Vivi's troubled expression, which sparked her curiosity as to why Vivi would be upset so early in the morning. Upon seeing Raylo beside her, displaying a hint of discomfort, Nami quickly understood the situation. Without hesitation, she approached Raylo and playfully smacked him on the head. "Hey, you rascal. How dare you bully our Princess Vivi?" Raylo rubbed the small bump that had formed on his head, his brow furrowed in annoyance. This woman had become increasingly adept at her strikes. Before he could respond, Nami confidently walked up to Vivi, patting her shoulder. "Don't pay him any mind. Take care of yourself, for when we return to Alabasta, you shall save your country." Upon hearing Nami's words, Vivi's expression froze in disbelief. She never anticipated that Nami would utter such sentiments. A warmth enveloped Vivi's heart, prompting her to embrace Nami tightly, tears cascading silently down her cheeks. The atmosphere became profoundly heartwarming. However, it seemed to further substantiate the fact that Raylo had indeed bullied Vivi earlier. Raylo, indifferent to the need for explanation, simply rubbed the back of his head and leaned against the railing, preparing to indulge in a brief nap. With the sun still half an hour away from rising and a couple of hours yet to traverse before reaching the small garden, he deemed it more practical to succumb to slumber rather than remain idle. With this thought in mind, Raylo lay down, and after an indeterminate period, he was roused by the jubilant cheers of Luffy and the others. As he opened his eyes, he furrowed his brow in confusion. A flurry of snowflakes was descending from the sky. Luffy and his companions were merrily rolling snowballs and engaging in a snowball fight. Raylo found himself perplexed. As the previous moments had been bathed in the warmth of spring, and now an unexpected snowfall blanketed the surroundings. While pondering this sudden change, a snowball hurtled towards him, and instinctively, he shattered it with a punch. Yet, in the next instant, countless snowballs soared through the air, burying him beneath a mound of snow. Resigned, Raylo began to excavate himself from the snowy pile, just as Nami's voice rang out, admonishing him, "Hey, can you stop playing around? Hurry up and clear the snow off the ship." Upon hearing these words, Leilua furrowed his brow, sensing that Nami was somewhat targeting him. Helplessly, Leilua, along with Luffy and the others, picked up shovels and began to clear the snow. However, the snowfall only intensified. In one moment, they had just cleared away the snow, and in the next, it would accumulate anew. Vivi wished to assist, but Nami resolutely forbade it. "For heaven's sake, you are a princess. How can you engage in such labor? Leave this task to these capable men. Chapter 76. A Special Ability, Nico Robin. Luffy, feeling weary, extended a hand. I'm sorry. Despite this, they continued to work while playfully bantering with one another. A jovial atmosphere filled the merry-go. Vivi observed this scene with a hint of sadness. She could not comprehend why these pirates could perpetually radiate such joy. Perhaps this was what a carefree life entailed, yet she felt incapable of achieving it. Alabasta was facing an unprecedented crisis. A single misstep could result in her father, Cobra, becoming a ruler of a fallen kingdom. She could not allow such a fate to befall him. The Nefertari family's legacy must not conclude in her father's hands. Contemplating this, Vivi retreated to her room, and Nami, witnessing this, sighed, unsure how to uplift Vivi's spirits. At that moment, a newspaper fluttered down onto the deck. Nami glanced at it and spotted a report regarding Alabasta. Bending down to retrieve it, she opened it and her pupils constricted in shock. The article boldly declared that Alabasta was in dire straits. The rebel army had initiated a revolt and would soon fully encircle the Alabasta palace, coercing King Cobra to abdicate. Nami's expression turned grave as she concealed the newspaper within her attire. This matter must remain unknown to Vivi. If she were to discover it, the heartbreak would be unfathomable. Nami felt a deep empathy for Vivi's plight. In comparison, her own past suffering seemed trivial. Amidst their playful antics, the Straw Hat crew managed to clear the snow from the ship. After approximately 10 more minutes, the sky unexpectedly cleared, revealing a tranquil atmosphere. The group lay exhausted on the deck, breathing heavily, gaining a newfound appreciation for the harsh weather of the Grand Line. After a brief rest, Leilo stood up and gazed ahead, spotting a small island not far off. Occasionally, the booming sounds of volcanic eruptions echoed from the island. If he was not mistaken, this must be Little Garden. At that moment, Nami also discerned the location of Little Garden and pointed it out. Luffy, let us stop at that island for a moment. I need to store some magnetic force in the compass, or it will be difficult to reach the next island. Before Luffy could respond, a cool voice interjected. To store magnetic force here, at least a year is required. I possess a permanent pointer that can directly lead to Alabasta. As the words fell, a pointer was tossed down, and Nami instinctively caught it. In the next instant, she looked up in terror to see a dark-skinned woman in a revealing purple miniskirt perched on the railing, observing them. At that moment, Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji, who had been lounging on the deck, sprang into action. Zoro was the first to draw his sword, positioning it against the woman's neck. Sanji aimed his gun at her temple, while Usopp readied his slingshot, poised to fire. Observing this scene, Leilo did not wish to remain idle and silently intoned, "System, activate Byakugan." Instantly, Leilo's eyes transformed to white, yet they remained fixated on the woman on the railing, entirely oblivious to his change. Recognizing her at a glance, Leilo identified the dark-skinned woman as Nico Robin, the future ally and user of the flower fruit. Hearing a commotion, Vivi burst forth from the cabin. And upon laying eyes on Robin, her pupils involuntarily constricted. Trembling, she pointed at Nico Robin, yet was rendered speechless. Witnessing this scene, a look of grave concern flickered in Nami's eyes, and she swiftly approached Vivi's side. She, too, is a member of Baroque Works, is she not? Upon hearing this, Vivi nodded with great difficulty. Indeed, he was the second in command of the Baroque studio, the partner of the boss. It was through tracking him that we uncovered the true identity of the mastermind, Crocodile. The mere mention of Baroque studio and the title of second in command caused Nami's pupils to contract, and she anxiously turned to look at Nico Robin. This implies that it was indeed she. Before Nami could articulate her thoughts, Vivi bit her lip and charged forward, only to be restrained by Nami's embrace. Let go of me. This scoundrel is responsible for Ikelim's death. With these words, Sanji and the others cast furious glances at Robin. Sanji cocked his gun and fiercely exclaimed, "How dare you provoke a beautiful woman? That is utterly unforgivable." Usopp, though trembling, managed to shakily point at Robin. "You'd better not move. Alone. You cannot hope to defeat all of us." Zoro remained silent, his expression grave, yet his grip on his sword tightened. At that moment, Luffy, filled with rage, extended his arm towards Robin, exclaiming, "This fiend blew up my uncle. Today, I shall avenge him." Just as Luffy launched his attack, inexplicably, his arm curled back, and he was sent flying. Witnessing this scene, they finally understood that the person before them was also a user of a devil fruit. Zoro swiftly drew his sword, but it felt as though an unseen hand was pushing his right hand back, forcing the blade to retract, and his entire body was propelled backward. Sanji and Usopp experienced similarly bizarre sensations, as if an invisible force twisted their wrists, disarming them of their slingshot and gun. They were oblivious to the true nature of the phenomenon, feeling only the strangeness of it all. However, Riley disowned the truth at that moment. The power of the flower fruit had manifested, sprouting arms upon them. Riley swiftly maneuvered to the sides, advancing towards Robin. Upon witnessing this, Robin instantly activated her fruit ability. But in the next moment, Riley appeared behind her. He placed a hand upon her artery. Robin furrowed her brow, incredulous as she turned to face Riley, astonished to find such a formidable presence aboard the ship. When she beheld Riley's white eyes, her expression shifted to one of fear. What sort of being was this? Riley applied pressure to Robin's artery, causing her veins to throb painfully, compelling her to turn back. At that moment, Sanji, who had descended below, suddenly lit up with excitement. "Oh, isn't this a beauty? Hey, Riley, how can you treat such a lovely lady so rudely? Get down here at once." Upon hearing these words, the crowd cast sidelong glances at Sanji, the incorrigible pervert. Chapter 77, Shattering the Eternal Pointer. Robin paid no heed to Sanji and, with a slight smile, remarked, "I never anticipated that your ship harbored such formidable individuals. This seems to have grown even more intriguing." As she spoke, Robin gestured towards the Eternal Pointer in Nami's hand. "If you wish to return to Alabasta swiftly, take this pointer and proceed directly. The Baroque Works has already dispatched their highest-ranking agents to conduct a siege against you. Should you choose to retrace your steps, do not say, 'I did not warn you.' The peril is considerable." Upon hearing these words, everyone turned their gaze towards the Eternal Pointer in Nami's hand. Although they had yet to witness the full extent of Baroque Works' strength, the mere presence of Mr. 5 posed a significant threat. It was plausible that even more formidable bounty hunters would emerge in the future. Nami clenched the pointer tightly, her brow furrowed in contemplation. If it truly enabled swift passage to Alabasta, she would undoubtedly wish to utilize it. After all, Vivi was currently in great distress. If she did not return swiftly, Vivi's condition might worsen alarmingly. However, this was the very individual responsible for the demise of Vivi's closest companion. Could the pointer he provided truly be trusted? As Nami hesitated, Luffy abruptly rose, extending his arm decisively to seize the pointer from her grasp. With a surge of strength, his muscles tensed, and in an instant, he crushed the Eternal Pointer to smithereens. He then spoke with unwavering conviction, "This man killed my uncle, and I shall never forgive him. I will accept nothing he offers. If you have the courage, await us on the road." Upon hearing Luffy's words, Nami's pupils constricted, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. They could have arrived at Alabasta directly. Yet here they were. What a fool. Silent tears cascaded down Nami's cheeks. The others did not express disdain for Luffy's actions. If he lacked such boldness, he would not be worthy of leading them. However, it seemed there was still a significant dilemma to address. Contemplating this, the group furrowed their brows and turned their gaze towards Robin. Although Robin was ensnared by Rello's grip, her life hanging by a thread, she exuded an air of impending liberation, and with a cold smirk, remarked, "Your eyes are rather beautiful. Are they a manifestation of a devil fruit?" Upon hearing these words, Leilo shook his head. Robin's lips curled into a slight smile, choosing not to pursue the topic further. "If you do not truly wish to take my life, then I shall take my leave." As soon as the words left her mouth, Robin transformed into countless fluttering petals and subsequently vanished before their eyes. Witnessing this, Zoro and the others were left in astonishment. What kind of fruit ability is this? Was that merely a stand-in? Upon hearing the term stand-in, both Luffy and Usopp's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yay, how cool. At this moment, Rayleigh set down his hands and began to speak. The Hana no Mi allows one to transform any part of their body into flowers, effectively creating a stand-in. However, had I acted earlier, he would still have perished. Upon hearing these words, the Straw Hat crew displayed solemn expressions. Nami, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Then why did you not take action? That way, we would have one less adversary." After uttering this, Nami felt deflated. If she were in the same position, she likely would have been unable to act either. Although the opponent had slain Vivi's companion, they harbored no significant malice towards them. Contemplating this, Nami turned her gaze towards Vivi. At that moment, Vivi's eyes were glistening with unshed tears. Nami rose to her feet and placed her hand gently upon Vivi's shoulder. "You need not worry. We shall fulfill our promise and ensure your safe return to Alabasta. No matter how formidable the enemies may be, we will stand by your side and confront them." Upon hearing Nami's ambitious declaration, her previously tumultuous emotions began to settle. After calming herself, Nami cast her gaze upon the scattered fragments of the compass on the ground and sighed. There was no alternative. They had to diligently store their magnetic energy. Contemplating this, Nami directed her attention towards the small island nearby and subsequently spoke. Let us pause on that little island to replenish our magnetic reserves. As for the enemy, we cannot place our full trust in their words. Their claims of a year or two may merely be a tactic to intimidate us. Upon hearing these words, the crowd furrowed their brows in contemplation. If this were merely an attempt to deceive them, why then offer them permanent guidance? Yet, at this moment, such considerations became inconsequential. The ability to harness magnetic forces was paramount. Should they lose their way in the Grand Line, the repercussions could be dire, while their own misdirection might be manageable. Straying from the course to Alabasta would place that delicate nation in grave peril. Upon hearing Nami's words, Luffy promptly commanded to steer the ship to the edge of the small island. The crew busied themselves once more and, after a brief moment, successfully docked the small vessel at the edge of the little garden. However, as soon as they came to a halt, Nami began to second-guess her decision. The island was not only alive with the thunderous sounds of volcanic eruptions, but also resonated with the growls of wild beasts and deafening roars. Each sound seemed to provoke the nerves of Nami and Usopp, the timid duo. Observing Luffy's eager demeanor, Nami offered an awkward smile and remarked, in truth, I believe it is unnecessary to store magnetic energy on this island. Perhaps we should consider relocating to another island instead. Upon hearing these words, Luffy's expression contorted. After a considerable pause, he finally tilted his head and replied, no. Upon hearing Luffy's response, Nami embraced Usopp, feeling utterly despondent. At that moment, Luffy had already begun to roll up his sleeves, preparing for an adventure on the island. After a brief hesitation, she spoke up. Luffy, may I accompany you? Upon hearing this, Luffy turned his head to the side and replied nonchalantly, sure. His reaction demonstrated that he did not regard Wei Wei as a stranger, which warmed her heart a little. Shortly thereafter, Sanji spoke up. Please wait a moment. I will prepare some bento for you. At this, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he drooled in anticipation. Meanwhile, Wei Wei cautiously inquired, could you also prepare some drinks for Brook? Upon hearing the gentle request, Sanji joyfully extended 3 fingers. All right, he exclaimed, and with enthusiasm, he made his way to the kitchen, preparing a bento for Luffy and some beverages for Brook. Luffy, with his bento in hand, swiftly ventured deep into the island, followed closely by Brook, who was riding on the back of the gentle giant. As they vanished from sight, Zoro, having observed their departure, adjusted his swords and stood up, leaping off the Going Merry, ready to embark on his own adventure. At this moment, Sanji called out to Zoro, Hey Zoro, don't forget to bring back some game when you go in. Our kitchen supplies are running low. Chapter 78, The Great Contest Between Sanji and Zoro. Upon hearing these words, Zoro stifled a yawn and turned to say, rest assured, I shall bring back some prey that you could never hope to catch. At this remark, a certain nerve within Sanji was suddenly struck. He placed one foot upon the railing, glaring fiercely at Zoro. Hey, what did you just say? You moss-headed fool? Are you implying that the prey you catch is inherently superior to mine? Upon hearing these words, Zoro remained noncommittal. I never said that. You admitted it yourself. As soon as this was uttered, Sanji was utterly infuriated. Very well, let us compare whose catch is larger. Upon hearing these words, Zoro's lips curled into a slight smile. It matters not. After all, you are bound to lose against me. At that moment, Sanji was already seething with rage, and he leapt off the Going Merry, charging after Zoro into the island. Witnessing this scene, Nami and Usopp embraced each other, tears streaming down their faces. Please, can you not go in? People could die. Now, only Reiju, Nami, and Usopp remained aboard the ship. The two of them, filled with sorrowful determination, fixed their gaze intently upon Reiju. Nami approached Reiju with a sweet smile and cautiously inquired, Reiju, you are not planning to go to the island as well, are you? Upon hearing this, Leilo placed both hands behind his head, leaning against the railing, and languidly remarked, I harbor no interest in this little island. Upon hearing Reilo's nonchalant words, Nami and Usopp exchanged a celebratory high five. How splendid it is to know that we have someone to safeguard us. Upon hearing these words, Nami nodded in agreement. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, a sudden and thunderous vibration enveloped the surroundings. Relo abruptly opened his eyes, acutely sensing an immense power drawing near. He swiftly rose to his feet, casting a vigilant gaze towards the small garden. Although Relo remained aboard the ship, Both Nami and Usopp were gripped by an abiding fear of this enigmatic island. Observing the frightened silhouettes of the two, Leilo cautiously approached, fixing his eyes on the garden. Usopp and Nami, equally tense, turned their attention in that direction. In an instant, a colossal head emerged, revealing itself before them. Shockingly, Usopp and Nami were rendered wide-eyed and speechless. Trembling, they stammered, a giant? Before them stood a figure as imposing as a small mountain. Even Leilo felt a palpable sense of pressure emanating from this giant. If his conjecture proved correct, this must be the red-haired giant Bragi. While Leilo was aware of the giant's extraordinary stature, he had not anticipated such towering height. Standing before Bragi, Leilo found himself dwarfed, barely reaching the giant's ankle. Although Leilo understood that Bragi harbored no ill intentions towards them, he instinctively adopted a defensive stance. At this moment, they were still strangers, and a momentary lapse could easily spark conflict. Just as Leilo remained on high alert, Bragi suddenly bellowed, startling Nami and Usopp, who promptly fell to the deck, feigning death. Bragi shot an angry glare behind him, where a massive dinosaur had sunk its teeth into his rear. Without hesitation, Bragi swung the axe in his hand backward, sending the herbivorous creature's head soaring into the sky, further immobilizing Nami and Usopp with fear. Lying on the ground, Usopp whispered, "Whatever you do, do not make a sound. Just continue to play dead." Upon hearing Usopp's words, Leilo felt a sense of helplessness. These two individuals seemed rather timid, didn't they? If they were to encounter formidable foes in the future, they would undoubtedly become a liability. It appeared to be the opportune moment to enhance their capabilities. However, given their inadequate foundational skills, merely augmenting their combat prowess would prove futile. Thus, it was imperative to focus on improving their equipment. Presently, Usopp's origin gun had been completed, and the only remaining task was to forge the origin bullets. Once these bullets were crafted, Usopp's combat strength would significantly increase. With this thought in mind, Leilo examined the forging blueprint for the origin bullets, followed by a review of the materials at hand. The current stock of alloy materials would allow for the creation of 36 bullets. Although this quantity seemed somewhat limited, it would suffice for Usopp for the time being. Future opportunities to forge more could arise with new materials. As Leilo contemplated this, he noticed Bragi patting his backside and leaning in to inquire, "Do not be afraid. I merely wish to ask if you have any wine." Upon hearing these words, Usopp quietly remarked, "Stay silent. He must be trying to ascertain whether we are still alive." Nami's tears flowed freely as she nodded. Luffy sighed helplessly and then looked up, saying, "Indeed, there are still some left, though not many. If you do not mind, feel free to take them all." Upon hearing these words, Bragi displayed a joyful smile. "How truly grateful I am. Would you care to join me on the island as my guests? There, one can indulge in the delectable delights of dinosaur meat." As he spoke, Riley had already brought forth the limited supply of wine from the ship. It was uncertain whether Zoro would be displeased. Bragi promptly gathered all the wine in his hands and stowed it away. Riley brushed off the dust from his clothes, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately shook his head. "I possess little interest in this island and shall not accompany you. However, you may choose to bring those two along." With that, Riley gestured towards Usopp and Nami. Upon hearing these words, the two individuals who had been feigning death suddenly experienced a moment of cardiac arrest, their expressions transforming into one of astonishment. They then erupted in a furious outcry, "For heaven's sake, do not make decisions on behalf of others, you fool." Hearing the heated exchange between Nami and Usopp, Leilo chose to ignore them and walk to the side. At that moment, Bragi leaned in, his head peering closer. In an instant, Nami and Usopp clung to one another. Trembling with fear, Bragi warmly extended another invitation. "Would you two care to visit me? It has been ages since I last conversed with anyone, and I would be overjoyed if you could come." Upon witnessing Bragi's hopeful demeanor, Nami and Usopp gasped, nearly fainting from fright. They exchanged anxious glances, silently communicating, "If we decline, might we provoke his ire?" Nami shared the same trepidation. Perhaps by visiting, they could prolong their lives for another couple of days. The two wrestled with their inner turmoil, ultimately nodding in reluctant agreement. Seeing this, Bragi erupted into hearty laughter. He extended his hand, inviting them to perch upon it. Usopp and Nami, too terrified to refuse, assented without hesitation. Bragi lifted them gently and then turned, casting a glance at Leilo as he remarked, "Thank you for your fine hospitality. Should you be interested, you are always welcome to visit me." Chapter 79, The Despair of Usopp and Nami. Upon hearing these words, Leilo, indifferent, closed his eyes and nodded slightly. Loki remained silent, turning back and leading Nami and Usopp deeper into the small garden. Usopp and Nami exchanged powerless glances with Leilo, their despair unmasked. Meanwhile, Zoro and Sanji had been wandering in the small garden for some time. They had encountered several small dinosaurs and saber-toothed tigers, all of which they dispatched effortlessly. Although these creatures would suffice as ingredients, their competition was to see whose catch was larger, and evidently, these were not worthy contenders. As Sanji walked, he kicked at the smaller prey that had dared to attack. He thought he could always return to collect them after determining the victor between him and Zoro. Just then, Sanji felt something descending upon him. Upon touching it, he found it to be sticky. Furrowing his brow, he looked up to find a red T-Rex glaring at him. While he might not be substantial enough to be a meal for the dinosaur, the spices on his person piqued its appetite. As Sanji lifted his gaze, the T-Rex lunged, its jaw ready to snap down with a force exceeding a ton. Realizing the imminent danger, Sanji swiftly raised his right leg and kicked upward, sending the dinosaur's jaw crashing shut. In a flash, he maneuvered to the side and delivered a powerful kick to its forehead, causing it to stumble back 2 steps. The T-Rex's eyes, now filled with malice, charged at him. Sanji, undeterred, sprang up and struck its neck, rendering the beast unconscious. Observing the massive creature, which measured at least 10 meters in length with abundant flesh, Sanji mused that Zoro would likely struggle to encounter such a formidable dinosaur. Without hesitation, he retrieved a rope and secured it around the T-Rex's neck, hoisting it onto his shoulder as he made his way toward the outskirts of the small garden. On the other side of the small garden, Zoro had also felled numerous dinosaurs. Although some were large, their lengths barely reached 8 meters. Observing a few herbivorous dinosaurs in the distance, each exceeding 20 meters, he surmised that Sanji would be hunting those. However, Zoro, by nature, was nonchalant unless provoked. He would not engage in battle. The herbivorous dinosaurs posed no threat to him, so he had no intention of hunting them. Lost in thought, Zoro suddenly felt something beneath his feet and looked down to find a small triceratops, tears forming in its eyes as it gazed up at him with a pitiful expression. To his surprise, it bit his ankle and refused to let go, startling Zoro. "Hey, get off me," he exclaimed as he kicked the little dinosaur away. At that moment, a larger triceratops stood before him. Zoro assessed its length, estimating it to be over 10 meters. Its substantial size made it a worthy target for his hunt. Drawing 3 swords, he assumed a stance for his 3-sword style. The larger triceratops, witnessing its offspring being bullied, charged forward, eager to defend its young. Zoro, not even needing to use a special technique, swiftly severed one of the larger dinosaur's horns, causing it to collapse motionless. He then grasped the fallen creature by one of its horns and began walking toward the edge of the small garden, while the smaller triceratops continued to nip at his ankles, only to be kicked away. Just then, Zoro heard the distant rumble of a volcanic eruption, accompanied by violent tremors. Furrowing his brow, he noted that within a mere half-hour, he had encountered such phenomena twice. This island was undoubtedly extraordinary. Contemplating this, Zoro turned to retrace his steps. But in that moment of distraction, he realized he had lost his way. In a flurry, he began to spin in search of an exit. Just then, he spotted a figure with yellow hair approaching him. Relieved, he waved enthusiastically. "Hey, Sanji. I'm so glad to see you. I've gotten lost here. Please take me out." Upon hearing this, Sanji wore a look of confusion as he gazed in the direction from which Zoro had arrived. "For heaven's sake, isn't the path you took to come here the very same one leading outside? What on earth is going on in that head of yours?" Upon hearing these words, Zoro's fury reignited, and he turned his gaze towards the enormous Tyrannosaurus Rex behind Sanji. With a wicked grin, he remarked, "I almost forgot. We have one more encounter. However, I see no need for measurement, as the prey I hunt is undoubtedly larger than yours." Upon hearing these words, Sanji's expression twisted in disbelief. "What did you say?" "Repeat that, you green algae head. Clearly, my catch is far superior." The atmosphere between the two became charged, sparking a palpable tension. After a moment of standoff, they placed their respective catches side by side for comparison. In terms of length, Sanji's prey had a slight advantage due to its longer tail. However, in terms of girth, Zoro's Triceratops appeared notably more robust. At that moment, Zoro unilaterally declared his victory. "The difference is evident. My Triceratops protrudes a full circle beyond your Tyrannosaurus. Admit your defeat now." Upon hearing these words, Sanji furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. "For heaven's sake, let us not even discuss my Tyrannosaurus. It needs to be a bit longer. If we're talking about cooking, it should primarily consist of meat. How can anyone eat something that has mostly bones?" As he spoke, the two of them bumped heads again, and after a moment, they simultaneously reached a resolution to hunt an even larger prey before settling their contest. They then parted ways once more. Meanwhile, Luffy and Vivi were still wandering around the island. At that moment, Vivi appeared somewhat haggard. Luffy, regardless of the type of animal he encountered, was keen on establishing a close connection. Should the creature resist, he would not hesitate to incapacitate it. Brook, terrified, turned pale, while Vivi grew increasingly anxious, fearing that Luffy might provoke the herbivorous dinosaurs. Chapter 80, Giants, Eastward. After a day of frolicking, Luffy felt a pang of hunger. Despite having consumed some bento prepared by Sanji, raising his gaze, he spotted a grazing herbivore, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Vivi, realizing Luffy was unlikely to remain idle, finally understood why Nami was perpetually irate. Were he in her shoes, he would likely be driven to despair. Hey, Luffy, let us hurry back. We've already taken enough risks here. If we don't return soon, Nami will be furious. Luffy, however, remained oblivious to Vivi's pleas, dismissing them with a wave of his hand. He then extended his arm and ensnared the neck of the herbivorous dinosaur, leaping onto its back. At this point, Vivi had completely given up on Luffy, tears streaming down her face alongside Brook as she silently prayed for Luffy's safety. If Luffy merely perched on the dinosaur's neck to play, surely those dinosaurs, being herbivorous, would pose no threat. Yet, they underestimated Luffy's mischievous nature. With a glint of excitement in his eyes, Luffy thrust his hand into the dinosaur's nostrils and began to shake as if riding a horse. This action finally provoked the herbivore, which began thrashing wildly. The surrounding dinosaurs rushed to assist, and Luffy adeptly dodged their attacks. However, in a moment of carelessness, he was engulfed by the gaping maw of the dinosaur. At this sight, Vivi and Psyduck nearly lost their composure. Meanwhile, Luffy, traveling down the creature's neck, experienced an unprecedented thrill, only to find himself suddenly illuminated, having burst forth from the dinosaur's neck. A glance back revealed the colossal creature's long neck severed in two. Although Luffy did not witness the assailant, Vivi and Brook saw it all too clearly. Their faces drained of color as they gazed in terror at the giant standing before them. In a swift movement, Luffy landed atop the giant's shoulder. Witnessing this scene, Vivi completely broke down, whispering to Brook, "We should make a quick escape. Otherwise, we might meet our end here." Upon hearing these words, Blue nodded with great difficulty. However, before they could make their escape, Luffy pointed in their direction and declared, "Those are my friends, Wei Wei and Blue." Upon hearing these words, Wei Wei felt utterly deflated alongside Blue. Realizing that accompanying Luffy to the island had been a grave mistake, Luffy was engaged in animated conversation with the giant, during which he learned that the giant's name was Dongli, who had once been the captain of a crew known as the Giant Warrior Pirates. "You truly possess remarkable courage to venture into the belly of that dinosaur. You embody the spirit of our Alabath giants," Dongli exclaimed, bursting into hearty laughter, which Luffy joined in with mirth. "Uncle, you are quite impressive as well, being able to fell that dinosaur with a single stroke. I shall introduce you to Zoro for a duel another day." Upon hearing their peculiar manner of conversation, Wei Wei felt a tumult of emotions within her. Had she not feared the giant's sudden aggression, she would have fled long ago. Soon, Wei Wei, alongside Luffy, arrived at the location of Dongli. There, on the grill, a hind leg of a herbivorous dragon was already being prepared. The tantalizing aroma of the dinosaur meat caused Luffy's mouth to water profusely. Luffy pointed at the enormous roasted leg and exclaimed, "Hey, Uncle, may I partake in this?" Upon hearing these words, Dongli readily agreed. "Ah, certainly. If you can manage to eat it, feel free to indulge." At this, Luffy became elated and began to devour the meal voraciously. In less than a minute, he had consumed a third of it, and one must note that this leg weighed over a ton. Witnessing this, Dongli erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "You truly are an unusual individual." As he spoke, Dongli forcefully tore at the dinosaur he had just retrieved, ripping off one of its hind legs, which startled Brook into nearly ascending to the heavens in fright. Dongli then took a branch, skewered the roasted leg, and placed it on the grill to cook. However, at that moment, the volcano began to erupt, prompting Dongli to rise. It appeared that battle was imminent. With that, he dashed towards the direction of the volcano. Meanwhile, at Brogy's dwelling, the sound of the volcanic eruption was also heard. Immediately, Brogy stood up, and Usopp and Nami, who were engaged in their meal, became alert. They suspected that Brogy had finally shed his facade and intended to use them as a snack. Panic surged through their veins, yet at that moment, Brogy merely gazed towards the eruption and began to laugh. The time for the duel was approaching. Upon hearing these words, Usopp trembled and inquired, "May I ask, what kind of battle is this?" At this, Broggy's lips curled into a subtle smile. Ah, this is the ultimate battle agreed upon by the warriors of Elbath. A contest for glory. With that, Broggy strode purposefully towards the heart of the forest. In that moment, Usopp ceased to tremble, as a flicker of light ignited within his heart. A battle for glory, indeed? The two colossal giants soon encountered each other in the midst of the forest, their eyes brimming with exhilaration. Luffy, having previously conversed with East, had gained a rough understanding of the reasons behind their conflict, and he held great anticipation for the outcome of their duel. He quickly ascended a cliff to witness the clash between the two titans. From the onset, their confrontation was a fierce exchange of sword against axe. With each strike, the very ground trembled violently beneath them. Although their battle was not measured by speed, its spectacle was undeniably captivating. The very spirit of fighting for honor had the power to resonate within the hearts of onlookers. Yet, for Brew, what unfolded before him was sheer terror. Was it truly so enthralling to witness such immense beings engaged in combat? After approximately the duration of a stick of incense, the two warriors exchanged a powerful blow, their bodies leaning back in unison. Gasping for breath, they declared, the 73,456th battle, a draw. Following their announcement, both giants began to breathe heavily, and after a brief moment, they rose to their feet. East cast a serious glance towards Broggy, a weighty expression crossing his face. I did not expect you to remain so formidable. Though we have drawn this time, I must say, I still hold a slight advantage. After all, I have made a new friend here. Upon hearing these words, Byaluki's expression grew serious as he collided his head with Dong Li's. Chapter 81. The Alcohol Bomb. New friends. It appears you have been outdone. I have also made new acquaintances, and I have procured their exquisite wine. At the mere mention of wine, Dong Li's demeanor instantly transformed, his eyes widening in anticipation. Oh, it has been far too long since I have savored any wine. Might you spare me a taste? I would consider it a fair concession. Upon hearing these words, Broggy erupted into a hearty laughter, promptly passing the wine in his hand to Dong Li. However, in the fleeting moment that Dong Li received the wine, he failed to notice that several barrels of liquor were not thrown by Broggy, but rather descended from the sky. Clutching the overflowing barrels, Dong Li turned to make his way back. Thus, their battle came to a satisfactory conclusion. This was their customary practice after each skirmish. They exchanged valuable items. Sometimes, they would even swap without any cost, provided the other party showed a hint of concession. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner, a man with dark skin and an extravagant afro fixated intently on the path taken by the two giants, a sly smile creeping across his face. In an instant, another figure descended from above. It was Valentine's, the user of the float fruit. Indeed, these giants were nothing more than brawny simpletons. Now, we shall eagerly await the unfolding spectacle. Upon hearing this, Mr. 5 used his pinky finger to pick at his nostrils. It must be acknowledged that Mr. 3 is indeed quite clever. However, he is undeniably rather bothersome. Were it not for the necessity of preserving the success of this mission, I would be disinclined to heed his commands. Upon hearing these words, Valentine's Day burst into laughter. What is there to worry about? Once we complete this task, we shall soon usurp his position, and at that time, he will have to act according to our whims. In response, Mr. 5 nodded in agreement and, together with Valentine's Day, set off towards Mr. 3's temporary residence. It was imperative for him to consult with Mr. 3 regarding further plans. Meanwhile, Luffy, upon learning that some of his companions were with another giant, became exhilarated, flailing his arms in delight. Dong Li, savoring dinosaur meat, proceeded to pour 2 barrels of fine wine directly into his mouth, and with a hearty bite, he consumed it. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Indeed, it was splendid. Since the inception of the Eternal Pointer, it had been many years since he had tasted such exquisite wine. Although Luffy couldn't comprehend Dong Li's words, he still responded with hearty laughter. Drink up, old man. When we return, we shall bring you more. Upon hearing these words, Dong Li burst into laughter once more. Then it settled. Observing the joy radiating from the two, Blue felt a smile tugging at his lips. However, when he turned to face Vivi, his expression faltered. At that moment, Vivi's countenance had twisted into a semblance of distress. She could not fathom how these two could find mirth in their circumstances. She yearned to escape this place immediately, longing to return to Alabasta, which was currently confronting its ultimate trial. Yet, here she was, unwillingly reliant on her companions, unable to cast them a fierce glare or issue commands. This predicament filled her with the deepest frustration and anguish. Gritting her teeth, she felt utterly helpless. Just then, Dong Li, who had been reveling in laughter, suddenly wore a grave expression, his face contorted in pain. In an instant, a strange luminescence emanated from his throat, followed by a deafening explosion. Luffy and Vivi exchanged worried glances, their brows furrowed in confusion, uncertain of what had transpired. Luffy was the first to leap onto Dong Li's form, his face etched with alarm. "Hey, uncle, what on earth is happening to you?" Upon hearing these words, Dong Li turned his gaze towards Luffy. At this moment, he found himself unable to think calmly. The image of Luffy began to blur and distort in his eyes. Suddenly, the giant's head crashed heavily to the ground. Gasping for breath, Vivi covered her mouth, exclaiming in disbelief, "Could it be that there are bombs in the wine? Who on earth would have the cruelty to place bombs in a drink?" Upon hearing these words, Luffy exhibited profound anger. How infuriating! Who would engage in such trivial matters? In response, Dong Li tightly grasped a stone on the ground, regaining a semblance of awareness, and glared fiercely at Luffy. "Who else could it be but you?" This declaration struck Vivi and Luffy like a bolt from the blue. Before Luffy could comprehend the situation, Dong Li hurled the stone at him with alarming speed, sending Luffy crashing to the ground, blood streaming from his head. Vivi rushed over in concern, but Luffy waved her away, insisting she should not interfere. "Hey, old man. Let me clarify. My companions would never do such a thing. If you wish to fight, I shall gladly accept the challenge." At that moment, Dong Li was enveloped in a state of confusion, unable to absorb a single word. He lunged towards Luffy with outstretched hands. Luffy, reacting swiftly, leaped into the air, evading Dong Li's grasp, and took Vivi with him as they sprinted away. Once he had placed Vivi in a secure location, he intended to return to the fray. Observing this, Vivi grasped Luffy's hand firmly. "Luffy, he is beyond reason now. We should escape." In response, Luffy broke free from her grip, his expression serious. "Absolutely not. If we flee, it would only solidify the accusations against us. I cannot allow my friends to bear such injustice. Nor can I let the old man remain in his fury. His body cannot withstand it." With that, Luffy extended his arm, seized a large tree, and propelled himself back into the fray. Witnessing this, Vivi turned pale, bewildered by Luffy's concern for a mere acquaintance. Were they truly the ruthless pirates they were said to be? Using the tree's momentum, Luffy launched an attack towards Dong Li. At that moment, Dong Li's expression hardened. He had not anticipated that Luffy was a user of a devil fruit. Luffy collided heavily against Dong Li's chest, exacerbating his internal injuries, causing him to spit blood before collapsing unconscious. Standing atop Dong Li's chest, Luffy gasped for breath. "Old man, rest here for a while. Should anyone dare to harm you, I will ensure they are held accountable." Meanwhile, on the other side, Bragi was engaged in a jovial conversation with Usopp, bursts of laughter punctuating their dialogue, occasionally prompting Usopp to collapse to the ground, pounding it in tears. "The spirit of Elbaf is truly remarkable. One day, I too shall become a person like you." Upon hearing these words, Bragi scratched his head in a somewhat perplexed manner. "Could it be that you aspire to become a giant?" Chapter 82. Bragi, in confusion. Upon hearing this, Usopp indignantly replied, "Certainly not. What I mean is to aspire to be like you, to possess a spirit of glory." Upon hearing these words, Nami burst into laughter, repeatedly patting Usopp's shoulder. "Enough of this nonsense, Usopp. Your dreams are somewhat fanciful." Upon hearing Nami's mockery, Usopp immediately turned towards her, clenching his fists. "Hey, Nami, please do not deride the dreams of others, all right?" In response, Nami raised both her hands. "Ah, my apologies, my apologies." As she spoke, she covered her mouth, stifling laughter. This only served to infuriate Usopp further, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. Yet, at that moment, a distant volcano erupted once more. This eruption was more vigorous than ever before, causing the very earth to crack. Witnessing this, Usopp jumped in alarm. "Wow, what an incredible volcanic eruption." Upon hearing these words, Brook let out a hearty laugh. "Fear not, for such monumental volcanic eruptions occur once or twice each year." As he spoke, Brook gazed upwards, seemingly lost in reverie. "Each time we encounter such a vigorous eruption, both Dong Li and I have been fortunate enough to reap unexpected rewards." With that, Brook rose to his feet and strode deeper into the forest. Yet, on this occasion, he inexplicably felt a flutter of unease, uncertain of what the future might hold. He was haunted by a sense of foreboding. Observing Brook's imposing silhouette, Usopp danced with fervor behind him, cheering him on. "Long live Brook Senpai. Surely, Brook Senpai will achieve victory." Watching Usopp's exuberance, Nami could not help but sigh. This fellow was nothing more than a timid fare. One after another, they certainly gave her cause for concern. Hearing Usopp's voice, Brokey turned around, smiled at Usopp, and then waved his hand as he made his way towards the direction of the volcanic eruption. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Little Garden, Rayleigh, with nothing to occupy his time, casually flipped through Nami's book. Inside, the surrounding seawater trembled incessantly due to the volcanic eruption. Had it not been for Rayleigh's hockey stabilizing the ship, that would likely have been swept away by the tumultuous waves. He wondered if Luffy and the others were safe. Despite this thought, Rayleigh was reluctant to ascend to Little Garden. This place was merely a transitional chapter. The true battleground lay in Alabasta. He had no desire to partake in any adventures beyond the main storyline and his mission. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Rayleigh suddenly felt fatigued. Just as he was about to set the book aside and take a nap, a notification sound resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a storyline mission. Prevent the giants from engaging in mutual slaughter. Completing this task will yield 1,000 points of all attribute experience. A forging blueprint for the legendary sword and various forging materials. Upon encountering the sudden task, Raylo could not help but furrow his brow. The realization that a narrative quest could still be triggered within this transitional chapter of the Small Garden was both surprising and intriguing. Although the reward of 1,000 points of all attribute experience may seem modest in the context of current narrative tasks, even the smallest of gains can prove significant, especially when they come with the opportunity to acquire the forging blueprint for the legendary sword, Kitchaman. Kitchaman is a renowned blade. In the original tale, Zoro ultimately wielded the third generation of Kitchaman. The fact that Kitchaman has remained with Zoro for so long attests to its formidable prowess. Moreover, this refers merely to the third generation. One can only speculate about the might of the first generation. While Raylo is not particularly well-versed in swords beyond Zoro's, the first generation of Kitchaman surely ranks among the finest swords. Crafting a first-generation Kitchaman for Zoro would indeed be a commendable endeavor. Additionally, completing this task promises a trove of forging materials, although it remains uncertain whether he might obtain materials for forging the Sharingan. The prospect of acquiring any materials is an opportunity he cannot afford to miss. With this thought in mind, Raylo rose without hesitation and made his way towards the Small Garden. Meanwhile, on Luffy's side, Dongli also heard the sound of the volcanic eruption. Struggling to rise from the ground, he witnessed the expression of terror that crossed Luffy's face. Hey, Uncle, you can't engage in any strenuous activities or duels right now. You'll have to wait until you're healed. Upon hearing these words, Dongli gasped heavily, then turned to Luffy with a complex expression. I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding earlier. However, this is a battle among the warriors of Elbaf. It is a glory bestowed upon us by the god of Elbaf, and we cannot let it go to waste. Upon hearing these words, Luffy extended his arm, ensnaring Dongli's neck, refusing to let him depart. Hey, if a person dies, what glory remains? Does it not all dissipate into nothingness? And what of the gods? If such a deity demands that all perish, then surely he cannot be a benevolent god. Upon hearing these words, Dongli furrowed his brow and swiftly struck Luffy with a resounding slap. In an instant, Luffy was engulfed in a wave of dizziness, causing him to relinquish his grip, and the powers of the gum-gum fruit faded away. His arm recoiled immediately. Witnessing this, Luffy yearned to resist. Yet he was met with the sight of Dongli effortlessly lifting a nearby artificial mountain high above his head. A look of terror washed over Luffy's face. He had never anticipated the sheer might of a giant. In the next moment, the giant forcefully pressed the foam mountain down upon Luffy. At this sight, Vivi's expression turned to one of horror. Had this been an ordinary person, they would likely have been reduced to mere pulp. Vivi, watching helplessly from the sidelines, dared not intervene. As Dongli withdrew his hand and stepped back, his gaze was filled with remorse. You should take a moment to rest here. The spirit of Elbaf is something you would not comprehend. Upon hearing this, Luffy struggled fiercely against his restraints and then cast an indignant glare at Dongli. What do you mean I don't understand? It is you who are ignorant. A battle tainted by deceit can never yield true glory. Upon hearing these words, Dongli remained noncommittal and replied directly, Perhaps you speak the truth, but as a warrior of Elbaf, I shall never cower from battle. With that, Dongli, dragging his injured body, ventured deep into the forest. His silhouette exuded an indomitable spirit, leaving Luffy profoundly astonished. As he approached the point of meeting Broggy, Dongli, who had originally been hunched over, stood upright, showing no signs of his injuries. When the two encountered each other, radiant smiles adorned their faces. Without a moment's hesitation, Broggy swung his axe toward Dongli. Struggling under the weight of his own body, Dongli raised his shield to block the blow. The axe struck the shield, causing Dongli to stagger back 2 steps. It felt as though his insides were being torn apart, an unbearable pain coursing through him. Witnessing this, Baragi's eyes flickered with unease. He sensed something was amiss. How could Dongli be so weak? What had transpired? As Baragi pondered, Dongli thrust his sword forward, and instinctively, Baragi raised his shield in defense. The force that could have sent him flying now seemed trivial, lacking any real power. This further convinced Baragi that Dongli must have encountered some dire situation, otherwise he would not be in such a wretched state. But what could have happened to Dongli? Could he have overeaten? Or perhaps he was intoxicated? Baragi furrowed his brow momentarily. Dismissing these possibilities as unlikely, he found himself in a quandary, ultimately deciding to cast aside his thoughts and finish the battle first. Though aware that Dongli was clearly hindered by some misfortune that prevented him from fighting at full strength, Baragi remained merciless, swinging his axe toward Dongli's head. To show mercy to a warrior of Elbaf would be a desecration of honor and an affront to his opponent. With this thought, Baragi swung with even greater force. Dongli attempted to evade, but any movement would aggravate his already shattered insides, causing him excruciating pain. Baragi's axe struck the top of Dongli's head. Fortunately, a protective layer remained. Yet blood still oozed from the wound. Baragi's heart tightened with concern for Dongli, though he could not allow this to show. Any display of sympathy would wound Dongli's pride. Despite the agony, Dongli persevered, maintaining his stance. He then thrust his sword once more, piercing Baragi's chest, forcing him to retreat 2 steps, his face lighting up with excitement. Without delay, Baragi swung his axe again. The exchange between the 2 warriors was fierce and reciprocal. Observing this, Luffy and Usopp, positioned on either side, gasped in astonishment. Usopp fervently cheered for Baragi, while Luffy worried for Dongli's condition. The state of Dongli's insides was a mystery, and under such strain, he surely suffered immensely. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, he engaged in a fierce battle. Was this the spirit of Elbaf? Anger welled up within Luffy as he contemplated who had sullied such a sacred conflict, casting a heavy layer of dust upon their honor. He thrashed his body, pounding the ground in a desperate attempt to escape the Mock Mountain, determined to halt Dongli's fight. If he did not intervene, Dongli would not endure. Yet the foam mountain felt as heavy as 1,000 tons, and no matter how he struggled, he could not extricate himself. Vivi, nearby, anxiously paced, wishing to assist Luffy but finding herself powerless. Suddenly, a familiar laughter pierced the air, reverberating in Vivi's ears like a nightmare she could never forget. It was Valentine's Day. Vivi and Brew turned in terror to see Mr. 5 casually picking his nose. In an instant, Vivi clutched Brew and sought refuge, but it was too late. A sudden explosion erupted around them, rendering both Vivi and Brew unconscious. Witnessing this, Luffy's eyes blazed with fury. "Hey, what are you doing? How dare you harm my comrades? I will not let you escape." Upon hearing those words, Mr. 5 cast a sidelong glance at Luffy, his expression swiftly transforming into one of arrogance. He approached Luffy step by step, and suddenly, with a swift kick aimed at Luffy's head, a tremendous explosion erupted. Luffy expelled a cloud of black smoke. Yet his gaze remained resolutely fixed upon Mr. 5. "It was you who did this, wasn't it?" Upon hearing these words, Mr. 5 lifted his head and turned to gaze towards the direction where Dongli was engaged in battle with Baragi, a smile escaping his lips. "Oh, you must be referring to them. Indeed, giants are such simple-minded creatures. We merely exploit their straightforwardness." Before Mr. 5 could finish his statement, Luffy shook his head and, with indignation, exclaimed, "You are insulting the sacred battle. This is unforgivable." Upon hearing Luffy's words, the laughter of Valentine's Day echoed once more. Fools persist in resolving their conflicts through brute force. Ultimately, their battles stem from nothing more than greed. If we are deemed despicable, then they are hardly noble in comparison. Upon hearing these words, Luffy gritted his teeth, twisting his body with fervor. "Do not sully the noble battles of the uncles with your vile thoughts. Their struggles are far more honorable than yours." As soon as Luffy finished speaking, Mr. 5 launched a fierce kick, resulting in a thunderous crash that nearly caused Luffy to lose consciousness. Vivi, standing nearby, strained to support herself, casting a worried glance towards Luffy. At that moment, Mr. 5 crouched down and roughly tugged at Luffy's hair. "You champion their cause so fervently. If you possess the courage, then go and stop them. Otherwise, at least one of them shall surely perish." Upon hearing these words, Luffy's heart began to race uncontrollably. His anxious gaze directed towards the direction where Dongli and Baragi were engaged in battle, letting out a howl towards the heavens. How infuriating! Witnessing Luffy in such a disheveled state, Mr. 5 and Valentine burst into laughter, their expressions radiating sheer arrogance. How utterly ridiculous. After merely a fleeting encounter. Who exactly are you performing for? Mr. Five cast a glance at Valentine, a hint of disdain flickering across his face. Oh, come now, one must admit. He truly is foolish, it's not an act. With that, the two erupted into laughter once more. However, at that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed behind them. The perceptive Valentine and Mr. Five instantly ceased their laughter and turned to look. They were met with the sight of a young, handsome boy, holding a book in his hands. His eyes bore an ambiguous blend of warmth and darkness. Upon seeing him, they exchanged puzzled glances, while Vivi, on the other side, broke into a radiant smile. Mr. Leilo. Vivi was now on the verge of tears, having thought that their fate was sealed, yet with Leilo's arrival, she felt assured that they would emerge unscathed. Upon hearing Vivi's words, Leilo slowly closed the book and placed it at his waist. He then raised his gaze towards Luffy. Hey, Luffy, you truly do look quite disheveled. Upon hearing these words, Luffy burst into hearty laughter. Riley, swiftly eliminate those two and proceed to rescue the uncle. Upon hearing these words, Leilo promptly removed the black gloves from his hands and turned his gaze towards Mr. Five and Valentine's Day. Noticing the sharp intensity in Leilo's eyes, both Mr. Five and Valentine's Day swallowed hard, instinctively taking a step back. Exercise caution. This individual is undoubtedly formidable. Upon hearing these words, Valentine's Day managed to force a smile. After all, he was merely an ordinary pirate. I shall first deal with him. Chapter 84. Defeating Mr. Five and Valentine's Day. With that, Valentine's Day directly activated the powers of the float fruit and ascended into the sky. Unperturbed by Valentine's Day soaring above, Leilo turned his attention to Mr. Five. Speaking to himself, I initially had no intention of engaging with you, but since the captain has given orders, I must comply. Upon hearing those words, a flicker of rage ignited in Mr. Five's eyes, and he promptly excavated a large booger from his nostrils. Hey, who do you think you are looking down upon? I am a senior agent of the Baroque Works. As he spoke, the colossal booger was launched forth, detonating before Leilo with a thunderous blast. Akin to a miniature atomic bomb, the shockwave reverberated for hundreds of meters, transforming the forest into a blazing inferno. Yet, in the next moment, Leilo emerged slowly from the flames. However, the very next instant, Valentine's Day plummeted from the sky, suddenly increasing in weight. Do not presume this is the end. With a pressure of 10,000 tons, it descended, yet under Leilo's observation hockey, it appeared to unfold in slow motion. Leilo gently tilted to the side, causing Valentine's Day to crash into the ground, leaving a massive crater in its wake. But in the following second, Valentine's Day ascended once more into the air. Do not think I have only this trick up my sleeve. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of the featherweight tracking projectile. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Valentine's Day hurtled toward Leilo once again. This time, regardless of Leilo's movements, Valentine's Day maintained a consistent position in relation to him. Observing this, a smirk crept across Leilo's face. It seemed this fellow had more than one trick to showcase. With this realization, he dashed toward Mr. Five as Valentine's Day descended. Seeing this, Mr. Five gaped in shock and gestured toward Valentine's Day. But it was too late. Leilo lightly patted Mr. Five on the shoulder before swiftly evading. Valentine's Day, attempting to pivot, collided with Mr. Five instead. He spewed forth blood, instantly shattering the foam mountain behind him, rendered unconscious by the force. Valentine's Day became ensnared within the rubble, immobilized. Witnessing Leilo's display, Luffy's eyes sparkled with admiration. This spectacle was undeniably impressive. He would have to request Leilo to instruct him someday. However, his thoughts shifted to the distant battle involving the giant. East's innards had sustained severe injuries. If the fight continued, he would surely perish. With this in mind, Luffy turned to Leilo and exclaimed, Hey, Leilo, hurry and assist the old man. We cannot afford for anything to happen to him. Upon hearing these words, Leilo observed the fierce struggle between Dongli and Brokey. Currently, the two remained locked in a tense confrontation as Dongli, the captain of the giant pirate crew, would undoubtedly not succumb so easily. With this thought in mind, Leilo calmly turned to Luffy and said, I cannot turn a blind eye to our captain's peril. Remain where you are. I shall first remove this false mountain. Upon hearing these words, Vivi, who stood nearby, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This artificial hill must weigh at least tens of thousands of tons. Even a giant would find it exceedingly difficult to lift. Perhaps we should excavate from beneath instead. Bruno nodded fervently in agreement. In response, Leilo turned his gaze toward Vivi. By the time we manage to dig Luffy out from below, it is likely that these two gentlemen will have already determined the victor. Upon hearing those words, Vivi immediately fell silent. recalling that her relationship with Leilo was not particularly cordial. She turned her head away, choosing to disregard him. Yet she found herself stealing glances at his actions. Leilo surveyed the artificial hill, casually patting the solid rocks. At present, given his strength, he was unable to move the hill. He would need to utilize some tools to aid him. With this thought in mind, Leilo mentally intoned, "System, extract the ox talisman." Upon utterance, a hexagonal stone materialized in his grasp. Clenching the ox talisman, his muscles surged with power, radiating an overwhelming aura around him. The ground beneath him cracked instantaneously. And at this sight, a look of grave concern crossed Vivi's face. Although she had always known of Leilo's formidable strength, she had not anticipated his impressive force. Equally astonished was Valentine's Day, who was ensnared within the artificial hill. Given Leilo's displayed might, even if he were to plummet from the sky and strike him, it might not suffice to rattle him. Could it be that a pirate from the East Sea truly possesses such formidable prowess? Contemplating this, a sly smile crept upon Valentine's face. He then activated the power of his float fruit, augmenting his weight to over 10,000 tons. He glared at Leilo, taunting, "Humph. Do not get too cocky, I will ensure your plans are thwarted. Offending the Baroque works, you should contemplate the price you must pay." Leilo paid no heed to Valentine's arrogance and approached the artificial hill. He grasped the base with one hand while supporting the upper crevice with the other. With a low roar, the hill began to shift. Witnessing this, Vivi gasped in terror. Could this truly be an accomplishment achievable by a mere human? Valentine's trepidation only deepened. He had never been lifted under such weight, let alone with an artificial hill exceeding 10,000 tons. Leilo hoisted the hill and hurled it into the distance. The resounding crash reverberated throughout the island, causing it to tremble violently. Valentine's Day fainted on the spot. The tremendous noise also drew the attention of Dongli and Brogy. Yet their battle continued unabated. The clashing of axes and swords produced a deafening cacophony. Perhaps realizing that this would be their final confrontation, the struggle extended unusually long. Even as the volcano threatened to erupt, they remained engaged in combat. At this moment, dawn upon hearing those words, Leilo did not oppose Luffy's intentions. Instead, he cast his gaze towards Dongli and Brogy. Although one of them was injured, their prowess was still beyond what he could thwart. Chapter 85. Sanji's Fortuitous Encounter. In truth, this was merely one aspect. Preventing Dongli and Brogy from engaging in mutual destruction was a task assigned to him by the system. Should Luffy intervene, it was uncertain whether he would still receive a reward. Thus, it was imperative for him to take action on his own. With this thought in mind, Leilo resolutely waved his hand and stepped forward. "Allow me to handle this. You should survey the surroundings for any potential ambushes and, in addition, ensure Princess Vivi's safety." Upon hearing these words, Vivi, who was initially filled with trepidation, suddenly felt a sense of calm wash over her, and she turned to look at Leilo. Her cheeks slightly flushed. She had not anticipated that Leilo would express such sentiments, and her heart was instantly warmed like the morning sun. Unperturbed by Vivi's thoughts, Leilo took a decisive step forward, heading towards the duel between Dongli and Brogy. Meanwhile, Sanji, while meandering in search of larger prey, stumbled upon a wax house constructed entirely of candles. Cautiously, he peered inside and discovered it was devoid of occupants. However, it was cluttered with a plethora of confidential documents and a transponder snail. With an air of nonchalance, Sanji swung open the door and stepped inside. The interior was strikingly minimalist, but the pungent odor was quite displeasing to him. Sanji settled cross-legged in a chair, poured himself a cup of coffee, and began to peruse the surrounding confidential documents one by one. From these papers, he gleaned that the Baroque works, led by Mr. 3, had already arrived on this island, awaiting the Straw Hat crew. His brow furrowed at this revelation. If this were the case, it was highly likely that Luffy and his companions were already engaged in battle with Mr. 3 and his associates, though he was uncertain of their strength. Their designation suggested they were indeed upper echelon members of the organization. He realized he must hasten to provide support. Just as he was about to depart, the transponder snail suddenly began to ring. Sanji hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to answer it. Initially, he considered leaving without a word. But then he thought that if it was an important call, his silence might raise suspicions. Should it be a superior from Baroque Works? Answering the call could yield valuable intelligence. With this in mind, Sanji approached and picked up the phone. On the other end, a remarkably sinister voice emerged, sending shivers down Sanji's spine. "Hello, Mr. 3, you are quite slow. You should have received the orders to eliminate them in the garden. Do not be distracted by other matters. Focus on taking them down for me." Upon hearing this, Sanji hesitated, contemplating whether to respond. If the other party had indeed heard that voice, suspicion would inevitably arise, prompting them to send more individuals over, thus placing them in a dire predicament. However, failing to answer would also incite doubt. It seemed more prudent to respond and gauge the reaction. From the earlier documents, he had gleaned that encounters between the Baroque studio members were exceedingly rare, and communications with superiors were even scarcer. Perhaps the other party would find it challenging to recognize his voice. With this thought in mind, Sanji spoke directly. Those individuals have already been dealt with. They were merely a band of insignificant pirates, especially that one wielding a knife. It was a trivial matter. Upon hearing these words, the other party seemed exceedingly pleased and promptly stated, "That's good. Hurry up and pack your things. The battle for Alabasta is about to commence." With that, the call was abruptly terminated. The mention of the kingdom's struggle caused Sanji to furrow his brow in concern. Were they truly planning to lay siege to Vivi's homeland? Such an act was utterly unforgivable. Contemplating this, Sanji's gaze grew cold. He needed to swiftly inform Vivi. No, he must bring them all to Alabasta post-haste, or else peril would soon befall the kingdom. With that thought, Sanji tidied up the disarray he had created and prepared to depart. Just then, however, a vulture and a cat suddenly swooped in, blocking his path. Seeing this, Sanji's brow knitted in irritation. Were these not the two creatures he had caught on Whiskey Peak? It appeared they were also agents of the Baroque works. Since they had discovered his plans, the only course of action was to eliminate them to ensure silence. Yet, before Sanji could make a move, he noticed the vulture had a gun barrel clutched in its beak, which it aimed and began to fire at him in a frenzy. Sanji deftly sidestepped the onslaught and commenced an intricate display of evasive maneuvers. As he danced away, he gradually closed in on the vulture, seizing an opportunity to deliver a swift kick that snapped its neck, sending it to its demise. The cat, enraged at the loss of its companion, extended its claws and lunged at Sanji. However, he dismissed it with a single kick, sending it reeling. After resolving the matter, Sanji exited the candlelit small abode and ventured deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Dongli and Brogy had reached its climax. Dongli discreetly spat out a mouthful of blood, yet chose not to reveal his weakness to Brogy. He was reluctant to expose his frailty to his opponent. Brogy, sensing Dongli's compromised state, remained unyielding. He could not afford to show mercy. To do so would shatter the spirit of the Elbaf warriors. As warriors of Elbaf, they would never allow their adversaries an easy path. Otherwise, even in death, they would be unable to face the Elbaf god or attain the glory bestowed by him. With this resolve, both warriors unleashed their most formidable strikes. The surrounding space began to warp as their immense power radiated outward. This decisive blow would determine the victor. Concluding a century-old conflict, Dongli, resolute in his determination to fight to the bitter end, executed his strike, which would mark the final chapter of their battle. Naturally, this would also herald the end of his own life. However, just as they exerted their full strength, they discovered that their weapons had not collided. Instead, a youth shrouded in a dark aura had interposed himself between them, absorbing their assault. Raylo's body contorted, his formidable power tearing at him, forcing his energy outward. Had it not been for the fortifying haki enveloping him, he would have been torn asunder. Witnessing this, Dongli and Brogy exchanged incredulous glances. The strike they had unleashed with unwavering resolve was thwarted by this young boy's singular intervention. It was utterly astonishing. Neither Dongli nor Brogy were bloodthirsty. They did not wish to see a young life crushed before their eyes. They sought to temper their strength, yet found it impossible to do so. The sheer magnitude of their combined power created an inescapable gravitational pull, and with Raylo's sudden entrance, most of their energy was redirected towards him. The control of this force had slipped from their grasp, rendering it impossible to conclude the battle as intended unless Raylo could absorb the entirety of the pressure they exerted. Despite having disrupted their honorable clash, they hoped that Raylo could withstand it all. For Brogy, he felt immense gratitude towards Raylo for intervening. It spared him the burden of directly slaying Dongli to secure victory. This unforeseen interruption allowed for a temporary ceasefire, enabling Dongli to recuperate before they could engage him fully once more. Otherwise, even if he triumphed, he would carry the shame of having to kill an opponent in such a manner, tarnishing his honor for life. With this thought, Brogy's heart lightened as he silently cheered for Raylo. Yet Dongli perceived it differently. To him, it felt like a theft of his glory. He could sense his body nearing its limits, his insides feeling as though they were being torn apart. Dongli gritted his teeth, gazing at Raylo, feeling his strength wane. Despite his efforts to restrain himself, the mounting pressure in his chest became unbearable. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, splattering Brogy's face. the crimson droplets causing a jolt of shock within Brogy. Dongli had sustained such grievous injuries? Though he fought to mask any sympathy, Brogy's expression trembled with concern. Observing Brogy's reaction, Dongli seethed with frustration. This was the last image he wished to project. The glory of being an Elbaf warrior had been irrevocably tarnished. With that realization, Dongli could no longer hold on, collapsing to one knee. His sword plunged into the ground, offering him a modicum of support as he glared at Leilo in resentment. Why? Why must you interfere in the battle of Elbaf warriors? Our honor will be sullied by your audacity. Upon hearing these words, Leilo remained silent, unleashing the absorbed power in a single fist that struck Dongli's abdomen, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away. Dongli coughed up blood once more, nearly losing consciousness. Witnessing this scene, Luffy's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as he furiously glared at Leilo, exclaiming, "Hey, Leilo, what are you doing? You'll kill the old man like this." Leilo paid no heed to Luffy's outcry, regaining his composure as he descended from the void, his surrounding haki nearly depleted. If he continued this way, he too would succumb to exhaustion. Fortunately, Dongli had been rendered powerless by the blow. Brogy would certainly not attack him unprovoked. Confronting an injured Dongli, he believed he could manage without the use of haki. Contemplating this, Leilo took a deep breath to recover slightly, then opened his eyes to face them, his expression grave as he declared, "The essence of glory lies in its ability to instill pride and honor. If one perishes, glory itself shall vanish." Upon hearing this, both Brogy and Dongli were taken aback, a serious expression dawning in their eyes. For the warriors of Elbaf, whether in life or death, as long as it was for honor, the god of glory would eternally stand by their side. Yet, after listening to Leilo's words, their previously unshakable beliefs seemed to waver. Was glory truly such a simple concept? They would not concede to that notion. At that moment, Dongli's mind was blank. He gazed at Leilo with a complex expression before shaking his head. "You are merely a young lad of a few decades. How dare you define the glory bestowed upon us by our great god of Elbaf? Child, cease your arrogant proclamations." With that, Dongli strained his injured body, laboriously moving forward. He channeled all the anger he had accumulated from his earlier humiliation towards Leilo. Raising his sword, he swiftly brought it down, the air parting around him, even causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Witnessing this, Luffy's face turned pale with fear. If Leilo were to absorb this blow, he would undoubtedly perish. Moreover, Dongli's body remained in a weakened state, unsteady on his feet. As he swung his sword downwards, his entire body lurched forward, an immense gravitational pull propelling Dongli at an astonishing speed, akin to lightning, beyond even his own control, an alarming prospect. If Leilo could not evade, his demise was certain. Luffy, already midway through his sprint, extended his arm in an attempt to halt the uncontrollable monster that was Dongli, but his strength was insufficient to stop him. Dongli's body was mere inches from Leilo. In that critical moment, Leilo retracted the bull talisman and silently intoned within his heart, "System, extract the rabbit talisman." As the words left his lips, another stone appeared in his hand. In an instant, he vanished from his location as if he had dissipated into thin air. Dongli's body crashed down, his sword striking the ground and sending tremors through half the small garden, a deep chasm opening before the onlookers. Had they not evaded in time, Luffy and the others would have surely been engulfed. Seeing this, Luffy's expression turned grave as he scanned the surroundings, yet Leilo's presence eluded him completely, distorting Luffy's features in anxiety. It was as though Leilo had truly vanished from this world, leaving no trace behind. Even the very essence of his being was undetectable to Luffy. However, when Leilo reappeared, it was directly above Dongli's head, a clear humiliation for Dongli. He attempted to rise, yet the injuries he sustained rendered him incapable of moving even a step. Dongli found himself paralyzed, as if his mind was warning him against any action. For at that moment, Leilo's hand rested upon Dongli's vital point, immobilizing him entirely. Having familiarized himself with the previous encounter, Leilo no longer required the system's confirmation to utilize the Byakugan. Through its gaze, Dongli's entire network of veins was laid bare before him, revealing precisely where he could subdue Dongli. Leilo could even discern the means to end Dongli's life with clarity. Chapter 87. Healing Dongli. Yet, Dongli was oblivious to these intricacies, believing instead that Leilo had imposed some terrifying force upon him, rendering him incapable of rising, filling him with dread. With great difficulty, Dongli turned his head to Leilo, gritting his teeth as he said, "I admit my defeat. Take my head, for this honor belongs to you." Upon hearing these words, Rayleigh furrowed his brow, exerting force as he struck a crucial acupuncture point on Dongli's neck. This blow caused Dongli to roll his eyes back in a daze. Luffy, mistaking Rayleigh's actions for anger directed at Dongli, exclaimed in a fit of rage, "Hey, Rayleigh, let's talk this through. Uncle didn't mean to provoke you. You can't take such drastic measures." Rayleigh paid no heed to Luffy's pleas and continued to target several other acupuncture points on Dongli, pressing down on them with precision. In an instant, Dongli opened his mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of blood. Witnessing this, Luffy and Brook gasped in alarm. Brook, unable to contain himself, reached out to intervene, protesting, "You are already injured. There is no need for such lethal force. This is not befitting of a warrior's spirit." Upon hearing those words, Leilo swiftly retreated, leaving Bloki grasping at thin air. Yet, Bloki paid no heed to Leilo and proceeded directly to assess Dongli's condition. At that moment, Dongli slowly rose to his feet, his body evidently in a significantly improved state compared to before. Witnessing this scene, both Bloki and Luffy widened their eyes in astonishment. How could Dongli, who had been on the brink of death moments ago, rise so effortlessly? Yet, at that moment, Dongli appeared unfazed as he examined his body, astonishingly healed. This was nothing short of miraculous, surpassing even the gods of Elbaf. Contemplating this, Dongli turned his gaze towards Leilo, his eyes filled with sheer terror. "Was everything you did just now truly in an effort to save me?" Upon hearing these words, Leilo chose not to respond, turning his head away. "Your injuries have not yet healed. I merely applied pressure to certain vital points to temporarily alleviate your suffering. Should you engage in any strenuous activity, the wounds may reopen, and you could still perish. Therefore, for the time being, your battles must come to an end." Upon hearing these words, Dong Li's countenance darkened, and with a solemn expression, he declared, "We, the warriors of Elbaf, are inherently destined for battle. By what right do you demand that we cease our fight?" Upon hearing these words, Leilo furrowed his brows slightly and raised his gaze towards Dong Li. "It is precisely because I have vanquished you and subsequently revived you that your life belongs to me. Your glory, naturally, is mine as well." Upon hearing Raylo's commanding declaration, Dong Li's expression froze. He found no grounds to refute Raylo's words. The warriors of Elbaf have always accepted their bets with grace. Having been defeated in battle, one's life now belonged to the victor. Given the circumstances, Dong Li understood that he could not possibly disobey. Reflecting on this, he turned his gaze toward Raylo's silhouette. That figure, though diminutive, resembled the dawn's first light, poised to unveil a blinding radiance. It was reminiscent of the legendary deity from Elbaf. A flicker of admiration stirred within Dong Li for Raylo. Perhaps these aged souls, having lived for over a century, were indeed eclipsed by this youthful successor. Just as Dong Li pondered this, a notification from the system chimed. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and earned 1,000 points of all attribute experience, several forging materials, and a forging blueprint for the legendary Demon Slayer." Upon hearing the system prompt, Leiro couldn't help but nod and subsequently examined the forging requirements for the next generation of the Ghost Cutter. His brow furrowed in concern. To forge the first generation of the Ghost Cutter, 3 units of the third generation were required as the central material. While other materials could include some obscure iron as fillers, this forging condition was indeed not overly stringent. However, the third generation had been long forgotten in Rogue Town, and returning to retrieve it was out of the question. Such a detour would not only consume precious time, but also complicate matters with explanations. It seemed that, in order to forge the first generation of the Ghost Cutter, a period of accumulation would be necessary. Perhaps in the future, one could unlock the forging blueprint for the third generation. Meanwhile, witnessing the fierce battle between Broki and Leiro, Usopp and Nami ceased their hesitations and dashed towards Leiro's direction. As long as they could rendezvous with him, their safety would be assured. However, en route, they encountered a dual assault from saber-toothed tigers and dinosaurs, forcing them to scurry in all directions, narrowly escaping the jaws of danger. As Nami ran, she chided Usopp. "Hey, didn't you say this path was completely safe?" Upon hearing these words, Usopp, while running, wept and exclaimed, "I remember. It was indeed this very path that the esteemed Bragi traversed." Upon hearing those words, Nami was nearly consumed by rage, her face contorting in anger, before she delivered a punch to Usopp's head, leaving 3 prominent bumps. "For heaven's sake, are you an idiot?" Of course, the giants wouldn't dare venture where they tread. As she spoke, a Tyrannosaurus suddenly thrust its massive jaws before them. Nami, terrified, swiftly turned to flee, while Usopp sprinted even faster, leaving her far behind in an instant, disappearing like smoke. In a fit of exasperation, Nami called out, "Hey, don't leave me behind." She exerted all her strength to run, and just then, she caught sight of a familiar figure. Nami's face lit up with joy as she turned to see Luffy standing by a nearby tree. Although Luffy's expression seemed somewhat peculiar at that moment, Nami, gripped by fear, paid no heed and dashed toward him. "Luffy, I can't believe you've come to rescue me. I'm so touched." With that, she aimed a punch at Luffy's shoulder, but it felt as though she had struck a tree stump. In the next moment, her eyes widened in horror as her entire body became enveloped by a layer of a white, scorching substance, and she promptly lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Usopp, who had been running ahead, noticed that the dinosaur had not pursued him and stopped to glance back. However, Nami was nowhere to be seen. Panic washed over Usopp as images of Nami being torn apart by the Tyrannosaurus flooded his mind, causing his expression to elongate in terror. Nearly fainting as he screamed and dashed toward Luffy. At that moment, Zoro found himself lost in the forest, frustrated by his inability to locate any substantial prey. He contemplated how to hunt the herbivorous dinosaurs that had not encroached upon him. Stealthily, Zoro approached a group of herbivores and unsheathed his sword, Wad, Ikamanji. "I apologize, but if I return empty-handed, that insufferable cook will mock me for an entire year. I must inconvenience you just a bit." As he spoke, Zoro slowly drew out 2 more blades, fixing his gaze upon the herd. Chapter 88. This is a trap. Selecting a medium-sized herbivore, he prepared to strike. However, just as he drew his blade, he caught sight of Nami standing in the shadows. Frowning, Zoro made his way toward her. "Hey, Nami, you need to leave here quickly. This is my hunting ground. If you get hurt, I want you to take responsibility." After delivering his warning, Zoro intended to turn back to his hunt. But he suddenly noticed something was amiss with Nami's demeanor. Under normal circumstances, his tone would have prompted her to retaliate, yet she remained motionless. Realizing something was wrong, Zoro scrutinized the scene, but it was too late. In an instant, countless white, murky substances enveloped him. He attempted to draw his sword, but it was futile. Both he and his blades were ensnared within the wax-like material. From the shadows emerged a tall, slender man accompanied by a cute, expressionless girl. It was none other than the third team of Baroque Works, Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week. Observing the subdued Nami and Zoro, Mr. 3's eyes gleamed with excitement, only to be followed by a cold demeanor. Mr. 5 and that fool Valentine were so easily dispatched. It seems I must step in to resolve this matter myself. With a glance at Golden Week for affirmation, Mr. 3 was met with her indifferent gaze and silence, leaving him speechless as he lowered his head. "We can't waste any more time here. Since our plan to hunt giants has fallen through, we must teach them a proper lesson." With that, Mr. 3 dragged Zoro along while Golden Week pulled Nami deeper into the forest. On the other side, Baragi had begun roasting the dinosaur meat over a fire, preparing for a bonfire gathering with Frankie and the others. However, Luffy cast a worried glance into the distance. Nami and Usopp are really taking their time. They clearly see what's happening here, so why aren't they coming? Upon hearing this, Leilo felt no concern, for it was to be expected that they had likely been captured by Mr. 3. This was merely a necessary plot development, one that did not warrant any anxiety, as no lives were at stake. Waiting in anticipation, he mused that it might even trigger a narrative quest. Just as Leilo was lost in thought, a sudden cry from Usopp echoed in the distance. "Hey, this is bad news." Upon hearing these words, Luffy was instantly filled with excitement and made his way towards Usopp. Upon seeing Luffy, Usopp immediately knelt down, covering his head with his hands, a look of terror etched upon his face. Observing this, Luffy furrowed his brow, sensing that something dreadful had transpired. He shook Usopp's body and inquired, "Hey, what is the matter with you? Where has Nami gone?" Upon hearing the name Nami, tears welled up uncontrollably in Usopp's eyes as he trembled and uttered, Nami has been devoured by a dinosaur." At this revelation, Luffy nearly lost his mind, shaking Usopp's shoulders with increasing fervor, exclaiming, "Hey, don't speak such nonsense. How could this be possible? You must explain this clearly." Witnessing Luffy's enraged demeanor, Usopp recounted the events once more. "I was running ahead, but when I turned back, Nami had vanished, and so had the dinosaur. If it weren't for the fact that it had filled its belly and departed, I truly cannot fathom any other explanation." Upon hearing these words, Luffy's expression contorted, his teeth clattering ominously. "Damn it, that cursed dinosaur. I shall compel him to release Nami." With that declaration, Luffy cracked his knuckles, ready to confront the beast. However, at that moment, Rayleigh intervened, restraining him. "Do not rush. Soon enough, someone will return them." Upon hearing these words, Luffy was perplexed. Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced the air. I concede that you possess some skill, but that is only because Mr. 5 and those fools from Valentine's Day are woefully inadequate. If you were to encounter me, I assure you, there would be no opportunity for you to turn the tables. No sooner had the words left his lips than Nami and Zara were flung out, tightly bound. Seeing this, Riley and Luffy hurriedly approached to assess their condition, relieved to find them unharmed. Their heartbeats and pulses remained steady. Riley struck the wax encasing their heads to ensure their breathing was unobstructed. Witnessing their dismal state, Luffy's brow furrowed in concern. He angrily lifted his gaze to Mr. 3, intending to reprimand him. Instead, he beheld a colossal automaton crafted from wax, with Mr. 3 seated within. The sight of this magnificent mechanical creation ignited a spark of excitement in Luffy and Usopp's eyes. How impressive! I want to sit inside, Usopp exclaimed, immediately kneeling in eagerness. I long to experience it firsthand. In response to their peculiar behavior, Mr. 3 ignored them and activated the control switch, maneuvering the wax robot forward. With each step, the ground trembled beneath them. Mr. 3 turned his gaze toward East Blue and Broggy, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Hey, East Blue, Broggy. You are worth 200 million as pirates. Since those fools failed to incite you to turn on each other, I shall take it upon myself to defeat you. Upon hearing these words, Broggy and Dongli exchanged solemn glances and rose to their feet. Mr. 3 narrowed his eyes slightly, for this was a crucial element of his scheme. First, he would incite the giant's wrath, and then, through the cunning use of colored paint by Gold Week, he would suggest their folly. At that moment, they would be led to further self-destruction. The brilliance of such a flawless plan, conceived in his own mind, elicited a hearty laugh from Mr. 3. As anticipated, his words successfully captured the attention of Dongli and Broggy. As the two giants stood, their imposing figures resembling small mountains, Mr. 3 felt a flicker of trepidation within. Before these colossal beings, his large wax candle robot appeared diminutive, barely reaching their waists. However, Mr. 3 did not relent. He swiftly proceeded with the next phase of his plan. He spoke of the Elbaf spirit and glory, mocking the fact that after a century of battle, they had achieved none of it. How foolish you are, he declared. Such words were lethal to the proud warriors of Elbaf. Their hearts quivered with indignation as anger surged within them. After fighting for 100 years, to be so casually insulted was utterly intolerable. Ignoring his injuries, Dongli stepped forward, declaring, "You had best retract your words, little one, or you shall pay dearly for them." Upon hearing these words, Mr. 3 erupted into a hearty laugh. Chapter 89. The Peculiar Ability of Drawing. A shrill voice seemed to mock their actions. At this point, Luffy could no longer contain his frustration. He launched himself into the air and aimed a punch at the abdomen of the wax robot. However, upon impact, all the pain reverberated back to him. The surface hardness of the wax robot was even greater than that of steel, rendering his strike ineffective. Undeterred, Luffy accelerated his speed and relentlessly pounded the wax robot. Inside, Mr. 3 was overwhelmed by dizziness from the vibrations, nearly losing his composure, and could only retreat the wax robot under his control. Yet Luffy was not about to let this opportunity slip away. He propelled himself upward, directing his attack towards Mr. 3. If he could shatter the glass dome above, he would be able to extract Mr. 3 directly. Then he could seize control for himself. However, just as Luffy leaped into action, Mr. 3 maneuvered the wax mech to jump as well, delivering a powerful kick that sent Luffy flying. After colliding with several trees, he finally came to a halt, lying on the ground and coughing violently. He then raised his gaze towards Mr. 3's direction. Luffy, still unwilling to concede defeat, attempted to rise again, but was stopped by Rayleigh. Confused, Luffy turned to Rayleigh and exclaimed, "Hey, Rayleigh, why are you holding me back? I must defeat this guy?" Before Rayleigh could respond, Mr. 3 cackled, "You insolent brat, how audacious. My wax is as hard as steel. Do you truly believe your fist is harder than steel?" Upon hearing these words, a flicker of anger ignited in Luffy's eyes, and he immediately clenched his fists in preparation. Ignoring Rayleigh's attempts to deter him, he strode forward with determination. Rayleigh furrowed his brow and remarked, "It's futile. Your fists can no longer reach him." However, Luffy paid no heed to Rayleigh's counsel and swung his fist forward. Yet, inexplicably, his punch struck the ground instead. A sense of strangeness washed over Luffy, as if his consciousness had been distorted. He swung again, only to witness the same bewildering outcome. His fist descended directly onto the earth. The onlookers gazed at Luffy in disbelief, and Nami could not contain herself as she admonished, "Hey, Luffy, what on earth are you doing? Stop fooling around and defeat him already." Upon hearing these words, Leilo pointed to a red emblem on the ground. It was futile. As long as that symbol remained, no matter how fervently Luffy attacked, it would prove to be of no avail. Upon hearing these words, everyone covered their mouths in disbelief, their expressions reflecting utter astonishment. How could this be possible? It was simply beyond comprehension. Nami's countenance quivered. Indeed, it was as expected of the Baroque works. A trio of unparalleled prowess. To achieve such an extraordinary feat was remarkable. Nami could not help but exclaim, "How is this even conceivable? Can a mere few strokes of paint truly alter a person's thoughts? What kind of devil fruit is this that defies all logic?" Upon hearing these words, Wei Wei, who had finally managed to approach from behind, revealed a grave expression in her eyes, beads of cold sweat streaming down her brow. This was not a devil fruit. Rather, it was the unique artistic ability characteristic of the Golden Week. It possessed a magical quality that could compel even the mightiest of beings to obey its whims. In summary, one must absolutely avoid gazing upon anything he depicted, for doing so would ensnare them in a subtle suggestion, making it exceedingly difficult to extricate themselves. Upon hearing this, Usopp immediately clasped his neck in terror and exclaimed, "Hey, how can such a monstrous ability exist in this world? Luffy, we should leave at once." Upon hearing these words, the one ensnared by the wax revealed a look of disdain and turned to Usopp, saying, "Who proclaimed the ambition to become the bravest warrior upon the seas? Declaring an aspiration to emulate the warriors of Elbaf? It was you, was it not?" Upon hearing these words, Usopp's face flushed crimson, and he promptly stepped aside. "Of course. I shall undoubtedly become the bravest warrior of the seas. It is merely a matter of time," he declared, turning away from the topic. Meanwhile, Luffy, filled with fury, waved his hands incessantly, but no matter how many times he did so, his arms would inevitably fall back to the ground. This drove Luffy to the brink of madness. And witnessing this, Dongli and Broggy were equally incensed, casting furious glares at Mr. 3, eager to unleash their wrath upon him. However, they failed to notice the red circular symbol that had mysteriously appeared on their faces. Dongli swung his fist at Mr. 3 with tremendous force. A blow that could shatter even diamond, should it connect. Yet, before his fist could reach Mr. 3, it veered uncontrollably and struck Broggy squarely in the face. Confused, Broggy wondered why Dongli would strike him, but as he raised his own fist, he inadvertently landed a punch on Dongli's face in return. It was at this moment that they finally realized they had both fallen victim to the young girl's artistic sorcery. If they did not resolve this situation swiftly, they would surely end up harming one another. Observing this spectacle, Mr. 3 could not help but glance at Golden Week with admiration. "I had no idea you possessed such formidable power. Had you mentioned it earlier, I would not have had to exert myself so greatly." Upon hearing Mr. 3's praise, Gold Week uttered the longest sentence in history. "This is merely temporary. As long as a third party erases the mark, the ability will vanish." The moment these words escaped Gold Week's lips, everyone present was left in stunned silence, particularly Mr. 3, whose mouth was agape enough to fit 2 fists inside. "Hey, you fool, why did you have to say that?" Upon hearing this, Nefertari Vivi fell silent, gazing innocently at Mr. 3. She then retrieved 2 biscuits from the basket. Combining them and indulging in their sweetness, Mr. 3 found himself at a loss, slapping his forehead as he turned to Luffy and the others. At that moment, Usopp was the first to react. He quickly drew a fireball and instantly launched it towards the mark on the ground. The heat from the projectile obliterated the mark beneath Luffy's feet. Observing this, a flicker of panic crossed Mr. 3's eyes. Yet, he soon recalled that he was clad in wax armor. He swiftly activated a lever, and the wax robot surged forward, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Luffy. Just as Luffy's arm extended, Mr. 3 was already upon him, delivering a powerful thrust that sent Luffy flying. What seemed like an inevitable conclusion was abruptly interrupted as Reizo appeared before the wax robot. The sight of Reizo unnerved Mr. 3 inexplicably. Chapter 90. A dominant defeat of Mr. 3. However, upon reflection, Mr. 3 dismissed the threat, even if this individual was formidable. He believed it impossible for anyone to breach his wax armor. He harbored disbelief that anyone could pierce through steel. With this thought, a twisted grin formed on Mr. 3's face as he mocked, "It's futile. My armor is as resilient as steel." Before Mr. 3 could finish his taunt, a shroud of black gas enveloped Reizo's hands, which then struck the abdomen of the wax robot with tremendous force. A resounding crash echoed, and initially, Mr. 3 remained unfazed. However, the sound of a sharp crack reached his ears, and a glaring fissure appeared on the chest of the wax robot. Terror flickered in Mr. 3's eyes as the crack widened instantaneously, spreading across the entirety of the robot before it shattered, sending debris flying in all directions. Mr. 3 plummeted from the heights, his eyes trembling as they locked onto Reizo. What manner of being is this? Is this the strength possessed by a mere human? Exposed entirely before Reizo, the last remnants of his haki had dissipated. Yet, devoid of the protective wax armor, Reizo felt confident in vanquishing Mr. 3 without the need for haki. A shadowy glint appeared in Reizo's eyes. Witnessing this, Mr. 3 trembled uncontrollably, retreating until he found himself backed against a tree, with nowhere left to flee. Turning in desperation to seek assistance from Nefertari Vivi, he discovered she had vanished, along with the basket filled with pastries. In that moment, despair consumed him. Turning back, he pleaded for mercy from Reizo, but the next instant, Reizo delivered a crushing fist to his abdomen, rendering Mr. 3 unconscious. Reizo then turned to ignite a flame, drawing the wax binding Nami and Zoro before shattering it with a single punch. As the wax crumbled away, Nami suddenly sat up, gasping for breath. Thank goodness. I thought I was going to die. Thank you, Reizo. Though Zoro did not exhibit a sense of relief. It was evident that his pride as a swordsman had been shaken. With the enemy defeated, he refrained from making further moves. Meanwhile, a liberated Nami, her face flushed with anger, stood and delivered a fierce kick to Mr. 3. She then turned to Usopp, who was attempting to sneak away. Under Nami's intense gaze, Usopp felt a chill run down his spine and slowly turned around, only to find Nami's face contorted in fury, closing in on him. Grabbing his ear, she exclaimed, "I never knew you could run so fast." Nami was seething with rage, almost ready to take drastic measures against Usopp. Seeing her furious demeanor, Usopp hastily pleaded for mercy. "Wait, Nami. Let me explain. I didn't know. I thought you were right behind me. When I turned back, you had vanished. So I had no choice but to find Luffy to rescue you." At this point, Usopp's eyes darted around as he attempted to divert the conversation. "Let us not dwell on that. We should make haste. Who knows how many more assassins they've sent our way." Upon hearing these words, Nami sighed and reluctantly released her grip. If she were to dwell on this matter, she would inevitably find herself unable to escape with a clear conscience in the future. Releasing Usopp, Nami then turned her gaze towards Mr. 3, who lay unconscious on the ground, a shadow of darkness flickering in her eyes. This scoundrel, who had caused her so much suffering, was truly unforgivable. Before Nami could take action, Rayleigh had already bound Mr. 3 with vines, swiftly delivering a slap that roused him from his slumber. As Mr. 3 regained consciousness, he glanced around in terror, exclaiming, "Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I will tell you anything you wish to know." Upon hearing this, Nami strode forward, seizing him by the collar with a wicked grin and remarked, "You claim to be a bounty hunter, yet your dealings are hardly different from those of a pirate. Surely, over the years, you must have amassed a considerable fortune of gold and silver." Upon hearing this, Mr. 3 felt 2 drops of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Unsure of what this woman before him intended to do. "What do you wish to accomplish? Speak plainly, but please do not kill me." Upon hearing these words, Nami's expression grew increasingly intriguing as she extended her 10 fingers. 1 billion berries. You need only pay me a billionfold strength, and I shall grant you your freedom." Upon hearing these words, Mr. 3's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. "How could I possibly possess such a sum? Have you lost your mind?" Not only Mr. 3, but even Rayleigh would find such a figure outrageous. A kingdom struggles to muster a mere billion berries. How could a pirate manage such a feat? The only ones capable would be the elite of the pirate world, the 4 emperors, and even then, only those like Big Mom, who governs a vast maritime empire, might be able to do so. Someone like Shanks would certainly fall short, barely having enough for his feasts and revelries. Of course, Nami did not genuinely desire such an exorbitant amount. She merely wished to set an extravagant price. After contemplating, she extended a single finger and waved it before him. 100 million berries, surely you can manage that. I have no intention of engaging in further dialogue. Without it, I shall take your life, she declared. At this, Nami cast a sidelong glance at Rayleigh, who instantly comprehended, promptly making a fist in front of Mr. 3. Terrified, Mr. 3 shook his head in desperation. The memory of Rayleigh smashing the wax robot with a single punch still haunted him. Wait. What sane person would carry such a vast amount of money on their person? I truly cannot produce it at this moment. Please grant me a few days to retrieve it. Upon hearing these words, Nami squinted her eyes, revealing a mischievous smile. She then patted Mr. Three on the shoulder and said, we can certainly understand that, but we do not have the time to wait for you. Surely, you must have a location for the treasure. Write it down for us. At this point, Nami's smile took on a darker tone. If you do not, you will bear the consequences, she warned, casting another glance at Leilo. Without further ado, Leilo made a fist gesture, causing Mr. Three's hair to stand on end in fright, prompting him to exclaim, wait, wait, wait. I will tell you. Observing the utterly terrified Mr. Three, Nami displayed a satisfied grin. She promptly clapped her hands, retrieved a piece of paper and a pen, and handed them to Mr. Three, urging him to write down the location of the treasure. Initially, Mr. Three contemplated fabricating an address, but under Leilo's intimidation, he dared not lie and directly pinned the true location. Upon taking a glance at the paper, Nami's brow furrowed in dismay, for the location of the treasure turned out to be Alabasta, her faint homeland. Noticing Nami's astonished expression, Mr. Three flaunted his arrogant demeanor. So, are you scared now? This place is not one that everyone dares to venture into. I am sure you have heard about the situation there, he boasted, bursting into a loud laugh, unabashedly reveling in his triumph. However, before Mr. Three could fully comprehend the situation, Leilo swiftly delivered a kick, sending him soaring into the sky. With a cry of surprise, Mr. Three transformed into a shooting star, vanishing from their sight. Witnessing this, Nami tucked the paper with the treasure location into her bosom. Ignoring Leilo's penetrating gaze, she made no mention of his contributions, claiming the treasure for herself. Yet, it was merely a scrap of paper for now. Having dealt with Mr. Three, Leilo once more assessed Dongley's injuries. Fortunately, during their earlier scuffle, they had not struck his abdominal wound. Otherwise, even the mightiest of beings would have found it impossible to save him. Utilizing his Byakugan, Leilo pressed several acupoints, reviving Dongley, who then sprang to his feet, startling Usopp and Nami, who nearly leapt back in alarm, fearing the giant might unleash his wrath. Dongley stood up, thumping his chest and twisting his body, before proclaiming, "You truly are remarkable, making us old fellows over 100 years old feel utterly inferior." With this, Dongley and Broggy burst into hearty laughter. Listening to their uniquely distinctive laughter, Leilo discreetly retracted his eye roll. He did not respond to them, but rather picked up a dinosaur leg and began to gnaw on it. Employing the eye roll was quite energy-consuming. After just a short while, he felt ravenous. This, of course, was primarily due to the energy expended during the previous battle. The eye roll was merely the last straw that broke the camel's back. Observing Leilo indulging in his meal, the others soon followed suit, feasting heartily. Particularly, Luffy stuffed himself to the point of resembling a large, round ball. Together, Luffy and Leilo consumed an entire dinosaur, leaving Dory and Broggy in disbelief, as even they, giants, could not match such an appetite. Where could they possibly store all that food in their relatively small frames? Especially Leilo, who, regardless of how much he consumed, never seemed to swell. Instead, his stomach continuously growled, as if perpetually unsatisfied, a veritable monster. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the group reclined on the grass, engaging in lively banter. At a pivotal moment, Dory and Broggy, half-jokingly, suggested, "It gets rather dull in this little garden. Why not sail alongside you?" Although their tone was lighthearted, it was evident that there was an element of testing the waters. Should they agree, the giants might truly follow. This sudden turn of events prompted Nami and Usopp to prepare to refuse, but they were met with Luffy's enthusiastic outburst, "Really? Uncle wants to sail with us? That would be fantastic." Upon hearing this, everyone's expression, including Leilo's, darkened. Nami, exasperated, delivered a punch to Luffy's head, scolding, "For heaven's sake, stop joking around. This isn't funny." A sizable bump gradually formed on Luffy's head. After a moment, he raised a hand, bewildered, and uttered, "I'm not sure where I went wrong, but I'm sorry." At this, Nami sighed and turned, squinting her eyes with a cheerful smile directed at Dory and Broggy, saying, "I don't mean to reject your offer. Please don't take offense." Dory and Broggy, of course, were not genuinely upset. They understood that following Leilo to sea was implausible. However, they refrained from directly addressing whether their initial comment was a jest. Instead, they turned their gaze to Leilo, seeking his opinion. As he was the one they respected the most, only Leilo had the authority to command their attention. They would heed whatever he said, whether it was to join them or to remain behind. Sensing the anticipation in their eyes, Leilo did not meet their gaze directly, but said, "Enough of that, uncle. The Grand Line does not possess ships capable of accommodating your weight." Upon hearing this, Dory and Broggy erupted in laughter, while Nami and Usopp finally relaxed their tense demeanor. Raylo's words bore double meaning, indicating not only that their vessel could not bear their weight, but also elevating their status among pirates, suggesting that no one was worthy of captaining them on the Grand Line. This was a significant concession, which Dory and Broggy readily accepted. Yet, amidst the laughter, a familiar voice rang out from the forest. "So this is where you all are. I've been searching high and low for you." Upon hearing that familiar voice, several individuals swiftly turned to look, only to see Sanji, puffing on a cigarette, striding towards them step by step. At this sight, the Straw Hat crew, who had been anxiously awaiting, collectively breathed a sigh of relief and waved to Sanji, spotting Nami and Vivi. Sanji's body contorted into a wave-like shape as he rushed towards them. "Nami-ne, Vivi-ne, how I've missed you." However, as Sanji drew near, Nami delivered a direct punch to his head. Instantly, Sanji crouched down in pain, clutching his head and weeping. "Hey, Sanji, where have you been? Please, don't run off like that." Upon hearing these words, Zoro, who was dozing off beside a tree, opened one eye and casually remarked, "I suppose they must be lost." As soon as this statement escaped his lips, Sanji immediately directed an angry shout towards Zoro, exclaiming, "Hey, you have no right to criticize me, you wandering seaweed head." Upon hearing these words, Zoro was instantly invigorated, rising to his feet and engaging in a spirited contest of wills with Sanji. Witnessing their tense standoff, Nami could not help but let out a sigh. Truly, she was exasperated with the two of them. She implored them to cease their antics, for they needed to hasten their journey and reach Alabasta at the earliest opportunity. Upon hearing these words, Sanji appeared to recall something, furrowing his brow as he pushed Zoro aside and turned his gaze towards Vivi. Indeed, a grave matter had arisen. "I received a peculiar phone call from a small cabin deep within the forest. The voice on the line informed me that the Baroque Works was about to initiate a hunting operation against the Alabasta Kingdom, urgently summoning all members of Baroque Works to gather in Alabasta for the impending battle." Upon hearing these words, Vivi's eyes widened in terror, and she instinctively covered her mouth as tears streamed down her cheeks. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Was it truly too late? That scoundrel Crocodile was indeed hastening his actions against Alabasta? What was she to do? Even if she returned now, it would be exceedingly difficult to save Alabasta. Chapter 92, Departing from the Little Garden. With this thought, Vivi could not help but burst into tears. Witnessing this scene, Nami wore a look of concern. In truth, she had long been aware of Alabasta's precarious state through the newspapers, but fearing that Vivi would be distressed, she had concealed the news. It was unfortunate that Sanji had let the cat out of the bag. With this in mind, Nami delivered a punch to Sanji. For heaven's sake, could he not refrain from speaking such matters so bluntly? Upon hearing Nami's words, Sanji realized his mistake and promptly covered his mouth, refraining from further speech. Nami embraced Vivi, allowing her to weep freely in her arms. "Do not worry," she reassured. "I have already stated that no matter how formidable our adversaries may be, we shall handle it for you. You witnessed their strength just now." With that, Nami cast a glance towards Luffy and the others. This brought a modicum of comfort to Vivi's heart. Having soothed Vivi, Nami turned to Luffy, her expression grave, and said, "We cannot afford to waste any more time here. We must depart immediately. Issue the command, Luffy." Upon hearing these words, even with Luffy's carefree disposition, he understood that further delay was inadvisable. He promptly turned back to bid farewell to East and Brokey. "Uncle, when we return, we expect to see you both spiritedly fighting for glory." Upon hearing these words, Dongli and Brokey nodded emphatically. "Ah, of course," they exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Luffy joined in the merriment before promptly issuing a command. "Crew, let's set sail." With their captain's directive, the Straw Hat crew hurried towards the spot where the Mary was anchored outside the little garden, soon catching sight of their beloved ship. To prevent Zoro from losing his way and wasting time, Luffy wrapped his arm around Zoro's. As they boarded, he executed a flamboyant maneuver, extending his arm over 100 meters to grasp the railing of the Mary. In an instant, he retracted his arm and soared towards the ship. Having surveyed the growth of the surrounding trees in advance, Luffy effortlessly navigated through them. However, Zoro, with one of his hands ensnared, suffered greatly, as nearly every tree he passed met his cheek. By the time they boarded the Mary, Zoro was nearly in a daze. Yet, even in this state, he muttered subconsciously, "One day, I will cut you down." Naturally, Luffy paid no heed to this remark, retracting his arm and flaunting his triumph to Riley and the others. "Hey, you all are so slow, hurry up." His boastful demeanor inevitably provoked Nami and the others, who retaliated with swift kicks. After receiving a hefty beating, Luffy gingerly raised a hand. "I'm sorry," he said, but almost immediately sprang back to life, declaring, "All right, everyone, let's hoist the sails." At his words, the crew pulled up the sails, and the Mary began to move gently. Meanwhile, Dongli and Brokey stood behind, waving farewell. "Be careful," they called, just as their words faded. A colossal koi fish emerged from the water, rising like a mountain and opening its massive jaws, completely blocking the passage. Upon witnessing this, Nami and Usopp covered their faces. Terror etched upon their features. "What on earth is that? A sea king?" Usopp exclaimed, his composure unraveling. "Is this some kind of joke? Why are we encountering such a gigantic sea king at this moment?" Sanji and Zoro also wore grave expressions. "Damn it, this spells trouble." Luffy, turn around quickly. Upon hearing Zoro's words, Luffy's expression turned grave, filled with uncertainty. To turn back would signify retreat, while remaining steadfast could lead to demise. Just as Luffy wavered in his decision, Dongli and Broggy boldly proclaimed, "Fear not, simply press onward. The rest shall be entrusted to us." Upon hearing these words, Luffy burst into an excited laughter. "Uncle, you truly are reliable." In response, Dongli and Brokey remained silent, merely raising their axes and swords. The surrounding dust stirred vigorously, and the very fabric of space began to tremble. Observing this, Riley chose not to intervene, settling down on the deck to read a book. He was determined to conserve his strength and would exert no more effort than necessary. Just then, the system's notification chimed. "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a storyline task. You may choose one of the following tasks. 1. Accept the assistance of Dongli and Brokey and receive 1,000 points of all attribute experience, along with a variety of forging materials. 2. Decline the help of Dongli and Brokey and opt to act independently, earning 1,000 points of all attribute experience, a selection of forging materials, and a Dragon Ball forging blueprint." Upon hearing the system's prompt, Leilo couldn't help but furrow his brow. He never anticipated that he could forge the 7 Dragon Balls. Could it be that after forging all 7, he would be able to summon the Eternal Dragon and make a wish? This seemed utterly extraordinary. Had he known that wishing upon the Eternal Dragon could even grant the revival of someone for a week, it would be tantamount to fulfilling any desire. Contemplating this, Leilo's frown transformed into a smile. He was determined to accept this quest. Just then, as Dongli and Broly were about to launch their simultaneous attack on the massive carp, Leilo deftly employed the lunar step, leaping into the air, and raised his hand to halt their actions. "Wait a moment, this minor task does not require your efforts. I can manage it myself." Upon hearing these words, Nami and Usopp embraced each other in tears. What on earth is this guy trying to prove? We're about to be devoured. In response to Nami's terrified utterance, Usopp nodded tearfully. Indeed, why can't we trust the spirit of Elbaf? Observing Rello's obstructive gesture, Dory and Broggy exchanged glances, their half-executed techniques immediately retracting. They understood that Rello intended to handle it himself. Dory and Broggy looked at Rello with anticipation and remarked, "Hey, don't overestimate yourself. This colossal sea creature is not something just anyone can subdue." Upon hearing these words, Raylo's lips curled into a slight smile before he turned away. If he could not subdue them, then he might as well eliminate them. With that thought, Raylo silently commanded within his mind, "System, extract the soul-cutting blade." As his words echoed in the air, a katana, narrow at the front and wide at the back, materialized in his hand. The surrounding atmosphere ignited with an intense heat, instantly rising. Subsequently, Raylo employed the moonstep technique, positioning himself at the bow of the merry-go. The space around him trembled faintly under the weight of his formidable presence. Witnessing this spectacle, Luffy and the others anxiously gazed at Raylo's silhouette. They had witnessed Raylo cleave through Sea Kings before. However, this colossal koi was evidently much larger than the Sea King they had encountered previously. Could Raylo truly accomplish this? Sanji, with his long strides, advanced, casually lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. Zoro placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to assist Raylo at a moment's notice. Only Luffy, carefree and untroubled, placed unwavering faith in Raylo, shouting boldly towards the horizon, "Do not halt, press onward." Upon hearing Luffy's impassioned words, Usopp seemed to recall something. He immediately rose to his feet, feigning composure, and pointed forward. Indeed, onward he must go, just like the warriors of Elbaf, refusing to waver. Upon hearing these words, Nami wept more sorrowfully, her expression one of helplessness. Please, just refrain from causing trouble with them. In a moment of collective anticipation, the soul-cutting blade in Relo's hand suddenly emitted a fierce blaze. That intense flame instantaneously enveloped the Mary. Though it was daytime, the towering inferno still illuminated the surroundings. The dazzling light was so blinding that Zoro and the others could hardly open their eyes. A searing heat rapidly spread across the surrounding waters, causing the sea's surface to boil. The colossal sea creature seemed to sense a hint of danger, slowly turning, its enormous fish eyes staring at Relo. Just the sight of those two eyes was overwhelming. Witnessing this, Nami, already terrified, burst into tears, her tears shooting out several feet. Usopp, who had just regained his confidence, appeared horrified and retreated rapidly, nearly frightened out of his wits. The Straw Hat crew was filled with trepidation, their hearts racing as they watched the Mary on the verge of colliding with the gigantic monster. Yet, in this moment of imminent peril, Relo swiftly swung the soul-cutting blade forward. As if it were a mere afterthought, the next moment, a sizzling sound erupted from the body of the enormous creature. Following this, steam began to seep slowly from the fissures in the colossal beast. Moments later, the gigantic creature began to split apart, allowing the Mary to slip through the gap. Witnessing this spectacle, not only Luffy and his companions, but also Dongli and Broggy wore expressions of dismay. It had taken their combined strength to have any hope of vanquishing this enormous beast, yet now it had been cleaved in two by Relo with a single stroke. This display of power was such that even the king of Elbaf might struggle to replicate it effortlessly. After a brief moment of astonishment, Relo and the others passed through the body of the colossal sea creature, soon reaching a more expansive part of the ocean. Dongli and Broggy waved to them from a distance, and Relo, along with Luffy and the others, turned back to bid them farewell. They then set sail, embarking on the next leg of their journey. At this moment, Relo's internal system chimed with a notification. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. You have gained 1,000 points of all attribute experience, several forging materials, and a Dragon Ball forging blueprint. Upon hearing the system prompt, Leilo promptly deposited all rewards into the system space and then proceeded to examine the forging conditions for the Dragon Balls. Notably, the Dragon Balls do not require any extraordinary forging materials. However, each forging blueprint can only be used to create a single Dragon Ball. Currently, the blueprint Leilo possesses allows for the forging of a one-star ball. To forge other Dragon Balls, he must acquire blueprints for the respective star levels. This implies that he must obtain the forging blueprints for all 6 additional Dragon Balls without repetition. Moreover, there exists the possibility of encountering duplicate Dragon Ball blueprints, which could significantly hinder his progress. Indeed, gathering these extraordinarily powerful Dragon Balls is not a simple endeavor. With this in mind, Leilo chose to set aside such thoughts and return directly to the cabin to rest his eyes, reflecting on his upcoming journey to Drum Island. He planned to bring Chopper along, after which they could head straight to Alabasta. Before that, it was likely that they would encounter Wapple, the user of the Munch Munch fruit. The storyline appeared rather tedious, even less engaging than the adventures in the small garden. Such a narrative would likely present challenges in triggering plot-related tasks. With this contemplation, Leilo reclined on the hammock in the cabin, preparing to indulge in a brief slumber. Given the nature of this storyline, the tasks it may yield seemed hardly worth pursuing. A moment of rest appeared far more appealing. The Mary slowly advanced, and by estimations of distance, it would take at least 3 days to reach Drum Island. Although he might encounter Wapple, it seemed that Luffy and the others could manage the situation without his intervention. However, just as Leilo was on the verge of sleep, the system's notification sound suddenly chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a plot task. Confront Blackbeard and declare war upon him. Completion will reward you with 500 experience points, various forging materials, and 1 zodiac key for the constellation of Aquarius. Upon hearing the system prompt, Leilo immediately shook off his drowsiness, his brows furrowing in concern. According to the timeline, they would need to reach the Sky Island arc before encountering Blackbird. This task seemed rather prolonged. However, the Aquarius Celestial Spirit Key was indeed a remarkable item. If memory served him right, this was the summoning key belonging to Aquarius from Fairy Tail. Aquarius was an exceptionally formidable celestial spirit, among the most powerful in the Zodiac. If summoned, she would be an invincible force in naval combat. With this thought, Leilo sat upright. He was already aware that the items he could forge spanned several worlds, including those from Dragon Ball, Fairy Tail, Naruto, and even Bleach. It was quite possible that he would eventually be able to forge items from all worlds or extract them directly, which was a rather exhilarating prospect. At this moment, Leilo suddenly recalled that the prize wheel for today had yet to be activated. The prize wheel could yield numerous valuable items, and it would be a pity to squander such an opportunity. With that in mind, Leilo inwardly intoned, "System, activate the prize wheel." No sooner had he spoken than the system's prompt sounded. Ding! The prize wheel is now open. The first draw of the day requires a payment of 20 million berries. Subsequent draws will double the cost, with a maximum of 5 draws allowed. Would you like to begin immediately? Leilo wasted no time and promptly chose to start. In no time, the system simulated the prize wheel's interface. The wheel began to spin, with the rewards displayed continuously changing. After approximately 10 seconds, the wheel gradually came to a halt. Leilo glanced at the reward he had drawn, only to find it was merely a fragment of text, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won a free draw for the next spin. The third spin will still double the cost, unaffected by the second free draw. Chapter 94. What did I draw? The weather stick? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Leilo was momentarily taken aback. How could such rewards exist? Indeed, in this lottery game, the odds diminished as one progressed, and now he was faced with the prospect of a next free attempt, a rather lackluster reward. Nonetheless, he could not squander this opportunity. He promptly activated the lottery wheel once more. The familiar image of the spinning wheel materialized in his mind, and after several seconds, it came to a halt. This time, he faintly discerned that he had won an item, but the system interface was too hazy for him to immediately identify what it was. When the system finally revealed the reward, Leilo couldn't help but furrow his brow. The item drawn was something he had never anticipated. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully won a mature version of the weather stick, which has been added to the system space. You still have 3 lottery attempts remaining today. The first 2 attempts had been rather unsatisfactory. The first yielded a free attempt, and the second surprisingly produced Nami's weapon, the weather stick. Initially, Leilo had no intention of forging a weapon for Nami, as Usopp would craft the weather stick for her. However, he had unexpectedly acquired it ahead of time. Nevertheless, since he had drawn it, he might as well find an opportunity to gift it to Nami, as it would provide her with a means of self-defense. Although the weather stick would prove ineffective against truly formidable foes, it could help her evade ordinary dangers. As he stored the weather stick, Leilo hesitated over whether to proceed with another lottery attempt. While the second attempt was free, the subsequent one would elevate the cost to 80 million. Despite having over $1 billion in savings, he was reluctant to waste such resources. Just as he was in a quandary, the excited screams of Luffy, Sanji, and others erupted from outside. Leilo furrowed his brow and looked out, only to hear Luffy exclaim in delight, "Hey, come look. Someone is actually sailing on a bamboo raft. How cool is that?" Sanji and Zoro also wore incredulous expressions. Surely, this could not be something achievable by mere mortals. Initially, Leilo suspected it might be Wapol, but their reaction suggested otherwise. Wapol was a fool who devoured everything, yet he wouldn't astonish Sanji and Zoro. A sense of foreboding washed over Leilo, prompting him to open the cabin door and step outside. Following the direction of Luffy and the others' gazes, Leilo's brow furrowed once more. Approaching them was not Wapol, but Blackbeard and the original members of the Blackbeard Pirates. Realizing this, Leilo's expression grew grave. According to the timeline, this was the moment Blackbeard had just destroyed the Drum Kingdom and was heading towards the Marine headquarters to seize the opportunity to ascend to the 7 warlords. It seemed they had left Little Garden earlier than expected, leading to this encounter with Blackbeard. Given the current strength of the Straw Hat crew, they were far from being a match for Blackbeard and his crew. Although Leilo had previously held his own against Mihawk, he no longer felt confident about facing the world's mightiest swordsman, especially one capable of injuring red-haired Shanks. Even though Leilo's mission was merely to confront Blackbeard and declare war, the stakes were high. Failure could result in total annihilation. He now faced a critical decision. Should he confront Blackbeard now, or wait until the Skypiea arc to declare war? After weighing the pros and cons, Leilo resolved to meet Blackbeard at this very moment. Luffy's bounty was only 30 million, which would not attract attention. Capturing Luffy now would not earn him a place among the 7 warlords. Conversely, by the Skypiea arc, Luffy's bounty would soar to 100 million, potentially igniting Blackbeard's greed to capture Luffy in exchange for a position as a warlord. With this in mind, Leilo stepped up to Luffy and said, "Since we have guests, why not go meet them?" Upon hearing those words, Sanji, Nami, and the others widened their eyes, turning their gaze towards Leilo. "Hey, Leilo, have you lost your mind? Those individuals are clearly formidable. Why provoke them?" Nami exclaimed in frustration. However, Luffy wore an expression of sheer excitement. Witnessing this, Nami fell to her knees in despair, while Usopp appeared utterly petrified. Please, Luffy, don't stir up trouble. Sanji and Zoro, however, refrained from further discussion and quickly readied themselves for battle. Luffy then steered the ship directly towards Blackbeard and his crew. Initially, Blackbeard's group, in a hurry, paid no heed to their small vessel. Yet, as the Merry approached them head-on, a flicker of surprise crossed Blackbeard's eyes. He summoned his haki, halting the bamboo raft beneath him. As the Merry came to a stop right before them, Blackbeard looked at Luffy and the others with a puzzled, yet serious expression. Hey, even if it's a fight you're after, at least consider the circumstances. We certainly do not possess ample treasures for you to plunder. If you have any sense, step aside promptly. We do not have time to waste with you. With that, Blackbeard burst into laughter, revealing two conspicuously missing front teeth, remnants of a previous encounter. His laughter was laced with an undertone of menace, causing the surrounding waters to tremble, reinforcing the notion that Blackbeard was no ordinary foe. Sanji and Zoro remained on high alert, while Luffy seemed to sense a shift in the atmosphere. Gritting his teeth, he addressed Blackbeard. Hey, we never stated our intention to fight. You are truly unreasonable. Upon hearing Luffy's earnest declaration, Sanji and Zoro exchanged glances with him, rolling their eyes in unison. Please, you have no right to say that. Upon hearing these words, Blackbeard's laughter ceased, not due to Luffy, but because of Rayleigh, who stood beside him. Throughout the encounter, Rayleigh's gaze remained fixed upon Blackbeard, his eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity laced with a hint of murderous intent. Observing this, a cold glimmer flickered in Blackbeard's eyes as he pointed towards Rayleigh and remarked, Hey, what are you staring at? Your gaze is quite impressive. As he spoke, a shroud of dark energy enveloped him, revealing the presence of Conqueror's haki. Rayleigh was taken aback to discover that Blackbeard was indeed a wielder of this formidable power. Chapter 95, A Fateful Encounter with Blackbeard. No wonder he bore the name of D and managed to hold his own against the likes of red-haired Shanks. It appeared he was a rare breed of a king, making this situation considerably more complex. Nevertheless, the task at hand must still be accomplished. With this thought in mind, Rayleigh strode forward and boldly declared, We are here to declare war on you. Upon hearing these words, Blackbeard was momentarily taken aback, while the crew aboard the Merry stared in astonishment. They were utterly unprepared for Rayleigh's audacious declaration. The atmosphere between the two parties became palpably tense. After a brief pause, Blackbeard chuckled, Well, I didn't expect you to be so bold. Since that's the case, I suppose I need not hold back. With that, he cast a glance toward Basis. Understanding Blackbeard's intent, even Basis, despite his dullness, recognized that he was being summoned to teach the boy a lesson. Resolute in this thought, Basis cracked his neck and flexed his wrists before turning his gaze to Rayleigh. Kid, you must understand that there are always greater forces beyond what you perceive. Today, you've met your match. With this, Basis's arm muscles bulged, emanating an aura of dominance. Rayleigh frowned slightly, sensing Basis's genuine intent to harm him. Given his current strength, he knew that using his original techniques would likely render him no match for Basis. Should he fail to withstand this punch, his demise would be inevitable. Inwardly, Rayleigh intoned, System, extract the bold charm. No sooner had he spoken than a stone materialized in his hand. Immediately, his arm also thickened considerably. Seeing this, Basis's expression lit up with excitement. It seems I underestimated you. In that case, I shall unleash my full power. Are you prepared, kid? With those words, Basis lifted his foot and charged toward the Merry, shocking Rayleigh, who had anticipated a direct assault on himself. Instead, Basis aimed to sink the Merry, intending to obliterate them entirely. Witnessing this, Luffy and the others displayed expressions of terror. Given Basis's strength, it was conceivable that he could indeed destroy the Merry with a single blow. If the ship were to sink, their voyage would be effectively over. Luffy puffed up his cheeks, attempting to absorb Basis's strike with his inflated belly. Yet, only Rayleigh recognized the futility of this effort. Basis's current might far surpass what could be countered by mere rubber abilities. Realizing this, Rayleigh summoned his strength, leaping off Luffy's belly to meet Basis mid-air with a punch. As their fists collided, the surrounding waters began to churn violently. The intense force caused the air to tremble, and the two were propelled apart by the shockwave. Remarkably, the first exchange concluded in a stalemate, eliciting a flicker of surprise in Blackbeard's eyes. He hadn't anticipated encountering such formidable strength in the first half of the Grand Line. This ignited a thrill within him, even prompting thoughts of inviting Leilo aboard his ship. However, he refrained from acting hastily. For a prideful youth, no matter how powerful, he did not require an uncontrollable crew member. He could wait until he became the sovereign of the seas to recruit such individuals. Reeling from Leilo's punch, Basis felt his arm tingle, trembling uncontrollably. Had he not withdrawn in time, he might have rendered that arm useless. Observing Basis's plight, Blackbeard erupted into laughter, unabashedly mocking. "Hey, what's this? Weren't you bragging about being a boxing champion? How is it that a mere child has bested you?" Upon hearing these words, Bashes broke into a wide grin. Yet his expression swiftly turned grave as he cast a serious glance at Rayleigh. "I am not defeated yet. That brat possesses mere brute strength. Soon, he shall comprehend the true terror of the Grand Line." No sooner had he spoken than his arm became enveloped in a shroud of black gas. The surrounding sea began to churn fervently as Bashes clenched his fist tightly. The formidable hockey of armament astonished Luffy and the others. Witnessing this, Rayleigh furrowed his brow, astonished that Bashes, whom he deemed a fool, was capable of wielding armament hockey. It appeared that this hockey was indeed a standard requisite in the New World. Reflecting on this, Rayleigh assessed the recovery of his own hockey, which had only risen to 40. Merely 2 seconds worth of power. Such a duration was utterly insufficient for engaging Bashes in combat, given that both parties had activated their armament hockey. It was evident that victory could not be determined in merely 2 seconds. To discern the outcome in such a brief span, it seemed he would need to employ another tool. With this thought, Rayleigh activated his Byakugan. With the aid of this ability, the meridians and acupoints of Bashes were completely laid bare before his eyes. Upon observing Rayleigh's eyes transform into a brilliant white, Blackbeard and Bashes were momentarily struck dumb. After a considerable pause, Blackbeard finally regained his composure and inquired, "It seems we have stumbled upon something remarkable today. Bashes, you must tread carefully." Upon hearing these words, Bashes clenched his fists, enveloping them in the formidable armament hockey, and then brought them together, causing the surrounding seawater to boil instantaneously. "Rest assured, Captain, beneath absolute power, any ability is merely a despicable trick," he declared, propelling himself into the air with a powerful kick. Meanwhile, Raylo's piercing gaze incessantly surveyed Bashes, ultimately locking onto 3 vital points: the left armpit, the right armpit, and the area at the back of his neck. Bashes, whose strength lay in his arm, shared a critical vulnerability akin to that of Zoro. The weaknesses of many individuals often resided in their armpits. As for the pressure point located behind Bashes, it was likely a consequence of professional habit, yet it was largely irrelevant. He could only focus on the 2 armpits. Whether he could finish the battle within 2 seconds hinged solely on this singular opportunity. A misstep would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Contemplating this, Raylo allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, then tightened his fists, feeling the muscles in his arms swell with renewed vigor. In an instant, a wave of hockey enveloped him. Witnessing this, the crew of Blackbeard was struck with astonishment. They had not anticipated encountering a hockey user on this day. Before long, Blackbeard's terror morphed into elation. If he could recruit Raylo, he would undoubtedly gain a formidable ally. Chapter 96. The instantaneous defeat of Bashes. Such a young age, yet capable of awakening hockey, his future prospects were boundless. With this thought, Blackbeard could not help but chuckle. "Hey, Bashes, I want this kid. Do not strike him down with fatal force." Upon hearing these words, Bashes' expression twisted in agitation. It remained to be seen whether this lad could endure a beating. "I shall try to hold back as much as possible." No sooner had he finished speaking than Bashes could no longer contain himself. He swiftly lunged towards Raylo, his attack more ferocious than before, showing no signs of restraint. Raylo kept his eyes wide open, fixating intently on Bashes' 2 vulnerable points. In the next moment, Bashes' fist surged forward. Raylo's hockey had fully enveloped him, and the 2 fists collided instantaneously, causing the surrounding waters to boil with intensity. Nami and Usopp struggled against the overwhelming pressure, nearly swept into the sea. Not only them, but even Luffy and Zoro had to rely on their weapons to withstand the force. Otherwise, they would have been blown into the depths, becoming prey for the Sea Kings. As the 2 fists met, Raylo's other hand darted towards Bashes' left armpit, launching an attack. Bashes, dismissive of this maneuver, presumed the lad was attempting a trick and sought to amplify his own hockey to swiftly conclude the fight. However, the next instant, Bashes felt as if his bones had shattered all at once. A searing pain surged from his heart to the crown of his head, draining all strength from his body and obliterating his hockey in that fleeting moment. Seizing the opportunity, Raylo delivered a powerful punch, sending Bosch's flying. He coughed up blood as he plummeted into the ocean, his life hanging in the balance. Witnessing this scene, everyone, including Blackbeard, stood in stunned silence. They had anticipated a fierce and exhilarating battle, yet they were taken aback as Raylo concluded it in mere 2 seconds. Blackbeard, of course, did not believe that Bosch's was weaker than Raylo. However, the precise strike delivered to Bosch's armpit by Raylo was undoubtedly aided by his suddenly transformed white eyes. Was it a gift that allowed him to discern others' weaknesses at a glance? Contemplating this, Blackbeard's expression darkened. Such an ability was exceedingly rare. Were it not for his possession of the dark fruit, he would have no need to uncover others' vulnerabilities. He even pondered seizing this power for himself. Yet, those white eyes did not appear to stem from a devil fruit ability. They might belong to a unique race. Rather than coveting those eyes, he would prefer to have the individual before him. However, given their current tense standoff, proposing that Raylo accompany him would be utterly futile. This matter required careful consideration. After securing the title of Warlord of the Sea and accomplishing his grand ambitions, it would be far easier to recruit this individual. With this thought, Blackbeard activated the powers of the dark fruit and rescued Bosch's from the depths. After a prolonged silence, Luffy clenched his fists and exclaimed with excitement, "Wow, Raylo, you really are quite capable." Upon hearing these words, Raylo remained non-committal. Zoro and Sanji were once again astounded by Raylo's formidable prowess. However, at present, their attention was predominantly focused on guarding against each other. Although Raylo had triumphed in this battle, it was evident that he had not emerged unscathed. Should they choose to act now, they would undoubtedly be outmatched. Indeed, at that moment, the opposing sniper suddenly raised his weapon, and Usopp instinctively readied his slingshot. Yet the two actions were incommensurable. Just as the adversary's sniper was about to pull the trigger, Blackbeard gestured to halt him. "Wait," he declared, "I have claimed this individual. No one is permitted to act against him." Upon hearing these words, the opponent's marksman lowered his firearm, while Blackbeard cast his gaze towards Raylo. "I accept your challenge, but I would like you to join us. You need not respond immediately. When you have made your decision, you may seek me out in the New World. Of course. That is, if you can navigate the Grand Line." With that, Blackbeard led the wounded Bosch's and a group of crew members away into the distance. Observing this, Raylo retracted his eye roll and began to breathe heavily. It became evident that his strength was still insufficient. He must continue to enhance his abilities. Seeing Raylo in such a state, Sanji and Zoro wore grave expressions. This was merely the first half of the Grand Line, yet such a formidable pirate crew existed. Who knows what monstrous foes awaited them deeper within the Grand Line? The path ahead appeared fraught with peril. They needed to elevate their strength swiftly, or else they would merely serve as cannon fodder upon venturing deeper into the Grand Line. Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro exchanged solemn glances. Though no words were spoken, their faces conveyed a shared understanding. They were not yet strong enough. Despite being a cohesive unit, when faced with a powerful adversary, only Raylo could take the lead. They could only stand by and watch, a feeling that filled them with profound shame. They must diligently train to reach a level where they could fight alongside Raylo. Otherwise, they could not truly be considered a united front. At that moment, Raylo heard the system's notification sound. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned 1,500 points of all attribute experience, several forging materials, and a forging blueprint for the Zodiac, Aquarius summoning key." Upon hearing the prompt from the system, Raylo felt a surge of excitement within. The Aquarius constellation is the key to Aquaria. Is it not invincible in naval combat? However, there exists the possibility of inadvertently harming allies. With this thought in mind, Raylo examined the forging conditions. Special materials were required, including a common Star Spirit key. Other than that, there were no extraordinary forging requirements. It seems that immediate utilization is not feasible. Just as Raylo finished his inquiry, a voice suddenly echoed from Vivi. "Miss Nami, what is the matter? Everyone, come quickly. Miss Nami has fainted." Upon hearing this, Luffy turned around in astonishment. Sanji, filled with urgency, hurried to fetch warm water. Although Zoro appeared exceptionally serious, there was an undercurrent of concern in his expression. The group carried Nami into the cabin and laid her on the bed. Sanji then checked Nami's forehead, his face turning pale with shock. "This is bad. Miss Nami has a high fever." Hearing this, Luffy immediately panicked. "What? A high fever? Quickly, throw Nami into the sea." As he spoke, Luffy prepared to act, only to be kicked away by Sanji. "Hey, what kind of wild remedy is that? Do not act recklessly." Chapter 97. Nami's high fever. Upon hearing these words, Luffy tilted his head in contemplation. It reminded him of his childhood when he suffered from a high fever, and his grandfather had handled it similarly. Usopp, standing nearby, sighed in exasperation. Remarking on Luffy's ability to remain so optimistic despite enduring such a tragic childhood, Sanji hurriedly draped a blanket over Nami. Just as he was about to suggest calling a doctor, he realized that their ship had no doctor on board. In frustration, Sanji fell to his knees and cried out in despair, lamenting, "How infuriating! We've entered the Grand Line, yet we lack even a ship's doctor." Upon hearing this, Vivi grew increasingly anxious. Although she had learned some medical skills, they were limited to bandaging and treating wounds. She felt powerless in the face of fevers and similar ailments. A wave of self-reproach washed over her, causing her to lower her gaze. However, at that moment, she suddenly lifted her head, as if a thought had struck her. She recalled witnessing Leilo merely apply pressure to several acupoints on Dongli, which had miraculously alleviated Dongli's internal injuries. Perhaps, if Leilo were to attempt a treatment on Nami, there was a possibility he could cure her ailment as well. With this thought in mind, Vivi turned her attention to Leilo, who had just entered the cabin. "Excuse me, Mr. Leilo," she called out. "Since you were able to treat Mr. Dongli before, might you also be able to assist Miss Nami?" Upon hearing these words, Luffy recalled the earlier moment when Rayleigh had merely tapped a few times and successfully healed Uncle Dongli's internally injured organs. He turned to Rayleigh, as if he had glimpsed a ray of hope. However, Rayleigh's expression remained indifferent, and with a wave of his hand, he stated, "There is little I can do in this matter. I merely sealed several of Dongli's acupoints to stem the bleeding and alleviate the pain. Nami is currently suffering from a high fever, which necessitates heat dissipation. If we obstruct this process, it would be more effective to simply cast her into the sea." Upon hearing these words, Luffy immediately broke into an exuberant grin and exclaimed, "Hee, I knew it." In response, Usopp gently tapped Luffy on the head and murmured, "What are you so excited about?" Observing that even Riley was at a loss, the group turned their attention to the visibly distressed Nami, their hearts heavy with concern. At that moment, they finally recognized the vital importance of a ship's doctor. Yet, amidst the vast expanse of the ocean, where could they possibly find one? Just as the atmosphere grew despondent, someone suddenly interjected, "I recall Nami mentioning that ahead lies Drum Island, renowned as a great nation of medicine. There, we shall undoubtedly find a doctor to treat Nami." Upon hearing these words, the crowd was once again filled with excitement. Just as Luffy was about to issue a command to head towards Drum Island, Nami, still clinging to a thread of consciousness, grasped Luffy's hand firmly. "I am fine. Our primary objective now is to swiftly reach Alabasta and rescue Vivi's kingdom." As she spoke, Nami was suddenly seized by a violent fit of coughing. Upon hearing those words, Vivi covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. She never anticipated that Nami would go to such lengths for him. Although a fever may not necessarily be fatal, it undoubtedly inflicts immense suffering. Yet, despite this, Nami resolutely insisted on proceeding to Alabasta to save her homeland, a feat that even a citizen of Alabasta might struggle to accomplish. At that moment, however, Raylo coldly interjected, "I advise you not to overestimate your capabilities. This is no ordinary fever. It can indeed be lethal." As soon as Raylo finished speaking, Sanji retrieved the thermometer wedged under Nami's arm. The reading revealed a staggering temperature of 42 degrees Celsius. Seeing this, Sanji's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he asserted with unwavering determination, "No. We must seek a doctor immediately. If this drags on, Miss Nami will surely not withstand it." Witnessing the thermometer's alarming reading, Vivi's expression turned to one of sheer terror as she wrestled with her thoughts. The situation in Alabasta was dire. If they did not hurry back, the land would inevitably fall prey to crocodile. What fate awaited her father remained uncertain, but she was acutely aware that he could not possibly survive. Kabura, her father, had devoted his life to caring for his people. To be usurped from the throne by his own citizens would be a blow far beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. Yet now, with Nami suffering from an unprecedented high fever, she was still urging Vivi to prioritize saving her country. If Vivi were to proclaim her intent to return to Alabasta without regard for Nami's life, even if they consented, she would never forgive herself. Even if the nation were ultimately preserved, her father would not absolve her. At that juncture, both Sanji and Luffy regarded Vivi with grave expressions, eager to hear her decision. After a moment of hesitation, Vivi resolutely declared, "We shall first find a place to rest. Once Nami's illness has been treated, we will set forth to Alabasta." Upon hearing these words, Sanji's face once again broke into a radiant smile, while Luffy also erupted into hearty laughter. He exclaimed without hesitation, "All right, everyone. Let's set sail for Drum Island." Upon hearing Vivi's decision, Nami intended to voice her thoughts, yet Vivi firmly grasped her hand, leaving no opportunity for Nami to speak. Overwhelmed, Nami succumbed to unconsciousness. Sanji prepared a basin of warm water, gently wiping Nami's cheeks. Although acupressure could not remedy a high fever, Riley nonetheless examined his current possessions in hopes of finding something to alleviate Nami's condition. However, his search soon yielded disappointment. The items at his disposal were predominantly combat-oriented, with the sole exception of a single one-star Dragon Ball. The cow, rat, and rabbit talismans offered no healing properties, and none of the forging blueprints he possessed contained any remedies. It appeared that the narrative had yet to reach Drum Island, making an immediate journey to Alabasta impossible. Left with no alternatives, Riley retrieved the one-star Dragon Ball. After all, it was the only gem he had, seemingly without purpose. He decided to gift it to Nami as a token of affection. Perhaps, the sight of such a treasure would lift her spirits. With this thought in mind, Riley placed the one-star Dragon Ball beside Nami's pillow. As Nami regained a flicker of consciousness and glanced at the Dragon Ball, she struggled to clasp it in her hand, a sweet smile gracing her lips. She then turned to Riley and said, "Thank you, it's beautiful." Upon hearing this, Leilo furrowed his brow, taken aback that Nami, in her state of confusion, exhibited such a lack of greed. Chapter 98, Drum Island. A turn of events. Observing the situation, Sanji's hair stood on end as he pointed directly at Leilo, exclaiming, "Hey, Leilo. How could you take advantage of someone in distress and hand over a token of affection? That is utterly despicable." In response, Leilo maintained an indifferent expression, exuding a sense of helplessness. He truly could not fathom what was going through this person's mind. Ignoring Sanji, Leilo exited the cabin and, like Zoro, lay down on the deck to sleep, knowing they were still a day away from Drum Island. Meanwhile, Sanji and the others busied themselves. Sanji was responsible for boiling water while Vivi attended to Nami's bathing. Luffy, on the other hand, focused on launching snowballs and playfully teasing Nami, thoroughly enjoying himself. Surprisingly, amidst all this, Nami's condition did not worsen, which was unexpected for Leilo. When Leilo awoke, the sky had brightened, and thick snowflakes danced through the air, further complicating Nami's affliction. However, as he stood up, a group of Drum Island residents surrounded him, brandishing firearms with hostile expressions. "Hey, detestable pirates! We never imagined you would dare return. We are not afraid of you," one shouted. "You destroyed our nation, and yet you have the audacity to show your faces here." Another added, "It seems that the ones who obliterated our country weren't these people. What's the difference? Aren't all pirates the same? Hurry and notify the guard captain." Seeing the tense atmosphere, Leilo stood tall. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and the others also readied themselves, glaring fiercely at the townsfolk. In contrast, Luffy appeared considerably more amiable as he called out loudly, "Hey, someone on our ship is ill. Is there a doctor among you who could assist in her treatment?" Upon hearing these words, a profound sense of indignation flickered in the eyes of the residents of magnetic Drum Island. The gun in their hands began to tremble with rage. How could this pirate, who had not received any medical attention from us, possibly be healed? It is utterly outrageous to rub salt in someone else's wounds. Step aside. The captain of the guard is arriving. As the words fell, a tall man clad in green garments strode in with determination. Coincidentally, at that moment, Vivi also emerged. Upon seeing Vivi's countenance, Dalton's expression turned grave. If he was not mistaken, the girl before him was none other than the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom. But why had the princess of Alabasta found herself in such a predicament, associating with pirates? Was she perhaps taken hostage? Just as he pondered these thoughts, Vivi called out to the crowd above, "Our companion is suffering from a high fever. Is there a doctor present? Can someone summon a doctor? We are willing to pay tenfold for their services." Upon hearing these words, one individual was consumed by an intense fury, for their riches had been plundered by pirates, who now hypocritically sought out a doctor while audaciously claiming they would pay tenfold. Provoked by this affront, the residents immediately fired their weapons, striking Vivi squarely in the shoulder. She collapsed instantaneously, and witnessing this scene, Luffy, Sanji, and the others were engulfed in rage. Dalton's expression also turned serious as he reproached the assailant, cautioning, "Do not recklessly fire until you comprehend the situation." Although Dalton's voice was loud, it was drowned out by Luffy's wrath. Luffy clenched his fists, ready to unleash an attack. "You scoundrels are utterly despicable." However, at that moment, Vivi, who had seemingly been vanquished, rose to her feet and swiftly intervened, saying, "Wait, Luffy. They are merely expressing their genuine emotions. Right now, saving Nami is paramount. We must not resort to violence." Upon hearing these words, a grave expression flickered in Luffy's eyes. He promptly retracted his fist, while Sanji and Zoro, though perplexed, managed to compose themselves for the sake of Nami. However, at that moment, Vivi directly knelt down and bowed her head to them. "I apologize. My friend was a bit reckless earlier, and I would like to express my apologies on his behalf." Upon hearing these words, Luffy was momentarily taken aback, but soon he knelt down and bowed his head. "Ah, I was too reckless just now. May I ask if there are any doctors present? My companion is unwell." Observing Luffy's earnest demeanor, the residents of Drum Island exchanged glances, realizing that they too had acted somewhat hastily. Deep down, they began to accept him and his crew. However, Dalton's eyes were filled with a hint of astonishment. As a princess of a vast kingdom, it was unexpected for her to kneel before them. The size of Alabasta dwarf that of Drum Kingdom, being an insurmountably large realm. Although predominantly desert, its population had been steadily increasing under Cobra's governance, making it akin to a superpower, while Drum Island was merely a nation formed by its islanders. Contemplating this, Dalton's expression darkened with indignation. A princess from such a grand kingdom was willing to kneel and bow to save her companion, while their own king had fled Drum Island with his scant guard at the onset of the pirate invasion, an unforgivable act. With this thought in mind, Dalton raised his hand and declared, "It is not this band of pirates that attacked us. Lower your weapons." Upon hearing these words, the residents of Drum Island, encircled around, promptly laid down their long and short firearms. Witnessing this, Luffy hoisted Nami onto his back and ascended the shores of Drum Island. Following closely were Sanji and Vivi, who also made their way onto the island. As soon as they set foot on the land, Luffy grasped the hand of Dalton, the man who had just come to their rescue, and inquired earnestly, "Excuse me, sir, do you have a doctor here? My friend is on the verge of collapse." Upon hearing these words, Dalton's countenance revealed a hint of sorrow. There is indeed a doctor, but only one remains, residing in the castle on the high ground at the edge of Drum Island. As he spoke, Dalton cast a glance at Nami, his brow furrowing in concern. Nami's high fever was no ordinary one. It was highly likely caused by some form of poisoning, necessitating not only the reduction of her fever, but also the expulsion of toxins from her body. Should they delay, her life could be at stake. Originally, Dalton intended to persuade them to rest for a while, but it seemed that time was no longer on their side. Riley and the others all disembarked. Yet Zoro insisted on staying aboard to guard the ship. Riley and the others paid him no mind, proceeding directly alongside Dalton towards the town of Drum Island. Upon hearing that there was only one doctor on Magnet Drum Island, Vivi was filled with confusion. How could this be? Wasn't the kingdom of Magnet Drum a sanctuary for physicians? Why then did only a single doctor remain? Chapter 99. Arrival at Magnet Drum Island. Upon hearing these words, Dalton became increasingly convinced that she must be Princess Vivi, who participated in the World Conference all those years ago. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to possess such profound knowledge of other nations. A hint of sadness crossed Dalton's expression as he lifted his gaze to the azure sky. Indeed, Magnetic Drum Island was once a sanctuary for physicians, but over a decade ago, Wapol ascended to power, driving all doctors out of the realm. Only 20 physicians remained by his side, catering exclusively to his medical needs. For ordinary individuals seeking a doctor's aid, they were required to pay exorbitant sums and plead on their knees to Wapol for mercy. Upon hearing these words, Vivi's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. Though she harbored great resentment towards the actions of their king, time was of the essence. They must hasten to find a doctor. Otherwise, Nami's condition would deteriorate further. With this thought in mind, Vivi urgently declared, "Please take us to see your king at once. If it requires payment, we are prepared to offer any sum. Even if it means kneeling to implore him, we will do whatever it takes to save our companion." Upon hearing these words, Dalton's chest trembled slightly, and his expression grew grave. He sighed deeply and shook his head, saying, "You have arrived too late. Our king has already led the guard and the physicians in defection from this realm." At this point, Dalton's face contorted in anguish. To be precise, it was not merely a day ago that Magnet Drum Island was overrun and destroyed by a band of pirates. This place is now a forsaken isle, devoid of any rightful claim. Upon hearing these words, Wei Wei covered her mouth, her eyes filled with astonishment. How could it be? How could there exist such a king? That a mere pirate crew could lead the guard away from their own country? It was utterly pathetic. Upon hearing Vivi's words, Luffy exhibited an extraordinary fury. At this moment, Vivi inquired, what manner of pirate crew possesses the power to obliterate an entire nation? In response to her question, Dalton remained silent, while behind him, Sanji lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. This inquiry was rather vague. A more pertinent question would be, what kind of pirate crew could compel a nation's sovereign to flee with their entourage without even a semblance of resistance? Upon hearing Sanji's words, Dalton gritted his teeth. I wonder if you have ever heard of the four emperors of the sea. Upon hearing these words, Luffy furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed. However, Sanji, Vivi, and the others wore expressions of deep concern. The four emperors and the Navy headquarters, along with the seven warlords of the sea, collectively established a triangular equilibrium, safeguarding the overall balance of the vast seas. Among them, one individual stands out among the four emperors, renowned as the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Upon hearing these words, Vivi and Sanji's eyes widened in astonishment, a flicker of horror evident in their expressions. Their understanding of the four emperors was rather limited. Yet they were well acquainted with the legendary tales surrounding Whitebeard. After a considerable pause, Sanji finally exhaled a puff of smoke and remarked, "It is only natural to be frightened when targeted by such a formidable individual." Upon hearing Sanji's words, Dalton clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling. That is not the case. If it were truly Whitebeard, it would be a different matter. He is merely a former crew member expelled from the pirate crew by Whitebeard. Upon hearing these words, Luffy and his companions wore solemn expressions, their minds conjuring the image of Blackbeard they had encountered previously. If their suspicions were correct, it could only be that individual. With this thought, Luffy's face grew serious as he resolved within himself to settle the score with that man in due time. However, the pressing matter at hand was to expedite their rescue of Nami. If they delayed any longer, Nami could very well be in grave danger. "Sir, please haste and lead us to the doctor," he urged. Upon hearing this, Dalton nodded. "I shall first escort you to the town for a brief respite. If fortune favors us, we may chance upon Dr. Doriel. Should luck evade us, we shall have no choice but to embark on a lengthy journey to seek her out ourselves." Upon hearing these words, Luffy and Sanji expressed their gratitude to Dalton. Subsequently, Luffy, carrying Nami on his back, set off towards the town of Drum Island. Along the way, the residents of Drum Island greeted them warmly, their demeanor not at all resembling that of a populace recently ravaged by pirates. Upon reflection, it made sense. A king so spineless deserved to be ousted from the land, allowing the people to lead a life of peace and prosperity. In this light, Blackbeard had inadvertently done a good deed. Before long, Riley and the others arrived at the town. Dalton secured them a place to stay, modest yet sufficient to shield them from the elements. Once inside their room, they immediately felt a wave of warmth envelop them. Luffy gently laid Nami on the bed and covered her with a blanket, causing her to drift into a deep slumber. Observing Nami's peaceful sleep, Luffy and Usopp promptly ventured outside to engage in a snowball fight. Witnessing this scene, Riley furrowed his brow. These two were indeed carefree. Nevertheless, such was their nature, and he could hardly intervene. Sanji remained by Nami's bedside, diligently tending to her, his concern mounting as her fever continued to rise with no sign of abating. Anxiety gripped him as he wondered when the doctor would arrive. If this delay persisted, Miss Nami might not survive. Upon hearing these words, Dalton furrowed his brow. Such matters were unpredictable. Aunt Doriel only descended once a month, and no one knew the exact date. One could only rely on chance. In response, Sanji gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Is this truly a matter of chance? Quickly inform us of the route to the castle. We can no longer afford to wait." Observing Nami's condition, Dalton nodded in agreement. He then proceeded to describe in detail the path leading to Aunt Doriel's residence to Sanji. Shortly thereafter, Sanji rushed out to call for Luffy. "Hey, Luffy, stop playing around. We must hasten to take Miss Nami to find a doctor." Just as Sanji emerged, a colossal snowball struck him squarely on the head. Unable to endure any longer, he retaliated by delivering a hefty blow to each of them, prompting Luffy to finally behave. Upon entering the room and hearing about the perils along the way, Usopp trembled and said, "Surely, someone must stay behind. So, I will remain with Vivi." Before Usopp could finish, Riley interjected, "It is sufficient for Vivi to stay behind. The rest of us shall ascend the mountain together for mutual support." Upon hearing those words, Usopp was nearly scared out of his wits. Tears streamed down his cheeks, cascading slowly. "I have contracted a malady that will prove fatal after a long journey." Chapter 100. The Search for a Doctor, the Great Battle. Along the way, Usopp heard tales of this land, where colossal white bears frequently roamed. often seizing people to feast upon, something he would never dare to face. Observing the scene, Leilo quietly intoned within his heart, "System, extract the origin pistol." As he spoke, a dark crimson pistol materialized in Leilo's hand. Upon seeing this somewhat extraordinary firearm, Usopp's eyes instantly sparkled with wonder. "Is this meant for me?" Upon hearing those words, Leilo's lips curled into a slight smile. "As long as you accompany us, this firearm shall be yours." Although Usopp typically engaged with a slingshot, he had long harbored dreams of possessing a genuine handgun, much like his father. The reason for his reliance on a slingshot was solely due to his impoverished circumstances, which rendered him unable to afford a proper gun. Now, with such a splendid handgun presented before him, Usopp felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. However, upon learning that their journey would involve encounters with various beasts, including man-eating polar bears, Usopp's legs quivered with trepidation. After a moment of internal conflict, he shook his head resolutely. He could eventually persuade Leilo to gift him the handgun, but if he ventured forth and were to be devoured, all would be lost. With this thought in mind, Usopp's resolve strengthened. "No, my condition has worsened." Upon hearing these words, Leilo silently murmured within his heart, "System, extract the origin bullet." No sooner had he spoken than a bullet materialized in his hand. This bullet was unlike any ordinary projectile. Its head was somewhat broad, while its tail tapered to a narrow point. Leilo promptly loaded the origin bullet into the origin pistol and aimed it out the window. With a thunderous roar, the origin bullet was launched, its overwhelming force causing Usopp to stagger back a couple of steps. As the origin bullet soared through the window, it struck a distant mountain peak with a resounding explosion, shattering the mountainside. Of course, it was merely the accumulated snow that cascaded down. Yet it was a testament to the formidable power of the origin bullet. In its wake, a flock of birds plummeted from the sky, not because they were struck, but due to the sheer force that rendered them momentarily unconscious. Witnessing this spectacle, Usopp and Luffy's eyes gleamed with excitement. Then Luffy spoke up, Hey, can you give me that gun? Pretty please?" Hearing this, Usopp's heart raced. He hadn't anticipated a rival for the weapon. He quickly raised his hand and exclaimed, I'll go. Please take me with you." With that, Usopp snatched the origin pistol from Leilo's grasp, treating it like a precious treasure, rubbing his face against it in delight. Seeing this, Luffy's expression twisted as he implored Usopp, "Come on, don't be so stingy. Just let me touch it. Just one shot." Despite Luffy's persistent coaxing, Usopp adamantly refused to relinquish the origin pistol, declaring, "This gun was given to me by Leilo. I won't give it to you." Thus began their playful tussle, igniting Sanji's ire as he watched their frivolous antics. "Hey, you two, are you done messing around?" Sanji interjected, delivering a swift strike to each of their heads. Observing this, Leilo frowned slightly, sensing that Sanji was beginning to take on Nami's role. After being struck by Sanji, both Luffy and Usopp quickly regained their composure. Luffy then hoisted Nami onto his back, and the group set off without delay. This arrangement was made because Luffy, as a user of the gum-gum fruit, possessed significantly greater physical endurance than the average person. Were it anyone else, they would likely be breathless and exhausted after carrying someone for just a few miles. However, Luffy, as long as there were no major battles to drain his stamina, would hardly feel fatigued. Leilo led the way, charging ahead while leaving Vivi to provide support. Along the journey, Usopp could hardly keep his hands off the origin pistol, utterly enamored with it, and he persistently bugged Leilo for more origin bullets. "Hey, Leilo, just give me one bullet, will you? Let me take a shot too." Upon hearing this, Leilo was exasperated. He had already stated that there were a total of 36 bullets, and one had just been used. There was no room for waste. When the beasts finally appeared, he would provide Usopp with the opportunity to showcase his skills. Leilo's insistence on bringing Usopp along was solely for the purpose of his training, and he certainly could not allow him to indulge too soon. Nevertheless, despite Leilo's stern words, Usopp remained utterly captivated by the prospect of firing the origin gun, persistently pestering Leilo for a chance. With no other choice, Leilo reluctantly extracted another origin bullet for Usopp, cautioning him that it must not be used until absolutely necessary. Although the origin pistol was intended for Usopp's self-defense and to enhance his combat prowess, employing it recklessly in their current situation would only invite unnecessary trouble. At this moment, Nami sought nothing more than a stable respite. Only when absolutely compelled should they engage in battle. Meanwhile, Luffy and Sanji raced desperately, eager to reach the summit of Drum Island. Regardless of how fervently they ran, the mountain seemed perpetually within reach yet unattainable. Behind them, Usopp, while running, fiddled with the origin pistol in his hands. Unable to resist, he loaded the origin bullet, reasoning that since it was not on safety, it would not fire regardless. With this thought, Usopp brandished the loaded origin pistol, aiming it around and pretending to fire. However, just as he was reveling in his play, he stumbled, causing the pistol to strike a nearby rock. Instantly, the origin pistol activated. In a flash, the origin bullet was propelled towards a distant snow-capped mountain. A thunderous roar echoed as the mountain erupted, its snow cascading downward. At this sight, Leilo furrowed his brow and turned to glare at Usopp, who had buried himself in the snow, too afraid to meet Leilo's gaze. With a sigh, Leilo realized that the immediate concern was to prevent an avalanche. Observing the landslide in the distance, fear flickered in Luffy's eyes. At that moment, Leilo stepped forward and gestured behind him. "You need not concern yourselves with this. Continue running ahead, I will handle it." Upon hearing Leilo's words, Luffy and Sanji did not harbor any doubts, for they held unwavering faith in Leilo's prowess. Without hesitation, Luffy and Sanji sprinted towards the distant mountains. As the impending avalanche threatened to engulf him, Rayleigh silently invoked the system. "Extract the soul-cutting blade." No sooner had he spoken than a katana materialized in his hand. Chapter 101, Origin Bullet, Extraordinary Power. Fiery flames radiated from the katana's edge. Rayleigh positioned the soul-cutting blade across his chest, bracing himself as the avalanche loomed closer. In an instant, he slashed forward, a crimson flame erupting forth, melting the surrounding snow into water, which then evaporated into steam. The force of his strike cleaved through the distant mountain, causing it to slide away. The accumulated snow atop the peak melted under the intense heat, transforming into flowing water that froze instantly into ice. Witnessing this, Rayleigh sheathed the soul-cutting blade. Usopp, observing the spectacle, was left in awe, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He was astonished by Rayleigh's extraordinary strength and equally astounded by the might of the origin bullet. Unfortunately, only 36 remained, meaning 34 were left. Its rarity was indeed commensurate with its formidable power. As Rayleigh regained his composure and prepared to pursue Luffy and the others, Usopp approached with a forced smile. "Oh, I truly apologize. I accidentally dropped my pistol just now," he said, tentatively rubbing his hands. "About the origin bullet." Before Usopp could finish, a shadowy expression crossed Rayleigh's eyes, causing Usopp to falter and hastily follow Luffy and the others. The two pursued, quickly catching up to Luffy and Sanji. To Rayleigh's surprise, the seemingly frail Usopp managed to keep pace with them, revealing that they had consistently underestimated his stamina. At this juncture, they had less than half the distance remaining to the highest peak, with hopes of reaching the summit before nightfall. Just as Rayleigh pondered this, a white wave surged towards them from the nearby mountain peak. Usopp's face contorted in terror. "Oh no, the snow mountain has collapsed again." Upon hearing these words, Rayleigh gently tapped Usopp on the head. This was no mere avalanche, a genuine beast had arrived. Upon hearing this, Usopp took a closer look and was astonished to discover that the flurry cascading down like snowflakes was, in fact, an enormous horde of rabbits. Terrified, Usopp instinctively turned to flee, only to be seized by Rayleigh. "Now, it is your turn to demonstrate the correct usage of the origin bullet," Rayleigh said, extracting an origin bullet and placing it in Usopp's palm. Although Usopp had previously fired one, it had been a misfire. Now he was to execute a proper shot, ensuring he could adeptly wield the origin pistol in the future. As Usopp accepted the origin bullet from Rayleigh, a tremor of anxiety coursed through him, his hands quaking. He carefully loaded the origin bullet into the pistol, his limbs trembling as he aimed at the approaching colossal rabbits. With great effort, he steadied his aim, and after a brief moment, he pulled the trigger. With a thunderous roar, the origin bullet shot forth, its formidable force melting the snowflakes in its path. Initially, Rayleigh anticipated that Usopp would obliterate their snowy mountain, burying the rabbits beneath a blanket of snow. However, Usopp took an unexpected approach. The origin bullet soared through the midst of the rabbits, and in an instant, the immense shockwave it generated rendered the entire horde of giant rabbits momentarily dazed. Rayleigh could hardly believe his eyes. After observing the trajectories of the origin bullet twice, Usopp had calculated such an astute angle of fire. Indeed, firing at this angle could effectively eliminate a larger swath of the rabbit population. The origin bullet passed through, leaving many of the rabbits at the periphery merely stunned, capable of rising again and resuming their advance. Yet, at that moment, the bullet struck the mountain of snow behind them, triggering a massive avalanche that buried them all. To Rayleigh's astonishment, Usopp had managed to achieve a remarkable twofold victory. At this sight, Sanji and Luffy praised Usopp profusely. "Oh, Usopp, You have truly accomplished something extraordinary this time. Who would have thought you possessed such hidden depths? Upon hearing their compliments, Usopp became somewhat bashful. It's nothing. These are merely fundamental skills. After speaking, Usopp once again gazed earnestly at the extraordinarily impressive origin pistol. If the bullets for this pistol could be manufactured infinitely, wouldn't that render one invincible? However, such bullets, characterized by a wide tip and an arrow base, are indeed quite rare. Nonetheless, with a bit of diligence, they could likely be forged. Usopp had firmly etched the design of the origin bullet in his mind, contemplating the prospect of crafting 2 of them in the future. After a brief pause, the group resumed their ascent towards the towering peak. At that moment, however, out of the corner of his eye, Leilo suddenly spotted a reindeer. Due to the recent avalanche, the snow had piled high, revealing only a pair of antlers. One could surmise that it was likely pulling something behind it. With this thought, Leilo's brow unfurled, and he pointed towards a nearby snowdrift, exclaiming, "Hurry, let us pursue that direction." Upon hearing this, Sanji was utterly perplexed. In a fit of anger, he exclaimed, "Hey, Leilo, we have finally arrived here, and you expect us to turn back? What will become of Miss Nami?" Upon hearing this, Leilo disregarded Sanji and turned away. It was evident that going there now would only lead to their demise. As he spoke, Leilo silently chanted in his mind, "System, extract the rabbit talisman." No sooner had the words left his lips than a hexagonal stone materialized in his hand. With the rabbit talisman grasped firmly, Leilo swiftly appeared before Chopper. Observing this, Sanji, though filled with indignation, did not perceive Leilo as deliberately stalling Nami's recovery, and thus he, along with Luffy, pursued after him. When they finally caught up to Leilo, their brows furrowed in confusion. Before them stood a reindeer pulling along a frail old lady of indeterminate age. Recalling Leilo's earlier words, Sanji could not help but voice his inquiry. "Are you, perhaps, the healer Doriel?" Upon hearing these words, Doriel slowly opened her eyes. "Never before had anyone dared to obstruct my path. Swiftly remove yourself from my way." Upon hearing these words, Sanji had yet to respond, while Luffy boldly carried Nami away. "Please, dear lady, save my companion. We will pay whatever amount you require." As soon as these words escaped his lips, Doriel, the healer, swiftly kicked Luffy away. Had it not been for Luffy's mastery of the gum-gum fruit, Nami would surely have fallen to the ground. Chapter 102, the elderly version of Nami. Observing the opponent's initial attack, Sanji raised his foot, ready to engage in battle. Usopp, too, brandished his unarmed origin pistol, aiming it at Doriel. At that moment, Doriel flicked a stray lock of hair from her face and, with an irritated expression, retorted, "Who are you calling an old lady? I am merely 107 years young. You should address me as sister. Do you understand?" Upon hearing these words, Sanji and Luffy were utterly astonished, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Although Luffy often appeared carefree, he found himself unable to utter the term sister in this context. The reality differed vastly from their expectations. The appearance of Dr. Doriel suggested she could very well be their great-grandmother. Indeed, if Garp were to encounter her, he might even address her as grandma. Nevertheless, in his earnest desire to save Nami, Sanji mustered the courage to speak. Dr. Doriel, could you please assist Miss Nami? Ever since she emerged from the little garden, she has been suffering from a persistent high fever, and if we do not act quickly, her life may be in jeopardy." Sanji's demeanor was sincere, and Luffy bowed in respect. Observing their earnestness, Dr. Doriel finally descended from her carriage, her long legs striding gracefully towards Luffy. She instructed him to gently lay Nami down. Bending over, she began to unfasten Nami's outer garment. Just as Sanji was about to voice his concerns, Dr. Doriel pointed to the swollen bump on Nami's waist and declared, "It appears she has been bitten by a venomous insect, resulting in toxicity and subsequently a fever." With that, she adjusted her sunglasses and added, "There is nothing to worry about. A simple application of medicine and some antipyretics will suffice for her swift recovery." Upon hearing these words, Luffy and Sanji were instantly filled with excitement, celebrating with a resounding clap of their hands. At that moment, Nami's salvation seemed assured. Meanwhile, Doriel, the healer, made her way back to the sled. Observing this, Sanji quickly turned his head and, rubbing his hands together, implored, "Sister Doriel, I kindly ask you to treat Miss Nami. Please." Upon hearing this, Dr. Doriel furrowed her brows and cast a cold glance at Sanji, subsequently remarking with disdain, "You are pirates, aren't you?" Upon hearing these words, Luffy and Sanji felt their hearts leap to their throats. They feared that Dr. Doriel might have some rule against treating pirates. Hastily, they raised their hands in denial. However, At that moment, Dr. Doriel extended a single finger and declared, "You must be quite wealthy, for it will cost you 10 million berries, not a single cent less." Upon hearing those words, Luffy and Sanji stumbled, nearly losing their balance. This doctor seemed so familiar. Not only they, but even Riley felt somewhat helpless. Was this not just Nami in her old age? Even the manner of threats bore a striking resemblance. Contemplating Nami's future frailty was truly a poignant thought. However, returning to the matter at hand, could the Straw Hat crew truly muster 10 million berries? Their usual expenditures likely devoured what little Luffy had to spare. While 10 million berries might seem trivial to him, in the world of pirates, it is indeed a considerable sum. In the East Blue, a pirate with a bounty of 10 million is regarded as a formidable figure. Across the vast pirate world, those with such a bounty are exceedingly rare. At least from the perspective of the Straw Hat crew's financial situation, they were utterly incapable of affording 10 million berries. They have never resorted to plundering others' fortunes. Upon arriving at a new location, they would indulge in extravagant purchases of provisions. Regardless of how much money they brought, it was never sufficient. Therefore, when they heard Dr. Doriel's price of 10 million, Sanji's expression turned somber, and he then smiled as he said, Sister Doriel, could we possibly settle this 10 million later? Miss Nami is on the verge of not being able to endure any longer without treatment. Upon hearing these words, Doriel, the physician, remained unmoved, while Luffy knelt before her, bowing his head heavily to the ground. You are truly beautiful. Rest assured, we will compensate you. Luffy buried his face in the snow, disregarding the biting cold, fervently hoping that Doriel would come to Nami's aid. Observing this, Doriel dismounted and took a closer look. Her gaze fixed upon the small orb tightly clutched in Nami's hand, the one-star Dragon Ball gifted to her by Leilo. Doriel gently grasped Nami's hand and retrieved the orb, examining it closely with a sense of familiarity. This orb is quite remarkable. It must hold significant value. Since there is no money available, let us consider this as a form of payment, she remarked, proceeding to toy with the orb. Upon hearing those words, Leilo furrowed his brow, taken aback by the revelation that Dr. Dolier sought his Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball was indeed a coveted treasure. Gather all 7, and one could make a wish. Regardless of its nature, although he possessed the forging blueprint for the one-star ball, the existence of an identical Dragon Ball within this realm would render any attempts at forging futile, as it would incite chaos within the fabric of time and space. Should he manage to collect all 7 Dragon Balls, only to find himself lacking the one-star ball and unable to return for it, it would merely result in a fruitless endeavor. Thus, upon hearing Dr. Dolier's request, Leilo resolutely declared no. Initially, Luffy and Sanji were inclined to agree, but upon hearing Leilo's firm stance, they were rendered speechless. A hint of confusion flickered in Dr. Dolier's eyes. Do you not wish to save your companions? She inquired. In response, Leilo stated emphatically, I can provide the money, but this Dragon Ball is mine, and I refuse to part with it. Upon hearing these words, Doriel the physician revealed a mischievous smile and then approached Leilo. I have changed my mind. I no longer desire money, but rather this precious orb. Upon hearing these words, Leilo furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation under the eager gazes of Luffy and Sanji. On one side lay the one-star Dragon Ball, while on the other rested Nami's life. If a choice were to be made, there was no doubt he would choose Nami. However, the one-star Dragon Ball held significant importance as well. With this thought in mind, Leilo swiftly seized the one-star Dragon Ball. Observing this, Doriel's expression turned grave as she looked towards Leilo. It was not out of reproach for taking the Dragon Ball, but rather in astonishment at the swiftness of Leilo's actions, which even she could barely comprehend. Luffy and Sanji displayed sorrowful expressions, unable to fathom that Leilo would forsake the opportunity to save Nami for the sake of a mere orb. Hey, Leilo, quickly give her the one-star ball, or else Miss Nami will be in grave danger. Indeed, Leilo, hand it over now, and we shall reclaim it later. Upon hearing these words, Sanji delivered a swift kick to Luffy's head and hurriedly apologized to Dr. Doriel. Sister Doriel, please don't take offense. He didn't mean it. Chapter 103, Replication, Dragon Balls. At this moment, however, Leilo wore a solemn expression. He then began to utilize the powers of the copy fruit to hastily replicate the Dragon Balls. Yet, the intricate composition of the Dragon Balls rendered the replication process quite challenging. To achieve such replication in a short span of time would necessitate a substantial expenditure of mental energy. Leilo devoted all his strength to the copy fruit. After several minutes, he finally produced another Dragon Ball and handed it over. Here you go. Upon witnessing this, both Luffy and Sanji's eyes sparkled with excitement. while Dr. Doriel inspected the counterfeit one-star ball and could not help but express her disdain. Hey, even if it's a fake, it shouldn't be so poorly crafted. She pointed at the bubbles that appeared within the one-star Dragon Ball. Seeing this, Luffy and Sanji grew anxious, fearing that Dr. Doriel might become upset and refuse to treat Nami. At that moment, Dr. Doriel tucked the counterfeit one-star Dragon Ball away. All right, I shall make an exception and treat this girl. However, it is not appropriate to do so here. We must return to the castle. Upon hearing this, Sanji and Luffy displayed expressions of excitement. Without delay, Luffy, carrying Nami on his back, was the first to dash towards the direction of the castle. Observing this scene, Dr. Doriel couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "What an impatient child. As for you, Chopper, shall we return as well?" Upon hearing the command from Dr. Doriel, Chopper swiftly turned his head and dashed towards Luffy at an astonishing speed. Sanji, brimming with excitement, paid no heed to Riley and strode forward with great determination. Usopp, fearing Riley's reproach over the origin of his projectiles, swiftly vanished from sight. Observing this, Riley furrowed his brow, acknowledging their impatience. Just as he contemplated following suit, a sudden notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a narrative quest. Invite Chopper aboard. Invitation successful. You will receive 2,000 points of experience across all attributes, several forging materials, a fourth-dimensional pocket, and a forging blueprint. Upon hearing the system prompt, Leilo furrowed his brow. He was taken aback to discover that the system could actually create a fourth-dimensional pocket. If memory serves correctly, this fourth-dimensional pocket should resemble Doraemon's pouch, a place capable of holding an infinite number of items. It remained uncertain whether this pocket was merely an empty vessel or if it contained a plethora of various tools within. Should it be the latter, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune. However, it was more likely to be the former. Nonetheless, even if it were just an empty pocket, it would still be advantageous, akin to possessing an additional receptacle from which items could be retrieved at any moment. In the future, all the earnings could be stored within it, sparing the need to confine them solely to the system's space. With this thought in mind, Leilo resolutely proceeded forward. Although they had already traversed half the distance, there remained several dozen miles to the towering summit. Even with their accelerated pace, it would still take them at least half an hour to arrive. Luffy and the others sprinted ahead, but at that moment, the distant mountains began to tremble ominously. Observing this, Leilo's brow tightened. Could an avalanche be imminent? Such occurrences were not uncommon in these regions. Just as he contemplated drawing his soul-cutting blade to address the situation, Usopp, in a state of panic, pointed towards the source of the sound and exclaimed, "Look, a gigantic white bear. We must flee at once, or we shall be devoured." Upon hearing these words, everyone turned their gaze towards the pinnacle, focusing intently on the past. Although it seemed a distant sight, they could faintly discern a colossal white bear racing down the mountainside, the very cause of the avalanche. The tales of the man-eating white bear along the way were indeed true. At this revelation, Usopp and Sanji were left in a state of utter astonishment. Could such a creature truly exist? How infuriating! Yet, setting aside their disbelief, they resolved to prioritize getting Nami to safety. Upon hearing their words, Doriel the doctor stepped down from the carriage, her expression grave as she remarked, "It is futile. If we lead him to the castle, he will topple the peaks, and we shall face utter annihilation." At this, Sanji and Luffy exchanged astonished glances, for the enormous white bear towered over them at several dozen meters, surpassing even the stature of Dory and Bragi. Could they truly contend with such a creature? Nevertheless, they were resolute in their duty to protect Nami. With this thought, Sanji lifted his right foot while Luffy extended his arm, poised to launch an assault on the behemoth. Yet, at that moment, Leilo abruptly intervened. "There is no time," he cautioned. "If a battle ensues, it will trigger another avalanche, endangering Nami once more. Allow me to handle this matter." Upon hearing these words, both Usopp and Luffy nodded in agreement and subsequently took a step back. Observing their retreat, Rayleigh advanced 2 steps forward. As he passed by Dr. Doriel, he quietly remarked, "I have heard that this white bear consumes humans. Is that true?" Upon hearing these words, Nurse Doriel smiled broadly, then shook her head. She regarded the child merely as a mischievous little rascal. Upon hearing this, Raylo silently nodded and proceeded forward. Soon, a colossal white bear charged down the mountain. Standing before Raylo, the creature towered so high that Raylo barely reached its knees. Despite the imposing presence of this behemoth, Raylo did not draw his sword. Instead, he summoned the formidable Haki within him, opening his eyes wide to gaze at the white bear. The powerful conqueror's haki radiated outward, causing the surrounding snowflakes to scatter in all directions. At that moment, the bear stood motionless, its body rigid with shock. Observing this, Leilo enveloped his fist with armament haki and leaped, delivering a powerful punch to the bear's abdomen. The massive creature shuddered violently, retreating 2 steps before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Witnessing this, Dr. Correa's expression turned to one of astonishment. She had not anticipated that this young boy possessed such formidable strength. Chopper, in his reindeer form, was equally taken aback, his eyes wide with fear as he trembled. Conversely, Luffy and Sanji, having previously witnessed Leilo's overwhelming prowess, remained unfazed. After incapacitating the enormous bear, Leilo returned with a steely demeanor, stating coldly, "We should depart swiftly. The longer we delay, the more perilous it becomes for Nami." Upon hearing this, Luffy grinned widely and threw a punch into the air. "All right, let's go." With that, the group hastened towards the mountain's peak. After a strenuous trek, they finally reached the base of the towering cliff, yet Usopp faltered. Gazing up at the steep, cloud-kissing rock face, he shook his head in disbelief. "Wait, are we really going to climb this with our bare hands? If we fall, we'll surely perish." Chapter 104. The Ascent of the Mountain. As soon as Usopp voiced his concerns and looked up, he realized that the others had already scaled halfway up the mountain. In a fit of frustration, he shouted, "Hey, you 3, can you please listen to me?" In response, Leilo turned back and remarked, "You may wait down there. If you survive the night without freezing, we shall return to fetch you in the morning." Upon hearing these words, Usopp shuddered, clenched his fists, and exclaimed, "Please, do not utter such terrifying things." After a moment of contemplation, Usopp concluded that returning would be the wiser choice. Just then, Sanji's cigarette butt fell onto his head, prompting Usopp to hurriedly brush it away. Before Usopp could utter a word, Sanji coolly remarked, "If you wish to return on your own, you may, but do exercise caution against the wild beast along the way." Upon hearing these words, Usopp was overcome with tears. He had no choice but to ascend the mountain alongside Leilo. With each cautious step, he was gripped by fear, yet paradoxically, his climbing was the most stable among them. Observing this, Leilo wore a satisfied smile, recognizing that this was the ideal way to train Usopp. In truth, Usopp possessed the greatest potential among them. It was merely the years of neglect and training that had relegated him to one of the weakest members of the pirate crew. With diligent effort, he could undoubtedly evolve into a formidable force at sea. Before long, Leilo and the others reached the summit. When Usopp finally climbed up, he was pale and gasping for breath. He felt a sense of relief. After a brief moment, he regained his composure and stood, but as he glanced around, he found no sign of Dr. Dorella. Usopp initially thought she had not made it up, and upon looking down, he saw no one. Panic gripped him as he screamed in terror, "Oh no! The doctor has been devoured by a beast! How terrifying!" Upon hearing these words, Luffy exclaimed loudly and immediately glanced downward, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. Indeed, there was not a soul below. What was Nami to do? Just as the two were engulfed in disbelief, a voice suddenly emerged from behind them, belonging to none other than Dr. Doriel. Youth certainly has its advantages, as she chose to ascend rather than utilize the designated pathway. Upon hearing these words, Usopp was taken aback as if he had encountered a ghost, nearly tumbling down the mountainside. Had it not been for Luffy's arms securing him, Usopp would likely have met his demise in the northwest. Usopp was astonished to discover the existence of a specially constructed walkway, and he roared in indignation, "Hey, if such a place exists, why were we not allowed to use it?" Upon hearing Usopp's words, Dr. Doriel scratched her head in confusion. "I thought you were here for physical training. Enough of this delay. The patient cannot afford to wait." With that, Dr. Doriel deftly redirected the conversation. Luffy and Sanji quickly silenced Usopp, fearing they might offend the physician. They then ushered Nami into the castle. Upon entering Dr. Doriel's chamber, Leilo surveyed the surroundings. The room was remarkably austere, containing merely a bed and a bookshelf. The shelf was overflowing with various medical texts. Luffy gently placed Nami on the bed, and Dr. Doriel promptly began to unfasten her clothing. At this sight, Sanji's eyes transformed into hearts, and drool uncontrollably escaped his lips. Just as he leaned in, Dr. Doriel swiftly kicked all 3 of them out. At this moment, Leilo comprehended why Dr. Doriel insisted on treating patients within the castle's confines. If one were to undress in the snowy outdoors, they would likely freeze into a statue before any treatment could commence. Although Dr. Doriel had not directed her ire at him, Leilo, with a sense of decorum, casually took a book from the shelf and inquired, "May I take this book outside to read?" Upon hearing these words, Nurse Doriel cast a glance at the book in Leilo's hand, adorned with a skull illustration, and couldn't help but smirk, saying, "Do you wish to study medicine? Alas, what you hold is merely the notes of a quack. Perhaps you should consider selecting a different tome. However, should you insist on perusing it, I shall not object." Upon hearing these words, Leilo directly clasped the book to his chest. "Thank you," he said, before stepping outside and closing the door behind him. A few anxious individuals awaited him outside, while Leilo immersed himself in the book. The medical tome bore an engraving of a skull, an oddly captivating design that piqued Leilo's interest. As he turned to the first page, he encountered a smiling face alongside a reindeer. The whimsical illustrations were accompanied by a name inscribed below, Shiruruk. If he surmised correctly, this must be the first mentor of Chopper, the mediocre Dr. Shiruruk. As Leilo continued to peruse the book, he was taken aback by its contents. It contained records pertaining to the treatment of animals. While this in itself was unremarkable, the most intriguing aspect was the fusion of experiences treating animals with those for humans, which felt somewhat peculiar. However, considering Shiruruk's reputation as an inept physician, it seemed less out of place. The text not only chronicled experiences in animal care but also included numerous records of toxic substances. Overall, the information appeared accurate, suggesting that Shiruruk was not a quack. He simply lacked the ability to treat humans. As Leilo leafed through the pages, he found himself stunned upon reaching the final page. It bore no records, merely an illustration of a mountain adorned with blooming cherry blossoms, beneath which a reindeer frolicked. On the mountain, two figures were faintly visible, obscured by the blossoms, likely the physician Doria and Shiruruk. Beyond the cherry blossoms, a castle could be discerned, flying a pirate flag. Upon seeing this, Leilo looked up and confirmed that the castle indeed displayed a pirate flag emblazoned with a heart. Shiruruk's dream seemed to be half realized. With this thought, Leilo closed the book and embraced it once more. At that moment, he recalled that the lottery wheel for today had yet to commence. Having drawn twice yesterday without much success, although the weather stick could enhance Nami's self-defense capabilities, it offered no assistance to the others. However, considering they were about to enter Alabasta and engage in a fierce battle, Usopp's initial weather stick would be ineffective against their foes. Therefore, he decided to forge a new weather stick as a gift for Nami, who was recovering from her illness. With this resolution, Leilo inwardly commanded, "System, forge the weather stick." As soon as he uttered those words, a scene of crafting the weather stick unfolded in his mind. Shortly thereafter, a vibrant, multicolored weather stick materialized in his system space. Chapter 105. Forging the weather stick. Ding. The weather stick has been successfully forged and is now stored in the system space, available for the host's use at any time. The mature weather stick created by Leilo differed significantly from his previous impressions of such instruments. He then wished to examine the functionalities of the weather stick but encountered an error, since the weather stick was reliant on atmospheric conditions for its use. It did not fall under the categories of magic or physical phenomena, rendering its specifics unviewable. Nonetheless, he was unconcerned. He believed that once bestowed upon Nami, she would quickly master its use. As soon as the weather stick was forged, Doria's voice resonated from within. "All done. Who wishes to come in and take a look? My clothes aren't quite ready yet." Upon hearing those words, Sanji was invigorated as if he had been electrified. He kicked the door open and rushed inside. Leilo and the others followed closely behind, only to find Sanji frozen in place, petrified. To their astonishment, they noticed that Dr. Doriel had donned a brand new outfit. At this sight, Leilo couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that Dr. Doriel was referring to herself, still in the process of dressing. Leilo felt a twinge of sympathy for Sanji and approached him, gently patting his shoulder. Sanji, however, seemed to shatter into a pile of ash. After a considerable time, Sanji lay on the ground, repeatedly pounding the floor, as if his eyes had been insulted. Leilo stifled his laughter and turned his gaze toward Nami, who had slipped into a yellow checkered coat. Her breathing was steady, clearly indicating that her fever had subsided significantly. It was evident that she would soon recover. Meanwhile, Luffy burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Hey, Sanji, I didn't realize you were into that." Behind him, Usopp patted Sanji's back, saying, "Don't be sad, it was merely a glance. Why not just marry her?" Just as they finished mocking Sanji, a thump on their heads left them with a noticeable bump, prompting them to raise their hands in surrender. "Sorry." The trio continued their playful banter when suddenly, a voice emerged from the corner. You can't be too loud. It might disturb the patient's rest." The voice lacked any authority but successfully captured their attention. Quickly, Leilo and the others turned to the corner, where they spotted a fluffy creature with horns. cowering behind the wall, its expression one of fear. Usopp blinked rapidly and muttered to himself, "Is that a raccoon?" Sanji also glanced in Chopper's direction, then lit a cigarette and took a puff. A raccoon, Dr. Doriel's pet? How unique. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh, promptly correcting, "That must be a reindeer." The moment Luffy heard the term reindeer, his eyes widened, sparkling with excitement, and drool began to flow. "Reindeer. Let us hurry and stew it for Nami to replenish her strength." With that, Luffy licked his lips and dashed off. Observing this, Sanji inexplicably produced cooking utensils from somewhere and followed Luffy. Their antics startled Chopper, who, with a terrified gaze, swiftly turned and fled. "Dr. Doriel, help!" Chopper cried in distress. However, Doriel remained unresponsive, turning her attention to Nami instead. Seeing the expression on Doriel's face, Rayleigh realized she had immense confidence in Chopper's abilities and was not worried that Luffy and Sanji would harm him. Yet, if she truly understood the nature of these two, her composure would likely have been shaken. Reflecting on this, Rayleigh settled beside Nami. Usopp, finding the situation amusing, also pursued them. At that moment, Rayleigh gazed at Doriel, noting her sorrowful visage, seemingly at a loss. This scene likely stirred memories of past heartaches. In the notes recorded by Dr. Hiralik, there existed a narrative of his relationship with Chopper and Dr. Doriel. Although from Hiralik's perspective, Doriel may have regarded him with indifference, even considering him a mere seeker of knowledge. In Doriel's heart, Hiralik's significance was undoubtedly far greater, as evidenced by her evident sorrow. Contemplating this, Rayleigh gently placed the book he had been holding onto Nami and then addressed Doriel earnestly. "Let Chopper accompany us. Let him fulfill Dr. Hiralik's last wish." Upon hearing these words, Dr. Doriel furrowed her brows, a flicker of astonishment gleaming in her eyes. She immediately turned her gaze towards Rayleigh. It did not surprise her that Rayleigh was acquainted with Chopper, or that he was aware of his connection to Dr. Hiralik, for he had just brought forth Hiralik's personal notes. However, she was perplexed as to why Rayleigh insisted on taking Chopper away at the outset. Initially, witnessing Rayleigh and his companions risking their lives to save Nami had briefly led her to consider allowing Chopper to accompany them on their maritime adventures to fulfill his dreams. Yet, upon reflecting on Chopper's timid nature, she felt a twinge of unease at the thought of him joining an unknown pirate crew. She believed it prudent to wait until Chopper matured and became braver before granting him such freedom. Consequently, she had dismissed the idea of allowing Chopper to join the pirates at this time. Nevertheless, Rayleigh's statement compelled her to reconsider. She had already witnessed Rayleigh's formidable strength, and entrusting Chopper to him would ensure he was well cared for. Still, she could not so readily relinquish Chopper. What if these individuals harbored ulterior motives? Chopper, in his innocence, would be vulnerable to deception. With this in mind, Dr. Doriel asserted, "That is impossible. He cannot leave this place." Rising from her seat, she strode towards the door, glancing back at Rayleigh as she continued, "If you truly wish to take him away, then prove your resolve to me." With that, she exited, leaving Rayleigh momentarily perplexed. Their resolve? Did it pertain to Luffy and Sanji viewing Chopper merely as a means of sustenance? Shaking his head at this thought, Rayleigh turned his attention to the peacefully slumbering Nami. Despite her usual fierce demeanor, she truly appeared enchanting in her repose. Not to say she was a captivating beauty, but she certainly possessed an allure that could make flowers blush and the moon hide. Reflecting on this, Rayleigh retrieved the notes resting upon Nami and tucked her in before preparing to leave. Just as he made to depart, Nami unexpectedly grasped his wrist. Startled, Rayleigh turned back only to find Nami still lost in dreams, which eased his trepidation. He then placed a Dragon Ball beside her, prompting her to release her grip. Chapter 106. Wapol Strikes. At this moment, Rayleigh frowned slightly. Nami was indeed a treasure enthusiast. After setting down the Dragon Ball, he recalled his earlier intention to initiate a lottery. He inwardly commanded, "System, activate the lottery wheel." No sooner had he spoken than the system's notification chimed. The lottery wheel is now active. The first draw requires 20 million berries. Subsequent draws will double in cost. You currently have 5 opportunities remaining. Shall we proceed immediately? Draw. Proceed immediately. As the words left his lips, the image of the lottery wheel materialized in his mind. After a brief span, the wheel gradually came to a halt. Upon closer inspection, Rayleigh noticed a ticket-like item materializing before him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a permanent exemption card for hockey. The reward has been placed in the system space. Please check at your convenience. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh furrowed his brow. A powerful free-use card? Such a thing actually exists. He opened the system space to examine the usage instructions for the powerful free-use card. His brow knitted further as he read. Utilizing this powerful free-use card would grant him unlimited use of hockey for a specified duration of half an hour. Once activated, even if it was not used continuously, the time would still elapse, and it could not be duplicated. As he absorbed this information, Leilo's frown deepened. Half an hour of unlimited hockey usage sounded formidable. Unfortunately, it was not immediately applicable, but it would surely be of great utility in the future. Although the adversaries he faced at present were easily manageable, dealing with Crocodile would likely not be resolved in mere seconds. This half hour of hockey usage time was crucial for him. With this thought in mind, Leilo initiated the second round of the lottery. The second round required an investment of 40 million berries, and the spinning wheel commenced its rotation. When it finally came to a halt, Leilo could not help but furrow his brow again. A vision of a robot flashed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a blueprint for transforming into a robot. The reward has been placed in the system space. Please check it at your convenience. Upon hearing the system prompt, Leilo felt a surge of excitement and promptly accessed the system space to investigate. The transformation robot possesses the remarkable ability to clone any object it perceives, subsequently substituting the cloned entity to accomplish his tasks for the day, thereby granting his original self ample opportunity for rest. After perusing the robot's introduction, Leilo's enthusiasm intensified. This tool was exceedingly convenient for someone like him, who relished idleness. Furthermore, it evoked memories of Mr. Two's powers. Reminiscent of the imitation fruit abilities, this transformation robot appeared to be a perfect counter to that. With this thought in mind, Leilo stored the robot's forging blueprint in the system space and promptly closed the interface, for the second and third lottery draws would require a staggering 80 million berries. By this calculation, he would need to amass over 100 million berries daily. His current fortune of over 1 billion berries would soon dissipate. Thus, 2 draws a day seemed the most prudent strategy given his present financial circumstances. As he contemplated this, Luffy and the others, in pursuit of Chopper, burst into the room, wreaking havoc and rendering the space chaotic. Observing this, Leilo sighed, realizing he was surrounded by a rather troublesome bunch. Just as he turned to leave, a sudden axe hurtled toward him. In a flurry, Leilo managed to catch the axe, a cold sweat trickling down his brow. Surely, this old woman was not attempting to commit murder. In the next instant, Doriel, the doctor, appeared, adorned with an array of weapons, chasing after them in a frenzy. Leilo sighed again, recognizing the persistent nature of this motley crew. Calculating the time, he deduced that Wobber should be returning soon. With this thought, Leilo rose and made his way outside. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others continued their playful scuffle, only to be swiftly felled by Chopper, who had grown considerably larger. Upon witnessing the suddenly towering Chopper, Usopp's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Help! A monster! Upon hearing these words, a trace of displeasure was evident on Chopper's face. Meanwhile, the awakened Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. What an extraordinary creature! I must invite him aboard our ship. Upon hearing these words, Sanji delivered a swift kick to Luffy's head. Come on, you fool, how could that possibly be? In response, Luffy declared with resolute conviction, I don't care, I want it. I've already set my sights on him. Upon hearing these words, Usopp and Sanji collapsed to the ground, resembling withered eggplants. Yet, amidst their despair, Chopper's eyes reflected a glimmer of fear. Following Chopper's gaze downward, they beheld a stout man, entirely encased in iron, having ascended to the pinnacle of Magnet Island. Witnessing this, Chopper trembled and exclaimed, This is bad. Walpole has returned. Upon hearing these words, Doriel the healer chuckled. Was that not fortuitous? The past dues could be reconciled. With that, Doriel dashed down towards the castle, followed closely by Chopper, who had reverted to his deer form. Observing this, Rayleigh felt a tinge of boredom and contemplated returning to attend to Nami. That good-for-nothing Wapol, even without his intervention, would surely be sent fleeing by Luffy. However, just as Rayleigh turned away, an alert from the system chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a storyline quest. You may choose one of the following tasks. 1. Kneel and plead for mercy like Wapol to receive 1,000 points of all attribute experience, various forging materials, the Atom Tree, and a forging blueprint. 2. Defeat Wapol on Drum Island and raise the Jolly Roger to earn 1,500 experience points, various forging materials, and unlock the Universal Shop. Initially, Rayleigh had resolved to forego any task related to Wapol. Yet, the prospect of unlocking the system shop through the second option left him somewhat speechless. To think that vanquishing such a worthless opponent could open a new realm, a lottery wheel that randomly dispensed rewards. However, a shop would allow him to directly select and purchase preferred materials or weapons, undoubtedly saving him considerable effort. With no other recourse, Rayleigh promptly opted for the second task, defeating Wapple. Resolving himself to this course, he stepped toward the castle's exterior. Yet, upon emerging, he beheld Wapple already engaged in a fierce struggle with Luffy. "You shall not mock my comrades," Luffy declared, landing a powerful punch squarely on Wapple's face, sending him sprawling. Nearby, two frizzy-haired swordsmen, their faces etched with fear, rushed to assist Wapple. "Lord Wapple, are you unharmed? How dare these wretched commoners treat you so? It is utterly unforgivable," one exclaimed. "Indeed, to strike our exalted king in such a manner is a profound disgrace." Chapter 107, The Unveiling of the System Shop. Upon hearing these words, a look of horror appeared in Vapal's eyes. His entire form began to morph, ultimately transforming into a tank. Witnessing this, both Luffy and Sanji displayed expressions of bewilderment. Usopp, in a state of sheer fright, collapsed onto the ground. What on earth is this? A shape-shifting devil fruit user? Just as the words left his mouth, Vapal promptly launched a cannonball toward them. At this moment, a grave expression settled on Luffy's face as he spread his body wide. Initially believing he could reflect the cannonball back, he was taken aback when the projectile suddenly detonated upon nearing his skin, sending him hurtling through the air. Observing this, Sanji and Usopp's eyes nearly popped out of their heads as they shouted in unison, "Hey, that's a tank, not a cannon." Upon hearing those words, Luffy struggled to extend a hand before fainting. Witnessing this, Wapple burst into hearty laughter. "Indeed, what a petty thief, so swiftly subdued by me. You too. Why do you not hasten to leave my castle?" Upon hearing these words, Sanji furrowed his brow and lit a cigarette. "You scoundrel. You have injured our captain, and yet you dare to speak so brazenly here." With that, Sanji raised his foot decisively. Usopp, too, readied his slingshot. "Indeed. I advise you to depart swiftly from this place. Otherwise, our captain shall show you no mercy." Upon hearing these words, Vaporil reacted as if he had just heard a jest. He remarked, "Merely a group of laughable pirates harboring empty dreams, daring to speak in my presence. You too. Show him the extent of our prowess." Upon hearing these words, the two individuals with flamboyant hairstyles immediately revealed malevolent smiles. However, at that moment, Sanji was rapidly dashing towards them. Yet, in the next instant, several tufts of black, fluffy hair came crashing directly into his face, obscuring his vision and nearly causing him to tumble down the mountain. After a strenuous effort, Sanji managed to dislodge the puffy spheres, but he could not shake them off completely. Meanwhile, the two individuals with the extravagant hairstyles displayed a wicked grin, proclaiming, "Our static balls are not so easily discarded. Cursed pirate, accept your fate." With that, they charged towards Sanji with great speed. At this juncture, Sanji was still struggling with the static balls on his person, when suddenly, a reindeer soared through the air. The powerful hooves of the deer struck the chests of the two assailants, causing them to spew blood and fly backward. Witnessing this, Sanji looked incredulously at Chopper and genuinely praised, "Impressive. You are quite formidable." In response, Chopper immediately reverted to his original form, becoming flustered. "You idiot. No matter how much you praise me, I will never be grateful. You really are a fool. I am not." Observing Chopper's adorable demeanor, Sanji felt beads of sweat forming on his brow and sighed, recognizing the true nature of his prideful companion. While the two engaged in their banter, the two flamboyant individuals regained consciousness, their eyes filled with fury as they glared at Sanji, swiftly brandishing their blades in his direction. By the time Sanji sensed the impending danger, it was already too late. The static balls hindered his physical agility, preventing a quick reaction. If he were to be struck, even survival would not guarantee his wholeness. Just then, a voice rang out near his ear, "Dodge." Upon hearing this, Sanji embraced Chopper and leaped away from the spot. At that moment, a fierce glint flashed in Rayleigh's eyes as he unleashed a powerful punch towards the two attackers. The surrounding air was instantly displaced by the force, and the two were pierced through entirely, hurtling toward the distant sea, their fates uncertain. Witnessing this scene, Sanji and Chopper stood in stunned silence, exclaiming in unison, "Hey, there is no need to go that far." Upon hearing Sanji and Chopper's words, Rayleigh remained noncommittal and then turned to Whirlpool, stating, "Pity for one's enemies is nothing but cruelty towards oneself." Upon hearing those words, Sanji and Chopper shuddered in unison. What a terrifying individual. Observing Riley's earlier actions, Wapple's eyes widened in astonishment, and he instinctively glanced around, elongating his jaw until it nearly touched the ground. Is this creature before me truly a monster? Although he felt confident in defeating the two individuals he faced, he realized it was impossible to eliminate them in a single strike as Riley had done. Even in his arrogance, Wapol understood that he could not rival the formidable being before him. With this thought in mind, he dashed to the side and swiftly transformed into a combat aircraft. Witnessing this, Luffy and Usopp's eyes sparkled with excitement. How incredible! Long live the transformation fruit. Upon hearing this, Wapol, in midair, indignantly exclaimed, "Hey, you too, how utterly disrespectful. Our king possesses the powers of the Munch Munch fruit. What a pitiful transformation fruit. It pales in comparison to my ability." At his words, both Luffy and Usopp felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. What is this? So it's not a transformation after all. Munch Munch fruit. What a repulsive name. Upon hearing these words, Wobble nearly plummeted from the air, his heart shattered into 8 pieces. He then roared in indignation, "This is utterly unreasonable. You ignorant fools. Once I open the armory and consume all the weapons within, you shall witness the true meaning of despair." With that, Wobble ceased any further discourse and soared directly towards the castle. At this moment, Dr. Doriel's eyes reflected a glimmer of horror as she exclaimed, "Hurry, stop him. If he devours the weapons in the castle, the entire nation of Magdrum will be in peril." Upon hearing this, Wobble burst into laughter, declaring, "Utterly futile. No one can hinder me now." Just as he was about to accelerate into the castle, he suddenly felt as though he had collided with an invisible wall, as unyielding as steel, causing his head to contort painfully before he fell to the ground. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated. "I have no time to play games with you. You shall go to the depths of the sea to atone for your past sins." As he spoke, Leilo silently invoked, "System, extract the bull talisman." No sooner had he uttered the words than a stone materialized in his hand. Leilo immediately channeled this power into his foot and delivered a thunderous kick towards Wobble. Wobble, in sheer panic, stammered, wait, please spare me. I can offer you all the treasures of this kingdom." As Leilo's foot approached, Wobble desperately continued, all right. I'll make you king of this nation. How does that sound?" Before he could finish, Leilo's foot struck Wobble's chin with a resounding impact. In an instant, Wobble's jaw twisted grotesquely, and the next moment, he was sent flying. Witnessing this, both Dr. Doriel and Chopper wore expressions of disbelief. Could it be that the shadow that had loomed over the Magdrum nation for years had been vanquished by this young boy? Just as Dr. Doriel was grappling with her astonishment, Luffy, struggling to rise from the ground, stood up and clenched his fists, shouting, "Where did that guy go? I want to send him flying." Upon hearing those words, Usopp slapped Luffy's head with his palm. The threat had been neutralized, but are you certain you are unharmed? At that moment, Sanji also turned to Luffy, his eyes nearly popping out in shock, for Luffy was drenched in blood, gritting his teeth and brandishing his claws. He appeared as a malevolent specter risen from the depths of hell. Witnessing this scene, Riley furrowed his brow. It was fortunate that Usopp remained so composed. It was likely that he was not frightened merely because it was Luffy. With this thought in mind, Riley turned to glance at Dr. Doriel. She was also observing him, a flicker of chilling apprehension evident in her gaze. Riley understood the depth of her concerns and the thoughts plaguing her mind. Without hesitation, he strode directly towards Chopper and extended a hand, saying, "Chopper, would you be willing to join us and become our companion?" Upon hearing these words, Chopper stood transfixed, his ears twitching incessantly. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he abruptly turned to flee. "No way. Don't get any fanciful ideas. I shall not leave this place." This declaration captured the attention of both Luffy and Sanji. It seemed as though Luffy suddenly recalled something, and he shouted at Chopper, "Hey, you're a doctor, aren't you?" Upon hearing these words, Chopper swiftly turned a corner and exclaimed, "Ah, indeed." Upon hearing these words, Luffy was immediately filled with excitement and exclaimed to the heavens, "Chopper, join us as our companion." Upon hearing these words, Chopper's mouth fell agape, and his fur stood on end in astonishment. He never anticipated that two individuals would simultaneously extend an invitation for him to join their ranks. In a moment of bewilderment, he dashed into the depths of the forest, prompting a grimace from Luffy. Without hesitation, he pursued Chopper, exclaiming, "Hey, don't run away. I've chosen you. You shall be our ship's doctor." At this juncture, Sanji and Usopp couldn't help but burst into laughter. Luffy remained unchanged, and his antics were simply unbearable. Upon hearing these words, Sanji lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. "Let us not concern ourselves with him. Let us check on Miss Nami's condition." With that, Sanji was the first to dash towards the castle, leaving a trail of affection in his wake. Seeing this scene, Rayleigh could only shake his head in resignation. just as a notification sound resonated within him. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of defeating Wapple. You have earned 1,000 points of all attribute experience, several forging materials, and access to the system shop. The items in the system shop are updated daily and include forging materials, weapons, and various daily necessities. Prices fluctuate according to quality, so the host is advised to purchase with caution. The system shop operates 24 hours a day with a maximum expenditure limit of 1 billion berries, which increases as levels rise. At that moment, a virtual system shop materialized in Rayla's mind, filled with an array of goods. He delved into the shop, exploring the diverse offerings that ranged from everyday essentials to exquisite weapons. He glanced at some daily necessities, such as soap, which cost around 50 berries. To be frank, this price was quite substantial for such items. Rayla then turned his attention to the mid-range market, where most products were forging materials, ranging from 1,000 to 100,000 berries. He searched for a common spirit key, which would enable him to forge the constellation spirit, Aquaria. Unfortunately, he found no ordinary spirit keys in the shop, nor any other spirit keys for that matter. It seemed he would have to explore the high-end goods section. The high-end goods area was a dazzling display of items, continually refreshed, ensuring that not all high-end products were showcased at once. Raylu soon spotted a formidable sword, Inma, which would likely be Zaro's future blade. Upon examining the price, he couldn't help but gasp. This single sword commanded a staggering price of 1 billion berries. Frankly, given Inma's attributes, this price was not exorbitant. A true sword enthusiast would pay even 20 billion berries for it. Regrettably, Raylu's total was only a few billion, and purchasing this sword would leave him impoverished. As he walked through the high-end section, he found the prices to be outrageously steep. Reluctantly, Raylu abandoned the idea of acquiring high-end goods and meandered towards the mid to low-end product area. On the ship, some daily necessities were indeed required, so he spent 300 berries on a bottle of body wash and shampoo before preparing to exit the system shop. However, just as he was about to leave, he noticed a large bag of cotton candy nestled in a corner of the low-end goods section. If memory served him right, Chopper was rather fond of cotton candy. So Rayla checked the price and was pleasantly surprised to find it was only 100 berries. After paying 400 berries, he collected all the items. Just then, Chopper suddenly dashed to his side, having been chased by Luffy, and leaped into Raylu's embrace. Luffy, eyes gleaming with excitement from behind, proclaimed, "You can't run away now. Come join us on our voyage as our crewmate." At these words, Chopper turned back and glared fiercely at Luffy. "You're so annoying. I've already told you I won't go. No matter what you say, I refuse to join." Upon hearing these words, Raylo took out the cotton candy he had just purchased for 100 belly. Immediately, a towering tuft of cotton candy appeared beside him. At this sight, Chopper's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, shining with excitement. "What is this? Cotton candy?" Raylo, too, was astonished that 100 belly could procure such a magnificent quantity of cotton candy. Noticing Chopper's eager expression, Raylo nodded in affirmation. Although Chopper's eyes were wide with desire, he refrained from snatching it away, a testament to the inherent kindness within him. Chapter 109. The excited Chopper reflecting on this, Raylo smiled and said, "Ah, it's quite sweet. Would you like to have a taste?" Upon hearing these words, Chopper's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is it truly possible? My blue nose, will it dirty your cotton candy?" In response, Laylo replied directly, "What of it if it does? It is, after all, meant for you." Upon hearing these words, Chopper could no longer contain himself, tears streaming down his face as he dashed toward the cotton candy. He then began to devour it with fervor, a radiant smile illuminating his features. Observing Chopper's joyous demeanor, Raylo cast a glance in the direction of Dr. Dolier. At that moment, Dr. Dolier turned her head and walked toward the castle. Seeing this, Raylo felt no concern. Surely she wished to avoid witnessing the poignant scene of parting. Lost in thought, he suddenly realized that Luffy had appeared before him. Watching Chopper relish the cotton candy, Luffy couldn't help but drool. "Hey, Raylo, let me have a bite," he exclaimed, opening his mouth wide as if he wished to devour Chopper whole. In response, Raylo swiftly kicked Luffy away, exclaiming with exasperation, "This is a gift for the new crew member. I can't share it with you." Upon hearing these words, Luffy immediately displayed an expression of feigned grievance. Swiftly advancing to Raylo's side, he shook Raylo's hand with fervor and implored, "Do not be like this. Grant me a peace as well. If necessary, I shall simply embark on the ship anew." Upon hearing these words, Raylo furrowed his brow, pondering just how insatiable this fellow could be. However, there was little he could do. After all, he was burdened with such a captain. With that in mind, Leilo resumed his search within the shop. Although he did not find any cotton candy, he did procure other confections, successfully distracting Luffy in the process, gazing at the array of delightful snacks before him. Luffy's mouth watered uncontrollably. "Hey, Leilo, are these treats for me? May I indulge?" Upon hearing these words, Leilo let out a sigh. "Please, you've already eaten half. Can we refrain from asking any further?" In response, Luffy burst into laughter, exclaiming, my apologies. I inadvertently indulged myself." With that, he resumed his earnest feasting. After a considerable time, the two of them, having satisfied their appetites, lay back in the snow, their round bellies protruding, embodying a state of utter contentment. Observing this, Leilo sighed again, contemplating that this system shop was clearly designed for these gluttonous companions. Feeling somewhat resigned, Leilo settled beside Chopper, who, after a brief while, finally opened his eyes and turned to Leilo, saying, "Well, from today onwards, we are companions, right?" Upon hearing these words, Leilo cast a glance at Chopper and then nodded in affirmation. "Of course, you shall become our ship's doctor." At this, Chopper turned his gaze towards the sky, his limbs intertwining in a fit of excitement. "How should I interact with my comrades? If there are no injuries, will I be cast off the ship?" Upon hearing these words, large beads of sweat trickled down Leilo's forehead. He then smiled and said, "How could that be? We are companions. Companionship does not necessitate mutual dependence for us to come together." Upon hearing these words, Chopper's expression turned grave, and soon 2 streams of hot tears cascaded down his cheeks. Weeping inconsolably, just as Leilo intended to offer some words of comfort, he was suddenly met with the sounds of clamor and chaos emanating from the other side of the mountain. "Where is that scoundrel Walpo? We must find him at once. Indeed, he cannot be allowed to continue as the king of Drum Kingdom, otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. That coward does not deserve to be our king." Upon hearing these words, Chopper and Luffy immediately became alert. Rayleigh slowly rose to his feet. If he was not mistaken, it should be Zoro and the others who were approaching. Indeed, the next moment, Zoro's voice echoed from afar. "Hey, so you were here all along? I thought you had lost your way." Upon hearing these words, Sanji abruptly collided his forehead against Zoro's. "Do you think everyone is as lost as you are?" Upon hearing these words, Zoro promptly placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword. "You insufferable chef, who are you calling a lost fool?" "I'm referring to you. You aimless wanderer with that mossy hair." As they exchanged sharp retorts, it was evident that their rivalry was intensifying. At this moment, Luffy broke into a grin. Hey, there's no need for that. You two are acting so childish." At this remark, both Zoro and Sanji turned around in unison, indignantly shouting, "You have no right to say that." Subsequently, they united to give Luffy a good thrashing. Luffy managed to extend a hand with great effort. "I'm sorry." Observing this, Riley stepped forward and addressed Sanji. "Why are you here? Does Nami not require your assistance anymore?" Upon hearing these words, Sanji lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Dr. Doriel is responsible for caring for Miss Nami." At this point, Sanji instinctively glanced at the recently arrived Vivi. However, Dr. Doriel mentioned that Miss Nami's condition is rather grave, necessitating her stay here for an additional 5 days. Upon hearing those words, Vivi's expression grew somewhat grim. The situation in Alabasta was extremely perilous, yet Nami's condition required an additional 5 days for recovery. Even if he had contemplated the worst possible outcome, he had anticipated only a 2-day delay. Should they postpone their departure for 5 days, Alabasta would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. However, he could not press them to embark immediately. Doing so would be a gross dereliction of responsibility towards Nami's life. Throughout their journey, Nami had cared for him, always considering his well-being. If he were to utter such callous words, he would surely be met with disdain. A princess scorned cannot save her nation, and if he acted in such a manner, Alabasta would truly be doomed. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze towards Vivi, hoping she would make a decision, for she held the most authority in this matter. Observing their eager expressions, Vivi hesitated for a moment before stating resolutely, "Let us adhere to the doctor's orders. Until Miss Nami is fully recovered, we cannot embark on our journey, nor can we reach Alabasta." Upon hearing this, everyone once again donned radiant smiles. However, standing behind Vivi, Dalton's eyes revealed a glimmer of seriousness. He had previously heard about the calamity in Alabasta, and the newspapers had reported that the rebel forces were on the verge of breaching the castle. The urgency of compelling King Cobra to abdicate was akin to a fire at one's heels. Yet, amidst this crisis, their princess was still preoccupied with the safety of her companions. Had their king possessed even a semblance of her virtue, The kingdom of Magu would not have descended into its current plight. Contemplating this, a fierce expression crossed Dalton's face. He must locate Wapol and expel him from this land. Chapter 110. Farewell to Doriel the Healer. Otherwise, the people of this nation would once again be plunged into turmoil. With this thought in mind, Dalton stepped forward and addressed Leilo and the others. Pray tell, have you seen a short, stout fellow entirely encased in tin? He is our king, Wapol, and we must drive him from this territory. Upon hearing these words, Luffy seemed to have just grasped the situation, and he promptly glanced around. Indeed, where had that fellow disappeared to? I must send him flying. Upon hearing these words, Usopp lightly tapped Luffy's head with his palm. Hey, are you serious? At that moment, Sanji straightened up, igniting a cigarette with a match and taking a puff. That fellow has already been sent flying by Riley, if nothing extraordinary occurs. It seems he shall never escape the ocean for the rest of his life. Upon hearing these words, Dalton and the citizens of Drum Island revealed expressions of astonishment. The mere presence of this youth, who could vanquish Wapol, was beyond their comprehension. For decades, they had been under Wapol's oppressive rule, a shadow that loomed ominously over their hearts. One of the primary reasons for their fear was Wapol's formidable strength. He was nothing short of a monster. Yet, here stood this young man who had succeeded in sending Wapol flying, a feat that seemed utterly unbelievable. Despite the incredibility of the situation, Dalton harbored no doubts. He did not suspect Sanji of deceit. From the very beginning, he sensed an extraordinary aura radiating from Leilo. This aura was so potent that it was capable of instilling awe, even without being unleashed. Moreover, when Leilo did take action, it was bound to be remarkable. Regardless, the fact remained that Wapol had been driven away, which was precisely the outcome they had yearned for. With this thought in mind, Dalton stepped back 2 paces and solemnly bowed in Leilo's direction. The great kindness and virtue of a hero shall be eternally etched in our memories. Please accept this bow from Dalton. With that, Dalton knelt down, offering a profound gesture of respect to Leilo. Leilo did not intervene. Yet he also refrained from offering a direct response. His primary focus was on boarding the ship with Chopper and departing swiftly from this place. However, they were hindered by Dr. Kureha, making it impossible to leave in the immediate moment. Contemplating this, Leilo turned to Chopper, a slight smile gracing his lips as he whispered something into Chopper's ear. Upon hearing this, Chopper displayed an incredulous expression as he turned to Leilo and said, "Is this truly appropriate? The patient requires rest." In response, Leilo sat on the ground, gently patting Chopper's head, and reassured him, "Do not worry. We have you on board our ship. I have faith that in the days to come, you will take excellent care of Nami. Now off you go." Flattered by the compliment, Chopper became bashful once more. "You fool. No matter how much you praise me, I will never be pleased, absolutely never." With that, Chopper joyfully dashed towards the castle. Dalton, observing Leilo's indifference towards him, chose not to say anything further and simply stood up. A being capable of effortlessly defeating Wabaru would naturally dismiss someone as insignificant as him. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the castle, Chopper hesitantly glanced towards Nami's sick room. At that moment, he saw Dr. Doriel conversing with Nami. "As for the fees, I can waive them for you, but my patient must remain until she has fully recovered. This is non-negotiable." Upon hearing these words, a flicker of hesitation appeared in Nami's eyes as she counted the days on her fingers. 5 days seemed an eternity. "I can only afford to stay here for a day at most. If I linger for 5 days, my friend's nation will inevitably face peril." Upon hearing these words, Dr. Doriel took a sip of her drink and cast a sidelong glance at Nami. "When a nation faces turmoil, do you truly believe your mere presence could amend it? Such audacity! You cannot even rectify your own dilemmas, yet you dare to aspire to resolve a nation's plight. Allow me to enlighten you. Abandon this futile hope at once." Upon hearing these words, Nami wished to say something further, yet she was suddenly subdued by Doriel, the physician, who drew a surgical knife and pressed it against Nami's throat. "Enough of the trivialities. Those who come to me face 2 possible outcomes. Either they are healed or they perish. If one is aware that a patient is destined to die yet allows them to act recklessly, they are not a competent physician." With that, Doriel rose and made to leave, only to notice Chopper hiding behind the wall. "Hey, Chopper, do you have something to say? If not, keep a close watch on her. If she attempts to leave, you shall be held accountable." Upon hearing these words, Chopper hesitated, fidgeting as he stepped forward. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke up, saying, Dr. Dory, I wish to accompany them on their voyage, serving as the ship's doctor and becoming their companion." Upon hearing this, Nami was utterly bewildered. How could it be that upon awakening, they had gained yet another companion? Immediately, Her gaze shifted toward Chopper, and it seemed she suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, causing her hair to stand on end. The raccoon dog had spoken. Upon hearing Nami's words, Chopper was instantly filled with terror and sought refuge behind the wall, only to find himself inadvertently hiding in the wrong direction once again. Witnessing this scene, Nami couldn't help but chuckle. This little fellow was rather endearing. Trembling, Chopper glanced at Dr. Doriel, who was now sporting a sinister grin. "Do not jest, Chopper. You are my most capable assistant, and the medical skills you possess were imparted by me. Are you truly so ungrateful as to abandon your benefactor?" Upon hearing these words, Chopper lowered his head, hesitating for a moment before raising it to declare, "I will certainly return. When that time comes, I shall remain by Dr. Doolittle's side forever and go nowhere else. However, I yearn to see the sea. This may be my only opportunity." No sooner had Chopper finished speaking than a sudden axe fell beside him. Startled, Chopper turned pale and gazed fearfully at Dr. Doolittle. "Do you think I would agree to this, Chopper? In their eyes, you are but a monster. Only I can accept you in this world, and you dare utter such nonsense. Watch how I deal with you." With that, Dr. Doolittle hurled several long swords and axes. Terrified, Chopper's fur bristled as he transformed into his reindeer form and began to flee. Dr. Doolittle pursued closely behind. Upon witnessing their escape, Nami breathed a sigh of relief, contemplating her own escape. Yet, her attire was so thin that venturing out like this could lead to illness, even if her condition had improved. Just as Nami hesitated, Dr. Doolittle came to a sudden halt before returning, clinging to the door frame and saying, "Hey, little girl. Do not even think about escaping with the plush coat from the cabinet. Do you hear me? If you dare to run, you know the consequences." Chapter 111, The Great Escape Operation. With that, Dr. Doolittle resumed her pursuit, and the castle echoed with the clanging of metal, leading one to believe it was about to be demolished. Listening to the words of Dr. Dory, Nami furrowed her brow, then quickly put on her shoes and opened the cabinet. Inside, there indeed lay a plush cotton jacket, which Nami promptly donned. After glancing around, she dashed outside. At that moment, darkness had already fallen. The group lay in the snow, gazing up at the brilliant starry sky. Zaro yawned and soon drifted off to sleep. Usopp, resting his chin on his hand, remarked, "That raccoon shouldn't follow us anymore, right? Let us go fetch Nami and make a quick escape. That old woman is incredibly fierce." Upon hearing those words, Luffy's expression contorted as he turned his head away. "Enough of this chatter. The crew I have chosen will undoubtedly set sail with me. I shall not depart without them." Upon hearing Luffy's stubborn words, Usopp let out a sigh. At that moment, Sanji lit a cigarette and took a drag. That fellow is indeed quite amusing. If nothing else, he could serve as a reserve of provisions. In response, Usopp remarked from behind, "Could you possibly be any more terrifying?" Just then, a knife suddenly lodged itself beside Sanji, causing his eyebrows to curl in alarm. The group looked ahead and beheld the weapon-laden Dr. Doriel, who was hurling her arms full of weapons away. A reindeer skillfully dodged these projectiles. To be precise, it was the weapons that were deftly evading the reindeer. Spotting Riley and the others, Chopper immediately reverted to his original form and shouted at them, "Hey, I've accomplished my task. What should we do next?" Upon hearing this, Leilo adjusted the brim of his hat. "Of course, I will flee. You all board the cable car first. I shall fetch Nami and catch up with you shortly." In response, Chopper and the others, bewildered, exclaimed, "What will happen to Nami if we leave now?" Upon hearing this, Leilo furrowed his brows. "Thus, I have stated that you should depart first while I remain behind. I trust that Nami has already managed to escape." Upon hearing these words, Luffy and the others hesitated, unwilling to abandon Raylo. However, as they saw Doriel, the fierce and menacing figure, pursuing them, they reluctantly nodded in agreement. Luffy then turned to Raylo with a smile and said, "Take care, we will wait for you on the shore." With that, Luffy and his companions swiftly headed towards the direction of the rope, with Chopper in tow. The bewildered Zoro found himself ensnared by Luffy's grip around his neck, dragged along the ground as they moved forward. Had it not been for Zoro's regular training, he might have succumbed long ago. Chopper glanced back at Raylo before following suit, leading Luffy and the others as they slid down the mountainside. Doriel continued to chase from behind, hurling weapons with relentless fervor, leaving Raylo to wonder where she concealed them. When Doriel reached Raylo, she halted and promptly asked, "What? Do you intend to obstruct me?" Upon hearing this, Leilo feigned surprise and exclaimed, "What? Are you still intending to pursue it?" Upon hearing these words, Dr. Doriel let out a laugh, and then remarked, "You little rascal. Quite astute, aren't you? Hurry and fetch that girl. I have pressing matters to attend to, and I wouldn't want you to miss the splendid scenery. Just as Dr. Doriel finished speaking, she caught sight of Nami stealthily slipping out through the main entrance and immediately shouted, "Hey, you wretched girl. Who permitted you to come out? Quickly return." Realizing that she had been discovered by Dr. Doriel, Nami ceased her attempts at concealment and stepped forward, her face adorned with disdain as she retorted, "Did you not say I should wear my cotton coat and make my escape? How terribly dishonest of you." Upon hearing these words, Doriel, the physician, delivered a swift kick that halted just before Nami's neck. She then seized Nami and declared, "In life, one must leave others with a measure of dignity. Do you understand, little girl? Never mind, today I am in a good mood, so I shall not hold this against you." After speaking, Doriel turned her gaze towards Dalton and inquired, "Hey, Dalton, do you happen to know where the key to the armory is?" Upon hearing this, Dalton pondered for a moment and then remarked directly, "The key to the armory has always been personally managed by Wobber. It is likely that it now lies with him, forever resting in the depths of the sea." Upon hearing these words, Doriel, the physician, furrowed her brow. She gazed skyward and remarked, "This poses quite a challenge." Turning her attention to Leilo, she tentatively inquired, "Are you capable of this?" In response, Leilo's lips curled into a slight smile. "Let us give it a try," he replied, and without hesitation, he strode purposefully towards the castle. Observing this, Nami felt a wave of confusion wash over her and promptly followed suit. "Hey, Leilo, where are you headed? Aren't we supposed to follow Luffy and the others? By the way, where are Luffy and the rest?" Upon hearing these words, Leilo offered no response and strode directly into the castle. At that moment, Dr. Doriel turned to the crowd and exclaimed, "What are you all standing there for? Come and lend a hand." The instant her words fell, a palpable discomfort spread across the faces of the citizens. "Why should we heed your commands?" One retorted, "The fees you charge are exorbitant, truly the work of a wicked witch. How outrageous! Return our medical expenses." No sooner had the last words been uttered than a shadow darted through their midst. It was as if they had all been struck by an unseen force, causing them to stagger backward. When they opened their eyes, Dr. Doriel had already appeared behind them. "In the grand scheme of life, what is a mere sum of money? You narrow-minded individuals, stop your meaningless chatter and hurry inside to assist me." Upon hearing these words, everyone refrained from uttering another sound and hastened towards the castle. Doriel, the healer, accompanied Dalton as they entered as well. At this moment, Leilo and Nami stood before the entrance of the armory. The door to the armory was forged from a heavy, special alloy, likely another masterpiece of Valpo. This imposing entrance boasted a thickness of half a meter, rendering it nearly impossible to breach by sheer force. The enormous chain lock, comparable in size to Chopper, was crafted from the same formidable alloy, its resilience beyond question. And it was enveloped in a thick layer of ice. Even a cannon might struggle to breach it. Observing this, Nami expressed her concern, hesitantly voicing, "Can we truly accomplish this, or should we refrain from overexerting ourselves?" Upon hearing these words, Leilo directly gestured with his phone for Nami to step aside. "You should take a step back. If you get hurt later, I shall not cover your medical expenses." Upon hearing these words, Nami pouted before turning away in anger and departing. Chapter 112. The Astonished Citizens. Nami retreated to the side of Dr. Doriel, nervously glancing at Leilo. At that moment, Leilo silently invoked, "System, extract the soul-cutting blade." No sooner had he spoken than a katana, narrow at the front and wider at the back, materialized in his hand. The surrounding heat surged, causing the frost beside Leilo to melt away. A wave of searing warmth enveloped the entire castle, infusing this perennial realm of ice and snow with a hint of warmth. Witnessing this, Dr. Doriel's eyes sparkled with hope. With this individual present, Chopper should be safe. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Leilo raised the soul-cutting blade and, in an instant, swung it forward. In a flash of lightning, a torrent of flames erupted, radiating outward. A formidable strike imbued with intense fire swiftly pierced through the door of the armory. The entire castle began to tremble, and the mountain split open with a crack. The citizens of the Magu Drum Kingdom shuddered in fear. Yet, despite the slash piercing through, the door remained shut, unharmed. This revelation brought a sigh of relief from the citizens behind Leilo. The true terror would be if there existed a creature capable of single-handedly cleaving this door asunder. The citizens found solace in this thought. However, just as they began to relax, the door suddenly exploded, along with the entire armory, splitting apart in an instant. The citizens of the Magu Drum Kingdom gaped in disbelief. Even Dr. Doriel's eyes were wide with astonishment. Could this truly be the feat of a mere human? "We must flee. This is nothing short of a monster." Upon hearing the words of the citizens of the magnetic drum nation, Dalton stepped forth without hesitation. Do not speak such nonsense here. This is a hero who has saved our nation, not some monstrous being. Upon hearing these words, the citizens of the Drum Kingdom regained their composure. Indeed, Leilo ought to be regarded as their hero. How could they dare to label him a monster? With this realization, all the citizens knelt before Leilo, seeking his forgiveness. It was our offense, noble hero. We implore you to pardon us. Please forgive us. We are willing to make amends. The citizens offered their sincere apologies, and naturally, Leilo did not hold any grudge against them. However, he remained silent, for he had never blamed them. Just as Dalton had previously bowed before him, his conflict with Vapal was of no concern to the Drum Kingdom. Thus he could not acknowledge Dalton's gesture. At that moment, the entire armory lay in ruins. Dr. Doriel, commanding the citizens, instructed them to enter and assess the condition of the weapons within. The citizens rose and ventured inside. Fortunately, although Leilo had devastated the walls of the armory, he had not harmed the weapons themselves. Dr. Doriel ordered the citizens to carry all the weapons outside. A chorus of discontent arose, yet they dared not oppose Dr. Doriel, for she was known to be quite formidable. At this juncture, Dr. Doriel approached Leilo, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as she remarked, "You truly are a monster." In response, Leilo adjusted the brim of his hat. "Thank you for your compliment. Now that the task is accomplished, we shall take our leave." Without waiting for Dr. Doriel's reply, he moved directly to Nami's side, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. Internally, he whispered, "System, extract the rabbit charm." No sooner had he spoken than a stone appeared in his other hand. He then activated the power of the rabbit charm, vanishing from the spot with Nami in tow. Witnessing this, Dr. Doriel was once again astonished. After a prolonged moment, she managed to quell her surprise. What an impatient child, she mused, before turning to urge the citizens to transport all the weapons to the summit. She then produced a pouch filled with pink dust, murmuring to herself, "Your dream is about to be realized. This kingdom is on the cusp of a complete rebirth." At the foot of the mountain, Luffy and the others anxiously awaited Leilo and Nami. "They're taking so long. They aren't indulging in a feast up there, are they?" Upon hearing those words, Sanji exclaimed in anger, "What do you take Miss Nami for?